Introduction. Is he, our friend, the illustrious Nezha? How many cherished memories does he evoke? Imagine the scene when one day, Nezha, accompanied by countless demon kings, ascends to the heavenly court, toppling the grand thunder sound temple and engaging in fierce combat with the celestial deities. Chapter 1. Nezha's extraordinary strength. Once upon a time, there was a general in Chentang Pass, surnamed Li and named Jing. From a young age, he sought the path of enlightenment and studied under the esteemed Taoist Master Di of the Western Kunlun, eventually rising to the rank of general and enjoying the riches of this world. His legal wife, Lady Yin, bore him two sons, the elder Jin Jia and the younger Mu Jia. Lady Yin was pregnant once more, having carried the child for 3 years and 6 months. Due to the peculiar nature of Lady Yin's pregnancy, various speculations arose in Chentang Pass. Some claimed that the unborn child was a prodigy, a reincarnation of a celestial being from the 9 heavens. Conversely, another rumor suggested that Lady Yin was not carrying a child, but rather a malevolent entity that would disrupt the Shang dynasty and bring calamity to Chentang Pass, threatening to eliminate the unborn child before its arrival. In any case, General Li Jing was tormented by these whispers, living in constant anxiety. Today, after 3 long years, Lady Yin's belly stirred. With excitement, Li Jing entered the chamber, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a peculiar fleshy orb. Associating it with the folk tales, he instinctively believed that Lady Yin had given birth to a demon. Without a second thought, he drew his treasured sword and cleaved the orb in two, only to discover a baby within. Astonishingly, the infant sprang to its feet, growing visibly larger before his very eyes. In the blink of an eye, the baby transformed into a lively child, appearing around 5 or 6 years old. The child's eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder at the new world, exuding a unique aura as he bounced around the room, seemingly fascinated by everything. Lady Yin, having just given birth, appeared pale and exhausted, beads of sweat dotting her cheeks. Li Jing, unable to divert his attention, could only watch as the small figure darted away. Am I truly Nezha? Along a winding path, the child's eyes glimmered with a complex array of emotions: excitement, fear, and tension, all contrary to what one would expect from a child. Indeed, this Nezha was not the same as the legendary figure. He was originally an ordinary high school student from the 21st century who, succumbing to the immense pressure of college entrance examinations, tragically passed away the night before the test. Awakening in this new form, he found himself inexplicably transformed into Nezha. To mask his true feelings and avoid revealing any inconsistencies to Li Jing, he feigned a naive and mischievous demeanor. After a brief period of astonishment, Nezha quickly embraced his new identity. Since fate had granted him a second chance at life, he resolved not to squander this opportunity and to live fully in this existence. The Li estate was vast, a scale he had never witnessed before, and he inadvertently found himself lost within its sprawling grounds. Such a grand residence would typically be bustling with servants. However, due to Lady Yin's childbirth, all were occupied in the eastern chamber, leaving the estate feeling eerily empty. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of life. As Nezha passed a certain building, he was drawn in by the fervent shouts emanating from within. It is indeed peculiar. As I traversed the estate, it seemed as though its inhabitants had vanished in a thin air. What renders this place so distinct? Driven by curiosity, Nezha meandered around the 3 to 4 meter high walls until he arrived at the entrance. The grand gate stood resolutely closed, and the closer he approached, the more resounding the sounds of training became, reminiscent of a battalion of soldiers preparing for combat. This thought ignited a spark of excitement in Nezha's eyes. In a realm teeming with deities and creatures of myth, he yearned to witness the art of battle that this world had to offer. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he cautiously leaned against the door, peering through a narrow crack. Though the opening was not particularly wide, it afforded him a glimpse of the scene within. As expected, a group of robust soldiers, numbering around 50, were diligently practicing in the expansive arena. Flanking the area were rows of weapon racks, adorned with broadswords, spears, iron halberds, and staffs, while further back lay peculiar stone locks and grinding wheels. An array of unfamiliar movements and techniques unfolded before him, utterly captivating Nezha. He absorbed the spectacle with the fervor of a sponge, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, due to the constricted view, he missed several crucial maneuvers, causing him to press his small face against the door in frustration, eager to immerse himself fully in the scene. Darn it, he exclaimed inwardly, having missed another pivotal moment, and in his vexation, he unintentionally kicked the door with a resounding thud. With a thunderous crash, a section of the door shattered and fell to the ground. Time seemed to freeze. The soldiers halted their training, their collective gaze fixated upon Nezha. Stunned, he realized that a mere casual kick had sent a substantial portion of the door flying. An astonishing feat indeed. The soldiers regarded him with wary expressions, quickly surrounding him. An oppressive atmosphere of hostility enveloped the area, a palpable tension permeating the air. Nezha felt a flicker of anxiety, not from fear, for his newfound form harbored boundless energy, a sensation that with the slightest motion he could obliterate everything around him. Though the soldiers appeared fierce and formidable, it remained uncertain who would truly prevail in a confrontation. After all, they were soldiers of Li Jing, and he was Li Jing's son. They were all kin, with no need for fratricidal conflict. Yet, the prevailing atmosphere was unsettling, imbued with a sense of imminent confrontation. A misstep in words or actions could easily provoke a violent clash. Seizing the initiative, Nezha dared not conceal his identity. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I am the third son of General Li Jing of Chentang Pass, newly born today. You may not have seen me before, but you have undoubtedly heard of me. I inadvertently startled you during your training as I passed by, and I sincerely apologize for the disruption." His voice, though soft and youthful, resonated with clarity and confidence, neither obsequious nor arrogant, affording the gathered soldiers their due respect. Upon hearing that he was the son of Li Jing, the soldiers visibly exhaled in relief, their burdens lifted, and they greeted Nezha with remarkable enthusiasm, repeatedly apologizing. "It is truly an honor for us that the young master has come to our training ground." "Young master, we are merely upholding our duties. You wouldn't hold it against us, would you?" Several soldiers invited him to the training arena, and Nezha, without hesitation, agreed, saying, "I will sit by and observe while you practice." As the soldiers resumed their drills, Nezha perched upon a grinding stone, his eyes gleaming as he diligently recalled the techniques he had previously overlooked. This body possessed an incredible power beyond its peculiar strength. His mind was exceptionally sharp. Almost every movement he observed was instantly memorized. This godlike talent filled Nezha with astonishment and delight. As he watched, an itch took hold of his hands. He leaped from the grinding stone and, almost instinctively, seized a familiar copper staff from the weapon rack, demonstrating a fierce set of staff techniques in the training ground. The staff, regarded as the foremost of all weapons, has given rise to many others. Though unarmed, it is well suited for group combat. There is a saying that a staff can sweep across a vast area. The essence of this staff technique lies in its thrusts, lifts, jabs, throws, exchanges, cleaves, and sweeps, with the most lethal move being a sweeping strike. After an exhilarating display, Nezha's eyes shone like those of a fierce tiger, roaring through the mountains. His movements were swift and fierce, devoid of any flaw. With the staff in his right hand, he spun simultaneously with his body, performing a twirl in midair. Upon his toes touching the ground, he abruptly turned, sweeping the staff across the earth as if it were engulfed in flames, leaving no room for survival. The final sweeping strike executed by Nezha was nothing short of magnificent, stirring up clouds of dust in the training ground, leaving a half-finger-deep crater and a semicircular impression on the surface. The soldiers had long ceased their training, mouths agape in awe as they gazed in Nezha's direction. As the dust settled, obscuring their vision, a few nearby soldiers covered their noses, and once the haze dispersed, Nezha's petite figure reemerged. Truly the son of a general, a tiger begets no dog. I have practiced this military staff for 3 years, yet I feel it pales in comparison to the young master's skills. With such innate talent, even if the star of martial prowess descended, I doubt he could surpass the young master. Surrounded by a chorus of admiration, Nezha, though facing away, could discern from the voices that his staff techniques were well regarded, his small face radiating pride. All show and no substance, mere flashy moves unworthy of admiration, came a voice, ill-timed and mocking. Nezha's expression froze, his previously animated face now devoid of a smile. Turning toward the source of the voice, he cast a freezing glare upon the speaker. This individual, either oblivious or indifferent, raised his nose haughtily, a derisive smirk playing at his lips. "I refuse to believe that with such skills, you could learn anything of substance. Mastery requires years of practice and relentless refinement. You may deceive others, but you cannot escape my discerning eye." Nezha felt as if he were on the verge of laughter, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. He had merely practiced a set of staff techniques. Who was he deceiving? He had not uttered a single word. If you are dissatisfied, we can exchange a few moves, he proposed, his youthful spirit unable to withstand provocation. Observing the other's arrogant demeanor, Nezha felt an urge to deliver a sound thrashing. I won't fight you. You are the son of a general. If I were to harm you, General Li would surely hold me accountable. Nezha shook his head. It's quite all right. Regardless of the outcome of today's contest, I shall not blame you. Others can bear witness. The soldier retracted his derision, appearing eager to engage, yet he ultimately sighed, his expression forlorn. I still cannot. Look at your slender arms and legs. If I exert even a little force, I might break them. What then? Slender arms? Slender legs? Had he forgotten that Nezha had just kicked a door panel off its hinges? To ease his apprehension, Nezha knew he had to devise a plan. Frowning, he paced a few steps before his eyes lit up as he spotted a series of stone millstones behind him. Pointing to the largest one, he inquired, how much does that weigh? 300 pounds. The soldier, though puzzled by Nezha's intent, proclaimed with pride, this weight can only be lifted by a few strong men in the army and myself. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Nezha approached the largest stone lock, barely glancing at it, casually reaching down, lifting it effortlessly, and tossing it into the air. The stone lock soared through the air like a shooting star, heading directly towards the crowd. Duck! Someone shouted, and the group swiftly scattered to the sides. A thunderous crash resounded as the stone lock struck the ground, and despite the danger, the trained soldiers managed to evade it. Nonetheless, they emerged drenched in sweat, their hearts racing from the near miss. Meanwhile, Nezha appeared unfazed, muttering to himself, too light, far too light. Then, with a resounding bang, 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 he hurled 3 more stones, shaking his head in disdain. I can't even find something of decent weight. Nezha's comments were, of course, deliberate, aimed at rendering the soldier speechless. Indeed, the stone locks were exceptionally light. What do you think? Can we compete now? The soldier gulped hard, wiping the perspiration from his brow, yet he still shook his head. Still not willing? Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Star of Death. All I ask is for you to spar with me. It's not as if I'm asking for your life. Look at you, dawdling and whining. Are you not a man? The soldier's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of blue and red, humiliated by a mere child's taunts. He stood awkwardly, unsure of how to respond, caught in a web of his own indecision. Nezha admitted defeat. It seemed that his earlier fervor had indeed intimidated the soldier, inadvertently alarming him. He was clearly unwilling to engage in a contest, yet he could not be compelled to do so. Rather than focusing on the soldier, he removed a golden bracelet from his wrist, and a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The bracelet suddenly expanded, and in a dazzling moment, a golden ring materialized. This was none other than the Chentang circle. Nezha spoke to himself. I possess a treasure, a remarkable artifact that is rare not only in Chentang Pass but throughout the 3 realms. It is known as the Chentang circle, a weapon of formidable offensive capability. Just how powerful is it? With the curiosity of the onlookers piqued, Nezha grasped the Chentang circle and struck it against the ground. A miraculous scene ensued. The stone pavement beneath him cracked like a spider's web, extending outward for 5 meters. The abilities of this treasure extend far beyond this. It strikes precisely at the designated target, never missing. As for its might, I trust you have all witnessed it firsthand. Now, should anyone manage to best me in even a single move, this treasure shall be theirs. Of course, I am aware that some may fear my extraordinary strength, so I shall rely solely on the strength of an ordinary person. So, who among you dares to challenge me? Nezha's voice was laced with temptation. The power of the Chentang circle was evident to all who would not desire such an artifact. The key was that Nezha would not utilize his monstrous strength, and although the odds of winning may seem slim, they were not entirely absent. Especially the soldier from earlier, who had hesitated but ultimately succumbed to temptation. Resolutely, he declared, very well, I shall compete with the young master. The soldier drew a familiar copper rod from the weapon's rack, while the others hastily retreated, leaving ample space for the 2 to engage. Nezha, cautious for this was his first encounter, understood the stakes of wagering the Chentang circle defeat was not an option. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the advantage. He swung the copper rod with a powerful downward stroke aimed at the soldier's chest. Bang! The soldier had anticipated the attack, thus Nezha's blow did not yield significant impact. Yet, he remained undeterred, for the soldier had lost the initiative. Swiftly, Nezha altered his approach, transforming the strike into a thrust, the copper rod resembling a venomous serpent, hissing as it lunged forward. Caught off guard by the sudden change, the soldier could not react in time, and the rod pierced forcefully into his chest. The soldier let out a muffled groan, his legs instinctively retreating. In his previous skirmishes with other children, Nezha had learned an invaluable lesson. Never allow him to gain an advantage, for even a slight edge would cause the conflict to escalate like a snowball, overwhelming his opponent. As was the case now, he offered no respite, the copper rod striking repeatedly like a relentless battering ram, delivering 3 swift thrusts to the same vulnerable spot as heart. The soldier's body trembled under the relentless assault, struggling to maintain grip on the copper rod. It appeared that the outcome of this confrontation was inevitable, yet Nezha was not inclined to conclude the battle prematurely. He raised the copper rod once more, aiming a fierce blow at the soldier's face, this strike swifter and more merciless than the last. The soldier, from the very beginning, had lost an excessive amount of stamina, rendering him unable to evade the impending attack. The seasoned copper staff struck his shoulder with a resounding crack, shattering bones in its wake. In the midst of the duel, Nezha radiated an aura reminiscent of a feral beast, venomous, malevolent, and ferocious. Yet engrossed in battle, he remained oblivious to these transformations, relentlessly assaulting the soldier before him. "Young master, cease the assault, he can no longer defend himself," one onlooker implored. "Your current demeanor is truly terrifying, resembling that of a demon," another remarked. Nezha paid no heed to their words. The soldier, now on the brink of collapse, was merely clinging to life, struggling to withstand Nezha's ferocity. "Is that all you have? Depart," Nezha bellowed, launching himself skyward and delivering a flying kick to the soldier's face. The man soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, 2 front teeth shattering upon impact, blood spilling forth. "Huh! Exhilarating." Nezha stood at the center of the training ground, laughing maniacally, his countenance twisted with malevolence, an ominous presence enveloping him. Those around him involuntarily shivered indeed. Nezha appeared as a demon emerged from the depths of hell. The soldier, bloodied and battered, pointed at Nezha and shrieked, "You are no human. The legends are true, you are a monster, an absolute monster." As he surveyed the crowd, Nezha noted the silence that had fallen over them. Aside from the defeated soldier's curses, no one dared to speak, their thoughts a mystery. The expressions of those present, as perceived by Nezha, were tacit admissions of fear. His fierce gaze swept across the assembly, causing many to instinctively lower their heads in submission. "None of you dare to speak? Allow me to voice what you all must be thinking. I am indeed a monster, am I not? Are you afraid of my power? You pathetic lot are hardly fit to serve as soldiers. I suggest you return home to till the fields. If you possess even a modicum of courage, come forth and attempt to vanquish this demon for the sake of Chentang Pass and the common folk." At that moment, someone could no longer contain himself and stammered, "Young master, we do not perceive you as a monster." Nezha abruptly directed his fierce gaze towards the speaker. "Shut your mouth. It is what it is no need for pretense. While your lips utter denial, your hearts must be wishing to dismember me." He roared back in retort, "What?" His voice thundered, reverberating through the heavens. Lifting the seasoned copper staff, Nezha pointed at the nearest soldier with a sinister grin, his voice cold and menacing. "Come and strike me." The soldier trembled like a marionette, prompting Nezha to sneer before delivering a crushing blow that sent him flying. Indeed, he soared through the air as if propelled by cannon fire, hurtling several meters away, bones undoubtedly fractured, rolling upon impact. "You come strike me." Having witnessed the fate of his compatriot, the soldier hesitated, neither affirming nor denying. The only course of action left was to flee Haran with all his might. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Nezha seized him and hurled him backward with ease. The seasoned copper staff altered its trajectory, and Nezha continued to smile ominously. "You strike me. Brothers, we can wait no longer, we must subdue him now. I trust General Lee will not hold it against us." Individually, these few dozen men appeared as mere scattered grains of sand, but united, they transformed into a formidable pack of wolves. Engaging with all of them, Nezha had to exercise utmost caution, gripping the seasoned copper staff firmly, poised for the impending battle. The groups sequentially withdrew their weapons from the racks, forming a formation reminiscent of a long serpent, an overwhelming aura of ferocity emanating from them. What a magnificent iron-blooded lion they resembled. The palpable bloodlust radiating from the assembly suggested that these individuals had clawed their way out from mountains of corpses, adding a touch of intrigue to the encounter. With his right hand clutching the seasoned copper staff, Nezha stepped slowly into the serpentine formation, raising his staff and boldly declaring, "Who dares to meet their demise first?" This formation bore a certain eeriness. Not only did it resemble a long serpent, but its offensive techniques mirrored that of a snake as well, with the head serving as the nimble force, encircling Nezha in layers. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Nezha understood this principle well. He thrust the copper staff towards the serpent's body, sending one adversary hurtling backward. But soon after, others surged forward, and the previously lifeless formation sprang to life, with blades and spears protruding like fangs from the serpent's body. The serpent constricted around him, and countless icy blades drew closer. He could not allow the serpent to encircle him, otherwise he would undoubtedly be pierced by the icy blades like a hedgehog. Raising the seasoned copper staff, he summoned all his strength to sweep it across, shattering numerous icy blades with a resounding crack. Then, employing the same tactic, Nezha swept backward, but as fate would have it, when the copper staff collided with a crescent blade, the blade remained intact while the staff splintered. The weapons drew ever nearer, and he could distinctly feel the hairs on his skin standing on end, a chill enveloping him. Realizing danger was imminent, Nezha suddenly dashed toward the direction where his staff had broken. Accompanied by cries of anguish, several men were sent flying, and Nezha successfully rolled out of the serpentine formation. Having learned from his previous misstep, Nezha would not be fooled again. He grasped a stone lock in each hand, holding his breath as he resolved to obliterate the formation with the 600 pounds of stone in his grip. The soldiers witnessed the terror of Nezha firsthand. It was as if he dispatched one foe with each strike, his fierce gaze threatening enough to devour them whole. Nezha's speed surged significantly as he raised the stone locks and struck fiercely at the serpent's body, while his foes braced themselves. "Have you had enough of this ruckus?" A deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the training ground. Chapter 3. Tai, do you consider yourself worthy of being my master? Before Nezha could make a move, a powerful arm lifted him effortlessly into the air. Upon seeing the newcomer, the soldiers finally found their resolve, kneeling in unison on the ground, respectfully yet vociferously proclaiming their allegiance to General Li. In the Li residence, only the commander Li Jing of the Chentang Pass is addressed as General Li. Li Jing commanded the soldiers to rise and inquired earnestly about the recent events. The soldiers recounted the incident in meticulous detail, without embellishment, even confessing that they had deemed Nezha a demon. Li Jing merely nodded, acknowledging the trouble this young lad had caused. Then, without mincing words, he chastised Nezha. "I have only been away for a brief moment, and you have already created such a significant disturbance. Is this a place for a child to act recklessly? Look at the trouble you have brought upon the soldiers. And you owe them an apology." Nezha was taken aback, his mind a blank, and he blurted out, "They all treat me like a monster, and I must apologize?" The soldiers, in a state of sheer panic, fell to their knees, eagerly explaining, "General, we have not regarded the young master as a demon. It was he who, in his obstinacy, forced our hand, leaving us no choice but to resist." Indeed, the soldiers' explanations reflected the truth. Even Nezha began to feel that he bore some responsibility for the chaos. At that moment, he could not comprehend the source of such anger. "Dear brothers, I am but a child and lack understanding. I should not have resorted to violence against you all. I, Li Nezha, sincerely apologize to everyone here." The soldiers were visibly moved, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they declared, "We do not blame the young master. It is our fault for misunderstanding the situation and acting rashly, nearly causing harm to him. We are already grateful that the general does not hold us accountable." Li Jing replied, "Oh, not at all. It is we who owe a debt of gratitude to the great merchants for their contributions. I, Li Jing, am to blame for allowing this rebellious son to injure you. No amount of suffering could ever alleviate my guilt, if it would bring you relief. Strike me a few times or berate me as you wish." Nezha was thoroughly subdued at this point. It was no wonder that this old fellow, despite his mediocre strength, thrived in the Dishang dynasty, ultimately becoming the commander of the Celestial Army, commanding divine generals. His skill in managing people surely deserves commendation. However, must he use his own son as a stepping stone? The vast training ground was filled with a scene of paternal affection, at least in Nezha's eyes. As Li Jing and the soldiers reminisced about past injuries and heroic acts, sharing tales of who had shielded whom from arrows, an exchange steeped in nostalgia and sentimentality. Nezha stood to the side, utterly at a loss for words. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Li Jing and the others continued their animated conversation, seemingly oblivious to Nezha, who had stood for hours, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "The Tai Jinren has arrived." "Tai Jinren?" Li Jing exclaimed in surprise. calling to the weeping soldiers to cease their lamentations and prepare to receive him with the utmost respect. The Tai Jinren descended gracefully on a crane, and Li Jing bowed to him, honoring him as his junior. The esteemed disciple of the revered Dui Jinren, Li Jing, respectfully welcomed his master, unaware of the purpose behind his visit. The Taiji Jinren, exhibiting a disinterest in the formalities, directed his gaze solely upon Nezha, an unmistakable glimmer of avarice in his eyes, as though he beheld a treasure of immeasurable worth. Nezha felt an unsettling discomfort under the unabashed scrutiny, stirring within him a sense of disdain that he could not outwardly express, thus feigning ignorance. Li Jing maintained his bow for an extended moment, while Taiji's attention remained fixated on Nezha. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, he cleared his throat, prompting Taiji to finally shift his focus to Li Jing. After dismissing the need for further formalities, Taiji directly stated his intent to take Nezha as his disciple, his tone imbued with an irresistible authority that left no room for dissent. Li Jing cast a glance at Nezha, a barely perceptible joy flickering in his eyes. To be chosen by Taiji Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals, was indeed a stroke of ancestral fortune. With a cheerful demeanor, he expressed his gratitude for the master's favor, declaring his son's willingness to accept the honor, until a sudden, thunderous interruption halted the proceedings. Wait! A booming voice resonated, silencing the assembly, even momentarily catching Taiji Jinren off guard, his expression darkening. I do not wish to intrude, yet regarding my master's affairs, I believe it necessary to voice my opinion. Taiji Jinren, I regret to inform you that I have no desire to be your disciple. What? Li Jing, visibly enraged, pointed an accusatory finger at Nezha, unleashing a torrent of reprimands, his spittle landing upon Nezha's face. He proceeded to elaborate on Taiji's esteemed identity, proclaiming him a disciple of the Supreme Primordial Lord, one of the 12 golden immortals, and a highly revered sage. To be accepted as your disciple is a blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes, and you dare to refuse? You are utterly ignorant of your own insignificance. Kneel before me and pay your respects to your future master. In a chaotic flurry of introductions and shouts, Nezha's ears buzzed, and after rubbing them, he reluctantly knelt, pondering the absurdity of being in such a position, yet recognizing Li Jing as his father. He thought to himself, had he somehow traversed into the role of Li Jing's progenitor, he would surely have dealt with the matter differently, and this notion brought him an odd sense of amusement. What are you laughing at? Be serious. He chastised himself internally, yet complied with the directive, lowering his head while his eyes darted about, lost in thought. Li Jing, sensing the moment shift, quickly adorned his face with a broad smile, addressing Taiji, Master, Nezha is still young and inexperienced. I shall take full responsibility for this matter. My son, Nezha, shall henceforth be your disciple. The path ahead was singular, with no turning back from a misstep. Contemplating the future, Nezha gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to speak. May I have a moment to express my thoughts? Silence. This is not your place to speak. Li Jing subtly tugged at Nezha, discreetly signaling him to refrain from further comments. Li Jing intended to offer further explanations to Taiji, yet the latter, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively and fixed his penetrating gaze upon Nezha, his voice icy as he declared, What do you wish to say? Be aware, none dare defy me. Taking a deep breath, Nezha cautiously rose from the ground, challenging, Old man, what qualifications do you possess to be my master? The old man, Li Jing, felt a wave of perspiration as his 3 souls and 7 spirits nearly fled in fear. Tai was not to be trifled with, and he carefully observed the expression of the esteemed Tai Jinren, anxious that he might unleash his wrath. Tai paused for a moment, then fell silent. He was taking a gamble, wagering that Tai would not erupt in anger over this matter. After all, he had once been the spiritual pearl beside Niwa, and it seemed unlikely that he would be chastised for a mere utterance. As expected, Tai opened his profound eyes, showing no sign of anger, and even smiled as he inquired, What do you believe possesses the power to be formidable? Nezha, picking up a stone from the courtyard, pointed defiantly at the sky. With a flick of his hand, the stone was crushed to dust, scattering its remnants upon the wind. I shall pierce a hole in the heavens. Can you do so? With his back turned to the onlookers, Nezha's expression remained concealed, leaving only the impression of his arrogance and unyielding demeanor. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, punctuated only by the howling wind and the labored breaths of a few. The aspirations of the young friend were indeed lofty, yet he seemed blissfully unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the weightiness of the earth. Tai Jinren maintained his composure, a smile ever present upon his face. He stroked his beard, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, One day, you will willingly kneel before me and beg to be my disciple. Nezha, however, merely shook his head in disdain, his rejection resolute and unyielding. He, Nezha, had no intention of surrendering to anyone, not even to his own father, Li Jing. The notion of willingly submitting? How absurd! Tai Yi's confidence was laughable. At this thought, a soft chuckle escaped his lips, betraying his attempt to maintain composure. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Nezha's brow as he realized he had forgotten Tai Yi was so close. Stealing a glance from the corner of his eye, he noted that the smile had vanished from Tai Yi's face. Though his expression remained inscrutable, a palpable pressure descended upon him, as if he were being crushed by 1,000 pounds of iron. The terror seeped into his bones, rendering him akin to a solitary boat adrift on a tempestuous sea, swaying precariously on the brink of capsizing. The weight of Tai Yi's presence bore down upon Nezha, unnoticed by Li Jing and the others. Trembling, Nezha fought against the overwhelming force, his teeth gritted as he struggled to remain upright, his lips bloodied from biting down so hard. Just as his legs threatened to buckle, the pressure suddenly lifted, and he gasped for air, realizing for the first time how exquisite it was to breathe. Tai Yi regained his previous smile, stating, "I shall not compel you. One day, you will willingly kneel on the ground and plead for me to take you as my disciple. It is inevitable." The final words were emphasized deliberately, and without uttering another syllable, Tai Yi departed upon his crane. Li Jing and the others mistakenly believed Tai Yi to possess a forgiving nature, dismissing the childish bravado. Only Nezha understood that Tai Yi was indeed furious, deeply so. Li Jing, pointing an accusatory finger at Nezha, was left speechless with rage. "You ungrateful wretch. Someone, take this rebellious child and confine him to the woodshed." Chapter 4. Father-son conflict. Li Jing's reputation in the military was unparalleled. 2 elite soldiers approached him, obeying his command, and said, "Young Master Nezha, please come with us." Nezha remained silent, his face darkened as he stood in the training grounds. Seeing him unmoving, the soldiers reached out to seize him. Nezha's expression suddenly morphed into one of fierce defiance. "Who dares to touch me?" The 2 individuals halted their actions, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Yet, compelled by Li Jing's authority, they reluctantly redirected their gaze towards him, for it was he who truly held the power. "What? Is my voice no longer authoritative?" Just moments ago, Li Jing had been jovially fraternizing with the soldiers, but now, when he unleashed his wrath, he emanated an imposing aura. The 2, shedding their hesitation, lunged once more for Nezha's sleeve. To their astonishment, no matter how much force they exerted, Nezha remained as immovable as a mountain, exuding arrogance and disdain in the training ground. "With your pitiful skills, do you think you can subdue me?" Nezha scoffed, his shoulders abruptly heaving, sending the 2 flying through the air. The other soldiers gasped in shock, rushing forward in an attempt to restrain Nezha. He twisted his neck with a mocking grin, and in his hand materialized a golden ring-shaped artifact, the Chentang ring. "Those seeking death, come forth. Those wishing to live, retreat." For reasons unknown, the pent-up rage within Nezha was finally unleashed, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he returned to his true self. No longer was he beholden to anyone. He was the fearlessly Nezha. Li Jing's chest heaved as he breathed heavily. "This is insurrection. Li Nezha, are you contemplating rebellion?" Previously, Nezha had shied away from meeting the stern gaze of Li Jing, but now he dared to confront him directly. "What transgression have I committed that warrants your interference? And what gives you the right to control me?" Li Jing, with a flourish of his robe, summoned a fierce wind, his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining a lofty demeanor. "There is no need for explanation. I am the father, you are the son. It is only natural for a father to heed his son. And this is the order of the universe." At that moment, a soldier intervened, attempting to temper Li Jing's fury. "General, I am not advising you. Rather, it is you who has misspoken. It is the son who listens to the father, not the other way around." The soldier's expression was peculiar. Regardless of the appropriateness of his words, he had spoken them nonetheless. Realization dawned on Li Jing as he noted the soldier's strange gazes. He cleared his throat, adjusting his statement. "It is only natural for the son to heed the father. Do you have any objections? Natural order? What constitutes the natural order? Who decrees what is natural? If heaven defies me, I shall rend it asunder. If the earth obstructs me, I shall trample all beneath my feet." Li Jing, not truly a father in the traditional sense, had little claim to that title. If pushed to the brink, Nezha would retaliate fiercely. What of numbers? With the Chentang ring for offense and the Hunyuan silk for defense, he stood impervious to defeat, except for beings like Tai Yi, who could overpower him entirely. He dismissed all others with disdain. Nezha's brow furrowed, his heart racing with fervor, the Chentang ring held aloft, ready should Li Jing make any move. Unafraid to repeat history with a parricidal act, Li Jing resembled a ferocious lion, his fur bristling with fury as he felt a wave of dizziness brought on by Nezha's defiance. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Nezha, denouncing him as a wayward child. Drawing his sharp sword, Li Jing resolved to confront Nezha personally. "Nezha, poised for action, brandished the universe ring, standing his ground in a standoff. "Master, what are you doing?" As Li Jing engaged Nezha, Lady Yin rushed from the distance, tears streaming down her face. Upon reaching Nezha, she embraced him tightly, weeping uncontrollably, her tears soaking his garments. Nezha, bewildered, found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, the warmth soothing his turbulent spirit, dissipating the cold, sinister aura that had surrounded him. Like a kitten, he nestled into Lady Yin's embrace, relishing the comforting sensation. "Tianyang, you are in such frail health. Why do you run about? Someone, please help the lady down." Li Jing exclaimed, equally astonished but more concerned for Lady Yin's well-being. Releasing Nezha, Lady Yin gazed at Li Jing with pleading eyes, imploring, "Master, I beg you to spare Nezha. He is still so young. What reason do you have to punish him?" A flicker of reluctance crossed Li Jing's eyes as he sighed. "Tianyang, you do not understand. This child is undoubtedly a prodigy of chaos. Look at how recently he was born. Yet already he has injured soldiers in the training grounds with his brutal methods, breaking several bones in the process. Just moments ago, Tai came to take him as a disciple, and rather than bowing, this boy threatened to pierce the heavens. If I do not impose strict discipline, I fear he may truly become a heartless fiend." Hearing Li Jing's words, Lady Yin sank to the ground in despair, surveying the devastation in the training grounds, evidently struggling to accept that it was all wrought by Nezha's hand. Gritting her teeth, she implored Li Jing once more, "Master, Nezha is merely mischievous. It is not as severe as you claim. I believe that with proper guidance, he will grow to be a good child." "Mischievous? Humph. You see, from the moment he was born, he possessed a century's worth of magical power, coupled with extraordinary strength. Most alarmingly, he wields two potent innate treasures of great destructive capability. How can I allow him to remain? It would be prudent to eliminate him before he fully spreads his wings, lest he incite greater chaos in the future. Master, what would it take for you to spare Nezha?" Li Jing pondered briefly, a glimmer of insight illuminating his mind. "Unless he is willing to relinquish the two treasures for my safekeeping, I could downplay the situation and grant him a temporary reprieve. You old rogue, you play your cards well. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You covet my universe ring and the chaos silk because you lack the confidence to defeat me. Once I am deprived of the treasures, you would be free to trample upon me. Without these treasures, Nezha would be like a toothless tiger, losing his ferocity, and thus he will not surrender them. Besides, who needs your forgiveness? If you possess the ability, let us spar. Should you defeat me, I would willingly hand them over. If not, your life will be at stake." Silence. Lady Yin grasped Nezha's wrist firmly, her eyes reflecting disappointment and sorrow. Nezha felt an unsettling pang in his heart, as if something profoundly significant was slipping away from him. He could disregard the opinions of others. Even if it meant standing against the entire Chentang Pass or the whole of the three realms, he could remain indifferent to it all. Yet, he did not wish to disappoint the person before him, nor to see a single tear fall or witness any hint of suffering. "Jar, listen to your mother and hand over the items to your father, will you?" "All right." By some strange twist of fate, Nezha acquiesced, perhaps unwilling to witness the current state of the Yin family. Upon hearing this, Yin was overwhelmed with joy, and a heavy burden lifted from Nezha's heart as he accompanied her in foolish laughter. "My lord, Jar has agreed. I knew he was a good child." As long as Mrs. Yin was happy, Nezha felt that everything was worthwhile. With the magic silk entwined around the cosmic ring, Nezha handed the two treasures to Li Jing. Li Jing snorted disdainfully, yanking them away and remarking, "At least you possess a semblance of humanity. Otherwise, I would have made your day far more difficult." Li Jing dismissed the crowd, and the uninjured soldiers helped their wounded comrades retreat in small groups. He approached Mrs. Yin, concern and tension etched on his face. "Madam, let me escort you back to rest." "What about Jar?" Mrs. Yin inquired. "Let this rebellious child stand here. Let him remain until tomorrow morning," allowing the cold wind to clear his muddled mind. However, Mrs. Yin, unable to bear the thought of Jar suffering from a chill, expressed her concern. Li Jing shook his head with a wry smile. "Madam, you should worry about yourself instead. That lad is as strong as a young bull. Even if he stands for a year, he may be sturdier than you." Yet, Mrs. Yin attempted to speak further, only to be silenced by Li Jing. Given her frail condition, she could not resist him, and the couple gradually exited the training grounds. Chapter 5. The Lost Treasure of the East Sea. Nezha was punished to stand alone in the now desolate training grounds, an expansive space that felt entirely empty to him. Today, he had witnessed the ruthless arrogance of Tai and discerned Li Jing's cowardly nature, strong in appearance yet weak at heart. The one solace he found was in the thought of having a loving mother, which brought a sweet feeling to his heart. Upon arriving in the world of the Investiture of the gods, Nezha realized he must strategize for the future. Currently, King Zhou ruled, and the people languished in misery, plagued by frequent floods and droughts. In a few years, the Western Zhou would launch a major offensive against the Shang dynasty, which would inevitably lead to its decline. This impending war would involve two factions, the Jie sect and the Chan sect. The Chan sect boasted 12 golden immortals, each possessing boundless powers, all of whom were great Luo golden immortals, with Tai being one of them. Offending Tai was tantamount to closing the door to the Chan sect. Yet Nezha did not feel regret. The Chan sect members were all hypocrites during the Investiture War. They sent their disciples into the world to secure their place on the divine roster in order to avoid calamities. Such a cruel and insidious act made Nezha disdainful of the Chan sect. As for the Jie sect, it was led by the Tongtian Patriarch, the largest faction among the Jie, Chan, and Ren sects, known for its inclusive teachings and the honor of welcoming myriad immortals. Seated among the four principal disciples are the Taoist Master Duobao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Wudong. In addition, there are numerous renowned disciples such as Zhao Gongming, the Three Shaos, the Cloud and Mist Immortal, the Dragon Head Immortal, the Golden Light Immortal, and the Spiritual Tooth Immortal, among others. Just how formidable are the disciples of the Jie sect? For instance, merely one of the Three Shaos, Yin Shao, was capable of deploying the Nine-Twist Yellow River Formation, effortlessly capturing all 12 golden immortals. Yet, in the Battle of Foshan, the Chan sect emerged victorious. Why is that? It is because, under the leadership of Tongtian, all his disciples, recalling the camaraderie of the Taoist Church, recognized that the three sects were essentially one family. To put it plainly, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian are brothers. When the elder brother intends to strike the younger, Tongtian cannot bring himself to retaliate. Not only Tongtian, but all of his disciples extend courtesy to those of the Chan sect, thus providing them with an opportunity, which ultimately led to the near annihilation of the Jie sect's disciples, with notable figures reduced to steeds or slaves, forever trapped in the cycle of rebirth. This illustrates Yuan Shi's ruthlessness and disregard for brotherly bonds, a character that Nezha scorns. However, with Yuan Shi, Laozi, and the saints of Jiejin assisting the Chan sect, the downfall of Tongtian was inevitable, leaving the Jie sect in a precarious position. To carve out a sliver of survival among the great powers, it is imperative to establish one's own influence. After the Battle of Fengshan, the various saints found themselves confined, unable to enter the mortal realm, leading to the demise of both the Jie and Chan sects. Only the Heavenly Court and Western Buddhism emerged as dominant forces in the three realms. Thus, Nezha resolved to gather a faction of his own during the Battle of Fengshan, uniting those with potential and strength to form his own foundation, which could even evolve into a third major power. However, as one might expect, thoughts of how to manage and execute this plan soon clouded his mind, inducing a headache as he realized that his earlier musings were mere daydreams. Nezha pondered this chaotic array of thoughts throughout the day, and by the time he cast aside these distractions, the sun had long set, and night had fallen. Time indeed passes swiftly. With a sigh, Nezha approached a grinding stone, intending to clear it of dust and find a place to sit. Yet, due to the darkness, he became disoriented, blowing dust directly onto his own face, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Suddenly, a chuckle erupted from behind him. Nezha's gaze turned icy as he whirled around, raising his fist to strike. The mysterious figure effortlessly caught his blow with a palm. Nezha's heart sank. This was no ordinary opponent, given his current cultivation at the high level of celestial immortal. Only a profound immortal could withstand his full-force strike, and within the entirety of Chentang Pass, only the Li couple possessed such strength. Ready to strike again. Nezha was halted as the mysterious figure spoke gently, "Its mother, in Shenyang?" Upon realizing the identity of the visitor, Nezha lowered his fist and approached the mysterious figure, confirming it was indeed the Yin family. Yin welcomed Nezha to sit on the grinding stone and feigned anger as she inquired, "Why would you strike even your mother?" Nezha waved his hands repeatedly, hastily explaining that he truly did not recognize his mother in the darkness. Had he known it was her, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared to act. Lady Yin chuckled knowingly, playfully tapping Nezha's head, saying, "Silly child, you are but a piece of flesh from your mother. How could I possibly blame you? Guess what delightful surprise your mother has brought you tonight?" With her delicate hands clasped behind her back, she inquired in a mysterious tone. Nezha, oblivious to Lady Yin's intentions, felt indifferent as long as she bore him no ill will. The Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk had been taken by Li Jing, leaving little to pique his interest or bring him joy. "What do you see here?" Lady Yin smiled radiantly, like a blooming peach blossom, mysteriously retrieving something from behind her. "The Hunyuan silk and the Qiankuan circle." Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? Were these not taken by Li Jing during the day? Sensing Nezha's confusion, Lady Yin raised an eyebrow. "Do you truly believe your mother fears him?" During the day, I simply gave your father some face due to the crowd. Humph. At other times, how dare he disregard my words? Receiving the Hunyuan silk in the Qianquan circle, Nezha felt a rush of exhilaration akin to reclaiming what was lost. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely breathe, gazing at Lady Yin with eyes brimming with tears. Silly child, it's cold now. You should return and rest. Rest? Am I not to be punished until morning? Lady Yin abruptly rose from the grinding stone, her displeasure evident as she queried. Will you heed him, or me? Nezha, equally thrilled, leaped up. Of course, I will listen to mother. Then come with me, with your mother present. Your father will surely not dare to say a word. Lady Yin led Nezha into a refined and spotless room, conversing with him tenderly. However, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, prompting Nezha to remember that Lady Yin had recently given birth and was likely suffering from exhaustion. This realization filled him with deep emotion. Mother, it's getting late. You should return to rest as well. Lady Yin, sensing her own physical discomfort, smiled gently, tucking Nezha in before quietly closing the door behind her. With Lady Yin by his side, Nezha slept particularly soundly and peacefully that night. As the sun rose in the east, its rays illuminated all living beings, heralding a new day. On this day, Li Jing hurriedly passed by the side courtyard when he suddenly heard a loud call from within the eastern pavilion. Li Jing, puzzled. He entered the room only to discover a peacefully slumbering Nezha, whose cherubic face bore a meaningful smile, likely lost in a delightful dream. Li Jing, is my footbath ready? Old man, can you be a bit quicker? One can only imagine the darkness that clouded Li Jing's expression, while Nezha continued to smile sweetly, babbling in his sleep. Do you know what you just called me? Nezha murmured. No, that's not right, not father. What do we call father's father? Grandfather, Li Jing blurted out. In the depths of slumber, Nezha wore a satisfied expression. Li Jing's hands trembled uncontrollably, his breath coming in uneven gasps as his massive foot mercilessly struck the bed. A thunderous crash resonated, and the bed splintered into pieces. Startled, Nezha scrambled up from the floor and rushed outside, shouting in alarm, the earthquake has struck. Come back here. Li Jing barked behind him, his face contorted with anger. Nezha turned back, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to suppress a gulp of apprehension. What are you doing here? He managed to stammer. Li Jing offered no chance for a response. He seized the chaos silk and the universe ring from the table and strode toward the exit. Left alone in the room, Nezha felt a gnawing dread. With Li Jing's fury, he knew he would not escape easily. Indeed, moments later, Li Jing's furious voice echoed from outside, cursing as he declared his intent to cast the chaos silk and universe ring into the eastern sea. Alarmed, Nezha's body jolted at the words, and he hurried to pursue Li Jing. Li Jing moved rapidly, and Nezha struggled to keep up with a hurried jog. Just as he attempted to speak, Li Jing's large hand shoved him aside with irritation, commanding him to be gone, unconcerned with the dirt on his clothes. Nezha quickly rose to continue his pursuit. Li Jing showed no mercy, kicking and shoving him aside. Yet, Nezha clung on like a stubborn adhesive, impervious to the tempest around him. Their raucous chase led them to the vicinity of Nine Dragons Bay, where Nezha sensed something unusual. Perplexed by Li Jing's intentions in this location, to Li Jing, Nezha was nothing but a willful, mischievous, and unworthy scoundrel, a thief who elicited no kindness from him. You enjoy stealing, don't you? Very well, today I shall cast them into the eastern sea, where you will never find them again, Li Jing declared, forcefully hurling the treasures toward the ocean. In that critical moment, a small figure darted forth, catching the items with lightning speed before soaring back. How dare you? Li Jing's eyebrows shot up as he quickly approached Nezha, snatching the treasures back and making a motion to toss them into the sea once more. These were given to me by my mother. Nezha protested. Li Jing froze, his hand halting mid-motion as he turned to glance at Nezha with a complex expression. Nezha felt a disquieting sense of foreboding. He believed that with the truth revealed, there should be no reason for Li Jing to blame him. Yet, the look in Li Jing's eyes was peculiar. Sure enough, moments later, Li Jing suddenly knelt upon the ground, his voice hoarse and mournful, heaven above. What sin did I commit in my previous life to bear such a wretched offspring? Nezha, I had always thought you were merely mischievous at heart. Yet your deceit and unscrupulousness leave me utterly disheartened. This string of disjointed words left Nezha bewildered. Fortunately, Li Jing soon provided him with an answer, stating, Your mother still lies unconscious in bed to this day. You claim these were given by her. Li Jing was utterly disillusioned with Nezha. Every word spoken by Nezha now resonated in his ears as mere fabrications. Glancing at the heavenly silk and the universe ring in his hand, these two items appeared to him as ferocious beasts from the primordial chaos. In a decisive moment, he cast them into the ocean. With a resounding splash, they truly sank into the tumultuous waves. Nezha, in a daze, collapsed on the shore. staring vacantly at the spot where the heavenly silk and universe ring disappeared beneath the water, not blinking for an extended period. Li Jing, indifferent to Nezha's plight, snorted coldly and departed, leaving Nezha alone on the shore. After Li Jing's exit, Yin hurriedly arrived, anxiously speaking to Nezha about many matters. Yet, he absorbed none of her words, fixated on the sea, his eyes locked on the water, utterly motionless. This state persisted for 3 days, during which Yin remained by his side. Initially, Nezha could not comprehend Yin's words, but by the following days, he began to grasp her intentions and understood why she was there. It turned out that she had learned of the discord between father and son from others and rushed over to elucidate the prior events. However, upon her arrival, Li Jing had already left, resulting in their unfortunate timing. Now, whether to explain or not was inconsequential. Events had transpired, and the heavenly silk and universe ring were irretrievable. Words had become futile. In contrast to Nezha, who had yet to compare, Yin, having recently given birth, appeared pale and her lips cracked after 3 days. Yet she steadfastly remained by his side. Nezha, unable to bear her suffering, finally spoke after 3 days. Mother, please do not concern yourself with me. Return home. I am fine. Yin, initially listless, suddenly found a spark of hope in her eyes upon hearing Nezha's voice. She inquired about the conflict between him and Li Jing. With a resigned sigh, Nezha recounted the entire affair to her. Upon hearing his tale, Yin was engulfed in self-reproach, lamenting her failure to clarify matters beforehand, which led to such misunderstandings. She insisted they return immediately to explain. As she prepared to leave, a sudden thought struck her, and she turned back to say, Nezha, the items are merely lost in the Eastern Sea. With your prowess and abilities, you can easily retrieve them. After speaking, Yin hastily departed, presumably to seek Li Jing for clarification. Retrieve them? Indeed. Nezha sprang to his feet, realizing, who am I? I am the formidable Li Nezha, capable of traversing heaven and earth without limitation. The Eastern Sea is but a trivial matter. I can come and go as I please. With this revelation, a radiant light ignited in Nezha's eyes, dispelling all traces of despair and radiating a renewed aura of confidence. Gazing towards the sea, Nezha soared into the sky, plunging headlong into the rolling waves. Eastern Sea, I, Nezha, have arrived. Chapter 6. The water tribe of the Eastern Sea. Nezha, possessing a divine physique, required no training. His strength was already at the pinnacle of celestial beings. The essence of immortality lies in transcending the mortal coil, eschewing the consumption of earthly grains, save for the cravings of the palate. Possessing the remarkable ability to evade flames and plunge into the depths of water, Nezha effortlessly ventured into the East Sea without fear of drowning. As he meandered towards the Crystal Palace, he encountered a few fish, large and small, swimming by. But he paid them no mind. Descending to the ocean floor, his journey halted upon encountering the sentinels of the aquatic realm, a shrimp-headed soldier and a fish-headed creature, each brandishing a spear-like weapon while standing guard. This marked the first occasion on which Nezha beheld the fabled mountain spirits and demons, finding them rather intriguing. Judging by the aura emanating from the shrimp soldier and the fish creature, he surmised they would pose no challenge to him, thus he approached with a nonchalant demeanor. His primary objective was to seek treasure, harboring no intention to clash with the denizens of the East Sea. Hence, he maintained a demeanor of integrity, reflecting on how the Monkey King had once arrived in the East Sea amidst chaos and uproar, only to be received as an honored guest by the Dragon King. Adorned with gifts and bestowed with a golden staff, he considered the Dragon King to be quite hospitable. After all, he was a person of renown, certainly not inferior to a mere monkey. With courteous grace, Nezha addressed the shrimp soldier, requesting an audience with the Dragon King Ao Guang and asking the two to relay his message. To his astonishment, the sentinels regarded him with disdain, mocking him with scornful words. Who are you, a mere child, to seek an audience with the Dragon King? Does the Dragon King grant audiences to just anyone? The shrimp soldier, impatient, dismissed Nezha with a wave, urging him to depart. Fuming with indignation, Nezha felt his temper flare, his teeth grinding in frustration at being belittled by these lowly minions without even having met the Dragon King. Meanwhile, the fish-headed creature pulled the shrimp soldier aside, casting a meaningful glance at Nezha and whispering conspiratorially. As a celestial being, Nezha's keen ears captured their every word. The fish-headed creature scolded the shrimp soldier for his foolishness, which incited the soldier to anger, eager to confront his companion. The fish-headed creature, smoothing the soldier's chest, urged him to calm down, then posed a question. Do you know what is the most delectable delicacy in the 3 realms? Human flesh, especially tender. Magical children like the one before us. As he spoke, saliva dripped from his lips. Unable to resist, the shrimp soldier swallowed hard and inquired, how do you know? Have you tasted it? The fish-headed creature, with a smug expression, replied, "Of course. During my previous assignments along a certain river, I feasted on a child every day. The taste, oh, the flavor." These vile words pierced Nezha's ears, igniting a fury within him as he breathed heavily in outrage. It is often said that demons have their own ways and humans theirs. The consumption of humans by demons is not a rare occurrence. Yet, amidst all circumstances, one ought to leave a glimmer of hope for others. If it were merely a matter of killing, Nezha might have borne it, but how could a child, in the innocence of youth, exploring the wonders of the world, be stripped of life? Is that just? Even in later years, Nezha, while catching shrimp and crabs in the river, would spare the mother crab and her young, granting them a chance to live. But these two scoundrels. Nezha's anger surged, flames igniting above his head as the two conspirators continued to plot against him. The shrimp soldier remarked, "This child can enter the sea unaided. His powers are beyond our capabilities." The fish-head monster reassured, "Do not worry, it's merely a child, at most a celestial being. Although we are both spirits, together we can certainly overcome him. Perhaps after devouring Nezha, we will ascend from spirits to celestial beings and transform into demons." This temptation proved too much for the shrimp soldier, who clapped his hands and declared, "Let us do it." While dreaming of becoming a demon, he thought to himself, "Today, I shall turn you into shrimp chips." The two of them wielded their fish spears, encircling Nezha, wary of his escape, eyeing him as if he were a giant savory pastry, saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths. Nezha smiled knowingly, cracking his knuckles as he stepped onto the battlefield, displaying no fear whatsoever towards the two spirits, even exhibiting a hint of disdain. The shrimp captain let out a fierce howl and charged forward with his fish spear. Startled by the sudden shout, Nezha thought, "You can attack, but what else with the shouting?" Before the shrimp captain could close the distance, Nezha seized his spear and kicked him away. The fish-head monster arrived late from behind and froze at the sight of the shrimp captain soaring through the air, awkwardly smiling while brandishing his spear at Nezha. "I just came to take a look. Is that so?" Nezha's small hand struck the fish-head monster's head like a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground, rear in the air, face buried in the mud. Nezha, still unsatisfied but exercising restraint, targeted their most vulnerable spots, delivering blows that sent them rolling on the ground, wailing in distress. Kicking the fish-head monster, Nezha demanded, "Tell me, how many children have you eaten?" The fish-head monster, tears and snot streaming down his face, looked at Nezha in confusion and replied, "Eaten what?" Still pretending ignorance, he received a couple more kicks, covering his head. The fish-head monster hurriedly explained, "I haven't eaten any. I was just boasting." Nezha withdrew his foot and lifted the fish-head monster, asking, "What's going on?" "I was wrong, truly wrong. I've never eaten any. I'm just a little spirit, still bound to my fish form, without water for even a moment. I'd perish. How could I possibly eat a child?" The fish-head monster wore a pitiful expression. "So, you were merely boasting about eating children?" Nezha's anger dissipated as he straightened his disheveled clothes and calmly inquired, Yes, just boasting." The fish-head monster nodded fervently, relieved. "Then why not say so earlier?" Nezha sighed, but his gaze abruptly hardened as he unleashed another flurry of kicks at the fish-head monster, shouting, "I'll teach you not to boast. I'll teach you not to boast." After delivering a final thrashing, Nezha withdrew his hand, finally feeling a sense of relief as he looked down at the limp fish-head monster, now devoid of fish-like qualities. However, upon turning back, Nezha was drenched in cold sweat, for countless shrimp soldiers had formed an impenetrable circle around him. "I am the Sea Knight Yiksha, Li Jian," he declared. "Boy, is the East Sea a playground for you? You better come over here obediently." Li Jian stood at the forefront of the aquatic beings, a creature half human and half demon, resembling a water monster. A ring of fish scales adorned his waist, and he wielded a spear, larger and thicker than before. Despite being a formidable fish monster of celestial rank, he felt a twinge of insecurity facing the fearsome Li Gang. After all, he had lost the powerful artifacts, the Xuantiangling and Shenkuan Circle. Surrounded by the denizens of the East Sea, he knew that should a confrontation arise, he would surely be at a disadvantage. "Li Jian, I have come merely to seek an audience with the Dragon King of the East Sea. I have no intention of opposing you," he declared. "Did you not hear me when I told you to come here?" Li Gang retorted, feeling his authority challenged. Ignoring Li Jian's words, he lunged forward with his spear, aiming to strike Nezha without the slightest hesitation. Li Jian, impetuous in temperament, was quick to engage in combat over mere words. Nezha felt a flicker of irritation. As the adage goes, a master breeds a servant in their own likeness. He readied himself for action. In the split second the spear darted towards him. Nezha instinctively reached out, his hand moving of its own accord. To his fortune, he grasped the spear firmly. Had he failed to catch it, the consequences would have been dire. With the spear now under his control, Nezha remained undeterred. Recognizing the rare opportunity, he brandished a smaller harpoon he had picked up from the ground, swinging it towards Li Gung's head. A sharp crack echoed as Li Gung dodged to the side, causing the harpoon to miss its mark and collide with Li Jin's larger spear, snapping Nezha's weapon in the process. However, undaunted, Nezha wielded the remaining half of his broken spear with ferocity, striking and thrusting with the prowess of a battle god. His physical form possessed an extraordinary combat aptitude, and within mere exchanges, he gained the upper hand. Feeling humiliated for being unable to defeat a child, Li Gung erupted in frustration, shouting, "You fools! Why are you not attacking? Get in there and beat him senseless." He vented his anger by kicking a nearby shrimp soldier. Seeing Li Gung's ire, the aquatic creatures surged forward en masse. Li Gung had brought along over 100 warriors, resembling shrimp-headed soldiers and fish-headed monsters. Although they appeared numerous to Nezha, they were mere fodder. With half a broken spear in hand, Nezha engaged the throng of lesser beings. His speed and agility allowed him to strike preemptively, one after another. He felled the aquatic creatures with effortless swings. At last, after dispatching a dozen or more, the spear's poor craftsmanship rendered it utterly useless. Swiftly, he picked up a dagger resembling a watermelon knife from the ground and resumed the battle. Thus, armed with the watermelon knife, Nezha sliced through the throng from east to west and back again, toppling 2 or 3 dozen foes in the process. In the heat of such a large-scale combat, it was easy to succumb to the frenzy. Nezha's eyes turned crimson, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, consumed by bloodlust. Li Gung, terrified by Nezha's fierce gaze, hastily commanded a retreat, leaving with threats lingering in the air. "Little demon, mark my words. I, General Li Gung, shall return." A cacophony of voices trailed behind Li Jin as a throng of individuals fled in panic, akin to a horde escaping calamity. Nezha, thoroughly exasperated, wielded a watermelon knife and leaped about, fervently shouting at the fleeing Li Jin, "If you're brave, don't run. I'll take on 10 of you." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. A chilling breeze swept through, prompting him to shiver involuntarily. As he surveyed the desolate battlefield, he recalled his earlier actions. Nonetheless, a sense of pride swelled within him. After all, he had single-handedly taken on over 100 adversaries and sent dozens sprawling. Such a feat could only be described as remarkable. He had exercised restraint, merely incapacitating the aquatic foes rather than delivering fatal blows. For his true purpose in the East Sea was to seek the mystic silk and the universe ring, not to forge enmity with the East Sea denizens. Following the recent skirmish, Nezha's confidence surged to unprecedented heights. He believed that with his current prowess, he could easily contend against 200 foes. Thus, even if Li Jin and his entourage turned back, Nezha felt no trepidation. Perhaps the heavens had hearkened to his thoughts, as Li Jin indeed returned, accompanied by a multitude, advancing with an overwhelming ferocity akin to a tempest. Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha darted away at breakneck speed, fleeing in the opposite direction of Li Jin. At the forefront of the crowd, Li Jin shouted exuberantly, "General Li Jin has returned. Guarantee you claiming you could take on 10? Don't run if you have the guts." Nezha's expression darkened as he beheld the seemingly endless ranks of aquatic foes, silently cursing the audacity of Li Jin. "I said I could take on 10. You must have at least 10,000 here. Do you expect me to face 1,000 on my own? If I don't flee, it would be sheer madness." In Chapter 7, titled The Little Dragon Girl, Ao Ling, despite Li Jin's lack of combat prowess, he was not foolish. He ordered his men to completely seal off all escape routes, leaving only the direction of the Crystal Palace open. The Crystal Palace served as the stronghold of the East Sea, and venturing down this path would be akin to walking into a lion's den, an invitation to disaster. However, no alternative routes were viable, and Nezha's eyes darted frantically, yet he could conjure no viable plans. More critically, Li Jin and his men were rapidly closing in. "Damn it, Li Jin, if you're so bold, don't let me escape, or you'll see how I deal with you." With no other choice, Nezha steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and bolted towards the Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, a squad of patrolling shrimp soldiers passed by. Nezha cautiously emerged from the aquatic vegetation. But before he could catch his breath, another squad of patrolmen approached. In a moment of desperation, Nezha spotted the nearest room and slipped inside. Perched on the floor, he peered through the crack of the door, waiting for the searching soldiers to depart. Once they were gone, he let out a sigh of relief and plopped down. "Oh, I've finally shaken off those pesky pursuers. But where am I?" Turning his head, he was startled to find a youthful and beautiful face merely half a meter away, curiously observing him. The girl, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, rested her small hand on her cheek, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. Most notably, she bore 2 delicate dragon horns atop her head. A member of the dragon clan. How infuriating. Nezha cursed under his breath and attempted to seize the woman's throat with a swift grip, only to be thwarted by her delicate hand. In that brief encounter, he discerned that she was no ordinary opponent, her strength clearly surpassing his, at least at the early stage of the profound immortal realm. While he was not particularly intimidated by this level, the relentless pursuit of the aquatic tribe weighed heavily on him. Engaging in a prolonged struggle would inevitably attract more of them, thus he resolved to strike decisively. He lifted his foot to deliver a kick beneath the woman's skirt, eliciting a blush of indignation from her as she scolded him for his indecency. Nezha felt wronged. His own form was that of a mere child, barely 5 or 6 years old, and his height had only allowed him to reach her hem. Enraged, the woman flung a blue, elongated object at him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a wave of azure light engulfed him, and he felt as if he were submerged in relentless tides, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. In a daze, Nezha felt an itch in his nose and, unable to suppress it, sneezed. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the woman, now holding a dogtail grass, smiling radiantly at him. His entire being felt uncomfortable. He attempted to move his hands yet found himself utterly restrained. Lowering his gaze, he was met with dismay. He was bound to a chair with a coarse rope, immobile. Being tied up was one thing, but waking to discover that his shoes were missing, his toes smeared with bright red paint, and his attire transformed into a bizarre feminine ensemble was another. What emotions would that evoke? The woman, seemingly unfazed, brought forth a bronze mirror, and Nezha gazed into it, encountering the image of a charming little sister, quite endearing indeed. He chuckled, only to find that the girl mirrored his laughter, her smile exceptionally captivating. Nezha's heart melted at the sight of her adorableness. Could the girl in the mirror possibly be me? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and the chair creaked as he shouted frantically, "You wretched woman! Madwoman!" But before he could complete his tirade, a peculiar piece of fabric was stuffed into his mouth. "Stop your shouting. You'll attract my third brother and father." Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the woman before him as the daughter of Ao Guang, the little dragon girl. The little dragon girl, speaking to herself, lamented the incompetence of Li Jin and his companions, who had failed to capture even a single child from the East Sea, ultimately leading to their downfall at her hands. She expressed a sense of pride in her accomplishment and announced her intention to deliver Nezha to Ao Guang, anticipating praise from her father. Nezha, alarmed by the prospect, struggled with all his might, but the ropes remained unyielding. "Save your efforts. This is the Dragon Clan's treasured binding rope, the Dragon Binding Rope, and you cannot escape." The little dragon girl, suddenly enlightened, pointed at Nezha. "Oh, I remember now. Someone just called me a wretched woman and a madwoman. How do you think I should deal with you?" She regarded him with malicious intent. Nezha, feeling a sense of impending doom, was surprised when, after a quarter of an hour, he found himself exhilarated rather than tormented. Instead of suffering, he was overwhelmed by a sense of pleasure, almost compelled to moan. Were it not for the fabric obstructing his mouth. The little dragon girl leaned closer, her delicate neck brushing against his ear, and he noticed the faint, whimsical fragrance emanating from her, distinct from that of ordinary women, and utterly delightful. The little dragon maiden exhaled softly and remarked on the earlier exhilaration. Nezha, trembling, shook his head, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. "Indeed, fear. From now on, whatever I say, you will merely nod or shake your head, understood?" Nezha stared at the little dragon maiden in confusion. Gritting her teeth, she seized a blade of grass and began to tickle the soles of his feet. "Ah!" Nezha nearly cried out, the torment overwhelming him. "Are you still not nodding?" The moment he was released from his dread, he nodded vigorously, as if his head were a rattledrum. "From this day forth, you shall remain confined to this room, with no leave to venture elsewhere. Do you agree?" This time, Nezha, having learned his lesson, hurriedly nodded in assent. "Excellent," she declared, introducing a second stipulation. He must obey her every command within these walls, wherever she wished to go. He was to follow. Under the eaves, Nezha, swallowing hard, reluctantly acquiesced. Under the weight of several inequitable agreements, the cloth gagging Nezha was finally removed, and he gasped for air. Let me see how well this works." The little dragon maiden tilted her head and said, "Call me sister." "Nezha, call out," she urged, picking up the grass once more. His eyes widened in alarm. "Sister. That's a good boy," she cooed. "Now call me aunt. Aunt, and then mother. You just wait. Once I break free, I shall make you call me grandfather. 100 times, from dawn till dusk, and from dusk till dawn." What nonsense was he thinking? Hurry up and call. His eyes darted around, filled with thoughts of women and boundless maternal affection. It was no disgrace to call out. It was a small price to pay, he reassured himself. "Mother. Ah, good boy. Did you enjoy the taste of mother's socks?" Nezha, fixated on the white fabric, gazed at the twisted shapes on the floor, unable to contain himself any longer, and bowed his head, retching. "Endure," he urged himself, recalling that those who achieve greatness are often unbothered by trifles. When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it is customary to first temper their spirit, labor their sinews, and starve their flesh. The bonds that restrained him were indeed tight. After several futile attempts to escape on his own, he resigned himself to the situation. Through their brief interactions, he discovered that the little dragon maiden was not malevolent. She possessed a fondness for peculiar trinkets and playful antics, essentially a child at heart. To win her over, he thought, would not be difficult. Little dragon maiden, may I inquire your name? You may call me Owling. The little dragon maiden, engrossed in a bamboo scroll of human literature, paid him little mind. To capture Owling's attention, Nezha puffed himself up and proclaimed, I hail from the land above, and I possess knowledge of both the chronicles and curiosities of the human realm. What would you like to know? I can enlighten you. Owling's interest was piqued. She cradled the scroll protectively and regarded him with skepticism. Do you truly know everything? She asked, her eyes scrutinizing. Nezha, of course, boasted of his vast knowledge spanning millennia, and inquired, what book are you reading? A book of jokes, she replied. Nezha, having misjudged the little dragon maiden's intellectual pursuits, thought her to be a keen learner. Yet he still offered, allow me to share a joke with you. The little dragon maiden hung her head, quietly awaiting like a small bird. Once upon a time, Nezha encountered an incident. He stepped on a lemon and subsequently met a sour fate. The little dragon maiden, her mouth agape, stared at him in disbelief, as if to say, are you jesting with me? Nezha, blushing with embarrassment, regretted his boastful outburst, realizing he had delivered a joke so poor that even ghosts would not find it amusing. He wished to vanish into the earth. Unfortunately, he had spent his previous life laboring solely in study, devoid of any knowledge of humor, leading to this awkward moment. To his astonishment, after a prolonged silence, the little dragon maiden erupted into laughter, clutching her stomach, her laughter ringing like wind chimes. A lemon? Met a sour fate? She giggled, her voice melodious. This was indeed amusing. She laughed heartily, taking his hand and urging Nezha to continue his storytelling. Nezha, compelled to conjure up a few more mildly amusing anecdotes, found her joy infectious, though he was perplexed. Were his tales truly that entertaining? However, he remained focused on his objective of freeing himself from the bindings, though the little dragon maiden hesitated. Nezha reassured her that he could never overpower her and had no intention of fleeing. After much persuasion, she reluctantly untied the cords. It was rather easy to appease her. But recalling the humiliation of that day ignited a flame of anger within Nezha. Yet, in terms of strength, he knew he was no match for the little dragon maiden. He could only bide his time to make a discreet escape. Do you know? I have spent 200 years in this dark chamber, never feeling as joyous as I do now. Truly, I am so happy. Nezha reflected, his fist clenched tightly, his teeth gritted. Yet he could not bring himself to strike her. He did not wish to harm the little dragon maiden, merely to incapacitate her. Each day he gazed at the azure sea. Day after day, year after year, yet remained confined within the dragon palace. His father had warned him that the outside world was too perilous. But he longed to step outside, to inhale the fragrance of flowers, to behold the vastness of the grasslands. Thank you, Nezha, truly thank you. Enough, enough. Do not speak any further. Nezha suddenly bellowed, Owling, do not be foolish. I have been using you, exploiting you all along. From the very beginning. I harbored ill intentions, my sole purpose was to escape. He laughed maniacally, yet he truly wished to sever any ties with the little dragon maiden. The heavenly silk and the universe ring were his ultimate goals, but the East Sea's arrogance would inevitably necessitate some forceful measures. Hence he resolved to cut this bond of friendship at the earliest opportunity. Owling gazed at the frenzied Nezha, lost in a daze, collapsing to the ground. Her eyes hollow and devoid of life. She never imagined circumstances would devolve into such chaos. Nezha departed without uttering a word, and the little dragon maiden made no attempt to stop him. As his foot crossed the threshold, she softly inquired, did you ever consider me a friend? Her voice was as gentle as the breeze. Nezha halted abruptly, leaning against the doorframe, speechless. Finally, with a heavy heart, he turned and dashed out of the little dragon maiden's chamber. Never. The words pierced through the heart and lungs of the little dragon girl like a thorn. If Nezha were to glance back, he would discover her cheeks stained with tears. After a brief interval, the familiar voice returned, little dragon girl. Do you believe that everything I just said was a lie? With traces of tears still visible, she cast a glance at the figure in the doorframe, who bore a grin. Indeed, it was Nezha. Chapter 8. Treasure Hunt in the East Sea. As the words were about to escape little dragon girl's lips, they were suddenly stifled by Nezha's command, do not speak, before he rushed to her side. Due to Nezha's diminutive stature, he had to tilt his head to meet the sparkling gaze of little dragon girl. She looked at him in confusion. Nezha held his breath and earnestly declared, I apologize. I need to hide beneath your skirt for a moment. Before she could react, he reached up to lift her skirt and dove underneath. Hey, that hurts. A delicate jade hand emerged from the air, grabbing Nezha by the ear and pulling him up, followed by a resounding kick that sent him crashing into a wardrobe. Little dragon girl's face was flushed with anger, her forehead seemingly ablaze, as she stood with her hands on her hips. Princess, I am Li Jin, the Night Yiksha of the East Sea. I just saw the mischievous little demon heading in your direction. Are you unscathed? A series of rustling knocks echoed as Li Jin's respectful voice sounded from outside the door. Little dragon girl cast a puzzled glance at Nezha, who immediately waved his hands in surrender, shaking his head vigorously, fearful of being turned over. Originally, Nezha had intended to flee the Crystal Palace, but fate had him collide with Li Jin, prompting him to retrace his steps and inadvertently attract Li Jin and his companions. Now, he could only hope that the esteemed little dragon girl would show mercy, for otherwise, his life would truly be forfeit today. Little dragon girl shot him a complex glance before ultimately saying she had not seen him, instructing Li Jin to search elsewhere. Li Jin, mindful of her authority, refrained from entering her chamber and led his companions away. Approaching her with a gentle demeanor, little dragon girl initially appeared calm, but suddenly thunder erupted. And her fierce expression startled Nezha. You dare deceive me. In the next moment, Nezha was sent tumbling to the ground. With all her might, little dragon girl unleashed a tempest of fury upon him, leaving his face swollen and battered, resembling a pig's head, with not a single part of him unscathed. If you do not experience true consequences, you shall never comprehend your aunt's strength, she declared, clapping her jade hands together. Reclining with satisfaction as she crossed her legs on the stool, Nezha crouched on the ground, groaning, having genuinely witnessed the terror of little dragon girl. When she unleashed her wrath, she was even more merciless than Li Jing, striking with ferocity. Though Nezha appeared thoroughly beaten, fortunately, these were merely superficial injuries. And within 2 days, he had nearly recovered. Once healed, his mischievous thoughts began to stir once more. One day, observing little dragon girl in relatively good spirits, he steeled himself to approach her. However, before he could utter a word, her smile vanished, prompting him to hastily wave his hands and say, Please, allow me to speak first. Given the previous events, he had refrained from initiating conversation with her for the past 2 days, choosing instead to remain silent. Dear dragon girl, I acknowledge my deception towards you, yet I have my reasons. My precious treasure was lost in your eastern sea, and I merely sought to retrieve it. However, the inhabitants of the eastern sea relentlessly pursued me without discernment, leaving me with no option. The mention of a treasure piqued the interest of the dragon girl, who began to gracefully glide about, her delicate steps enchanting. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Nezha, igniting a glimmer of avarice akin to that of a wolf. She swiftly approached Nezha, lifting him effortlessly. Nezha, taken aback, exclaimed, Please spare me, noble maiden, do not strike me. Yet the dragon girl harbored no intentions of violence. Instead, her face radiated excitement as she queried, Did you say you have a treasure lost in our eastern sea? Nezha nodded. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Very well, she declared. I shall accompany you in your quest for it. You must assist me diligently in recovering my treasure, understand? How can it be your treasure? Nezha quickly corrected her. It is mine. The dragon girl replied with an air of certainty. Even you are my conquest, thus your treasure naturally belongs to me. Nezha found himself utterly flabbergasted by this logic. However, he realized that with the dragon girl's assistance, their endeavors would yield greater results. With the mystic silk and the universe ring in hand, he would no longer need to fear her. Where are you placing your legs? Nezha exclaimed, as his legs were awkwardly positioned around her waist. I meant to say I was frightened earlier. Would you believe me? With a crash, Nezha collided with the wardrobe. Stay still, your face is all over the place. Yes, perfect, all done, the dragon girl nodded with satisfaction. Nezha, exasperated, questioned, Must I truly be depicted in such a manner? To avoid being recognized by other aquatic beings, the dragon girl had once again disguised him as a little girl. Unfazed, she responded, I believe this is quite charming, even more so than before. Besides, you lack the ability to transform. This is our only option. But must you always portray me as a girl? Nezha protested. Ignoring his complaints, the dragon girl continued, according to your previous account. The treasure lies within the 9-Dragon Bay. It is governed by my third brother, Ao Bing, and guarded by General Octopus. Therefore, our first stop must be to seek out General Octopus. Nezha followed closely behind the dragon girl as they navigated the Crystal Palace with caution, occasionally encountering aquatic beings in search of something, who hurriedly passed by. Feeling reassured, Nezha soon arrived at the domain of General Octopus. The dragon girl approached the 2 sentinels stationed there and casually ordered, Summon your General Octopus. Being of noble lineage, the dragon girl commanded respect, and the 2 aquatic beings hastily went to relay her request. Before long, a colossal octopus, towering at 10 meters, emerged, its immense form and overwhelming aura of demonic energy leaving Nezha astonished. This creature was undoubtedly of mid-level celestial strength. In contrast to Nezha's astonishment, the dragon girl appeared unfazed. Directly stating her purpose, has any treasure fallen into the 9 Dragon Bay in the past few days? None, the octopus replied immediately, cutting her off. The dragon girl, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, are you certain there is none? The octopus shook its head in denial. Very well, my apologies for the intrusion, she concluded. Having spoken, the little dragon maiden hurriedly grasped Nezha's hand and rushed away. Nezha, perplexed, whispered, are we leaving just like that? The octopus clearly poses a threat. Despite his lingering doubts, the little dragon maiden held onto him tightly, leaving him no choice but to follow, casting reluctant glances back, unwilling to abandon the situation so easily. She led him to a secluded corner, placing a finger on her lips to signal him to be quiet. Nezha looked at her in confusion. At that moment, the octopus commanded the 2 aquatic beings to inform the 3rd prince that the young princess had arrived and inquired about the innate spiritual treasure. The octopus's tentacles flailed anxiously in the air before it retreated into its domain. Once the octopus was inside, the little dragon maiden produced a blue silk ribbon from her bosom. The 2 aquatic beings had not ventured far when they were ensnared by the ribbon and collapsed before the pair. Impressive, isn't it? This ribbon is called the Red Rainbow. Originally known as the Tidal Wave Ribbon, a gift from my father, she proudly introduced her magical artifact. Spiritual treasures are categorized into innate and acquired. Recalling her previous encounter with the little dragon maiden, where a mere wave of her hand had rendered him unconscious, it was evident that this was indeed an innate treasure. The little dragon maiden urged Nezha to follow her, and they navigated through numerous obstacles until they arrived before a resplendent edifice. The guardians of this place were predominantly aquatic beings, numbering over 10, and all had attained the celestial level, true spirits. Unlike the trivial shrimp and crab soldiers led by Ligon previously. However, to the little dragon maiden, they were all the same. With a gentle flick of the tidal wave ribbon, the entire group succumbed to slumber. Seeing that all the aquatic beings were unconscious, she dashed into the exquisite building. With Nezha swiftly catching up and entering this mysterious location, the words Treasury Hall gleamed in bright golden letters, and what lay within left Nezha in awe. Gold, silver, and jewels littered the ground, while jade and agate were piled high as if they were worthless. Nezha had never encountered such a spectacle. He rolled joyously amidst the treasures, reveling in his newfound fortune. What are you doing? The little dragon maiden asked, puzzled by his antics. Nezha paid no heed to her bewildered gaze, savoring the delight of the moment. In addition to the scattered jewels, the treasury was filled with large chests. The little dragon maiden opened them one after another, shaking her head and muttering, not this one, not that one. Finally, upon opening one particular chest, she halted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Nezha immediately sensed her unusual demeanor, leaping over eagerly, assuming she had discovered the mixed heaven silk or the universe ring. To his dismay, however, the chest contained no treasures but merely 4 or 5 sheets of yellow paper adorned with demonic symbols. What is so remarkable about this? Nezha thought. The little dragon maiden scoffed disdainfully. What do you know? Do you have any idea how precious these talismans are? These are thunderstorm talismans, with a mere pinch one could obliterate an entire mountain. And there are fire cloud talismans and golden light talismans, all treasures worth their weight in gold. To my astonishment, Sangu has secretly stashed away such a plethora of remarkable treasures. Xylong bit her lip, but suddenly her eyes lit up as she bent down to pick up the central talisman. It was the talisman of swift travel. This talisman allows one to traverse 1,000 miles in an instant, a supreme treasure that guarantees survival in battle. I must tell you. All right, enough already. After half a day of introducing a few talismans, we came here to seek the spiritual treasures. Let us move on and check ahead, Nezha said disdainfully, nudging Xylong forward. Xylong, still eager to speak, was interrupted as Nezha dismissively remarked, enough, enough, I got it. In a moment of stealth, Nezha slyly pocketed 2 talismans before heading towards the next chest. Chapter 9. The arena battle. The 2 of them rummaged through a dozen treasure chests, uncovering an array of bizarre objects. Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Were it not for Xylong's presence, he would have been tempted to empty the entire treasure vault. Aside from the initial talisman, Xylong soon lost interest, dismissing another chest with a mutter of discontent. After a long search, they had turned the entire Chang'ao pavilion upside down, yet their quest bore no fruit. With a sense of resignation, Xylong sighed, it's getting late. We must hurry back lest Sangu discovers it. Clearly, the treasures are not here. Of course they are not here. How could I possibly store the innate spiritual treasures in such a place? Wouldn't you agree, dear sister? Xylong's eyes widened in alarm as a peculiar group of beings entered through the door. They were indeed strange, led by an extravagantly dressed and brazen individual, followed closely by a large crab and an octopus. The rest were not mere minions like shrimp and fish, but various formidable sea demons from the East Sea. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The man, with nostrils flaring, casually declared, "Take the little princess back. As for this intruder in the East Sea, turn him into fish paste." "Yes." Third prince. Several individuals stepped forward, menacingly advancing towards Nezha. "Wait. Sangu, I implore you to spare him," Xialong interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Nezha, her gaze imploring as it turned towards the third prince Aobing. "How dare you, Xialong? I have yet to settle the score with you for trespassing into the treasure vault with an outsider, and you have the audacity to plead for someone else?" Aobing glared fiercely at her. "Ignore her. Seize that brat immediately. I dare anyone to move." Xialong brandished the regulator of tides, her cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. The newcomers halted, evidently aware of the talisman's formidable power. "Aoling, do you wish to engage me in combat?" Aobing scoffed, adding, "Don't think that because Father favors you, granting you the East Sea's prize treasure, the Red Rainbow, I will be intimidated. Now, you are not the only one with innate spiritual treasures. I, Aobing, possess them as well." With a flourish, Aobing produced 2 treasures from his robe, the celestial silk and the universe ring. Nezha's hands trembled uncontrollably, his excitement rendering him breathless. After a prolonged sojourn at the East Sea, he finally beheld the long-lost treasures, causing him to rub his eyes in disbelief, fearing he might be hallucinating. Aobing, not only flamboyantly attired but equally brash in demeanor, brandished 2 precious artifacts, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "Behold my newly acquired treasures, the golden ring and the soul-binding rope." Nezha nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in incredulity. The names Aobing had chosen were utterly nonsensical, if one was incapable of naming things. They had not to attempt it at all. However, Aobing remained unabashed, flaunting the heavenly silk and the universe ring while looking down at the little dragon maiden with an air of superiority. Aobing was of mid-level Shinsten strength, while the little dragon maiden was merely at the initial stage of Shinxian. Previously, she had been able to suppress Aobing due to her formidable abilities. Yet now, with 2 potent artifacts in his possession, he was no longer an adversary she could easily contend with. Moreover, he was accompanied by the formidable crab and octopus generals, as well as a cadre of elite aquatic warriors. Seeing the little dragon maiden's troubled expression, Aobing misinterpreted her hesitation as retreat. A few aquatic warriors continued to advance towards Nezha. "Hold on. Aobing, how shameless can you be? Not only do you bully your own sister, but you also brazenly wield my treasures." Aobing laughed uproariously. "Your treasures? As long as I am in the East Sea, they are mine. What is yours naturally becomes mine." It seemed that the inhabitants of the East Sea were cut from the same cloth, their rationale as formidable as their strength. Clearly, the denizens of the East Sea were not to be underestimated. They not only seized others' treasures, but also delighted in overwhelming the few. With a mocking scoff, Nezha jested, "If it were a one-on-one duel, you'd be in for a surprise." As the aquatic warriors continued their advance, Aobing suddenly shouted, "You little rascal. Are you trying to provoke me? Do not think that just because you are a girl, I would hesitate to strike you. I accept your challenge." "Huh, you are the one who is a girl," Nezha retorted, momentarily considering his current feminine disguise. After a brief ruse, he reverted to his original form. Aobing's eyes widened in astonishment, then feigned calmness as he remarked, "Well done, young one. You attempted to disguise yourself to entice me with your beauty. You underestimate my resolve. My willpower is beyond your comprehension." With that, Aobing retracted the heavenly silk and universe ring, clapping his hands together, summoning a transforming spear, and strode towards Nezha. Nezha hastily waved his hands, saying, "Why the rush? You are a princely figure of the Dragon Palace, commanding thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How can you so carelessly engage in combat? At the very least, we should establish a grand arena, with countless spectators to witness our clash amidst thunderous cheers, so that your prowess as the Dragon Palace's third prince is truly showcased." Aobing smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "How could I have overlooked that? Indeed. Let us proceed in this manner." As Nezha continued to reel in his audience, he proposed, to avoid wasting the venue and the excitement of the spectators. "Our duel should not be trivial. How about we engage in 3 matches? In the first round, you strike me a blow, and I return the favor, to see who concedes first. The second round is straightforward, relying solely on true skill, with genuine weapons drawn. As for the third round, it is unnecessary. There shall be no third round, for in my hands, you will scarcely reach that point." With a grand gesture, Aobing addressed those behind him, proclaiming, "Did everyone hear that?" The crowd responded affirmatively. Aobing, seething with fury, demanded. If you heard it, why have you not constructed the arena? The crowd, startled, hastily set to work. The dragon maiden discreetly tugged at Nezha's sleeve, whispering, "Are you truly going to compete with my third brother? You cannot even best me." Nezha scoffed. "Had it not been for your torrential powers, would I have failed to defeat you?" At the Crystal Palace of the East Sea, a magnificent arena was erected. Outside, clusters of elite aquatic beings entered in throngs, and soon, the space surrounding the central 10-meter arena was teeming with spectators. At that moment, Nezha's old acquaintance, Li Jin, stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and surveyed the crowd before announcing, "Since all have gathered, you must be aware that a fierce contest is imminent. Featuring one of our East Sea's pride, the unparalleled genius of the aquatic realm, the third Prince Ao Bing. Let us welcome him with thunderous applause." The resounding cheers echoed, reverberating in the air, while Li Jin, smiling and gesturing for silence, began to extol Ao Bing's virtues, recounting tales of his early brilliance, his innate mastery of spells, and his extraordinary talents that eclipsed all others. He detailed how Ao Bing broke through to the Shenxian stage at 200 years of age, remained unmatched among peers by 300, and single-handedly defeated the malevolent dragon of the North Sea at 400. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour passed as Li Jin continued to boast, and Nezha, growing weary, nearly succumbed to slumber beside him. The dragon maiden gently prodded him, awakening him just as Li Jin concluded his lengthy oration. Ao Bing, seated nonchalantly with crossed legs, displayed no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared invigorated, reveling in the accolades. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, he ascended the stage with a smile, elegantly waving to the audience, who responded with frenzied screams, chanting "Third Prince." Nezha rolled his eyes, thinking, anyone can boast. Li Jin seems rather unimpressive, but he excels at flattery, successfully bringing Ao Bing to a state of euphoria. His eyes nearly closed with delight. Nezha straightened his attire, preparing to join the fray. However, before he could step forward, Li Jin, still speaking, began the introduction of himself. Nezha paused, curious to hear how Li Jin would portray him, fully anticipating a disparagement aimed at elevating Ao Bing's status. Li Jin cleared his throat and announced, "Next. The one who will face the third prince is none other than the little demon king." Halfway through, he abruptly turned to Nezha and inquired, "What is your name again?" "Nezha," he replied, rolling his eyes. "I am Nezha, the little demon king." Upon receiving the answer, Li Jin spun around and proclaimed, "When it comes to this little demon king, it is truly remarkable. Firstly, let us delve into the realm of the demon clan, tracing back to the primordial epoch when the ancestral deity Pangu split the heavens. However, I shall set that aside for now. Allow me to speak of an individual renowned throughout the Eastern Sea region, nay, not merely confined to the Eastern Sea, but celebrated across the entire divine continent of Dongxing Shenzhou. This figure is none other than a formidable and infamous demon lord." Li Gan, having aroused the curiosity of the audience with half his tale, was met with a clamorous demand for him to continue. Observing the crowd's reaction, Li Gan realized his cunning ploy had succeeded, and with a sly grin, he recounted an incident from a certain day when this small demon king brazenly invaded our Eastern Sea. Coincidentally, it was a day when I was on patrol, and I, as the general, led an army of 80,000 naval warriors to confront the demon king. The battle raged fiercely, obscuring the sun and moon, with rivers of blood flowing and corpses strewn across the battlefield. Li Gan, with fervor, painted a vivid picture, praising his own valor as he fought against the demon king for 3 days and nights, barely managing to repel the formidable foe. You cannot fathom the terror of this small demon king. Despite his diminutive stature, he boasts that he can devour 10 water beings in one mouthful. Upon uttering these words, Li Gan collapsed in tears upon the stage, his voice hoarse as he lamented, "I have failed, my valiant soldiers. Though I fought bravely, I could not avenge my fallen comrades." General Li Gan's solemnity evoked sympathy from the audience, who reassured him that he had done well to fend off such a terrifying adversary. "Indeed, General Li Gan, do not grieve excessively. You are a hero of our Eastern Sea." His passionate oration garnered both sympathy and esteem from the crowd. The little dragon girl nudged Nezha, an odd expression upon her face, inquiring, "Is it truly possible for you to consume 10 individuals in one bite?" Nezha, taken aback, pointed to himself in disbelief. "Do you truly believe that?" "Humph." The little dragon girl scoffed, turning away, clearly unconvinced. Once Li Gan concluded his emotional appeal, he stood to continue, stating that just when we felt utterly helpless, the third Prince Ao Bing descended upon us like a deity, obstructing the demon king's advance. Upon encountering our third prince, the demon king displayed an unprecedented look of alarm, declaring that while he held all others in disdain within the Eastern Sea, only Ao Bing could rival him. The Demon King asserted that both he and Ao Bing were beings of great power within the three realms, and should they engage in combat, it would undoubtedly result in cataclysmic destruction. To preserve their dignity, they had thus established this arena for their contest. This statement, a blend of truth and fabrication, left the onlookers momentarily astonished. Li Gan's self-aggrandizing rhetoric was undoubtedly a prelude to the impending contest if Ao Bing were to battle an unknown adversary. A victory would lack glory. However, with Li Gan's embellishments, the situation transformed entirely. Nezha was positioned as the antagonist of the Eastern Sea, igniting the ire of the assembled crowd, who fervently cried out for the third prince to avenge them. Nezha now finds himself in a predicament, harboring grievances he cannot articulate. He swears to the heavens that he has indeed harmed some, yet not a single soul has perished at his hands. Alas, no one is privy to his plight, nor will anyone lend an ear to his lamentations. The die has been cast, and though he remains indifferent to the outcome, he shall not allow Ao Bing to achieve his goals with ease. Furthermore, he is resolute in shattering Ao Bing's lofty dreams. The inaugural battle is on the cusp of commencing, with Nezha and Ao Bing standing on the arena, gazing at each other from a distance. Li Jin, as always, exudes an air of aloofness, disdain etched upon his visage. Meanwhile, Nezha displays no hint of anxiety, donning a relaxed demeanor that suggests victory is within his grasp. Let the first match begin. Chapter 10. Return to Chentang Pass. After Li Jin proclaims the start of the contest, he descends from the arena. The two combatants take a few steps before halting, mere feet apart. Ao Bing, with an air of arrogance, inquires who shall strike first. I shall go first, and I shall hold back no longer. He answers his own question, shamelessly launching a punch that is both swift and potent. Confident that a single blow will conclude the skirmish, the punch lands squarely on Nezha, yet he remains utterly unscathed, maintaining his smile. Ao Bing, astonished, cannot fathom how Nezha, having absorbed his full force, emerges uninjured. Now it's my turn. Nezha beams, flashing a wide grin as his small fist lands squarely in Ao Bing's abdomen. Ao Bing immediately curls up in a shrimp-like posture, his teeth clenched tightly, as if bracing against some unseen force. What is the matter? Did my punch inflict internal injuries upon you? Nezha feigns surprise, covering his mouth. Surely not. You are the man who bravely fought the malevolent dragon of the North Sea. Slowly, Ao Bing straightens up, gasping for air before bursting into laughter. How could that be? Your punch was feeble and ineffectual. It could never harm me. I was merely fatigued from standing. Well done, third prince. Initially, the crowd had expressed concern for Ao Bing, but as they witness him regain his composure, they erupt into applause. Ao Bing, emboldened, unleashes his second punch like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, faster and more powerful than the last. Yet, it proves equally ineffective against Nezha. With another resounding thud, Nezha's fist strikes Ao Bing, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Nezha, with a concerned expression, inquires, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ao Bing retorts loudly, exasperated. "Why do you ramble so much? Come at me." Bang. Thud. Bang. Thud. The two engage in a rapid exchange of blows, and now it is Nezha's turn to strike. Prepared, he readies to unleash his punch, when Ao Bing suddenly screams, "Wait." Confused, Nezha scratches his head and asks, "What is it?" At this moment, Ao Bing's legs tremble, his hands shake uncontrollably, and cold sweat drips from his forehead. Yet, he clenches his jaw tightly and declares, "You have absorbed several of my punches. You must be severely injured. I am graciously offering you a chance to rest for a while before we continue. Thank you for your kind offer, Prince, but it is unnecessary." With that, another punch lands squarely on Ao Bing. "Why are you rolling your eyes, third prince?" Bang. Ao Bing retorted, "Mind your own business." Clang. "Why are you spitting blood?" Bang. "I've overeaten recently and am feeling a bit fiery." Clang. Another punch landed, and Ao Bing finally reached his limit, being knocked down by Nezha. "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to prove that you can win while lying down?" Ao Bing truly did not wish to rise. Yet upon seeing the disappointed expressions in the crowd, he feigned bravado, declaring, "I see you as a child and did not use my full strength earlier. I shall concede this round, but in the next, I will surely triumph." Nezha, endowed with innate divine strength, struck with fists weighing at least 3,000 to 5,000 pounds. It was no small feat for Ao Bing to endure several of his blows. Noticing Ao Bing sprawled on the ground, Li Jin discerned something was amiss and hurried to assist him. Ao Bing sat nearby, pulling out various vials and containers from his robe, consuming their contents. In a remarkably short time, he visibly regained his vitality. After all, with the vast power of the East Sea as his backing, he was not lacking in miraculous elixirs. Moreover, The injuries he sustained were merely superficial, so such recovery was hardly surprising. Before long, Ao Bing appeared revitalized, even in better condition than before. A delicate, boneless hand reached into his upper body, gently brushing over him, and the turbulent tide rope detached from Nezha's form. Hey, little dragon girl, what is the meaning of this? Are you in such a hurry to reclaim it as if I would covet your spiritual treasure? The little dragon girl shot him a disdainful glance, ignoring Nezha. Stealthily reclaiming the turbulent tide rope, clearly harboring doubts about Nezha's character. Nezha, however, was unfazed. Once his injuries had nearly healed, he sought to salvage his pride. Ao Bing brandished the transforming spear, practicing a set of spear techniques. Indeed, it was evident that Ao Bing's moves were exquisite, having clearly been tutored by a master. His spear danced with vigor, stirring the dust and creating an imposing spectacle on the arena. Alas, after a while, Nezha could not help but shake his head. Ao Bing's spear techniques were too rigid. While they appeared visually appealing, they were of limited utility in actual combat. In a match of equal ranks, Nezha was confident he could defeat Ao Bing in less than 10 moves. While the untrained audience marveled at Ao Bing's imposing presence and exceptional skills, the experts, like Nezha, recognized the underlying flaws. Seeing his theatrics succeed, Ao Bing suddenly pointed the transforming spear toward Nezha, resembling an invincible war god, and proclaimed loudly, "Little Demon King, come forth to meet your demise." Naturally, Nezha would not cower. He charged toward the arena, standing with arms behind his back, adopting a posture even more audacious than Ao Bing's. With a hearty laugh, he taunted, "Ao Bing, how could you possibly comprehend my powers? Today, I shall strike you so fiercely that even your own mother would fail to recognize you." Indeed, with his commanding stance and brazen tone, Nezha exuded an air that seemed to dismiss all the world's heroes. In the depths of his heart, Ao Bing felt a twinge of uncertainty. Nezha, on the surface, wielded the formidable strength of a high-level celestial being, yet his audacious words bore an authenticity that was hard to dismiss. Reflecting on the strangeness of the previous encounter, Ao Bing found himself in a quandary, hesitant to act rashly. Nezha let out a resounding cry to the heavens. "What troubles you, young Ao Bing? Come forth. If fear grips you, I can offer you a hand." Enduring humiliation became intolerable for Ao Bing. He was already poised to strike, and the disheartened glances from the audience pierced his pride deeply. At last, he raised his transforming spear and charged fiercely at Nezha. Wait. Just as the spear was about to strike Nezha's forehead, he shouted, unsure of the trickery Nezha might employ, and hastily halted his advance, standing still with his spear in hand. I just remembered," Ao Bing continued, "that on this very day 50,000 years ago, due to the bloodshed I caused, I vowed that today would be my day of sacrifice, a day unfit for taking lives. Consider it your good fortune, for this match, even if you win, will be granted to you." Nezha shook his head with a sigh, feigning sincerity so convincingly that the unsuspecting Ao Bing and others were genuinely taken in. Ao Bing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved at the prospect of victory without combat. Yet, only Nezha understood that if they were to engage in a bare-handed duel, defeat would be certain for him. After all, Ao Bing was a mid-level celestial being, 2 ranks above Nezha, and should Ao Bing possess the mystic silk and the universe ring, he would hardly be a concern. The crux of the matter lay in Ao Bing's transforming spear, which, though not a primordial treasure, was still a formidable postnatal weapon. If Nezha could acquire such a weapon, he could contend with Ao Bing on more equal footing. However, at present, he possessed neither of these advantages. Consequently, he had no intention of winning this round. Naturally, he wished to lose with dignity and grace, a lesson he had gleaned from Ao Bing and Li General. As Nezha descended from the stage, Ao Ling roared with laughter, clutching her stomach, pointing at Nezha with tears of mirth in her eyes. "You truly have a knack for theatrics. In the first round, my Qihong aided you, and in the second, you resorted to cunning tricks. I wonder how you will fare next." She continued, "Your brother is the epitome of foolishness. Defeating him is as easy as pie. Just wait, I'll lead him around in circles once more." Unexpectedly, the little dragon girl refrained from mocking him, instead making a shushing gesture. Nezha sensed a foreboding atmosphere. Indeed, when he turned around, Ao Bing stood behind him, his expression dark as iron, eyes glinting with predatory intensity. With a sudden roar, Ao Bing swung his transforming spear fiercely toward Nezha. Startled, Nezha leapt into the air, narrowly evading Ao Bing's furious strike. Ao Bing lifted his spear, preparing to attack once more, prompting Nezha to shout urgently, "Ao Bing, there are numerous aquatic beings present. Will you not honor our agreement? We had settled on a best of 3. Each of us has claimed a victory. Do you wish to go back on your word?" Ao Bing, both disdainful and furious, retorted, "You are only adept at trickery. Were it not for your despicable tactics, one strike from my spear could have ended your life. Nezha leaped onto the stage, defiance radiating from him. Very well. Since you are so confident, let us compete in the third round. Bestow upon me your 2 treasured artifacts, and let us engage in a contest. Under the encirclement of your aquatic kin, I shall see if I can escape the Crystal Palace with these 2 treasures. What say you? Do you dare to compete? A hesitant Albing remained silent. The value of these artifacts was indeed extraordinary, rare gems within the 3 realms. To relinquish them as mere wagers was an unthinkable sacrifice. As if intuitively aware of Albing's thoughts, Nezha taunted, "What is this? Are you so timid? Convinced that your vast army of hundreds of thousands in the Eastern Sea cannot capture me, thus you hesitate to compete? How disheartening. I once regarded you, Albing, as a significant figure, a true dragon soaring through the skies. Yet today, you appear to be merely a frightened little snake." Albing, flushed with anger, abruptly produced the Hunyuan silk and the Qianquan circle from his bosom, casting them onto the arena with a defiant proclamation. "Take them and flee. Under the might of my transforming spear, I fear you won't even be able to leave this arena." On the stage, the Hunyuan silk and Qianquan circle emitted a luminous aura, prompting Nezha to eagerly seize them, unable to resist rubbing them against his cheek. Casting a glance at the arrogant Albing and a sycophant Li Jin, he surveyed the dense crowd below the arena. With a deep exhalation of frustration, Nezha's gaze settled upon the petite figure of the dragon girl, Albing. Regret and guilt filled his eyes upon arriving at the Eastern Sea. The only person he felt he had wronged was her. He hoped fervently that she would never encounter another as despicable as himself. Farewell, Eastern Sea. Farewell, Albing. Li Jin. Farewell, dragon girl. Nezha quietly retrieved a small talisman from his robe and cast a final, lingering glance at Albing. "In my heart, you have always been my dearest friend. The kind who would risk everything. Oh no, it's the 1,000-mile divine escape. Seize him." Albing's face paled, leading countless followers in a frantic rush towards Nezha, desperate to detain him at the last moment. As the talisman shattered, Nezha's figure vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Albing's large eyes welled with tears, the delicate dragon girl gazing unblinkingly at the spot where Nezha had last been seen. With a splash, Nezha burst forth from the waters of Jiulong Bay, soaring towards the direction of Chentang Pass. The air resonated with jubilant melodies. "It's him. It's our friend, little Nezha. He soars higher than the heavens and dives deeper than the seas. The cunning hero who outsmarts demons and spirits, the youthful champion, little Nezha." Chapter 11. The Mandate of Heaven. Nezha soon arrived at Chentang Pass, yet paused at the grand entrance, uncertain of how to confront Li Jing. Li Jing held a disdain for him, believing that the Hunyuan silk and Qianquan circle were pilfered treasures he had carelessly cast into the Eastern Sea. Nezha harbored no fondness for Li Jing in return. However, he missed the warmth of the Yin family, who had shown him great kindness. After much hesitation at the gate, he ultimately resolved to step into the Li residence. As he crossed the threshold, a servant rushed forward, their excitement palpable. Upon seeing Nezha, they exclaimed in a flurry, "Young master has returned. Young master has returned." Nezha found it peculiar. Even if he had returned, such exuberant reaction seemed unwarranted. The cries summoned everyone from the Li residence. Among them an elder resembling a steward who said, "Young master, madam has been in a coma for an entire day." "What?" Nezha exclaimed in shock, disregarding all else as he dashed towards the eastern chamber, bursting into the room of Lady Yin. Indeed, she lay motionless on the bed, and at that moment, the servants hurried in. Nezha abruptly seized the nearest person and demanded, "What has happened to my mother? Madam was perfectly well the day before yesterday. We do not know why she suddenly fainted yesterday. We have tried every means to rouse her, but to no avail." Nezha bellowed in fury. "You couldn't even find a doctor? Is this such a trivial matter?" The servant, looking aggrieved, replied, "We have sought out several renowned doctors from the entire Chentang Pass. Yet none have been successful. We truly do not know what to do. Where's Li Jing? My mother is in such dire straits, and he is not here? How can he call himself a husband? The master has been dispatched by the king. It is said that 2 of the 4 great lords have rebelled, namely the eastern and southern lords, leaving 400 minor lords remaining. Because there is no war in Chentang Pass, the king has ordered the general to guard the Wild Horse Ridge, training the troops to prevent its loss." "Humph." Nezha scoffed at Li Jing, choosing not to mention him further. He immediately instructed the servants, "Go fetch every doctor you can find. I refuse to believe that no one can cure her." The servants, perplexed, replied, "We have already sought them, but it was in vain." Nezha, filled with rage, shouted, "What nonsense! Go, I command you." The servants, fearing his wrath, hurriedly exited. Days passed, and doctors from the Li residence came and went incessantly, nearly wearing down the threshold. They had summoned every physician they could find, Yet Lady Yin's peculiar ailment showed not a hint of improvement. Within the chamber, Nezha paced tirelessly, suddenly shattering a porcelain object on the counter. "You quack! Get out!" he roared. "And you useless lot, all of you, leave." Within the room, only Nezha's low growls and roars echoed, while the others dared not breathe, slowly retreating. Fearful of inciting this ancestral wrath, Nezha collapsed onto his stool, feeling utterly drained, his body filthy and his head heavy. He had been tormented for 3 days. Yet, Lady Yin showed no signs of recovery, and Nezha was on the verge of despair. Just then, a servant rushed in, beaming with joy, announcing, "An old Taoist priest with a white beard has arrived from Palai Island, claiming he has a method to cure the madam's illness." "What?" Nezha sprang to his feet and dashed outside, eager to meet this eminent figure from Palai Island. Indeed, the old man was as described, with white hair and beard, exuding the aura of an enlightened being. Nezha immediately donned a beaming smile and respectfully invited him in. The sage did not disappoint Nezha, casually taking her pulse and quickly diagnosing Lady Yin's condition. "The madam is weak due to recent childbirth. Without proper care, her vitality has waned, and her essence has been depleted. This ailment may be beyond my ability to cure. Did you not claim that you could heal her? Why has the situation changed so suddenly? O wise one, I implore you, show some compassion and save my mother." The elderly man seemed to be touched by Nezha's filial piety and, feeling unable to refuse, revealed a particularly unique remedy. "The dragon is the spirit of all things in heaven and earth. Its essence is a treasure, especially its sinews, which are the most precious of all. These sinews possess miraculous properties for nurturing the body, replenishing blood, and restoring one's essence. If one could procure the dragon's sinews as the main ingredient, the lady's ailment would be no challenge. However, as dragons are mythical creatures, mere mortals may never encounter them in a lifetime. Thus, the quest for dragon sinews rests solely upon the young master." After finishing his words, the elder tidied up and departed. When Nezha attempted to pursue him for further inquiries, the elder vanished without a trace, leaving only his words echoing in Nezha's mind. Could this truly be fate? Once again, he found himself back at square one. Nezha's thoughts were muddled. To obtain the dragon sinews, he could only resort to slaying the third prince of the dragon, Ao Bing. Yet, a sense of unease gripped him regarding this course of action, compounded by the peculiar nature of the old man. Nezha felt that should he proceed with such a plan, he would be met with an endless abyss thereafter. Leaving the Li residence, Nezha wandered aimlessly along the road. Due to the close ties between Li Jing and the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, the Chentang Pass enjoyed bountiful weather year after year, allowing its citizens to live in peace and prosperity, a truly rare haven. Nezha walked for a considerable time before stopping outside a small village near Nine Dragon Bay. The village lay in utter ruin, with collapsed homes and displaced citizens. The carcasses of cattle and sheep floated in the floodwaters, emitting a horrific stench. A woman knelt by the shore, wailing for her submerged village. Nezha approached, puzzled, only to have the woman grasp his hand tightly, frantically pleading for the salvation of her child. Beneath the torrential waters, a child clung to a piece of wood, crying out. How could Nezha turn a blind eye? He leaped into the water, splashing towards the child with great urgency. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to reach out with his right hand, poised to rescue the child. Suddenly, from beneath the surface, a colossal water beast surged forth, swallowing the child whole. A glimpse of a fishtail broke the water's surface before it vanished again. My child. The woman witnessed the horror unfold before her eyes. Unable to withstand the grief, she plunged into the raging waters, choosing to end her life. The last living soul in the village was extinguished. You wretched creature. Ao Bing, you scoundrel. I will not let you escape. I will kill you, strip your sinews, flay your skin, and ensure you find no escape from life, nor solace in death. Nezha's eyes burned with a crimson fury, an endless wrath that seemed to stain the very heavens red. The flood surged in relentless waves, echoing Nezha's anguished cries, creating a scene of sheer terror. Ao Bing, you have brought this upon yourself. Nezha soared into the sky above Nine Dragon Bay. After Nezha's departure, an old man with a white beard appeared. It was Tai. Tai exuded an air of profound authority, embodying the essence of a sage, an unsettling contrast against the backdrop of countless decaying corpses. Unfazed by the stench of death and the floating bodies, he maintained an unchanging expression, calmly uttering, "At last, you have been deceived." Chapter 12. Extracting the dragon's veins, the waves surged and roiled, as Nezha stood suspended above the Nine Dragons Bay, gazing out over the boundless sea. He had made his decision. The dragon's veins were a prize he must secure, whether for the Yin clan or in memory of the deceased woman and child. This confrontation was inevitable. The celestial silk began to rise slowly, the originally 7-foot red ribbon expanding rapidly, as the crimson fabric ignited in flames. sending hundreds of fiery tongues plunging into the tumultuous waters, which boiled and howled in response. In the crystal palace of the East Sea, Ao Bing reclined leisurely upon his bed, when suddenly the very ground trembled, and the palace swayed as if on the verge of collapse. Alarmed, Ao Bing summoned his attendants to inquire about the disturbance. Report, report, report. It's dire news. The little demon king has returned. The shrimp soldiers rushed in, flustered. Ao Bing, seething with fury, smashed a delicate quadrilateral cup upon the floor. Scoundrel! This is intolerable. A series of hoarse growls echoed through the crystal palace. Little demon king, I shall take your life. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Grasping his halberd, Ao Bing strode out of the palace. Li Jin took orders, assembling the 80,000 aquatic soldiers of the East Sea, with the crab general as the left vanguard and the octopus general as the right. Come with me to capture the little demon king. The celestial silk had been churning upon the sea for some time, yet the East Sea remained unresponsive. However, Nezha was unperturbed, given Ao Bing's prideful nature. After suffering such a significant loss, if he did not seek revenge, he would not be Ao Bing at all. As anticipated, not long after, the water began to bubble furiously, akin to a pot of boiling water, with bubbles emerging in increasing numbers and growing larger, as if on the verge of bursting. With a resounding crash, the surface of the water indeed split open, and leading the charge was Ao Bing. Flanked by the great crab on the left and the octopus on the right, a dark mass of countless aquatic beings surged forth. Columns of water erupted upwards, with Ao Bing at the forefront, clad in gleaming silver armor, adorned with an 8-trigram black gold crown, and wearing boots that pointed skyward, resplendent in his opulence. Little demon king, do you still have the audacity to show yourself? Today, I shall see how you intend to escape. Nezha, however, regarded him with disdain. I shall not flee today. If you possess the ability, let us engage in battle and allow me to witness your prowess. Ao Bing raised his halberd, momentarily pausing. His gaze fixed incredulously upon Nezha, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. Finally, Ao Bing erupted into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes with mirth, yet his expression swiftly turned fierce. What manner of being are you? Do you dare to challenge me? I shall take your life at once. It was no wonder Ao Bing was incensed, for he had been grievously wronged by Nezha. Not only had he sustained injuries, lost his treasured artifacts, but he had also been humiliated, unable to hold his head high before the other aquatic beings. All of this was the doing of Nezha. Nezha was eager for a confrontation with Ao Bing, and the latter felt the same. One sought the dragon's veins, while the other sought dignity and his lost treasures. It was a clash that was destined to occur. The two adversaries hovered 10 meters above the water's surface, their gazes clashing fiercely, igniting sparks in the air. Ao Bing was the first to break. He was in dire need of a resounding victory to solidify his position, and with the force of thunder, he swung his halberd down upon Nezha. Nezha was undeterred, brandishing the Chentang circle to block the attack. A resounding clang echoed as the two adversaries swiftly separated. Ao Bing retracted his spear, launching another assault, employing every exquisite technique he had ever mastered, leaving the onlookers in awe, their eyes struggling to keep up with the dazzling display. Logically, it should have been challenging for Nezha to withstand such an onslaught. However, contrary to expectations, as Ao Bing soared like a dragon with fierce strikes, Nezha raised the Chentang circle to defend himself. The spear lunged forward like a ferocious tiger. Yet Nezha continued to parry, regardless of the technique employed. He simply blocked, and blocked. Once Ao Bing exhausted his repertoire of spear techniques, he panted heavily, visibly drained of energy. Nezha retracted the Chentang circle, teasingly inquiring if the performance was over, and declared that it was now his turn. The playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a sinister expression as a wave of fierce energy surged within him. To everyone's astonishment, the Chentang circle expanded to an unimaginable size, too large for Nezha to grasp, and he hurled it into the air. A golden glow enveloped Ao Bing, and the circle spun gracefully above. Round after round, the Chentang circle suddenly dove downwards, rapidly shrinking and ensnaring Ao Bing's body. Ao Bing gasped for breath, feeling utterly incapacitated as he became entangled. At that moment, a strip of red silk flew in, wrapping around the Chentang circle, with the other end held by Nezha. His smile in the air was ghostly, chilling, and icy. Did you err? Ao Bing appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend. Nezha raised his arm high, and the Ao Bing, ensnared by the red silk, fell like a massive hammer into the sea. Subsequently, Ao Bing soared from the water again, only to crash back into the depths, a piercing cry echoing, "I ask you, why do you not speak?" With a thunderous rhythm, Ao Bing was tossed up and down repeatedly. Why? No words? Ao Bing resembled a hammer, while Nezha played the blacksmith, the ocean serving as a block of wrought iron. Nezha struck with increasing speed and strength, relishing the moment. However, his body was suddenly ensnared by a sticky appendage, uncontrollably lifting him into the air. It was one of the tentacles of the octopus general. Despite Nezha's innate strength, nothing seemed capable of restraining him, yet the octopus's tentacle clung to him like adhesive, rendering him helpless despite his desperate struggles. Meanwhile, the crab general approached from a distance, laughing heartily, praising the octopus general's prowess, and declared his intent to twist Nezha's head off. The crab claws glimmered under the blazing sun, opening and closing with a menacing intent. Nezha had no doubt about their destructive capability. The claws descended rapidly, targeting Nezha's head. Naturally, Nezha would not remain passive. Reluctantly, he retracted the red silk that bound Ao Bing, along with the Qianquan circle. The crab strike failed to capture Nezha, but successfully ensnared the swiftly returning Qianquan circle. Although the crab's power was formidable, Nezha remained unconcerned about the potential damage to the Qianquan circle. The Qianquan ring, forged from the finest metal, stands as one of the most resilient materials in the three realms. Though the crab's pincers are sharp, they cannot harm the hardest substance within this domain. Taking advantage of the Qianquan ring to shield himself from the giant crab, Nezha swiftly ensnares one of its tentacles with the Hunyuan silk. The octopus, in pain, is forced to release Nezha, granting him his freedom. Meanwhile, Ao Bing also escapes into the sky, facing two mid-level Xianxian generals, Ao Bing and the octopus, as well as the high-ranking general, the giant crab. Should they coordinate their attack, Nezha fears he may not survive this encounter, having suffered a significant setback. Ao Bing harbors a deep resentment toward Nezha, yet he is not foolish enough to act rashly. He quickly positions himself and the octopus alongside the giant crab, forming a triangular formation to encircle Nezha, leaving him no avenue of escape. With the Hunyuan silk in his left hand and the Qianquan ring in his right, Nezha prepares himself for a fierce battle. Above the East Sea, a chilling wind howls as the three Xianxian and Nezha are on the verge of an intense conflict when an unexpected guest arrives. A 10-meter-high column of water erupts from the surface, revealing the figure of Ao Ling, clad in azure. Third brother, Nezha, please cease your fighting. The forces of the East Sea and Nezha turn their gaze toward her. Ao Bing, seething with anger, points an accusing finger at Ao Ling, exclaiming, "Why do you always side with outsiders? I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter. Return at once. I will report your actions to father and see if you can escape unscathed. Is Ao Ling here to mediate?" Nezha surmises that Ao Ling's true intention is to rescue him, having likely been secretly observing the battle from a distance. Aware of the chaos that the Hunyuan silk nearly wreaked upon the Dragon Palace. Now, seeing Nezha in a precarious position, she seeks to intervene. Third brother, if you continue this fight, you will only bring mutual destruction upon yourselves. Why not make peace and allow this matter to dissipate like the wind? Make peace? Mutual destruction? Ao Bing lets out a long, anguished cry, gazing at Ao Ling with disappointment and heartache. You truly are my dear sister. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Today, that little demon must perish. No pleas for mercy will avail. Third brother, if you refuse to agree, do not blame me for being ungracious. Ao Ling's brows furrow, her presence commanding as she swirls in the tempestuous winds, her aura rivaling that of the Xianxian generals present. Ao Bing's neck flushes with alternating hues of green and red, his words becoming disjointed as he bellows, "Everyone, attack." But the presence of the young princess halts him. Grabbing one of the water tribe members, he spatters his words. "Did you not hear my command? Move forward." As Ao Bing unleashes his fury, the water tribe and the Xianxian generals dare not disobey. A dark mass of warriors surges forth. "Do not move," Nezha commands, drawing a talisman from his bosom, which instantly halts the advancing crowd. The thunderstorm talisman. Ao Bing urgently calls for the water tribe to cease their assault, glancing at Nezha in disbelief. Ao Bing, you are well aware of the thunderstorm talisman's power. Should these water tribesmen dare to charge, I assure you, at least 1,000 will perish. As for this talisman, I possess several. You may summon your men to test their mettle. Ao Bing, however, would never lead the aquatic beings to their needless demise. Should he act in such a manner, even if he ultimately vanquished Nezha, he would be forever shamed in the East Sea, unable to hold his head high. Ao Bing commanded his followers to retreat. Gazing into Nezha's eyes, he chuckled softly. "I must admit, I underestimated you. First, you exhibited extraordinary speed, and now, the thunderstorm talisman. Yet, despite its formidable nature, it holds little efficacy against a Xianxian. Therefore, your demise today is inevitable." The octopus and the giant crab, having heard this, positioned themselves alongside Ao Bing, preparing to charge forth in unison to subdue Nezha. from their previous skirmish. It was evident that Ao Bing dismissed the strength of both the octopus and Nezha. Even united, there would be no match for him. As for the giant crab, its prowess surpassed Ao Bing by 3 levels, boasting an indomitable shell and powerful claws. In a one-on-one confrontation, victory was not guaranteed, let alone in a trio. Third brother, have you forgotten about me? The little dragon maiden timely aligned herself with Nezha, casting a frosty glance at Ao Bing and his companions. Nezha, astonished, questioned whether his ears deceived him. Ao Ling was indeed choosing to assist him. Initially, Nezha presumed Ao Ling's offer was merely a ploy for his rescue, but he never anticipated that Ao Ling would genuinely sever ties with Ao Bing for his sake. With Ao Ling's alliance, Nezha found himself in a much more favorable position. At Jiulong Bay, the 5 were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. The battleground was now divided. Nezha contended with Ao Bing and the octopus, while Ao Ling clashed with the giant crab. Although Ao Ling was merely at the initial stage of Xianxian strength, she wielded a primordial spiritual treasure, the tidal wave, capable of self-preservation against the high-tier Xianxian giant crab. On Nezha's side, the fight was considerably less strenuous. The octopus had been ensnared early on by the merging heaven ribbon. Cast aside, Ao Bing engaged in combat wielding the transforming rod halberd against the Qianquan circle. Ao Bing was relegated to a defensive stance, unable to counterattack. Nezha's immense strength rendered his arms numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on the halberd. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Ao Bing withdrew the halberd and turned to flee. Yet, Nezha could not permit him to escape unscathed. He hurled the Qianquan circle in Ao Bing's direction. Ao Bing hastily raised the transforming rod halberd in defense, but it was merely a postnatal weapon, incapable of withstanding the might of the Qianquan circle. The metallic clash reverberated, and the overwhelming force sent Ao Bing's halberd flying, plunging into the tumultuous sea with a splash. Ao Bing's hands grew numb, his arms devoid of sensation, as blood trickled from his palms. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the pain and fled desperately, calling out, "Stop him! Stop him!" As Nezha retracted the Qianquan circle and prepared to pursue, a dense throng surged forward. Time was of the essence, should Ao Bing elude capture. Such a golden opportunity would not present itself again. Nezha cast the merging heaven ribbon ahead, sweeping through the throngs, sending dozens of aquatic beings flying. Yet their numbers continued to swell, pressing forward once more. As the situation escalated, Ao Bing was on the verge of fleeing. For the sake of the Yin clan, Nezha steeled his resolve, his aura brimming with murderous intent. He retrieved a thunderstorm talisman from his bosom, casting it into the air with a powerful shout. Explode. A deafening roar echoed as the area ahead, spanning dozens of meters, was left desolate. Countless fish and shrimp lay dead or wounded. The azure waters stained a deep crimson, transforming the sea into a blood-soaked abyss. This marked Nezha's singular act of slaughter in the Eastern Sea, and it was his most brutal one. Yet, he harbored no regrets. For the Yin clan, he was willing to stand against the entirety of the Eastern Sea, even if it meant decimating it, provided he could cure the ailment afflicting the Yin clan. Ao Bing's figure re-emerged, and without hesitation, Nezha hurled the Qianquan circle. In that moment, Ao Bing had no means of evasion and let out a wail. Transforming into a dragon, he desperately attempted to flee. This strike forced Ao Bing's true spirit form to manifest, and Nezha wasted no time in pursuing him. The two gradually soared beyond the Nine-Dragon Bay area, with Ao Bing's speed rendering him nearly invisible. Nezha swiftly summoned the Hunyuan silk, ensnaring Ao Bing with binding tendrils, causing him to crash to the ground. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Nezha produced a gleaming dagger from his robe and approached Ao Bing step by step. Each footfall echoed ominously, akin to a death knell. Ao Bing, sensing Nezha's impending actions, screamed wildly, twisting his serpentine body in a futile attempt to break free. "Do not struggle. With your abilities, you cannot escape." Nezha stood beside Ao Bing, his voice icy. "When you wreaked havoc and slaughtered the innocents near Nine-Dragon Bay, you should have anticipated today's dire consequences. This is merely retribution." Ao Bing's face bore a look of bewilderment, a fierce desire for survival igniting within him. "What are you talking about? I know nothing of slaughtering innocents." Nezha scoffed. "No need for explanations. It is too late." Ao Bing's desperate pleas for mercy, filled with terror, fell upon deaf ears. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced Ao Bing's abdomen, amidst a chaotic churn of flesh and blood. Nezha extracted a pulsing, crimson mass. He felt no revulsion, rather a thrill coursed through him. "This is splendid. With this, my mother's ailment will be cured." Cradling the filthy dragon sinew, visions of the restored Yin clan danced in his mind, filling his heart with a sweet elation. The dragon sinew was the essence of the dragon. Its loss signified death. Ao Bing's complexion drained of color, his eyelids fluttering with diminishing frequency. His lips trembled as he murmured to himself. Nezha leaned closer, finally discerning Ao Bing's words. Father, elder brother, second brother, and little dragon girl. Little dragon girl. Nezha suddenly lost his composure. Having been preoccupied with thoughts of his mother, he had forgotten about her. She had rescued him on numerous occasions, even turning against her own brother and opposing the entire Eastern Sea for his sake. Yet, Nezha had deceived her and extracted Ao Bing's sinew. How could he face little dragon girl now? How could he confront his own conscience? He felt less than human. A beast unworthy of the name. Sighing, he glanced at the nearly lifeless Ao Bing and, taking hold of the Hunyuan silk, murmured incantations, transforming the once red silk into the likeness of dragon sinew, forcefully driving it into Ao Bing's wound. I have done all that I can. The mysterious heaven silk is a treasure of innate origin. While it cannot entirely replace your dragon tendon, it can temporarily preserve your life. There is little point in saying more. I can only express my apologies. However, rest assured that the day I come to retrieve the mysterious heaven silk will coincide with the moment I repay your debt. Moreover, I am the third son of Li Jing, the general of Chentang Pass. Should you seek vengeance, do not hesitate to pursue it. Nezha resolved to disclose his identity to Ao Bing, believing that one must take responsibility for their existence. Ao Bing seemed to regain a flicker of vitality, blinking slowly. His expression disturbingly calm. Do not think for a moment that this will spare you. I will kill you. I will certainly kill you. Ao Bing bellowed fiercely, his voice laced with anguish and despair. Do as you will. With a mere whisper, Nezha soared skyward, the Qiankuan circle in hand, heading towards Chentang Pass. Chapter 13. Li Jing kills his son upon returning to his residence. Nezha meticulously cleaned the soiled dragon tendon, ensuring it bore no trace of odor before he hurried to the kitchen. Using the dragon tendon as the primary ingredient, he soon brewed a bowl of dark, fragrant medicinal soup. Nezha entered the chamber of Lady Een, only to be taken aback to find her seated comfortably on the bed. Lady Een was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the medicinal soup in Nezha's hands, her face lit up with relief. Nezha, you have grown. Mother, how did you awaken? Lady Een chuckled, covering her mouth. What? Is it wrong for mother to awaken? Yet Nezha felt the need to explain. Lady Een patted Nezha's shoulder, saying, I was never unwell, a few days ago. For reasons unknown, my head felt heavy, and I simply fell asleep. Upon waking, I feel utterly refreshed. Were you not drained of vital energy and harmed in your essence? Nezha inquired, disbelief etched on his face. Lady Een playfully tapped his forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a cultivator, having practiced martial arts since childhood. My constitution is robust. How could I suffer harm in my essence from childbirth? Who told you such things? What? Nezha stood there, dazed, holding the bowl. Was that old man deceiving him? But why? There was no enmity between them. Why would he lie? Madam, I have returned. Li Jing's booming voice echoed from afar. Just as he arrived back from Yima Ridge, he caught sight of the scene of Nezha feeding the medicinal soup. He cast a warm glance at Nezha, who had not seen his father since their falling out. Surprisingly, Li Jing did not express anger. Instead, he smiled at Nezha. Nezha pushed aside thoughts of the dragon tendon, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was the first time he could recall Li Jing smiling at him. Indeed, what enmity could exist between father and son? In an impulsive moment, Nezha called out, Father. Li Jing's smile widened as he approached Nezha, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jar, during my absence, I am grateful for your care of your mother. Seeing you so considerate brings me great joy. I reflect on the last incident. It was my fault for not seeking the truth and wrongfully accusing you. Can you forgive me? Nezha gazed at Li Jing, astonished that the usually stern man would willingly admit fault and express such sentiments. At last, unable to contain himself, Nezha cried out, Father, all is not well with Nezha. He has vowed to heed your every command from now on. The happiest person in this reconciliation between father and son is, of course, Lord Een, who is well aware of Nezha's thoughtfulness. Upon seeing me ill, he even took it upon himself to prepare medicine for me. Oh, what kind of medicine? Let me see. Li Jing remarked, casting a glance at the remnants of the concoction in Nezha's bowl. His expression shifted from surprise to shock, and soon his face became increasingly ashen and dark. In his youth, Li Jing had studied the way at the Western Kunlun, forming a deep bond with the Dragon King of the East Sea, and they became sworn brothers. Thus, he was well acquainted with the essence of dragon tendons. You wretched brat! I shall not let you live today, Li Jing exclaimed, seizing Nezha and throwing him into the courtyard with great force. The act was fueled by his rage, and upon hitting the ground, Nezha let out a muffled groan, as if his bones had shattered. Swiftly, Nezha rose. But before he could question Li Jing, he was met with a swift kick that sent him flying several meters. as if Li Jing had taken flight like the great rock. The distance from the wing room to Nezha was a good 5 meters, indicating the ferocity behind Li Jing's kick. Before Nezha could recover, Li Jing lunged at him, grasping his hair and slamming his head against the door panel repeatedly. Nezha's forehead struck the door, and before long, he was left dizzy and disoriented. Sensing the escalating situation, Lady Yin rushed out and, upon witnessing her son being battered like a rag doll, was immediately filled with alarm. Li Jing, what madness has overtaken you? She cried, demanding to confront him. Lady Yin clung to Li Jing in desperation, but he, overwhelmed, lamented, "10th mistress, it is not that I lack compassion, but Nezha has caused too great a calamity. What he brewed was not medicine at all, but dragon tendons. He intended to harm you, to endanger our entire family." The close ties between Li Jing and the Dragon King of the East Sea were well known, and it was understood that the bountiful weather in Chentang Pass over the years was largely due to Ao Guang's influence. Moreover, Jiolong Bay led directly to the East Sea. Regardless of whose tendons Nezha had drawn, it could not escape implications, and the wrathful Ao Guang would certainly not spare Chentang Pass. Lady Yin could scarcely believe her ears. She hurriedly supported Nezha, anxiously asking, "Tell me, my son, what your father said is not true, is it?" Although Nezha's head still spun, he comprehended the reason behind Li Jing's furious outburst. In response to his mother's inquiry, he remained silent, his head bowed in tacit acknowledgement. Li Jing pulled Lady Yin up from the ground, asserting, "10th mistress, now you must believe me. Do not stop me today. I must slay him with a single sword stroke and offer my apologies to the Dragon King." Nezha, with his head lowered, felt tears escape against his will as he gazed at his panicked father. No, it was Li Jing. His heart ached as if pierced by needles, leaving him breathless. Lady Yin shook off Li Jing's grip, her expression a blend of concern and tenderness. "Nezha, tell me what truly transpired. I believe you have your reasons. Even now?" Lady Yin shielded him, claiming that his inability to act was a falsehood, prompting Nezha to divulge the entire affair regarding the old man with the white beard. Such nonsense. How could dragon tendons cure your mother? Dragons are inherently fiery and yang in nature. If your mother were to consume dragon tendons, it would yield no benefit. On the contrary, it would disrupt the balance of yin and yang. This is not a remedy, it is a prescription for death. Li Jing continued to dissuade the Lady Yin, insisting that she should not be swayed by his flowery words. This rebellious child speaks not a single truth. Let me end his life and beseech the Dragon King for mercy. No. Lady Yin fell to the ground, declaring, "I believe that Jar has surely been deceived by treacherous individuals." Li Jing drew his treasured sword, which glimmered with a blinding cold light under the scorching sun, poised to strike down Nezha. Lady Yin was taken aback, raising her Qingfeng sword to confront Li Jing. "Are you mad? He is our son." Li Jing cast a glance at Nezha, his expression icy as he retorted, "I have no such rebellious child. Step aside, Tin Yang, or I shall be forced to act decisively." Lady Yin stood her ground resolutely. Within the courtyard, the couple clashed for several rounds. Lady Yin's sword handle twitched, releasing a surge of white sword energy. Having fought alongside her for many years, Li Jing was acutely aware of the potency of this move and dared not meet it head-on, retreating several meters, leaving a deep impression in the ground. "Tin Yang, are you serious?" Li Jing thought, both apprehensive and incredulous. Lady Yin emanated an aura of valor, asserting, "Whoever harms my son, I shall combat to the death." "Enough. Cease at once." Nezha, having sustained significant blows from Li Jing, struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot, nearly bulging from their sockets, and his mouth bleeding as he laughed maniacally. Li Jing furrowed his brow. "What do you find amusing?" "What do I find amusing?" "Li Jing, I find your existence pitiable. Despite being the commander at Chentang Pass, a high-ranking official, you are afraid. Haha, you fear Ao Guang. You dread that I might bring calamity upon Chentang Pass." Li Jing was rendered speechless, while Lady Yin attempted to intervene, urging Nezha to remain silent, but Li Jing insisted he should speak. Nezha declared, "What difficulty is there?" Li Jing, from this moment forth, "Our father-son bond is irrevocably severed. I am without a father, and you shall no longer recognize me as your son. Let us henceforth lead separate lives. Our paths never to cross. When the Dragon King comes seeking vengeance, I, Nezha, shall bear the burden alone. You and Chentang Pass shall have no part in it." "Very well, you ungrateful wretch. Tin Yang, why do you still hold me back? I warned you. He is a demon, and I should not have shown him mercy. Lest we find ourselves in this predicament today." Fueled by rage, Li Jing swung his sword down fiercely, prompting Lady Yin to hastily block his strike. "I will hold him off. Jar, you must flee." Resolute in her determination, Lady Yin re-engaged Li Jing in combat. "Mother," gritting his teeth. Nezha turned away and dashed desperately towards the door. Though he did not wish to cry, Tears once again betrayed him, flowing uncontrollably. Li Jing's stance left Nezha disheartened. Uncertain of where to go, all he knew was that he needed to escape Chentang Pass, taking one step at a time. As he leaped out of the Li residence's gates, he was unexpectedly startled to see a figure. Is it you? Chapter 14. The Qianquan bow and the shockwave arrow dressed in white robes, as if stepping forth from a painting, stood the illustrious Tai Zhenren of Jinyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave. Tai appeared to have been waiting for some time, smiling gently at Nezha. Little friend, we meet again. What brings you here, Tai? Nezha inquired, curious, for a being of Tai's stature, a Deluo Jinxian, would not frivolously visit without purpose. Indeed, Tai remarked with a smile. I am aware that my young friend has encountered difficulties, thus, I have come to offer my assistance. However, Nezha remained skeptical, doubting that Tai would extend help without ulterior motives. I know, dear friend, that your previous tumult in the East Sea, where you extracted the tendons of the third Prince Ao Bing, has led to catastrophic consequences. Without the aid of a benefactor, you may find yourself in grave peril during this calamity. Nezha scoffed repeatedly, questioning the sincerity of Tai's intentions. Tai exuded an air of wisdom and unwavering confidence, instilling a sense of reverence in those around him. If you would but bow 3 times and address me as your master, I would be willing to guide you through this tribulation. While many would have succumbed to Tai's imposing demeanor, Nezha felt an aversion to his condescending attitude, as if all others were mere insignificant insects in comparison. In truth, Nezha found himself at a crossroads, having offended the East Sea by severing Ao Bing's tendons. He knew that Ao Guang would surely lead the aquatic beings against him. Nezha was acutely aware of his own limitations. Facing Ao Guang alone would spell his undoing. Tai, cognizant of this reality, remained calm and composed, fully confident that Nezha would ultimately seek his guidance. What if I refuse? Nezha countered defiantly. Tai's expression, which had remained unchanged for ages, finally flickered with anger, a sentiment he found distasteful. He loathed the notion of losing control, especially to someone like Nezha, who was equally averse to being subjugated. Even if it meant sacrificing blood or life, Nezha would not bow down. When asked why, it was simply a matter of pride, a defiance inherent in the youth's boldness and arrogance. Tai was astonished. Even now, you refuse to acknowledge me as your master? Understand that this decision affects not only you but also your family and the entire Chentang Pass. Are you willing to risk it all? Nezha remained resolute, stating, There is no need for you to concern yourself, esteemed one. If you have nothing further, I shall take my leave. Having expressed a voluminous array of thoughts, Nezha turned to depart, only for Tai to bellow, Stop right there. Nezha turned back, catching a rare glimpse of Tai's ashen countenance, which provoked a hearty laugh from him. What? Does the master have more wisdom to impart? Seeing Tai's expression, Nezha felt a rush of vindication, having unmasked Tai's hypocritical facade. With Tai finally dropping his pretenses, Nezha's spirit soared. I offer you one last chance. If you agree to become my disciple, I shall overlook past grievances. Tai's demeanor shifted to one of frostiness as he spoke. No, I shall not bow. Very well, it has been many years since anyone has dared to provoke me so. Nezha, I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not wait for Ao Guang. I shall send you to the depths of hell now. Oh, are you enraged? Tai, do not pretend to be a formidable wolf. You despicable cur, dare you claim that all these events were not orchestrated by your own hand? You truly consider others to be fools. I assure you, a treacherous and vile person like you shall never be my master in the next life, so abandon that hope. Indeed, the expression on Tai's face flickered with astonishment before it transformed into anger. Observing these changes, Nezha could now ascertain that the previous Taoist woman was merely a guise of Tai. When Tai suggested he become his disciple, Nezha pieced together the puzzle. Tai's machinations were merely aimed at cornering him, only to later emerge as a savior, prompting Nezha to feel gratitude and willingly submit. Tai's gaze towards Nezha had turned entirely sinister. Should this matter become public, Tai would find it impossible to maintain his standing in the 3 realms. Thus, Nezha had to die. Only in death could the secret remain forever concealed. Tai's murderous intent was palpable, a chilling and terrifying aura enveloping him. An overwhelming sensation that was impossible to resist. Run. Faced with Tai, Nezha saw no glimmer of hope. His legs moved as if on fire, propelling him towards the mansion. He needed to reach a populated area where Tai would hesitate to act with lethal force. Thus, he dashed towards the Li couple. But just as he was about to enter the eastern wing, an invisible barrier seemed to obstruct his path. Dressed in white, Tai stood behind Nezha, smiling as he gazed at him. To Nezha, that smile now appeared as a manifestation of a demon from the abyss, and he swiftly altered his course, fleeing towards the back courtyard of the Li residence. A buzzing filled his ears, repeating the phrase, "Little friend, stop. You cannot escape." This sentence held a peculiar enchantment. For a fleeting moment, Nezha contemplated surrendering to his fate. After all, death was inevitable, so why not seize his exhausting flight? However, this thought was immediately banished from his mind, realizing it must be the effect of Tai's sorcery. Unbeknownst to him, Nezha arrived beneath a lofty pavilion, seemingly the tallest structure within the Li estate. Without further contemplation, he plunged inside. Tai followed closely, regaining his former confidence and grace, and with a gentle leap, he ascended to the pavilion as well. Within the vast pavilion, there was but one place to hide, the innermost gazebo. Tai approached it leisurely. Suddenly, a streak of golden light, resembling a shooting star, darted forth. Tai's robe flared as a white light emanated, reflecting the golden light back. With a cold smirk, Tai dismissed it as a trivial skill. Rounding the corner, he plunged into the gazebo. "Old fool, prepare to meet your end." Nezha, with a massive bow coiling around him, planted one leg firmly on the ground while the other supported the bowstring. Clutching a finely crafted, sharp arrow in his right hand, he assumed a commanding stance. Ready to draw, Tai, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "The Chentang Pass, the trembling arrow. How is this possible? No one in the world can draw this arrow. It is impossible." The Chentang Pass was forged by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, crafted meticulously from the southern black bull of Mount Tai, the horns of the Yin Niu, the sinew of the Jingmi, and the glue of river fish, a divine weapon. Xiyu had once met his demise, pierced through the heart by 3 arrows from this very bow. Is that so? Then you are fortunate to experience its might. Zhentian arrow. Strike him down. The Zhentian arrow surged forth, enveloped in the aura of 9 dragons, slicing through the air with such ferocity that it seemed to tear the very fabric of the atmosphere, the arrowhead striking Tai Yi's chest with lightning speed. Whether Tai Yi was injured or not remained unclear to Nezha, yet the tremendous impact of the Chentang Pass caused the 10-meter-high pavilion to collapse with a thunderous roar, burying Nezha beneath the rubble. Chapter 15. A new journey caked in dust and grime. Nezha crawled out from the debris, muttering in frustration about the power of divine weapons. Yet, the recoil was overwhelming. His enemy remained unscathed while he narrowly escaped death. "Nezha," a chilling voice suddenly echoed. "What? Tai Yi is not dead?" Nezha, having witnessed the Zhentian arrow pierce Tai Yi's chest with his own eyes, turned toward the source of the voice in disbelief. The Xianyuan arrow was embedded in Tai Yi's chest, droplets of crimson staining the ground, yet Tai Yi seemed oblivious to the wound, emitting a devilish laughter. "Nezha, you are doomed. No one can save you." Despite his grievous injury, Tai Yi still radiated a terrifying power, instilling genuine fear in Nezha, who instinctively retreated, desperate to keep his distance. "What if you can draw the Chentang Pass? Alas, your cultivation is too shallow. Had you reached the golden immortal level, perhaps you could indeed slay me with a single arrow, but alas, alas." Step by step, Tai Yi advanced, while Nezha felt as if he were under a spell, frozen in place, helplessly watching as Tai Yi poised the scythe of death against his throat. In that moment, Nezha could almost empathize with Ao Bing's torment. "What commotion is that in the back garden? Hurry, my lady. The Chentang Pass is the treasured weapon of Chentang Pass. Surely, some rebellious wretch seeks to steal it. I shall slay him today." Tai Yi's brow furrowed as his voice echoed slowly, filled with reluctance, until he finally sighed in resignation. A flash of white light engulfing him as he vanished into thin air. No sooner had Tai Yi departed than Li Jing stormed in, cursing vehemently. Upon seeing the wreckage in the Chentang Pass in Nezha's hands, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Rebellious child, you dare attempt to steal the Chentang Pass? I shall cleave you in two." Li Jing, accustomed to drawing his sword, reached for it only to realize in dismay that his weapon had been shattered during the fight with the Yin clan. He quickly turned and said, "Wait here, rebellious child. I shall retrieve my sword and return to slay you." Just as Li Jing left, the Yin clan appeared again, rushing to Nezha's side. "You have stirred a hornet's nest. The Dragon King will surely come within the hour. You must flee, and take the Chentang Pass and Zhentian arrow with you. Better safe than sorry." Nezha opened his mouth to protest, but was abruptly silenced by a crack. A brilliant flash of white lightning struck with a resounding roar, illuminating much of Chentang Pass. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dense clouds, and soon the tempest unleashed its fury, enveloping the entire Chentang Pass in darkness. A fine drizzle began to fall, resembling threads spun by a cow's hair. The Dragon King had arrived, and Nezha could no longer afford to wait. Casting a remorseful glance at Yin, he grasped the universe ring, slung the universe bow and 2 thunder arrows over his back, and soared towards the ominous clouds. No sooner had Nezha departed than the irate voice of Li Jing erupted, cursing about his rebellious son, threatening to slay him with a single sword stroke. "Yin, amused by Li Jing's fierce demeanor, replied, "My lord, do not feign ignorance. I am aware that you deliberately let Nezha go." Li Jing's countenance shifted dramatically as he retorted loudly, "Impossible. My lady, do not speak such nonsense. The next time I encounter that rebellious child, I shall certainly kill him." Having said this, he stormed off in a huff, while Ian wore a peculiar smile and hurried after him. The sky was dark and foreboding, with clouds obscuring the sunlight. As Nezha continued his flight eastward, the Dragon King approached from the east, while Nezha flew in the same direction, seemingly walking into the jaws of death. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The tempest and lightning were a blatant declaration, announcing the arrival of the Dragon King. Aoguan, bold enough to make such a display, must have been fully prepared. It was likely that the western, southern, and northern territories were all besieged by the aquatic denizens of the Eastern Sea, making the eastern approach appear the most perilous yet potentially the most vulnerable. Indeed, Nezha pressed on, and a mere 300 meters ahead, he deftly navigated through a vast expanse of black clouds, where the Dragon King and his entourage awaited. Nezha quickly veered to the side, catching them by surprise, as they had not anticipated his escape towards the east. At Jiolong Bay, the relentless, ceaseless waves stretched before him. Nezha held a deep fondness for this place. Contemplating his departure from Chentang Pass, uncertain of when he might return, he thought of the one he felt guilty towards when they next met. She would surely seek to end his life. As he gathered his thoughts to leave the Eastern Sea, an unexpected chill gripped his neck, as though ice from a frozen cellar had enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Someone was behind him. Instinctively sensing the impending danger, Nezha swung the universe ring, blocking the assailant's weapon. Looking up, he discovered it was the little dragon maiden. Initially, a flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes, but it quickly dimmed, leaving behind a complex expression directed at Nezha. "Kill me," he thought. He intended to express his remorse and offer apologies. Yet as he opened his mouth, words eluded him. No amount of explanation could erase the fact that Ao Bing had been grievously harmed. His mind felt vacant, and the anticipated scene of bloodshed remained elusive. Blinking in confusion, he gazed at the little dragon maiden, who, with gritted teeth, abruptly turned her head, her body trembling in a curled position. Though her face was obscured, the air was thick with sorrow. Perhaps he had misjudged her. An image of her tear-streaked face flashed momentarily in his mind. How could he see her when her back was turned? Nezha shook his head in self-deprecation. The little dragon maiden ceased her trembling and stood upright, yet her slender form appeared delicate and fragile, akin to a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean. "My father will not spare you. Depart from Chentang Pass and do not return." Her voice was devoid of warmth, cold and emotionless. After taking a few steps, Ao Ling halted, remaining motionless. With a crack, a white bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating half of Ao Ling's exquisite visage. The little dragon maiden wielded a sharp blade and soared gracefully into the air. Suddenly, mid-flight, Ao Ling turned back, rain cascading relentlessly, soaking her garments, furrowing her brows. She warned, "Do not come back, or I shall slay you." Deep within her heart, she cherished the moments spent with the little dragon maiden. They could have been the best of friends. However, due to the matter concerning Ao Bing, a rift had formed between them, making it impossible to return to their former camaraderie. Nezha departed, leaving completely, for he silently vowed to heal Ao Bing's dragon tendons. Not only for the sake of the mixed celestial silk within Ao Bing, but also in honor of the bond shared with the little dragon maiden. The little dragon maiden made no effort to retain him, watching silently as Nezha flew into the distance. Chapter 16. The Golden Immortal Juzi. After soaring for 10 days and confirming that the aquatic tribe could not catch up, he landed on a tree, breaking off the obstructive branches to find a comfortable spot to rest, finally able to catch his breath. Although he had escaped, Ao Guang's response was equally formidable. He swiftly discerned the anomaly and dispatched numerous aquatic generals to intercept and eliminate him. After resting for half a day, fine rain began to fall, and darkness enveloped the sky. How was it possible? How did Ao Guang find me? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, he took flight once more. This pattern of events persisted, akin to a headless fly darting about. He landed in 7 or 8 different locations, only to be discovered by Ao Guang each time. This realization dawned upon him. With Ao Guang's prowess, capturing him would be effortless, yet he refrained from doing so. As if to indulge in a game of cat and mouse, the rain would fall before the opponent's arrival, as though to signal, "I am coming, flee swiftly." Under the dual torment of physical and emotional strain, Nezha appeared utterly exhausted, looking frail and devoid of vitality. Eventually, on this fateful day, his magical powers were entirely depleted, and he plummeted from the sky, landing upon an unnamed mountain. On a winding path, from a distance, Nezha spotted a peach tree, its vibrant red fruits causing his mouth to water. He dashed to the tree, plucking the largest, ripest peach, and without washing it, he rubbed it against his sleeve and took a bite. Sweet, tender. The flavor was beyond compare. Overjoyed, he devoured the peach entirely, followed by several more. Once satiated, he reclined beneath the peach tree, finding a comfortable position, and, with a full belly, gradually succumbed to slumber. Nezha was utterly fatigued, having stirred trouble in the East Sea, pulled the dragon tendons, and clashed with Li Jing, subsequently being pursued by the East Sea, a harrowing experience that left him both physically and mentally drained. In the depths of slumber, Nezha awoke, his visage seemingly smeared with an odd substance. He brushed his hand across his face, only to be met with the rhythmic patter of raindrops. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by torrents of rain cascading from the heavens. Yet the sun blazed overhead. What could be the cause of such a paradox? Was it possible that the Dragon King had pursued him? Instantly alert, Nezha seized the Qianquan circle at his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action and fled. After dashing for over 10 paces, the deluge abruptly ceased. What was this peculiar turn of events? Rubbing his head in confusion, he caught a whiff of his drenched garments, which nearly made him retch. The unpleasant odor wafting from his body led him to suspect that this was no rain, but rather urine. Casting a glance back towards the source, he spotted a white ape perched upon a branch of a peach tree, grinning and making faces at him. By the heavens, he exclaimed, unleashing a thunderous cry that startled the birds into flight. Leaping onto the peach tree, he engaged the white ape in combat. The creature was nearly the size of a grown man, its arms longer than those of an ordinary monkey. Nezha pursued the white ape with fervent strikes, eschewing any semblance of technique, driven by a fiery indignation. Who would not be enraged after being doused by a monkey's urine? As the skirmish wore on, clarity returned to Nezha's mind, and he began to sense something amiss. Despite expending considerable magical energy, his innate strength was formidable. The white ape effortlessly deflected Nezha's assaults, revealing that it had yet to unleash its true prowess, seemingly toying with him as if he were mere entertainment. Realizing this, a chill coursed down Nezha's spine. Unwilling to linger, he contemplated retreat. Yet, he found himself ensnared, each attempt to flee thwarted by the relentless white ape, leading to an incessant cycle of entanglement. This was untenable. Gritting his teeth, Nezha resolved to capitalize on the ape's apparent restraint, summoning the Qianquan circle and bringing it crashing down upon the creature's skull. The Qianquan circle, a primal treasure, was not easily withstood. However, to Nezha's astonishment, upon striking the white ape's head, it produced a shower of sparks as if striking solid iron, and the circle rebounded unscathed. Swallowing hard, Nezha observed the bristling fur of the infuriated ape, his legs trembling involuntarily. This marked the second time the Qianquan circle had returned empty-handed, a weapon that had never faltered before. Even if it had not fully unleashed its potential, the notion that it had inflicted no harm was indeed alarming. After such an encounter, even the likes of Ao Guang or Tai would have been dazed. Surely, the ape's cranium was tougher than stone or iron. Not only did the blow fail to injure the ape, it incited its wrath, and without warning, the creature conjured a black iron rod, swinging it towards Nezha with fierce intent. Only a single Qianquan circle adorned his person, instinctively deflecting the iron rod. A resounding clash of metal echoed, nearly deafening his ears. Nezha, along with the circle, was hurled through the air, crashing into a peach tree, which snapped under the impact. Nezha's extraordinary strength was formidable. Unleashing a force of 10,000 pounds was no trivial feat, however. In comparison to the white ape, his might seemed trivial. That blow, delivered with overwhelming force, surely exceeded 10,000 pounds, leaving his ears buzzing, momentarily disorienting him. At that moment, the white ape, baring its teeth, descended from the skies, delivering another strike. The Qianquan circle could no longer withstand the assault, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Having evaded the pursuits of Tai and Ao Guang, he now found himself tumbling on this mountainous terrain adorned with peach trees. Overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the monkey's attacks, he couldn't help but think of the legendary Wukong from a future era. Yet, the time of the investiture of the gods had not yet passed, and the stone monkey had yet to emerge. It was impossible for this to be the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Who, then, was this creature? Pondering this conundrum seemed futile, as Nezha was now caught in a dire predicament. The white ape, brimming with confidence in its strength, approached the dust-laden ground. Yet, before it could take more than a few steps, Nezha suddenly soared into the sky, appearing unscathed, without a single wound upon his body, and flew westward. Now it was the white ape's turn to be bewildered, standing dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the situation had turned out this way. Not only had it failed to slay Nezha, but the latter seemed vibrantly alive. Shaking its head in confusion, the white ape leaped 10 meters high, pursuing Nezha's escape route. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Scattered remnants of the fierce battle swayed gently in the breeze. At that moment, the earth shifted, and a black hand emerged from the soil. Following that, amidst the rustling leaves, a battered and bruised figure climbed out. Undoubtedly, it was Nezha. Another Nezha? Could there be two? Of course not. In a desperate bid for survival, he had transformed the Chentang circle to resemble himself, deceiving the white ape and narrowly escaping death. Upon rising, Nezha intended to flee the area, but his injuries were grave. Though he had once been capable of soaring through the clouds, he now struggled to even walk. Fleeing was imperative. The white ape's ferocity was terrifying, and the magical power of the Chentang circle was dwindling, unable to sustain him for long. Once the white ape discerned the ruse, stripped of the Chentang circle, he would be but a lamb awaiting slaughter, limping towards the mountains. The pain from his wounds forced Nezha to grit his teeth in agony. Determined to press on, he inadvertently collided with something soft, which sent him tumbling to the ground. Frowning, he beheld a stout figure before him, a rotund man bare from the waist up, whose expression mirrored his own astonishment. Although curious, the man spoke first. "What do they call you, brother?" Pointing to himself, the rotund man replied, "I am Zhu, a recluse practicing on this mountain." He scrutinized Nezha from head to toe and inquired whether he had been pursued here by others. Nezha's eyes twinkled momentarily before he decided to speak candidly, confessing that he was indeed being pursued by enemies and now sought a refuge to hide. The rotund man, full of enthusiasm, professed his love for making friends, claiming to welcome anyone who caught his fancy from all corners of the world. He insisted that upon seeing Nezha, he felt a certain affinity. And with a friendly arm around Nezha's shoulders, he boasted that within a 10-mile radius, no mountain spirits or demons, nor enlightened beings, would dare to provoke him. Zhuzhen's spirited declarations resonated with a sense of loyalty, causing Nezha to lower his guard, silently chastising himself for his foolishness. After all, he was in a precarious state. If Zhuzhen truly harbored ill intentions, there would be no need for such theatrics. Thus, he found himself engaging in a brotherly camaraderie with Zhuzhen. From the very first glance, Nezha had sensed that Zhuzhen was no ordinary man, his prowess at least on par with a golden immortal. Yet, this was of little surprise, for Nezha had encountered numerous golden immortals during this period, such as the Dragon King Ao Guang and the White Monkey. Hence, meeting another golden immortal in the guise of a plump man hardly astonished him. The faint aura of dark energy emanating from Zhuzhen suggested he was indeed a demon. But Nezha paid it little mind. His true fear did not lie with these demons, as they often possess deep emotions. Take for instance the disciples of this, who were admirable in their own right. Rather, Nezha harbored a greater apprehension towards humans. Human nature is notoriously capricious, and many are duplicitous, especially those self-proclaimed righteous beings among the 12 golden immortals of the, who could lead one to ruin while maintaining a facade of moral integrity, declaring it to be fate that one is destined to meet such a demise. Curse it! How infuriating! If one is truly meant to die, why do they not take their own life instead and leave others be? With Zhuzhen's support, the two quickly arrived at his cavern, which was spacious and comfortable. Sitting upon a fur chair, Nezha found the table laden with an abundance of delicacies, the aroma of fine food and drink wafting through the air, causing his mouth to water profusely. The very sight of Zhuzhen revealed his indulgence in culinary delights, and upon entering, Nezha confirmed this notion. Zhuzhen welcomed Nezha, urging him to eat and drink freely. Nezha, unreserved, seized a chicken leg from the table and devoured it. Observing Nezha's hearty appetite, Zhuzhen felt a surge of joy, and soon their bowls clinked together as they toasted. Men, after all, become quite alike after a few drinks, engaging in lively banter, what one might call boasting. "Brother, it's not just me bragging. Do you have any idea how many years I have cultivated?" Zhuzhen exclaimed, slapping the table, causing wine to splash about. With hands forming a shape, he leaned closer to Nezha, his eyes glimmering with pride. A full 80,000 years. Zhuzhen appeared rather proud of this, though it was unclear what exactly he was proud of, even letting out a hearty laugh. Nezha, his hair tied up in a skyward braid, had long since lost the red ribbon that held it, pushing his hair back with a defiant spirit, his eyes mirroring Zhuzhen's fervor. "Brother Zhu, do not underestimate me due to my youth. Do you know how long I have existed?" Nezha proclaimed, resting his leg upon the chair. "To be honest, I was once beside the goddess Nuwa. Do you know the spirit pearl? That was me," he declared, pointing at himself, raising his voice to ensure he was heard clearly. "My association with the goddess spans beyond mere eons. From the very dawn of chaos, she has been by my side." "How many eons have passed since then?" Nezha counted on his fingers. "Ah, so it turns out he is the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. I mused upon why young Li bore such an extraordinary countenance. Now it all makes sense. This cannot stand. Nuwa, the revered matron of our demon clan, deserves my utmost respect. I must kneel, bow my head, and pay my respects to her. Nezha grasped the hand of Zhu Zhan, saying no. Zhu Zhan is reluctant. He insists on bowing his head regardless. Nezha urged him. One bow is sufficient. Zhu Zhan, clearly intoxicated, struck his forehead against the ground with such force that the earth trembled beneath him, causing Nezha to lose his balance and fall. The two remained on the ground, refusing to rise. Zhu Zhan continued to call Nezha immortal, celestial boy, and such. But Nezha rejected these titles, insisting, no, such titles create distance between us. What is our relationship? Call me brother. It is far more intimate. Nezha patted Zhu Zhan's shoulder, who felt a surge of emotion, realizing he had struck gold. Brother, he exclaimed. Now that feels right. Chapter 17. The 7 Oddities of Maishan within the cave. Zhu Zhan lay sprawled on the ground, snoring thunderously, while Nezha nestled against his belly, scrunching up his nose and comfortably drifting into slumber. Suddenly, a sound akin to a cow's moo echoed through the air. Zhu Zhan abruptly opened his eyes and sat up, causing Nezha to awaken, rubbing his eyes and groggily inquiring what was amiss. Before Zhu Zhan could respond, an earth-shattering explosion resounded from outside, accompanied by distant shouts and sounds of conflict. Zhu Zhan's expression morphed into one of anger, akin to that of a man owed a debt. Damn it! Who dares disturb my domain? He fumed, his palm glowing with golden light as a rake-like weapon materialized in his grasp, reminiscent yet distinct from Zhu Beiji's. Old Zhu. What has transpired? It was only then that Zhu Zhan remembered Nezha, his mind still clouded with memories of their earlier revelry. He forced a smile. Forgive me, brother. It is but a trivial matter. Allow me to resolve it, and then we shall converse at length. A sudden gust of dark wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust that made Nezha sneeze several times. By the time he opened his eyes, Zhu Zhan had vanished. The cacophony outside escalated, and before Nezha could ascertain the situation, a chaotic throng of footsteps drew near. Hurry! What are you dawdling for? Search thoroughly, let not a single one escape. A creature, half man and half demon, adorned with scales beneath, led a group into the cave. A smirk involuntarily graced my lips as I recognized Li General strutting ahead with arrogance. Li Jin's expression turned to one of sheer terror upon encountering Nezha's benign smile. Li Jin froze, while the others, unaware, watched Nezha's eyes brighten as he approached with a cheerful demeanor. Clenching his fists, Nezha remained unfazed as the group surrounded him, and with a swift kick, he sent one flying. Though lacking a spiritual treasure, his current prowess surpassed that of these intruders, and within the span of a mere tea time, the cave was strewn with the defeated aquatic beings. Casually picking up a fish spear from the ground, Nezha furrowed his brows into a frown. The strength of these demons was commendable. They were elite celestial beings. To confront him, Ao Guang had surprisingly brought along such a contingent, which seemed entirely unnecessary. Capturing him alone would suffice. You, come here, Nezha beckoned with a finger. Li Jin looked pitiful and on the verge of tears, shaking his head in protest. Nezha tilted his head and said ominously, Can you not hear me? Should I break your legs? Li Jin, terrified, scrambled to Nezha's feet, pleading for mercy. He was a mess of snot and tears, attempting to wipe his filthy hands on himself. Nezha repeatedly lifted his foot, warning, Speak properly, do not approach. Li Jin, misunderstanding, continued to cling to Nezha's leg with his glimmering hands. Having retreated to the wall with nowhere else to go, Nezha, gripping the fish spear, struck the side of Li Jin's head with it. Is my speech ineffective? He inquired. Li Jin held in pain, cautiously eyeing him. Nezha then sat down on a chair, and Li Jin immediately shifted closer, appearing obedient. At last, silence fell. Nezha's gaze flickered to Li Jin, noticing the fish trident in his right hand. He lowered his eyes to the spear he held, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Even Li Jin's weapon was superior to his own. Having lost his magic silk and universe ring, he was left weaponless and in dire need of an effective armament. Seizing the trident from Li Jin, he hefted it in his hand, raising an eyebrow. More than 100 pounds, this trident would suffice. Tell me, what is the situation outside? How did you Eastern Sea folk end up here? Li Jin, bereft of his trident, wore a face of deep resentment but dared not show it. He reported, I don't know the details, but the Dragon King returned to the Dragon Palace in a fury, summoning forces from the 4 seas to come to Maishan. Wait. Maishan? You mean the Maishan where the 7 monsters reside? The long-armed monkey Yuan Hong, the white ape, and also Zhu Zizhan, who is likely a pig demon. Li Jin continued, explaining that Ao Guang had engaged in battle with the other 3 Dragon Kings and the inhabitants of Maishan, while the remaining generals fought against the other monsters. Although the 7 monsters of Maishan were all at the Golden Immortal level, they were outnumbered by the forces of the 4 seas, leading to a scenario where a group of them faced a single adversary. The minor demons of Maishan, numbering only in the thousands, were swiftly dealt with, leaving only the 7 monsters standing. I encountered that white ape, who was indeed formidable. He must be of significant lineage. Nezha mused. The long-armed monkey is one of the 4 great monkeys, capable of wielding the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, and discerning fortune from misfortune. With this realization, Nezha understood everything. Yuan Hong, the long-armed monkey, was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, akin to himself, Sun Wukong, and Yang Jian. Had he not met an untimely demise in the Battle of the Gods, he would surely have become a powerhouse in the demon realm. The inhabitants of the 4 seas astonishingly engaged in conflict with the denizens of Mount Mei. Naturally, I could not miss such a spectacle. With a swift blow, I knocked Li Jin unconscious and made my way into the lair of Zhu Jinjin. Upon surveying the scene, I beheld fierce battles raging throughout Mount Mei, particularly in the skies where Yuan Hong clashed with the Dragon King of the East Sea, creating a tumult that was nothing short of cataclysmic. On the midslope, a formidable yellow bull, known as Jin Dasheng, was trampling countless aquatic creatures with its hooves, simultaneously overpowering the Dragon King of the West Sea. Among the other 5 monsters were Wulong the centipede spirit, Chonghao the snake spirit, Yangxian the goat spirit, Dali the dog spirit, and, of course, Zhu Jinjin the pig spirit. The 7 monsters of Mount Mei were each formidable in their own right, capable of conjuring fierce gales, transforming into monstrous forms, and unleashing chaotic sorcery. However, Yuan Hong, the long-armed monkey, proved to be the mightiest among them. As a late-stage golden immortal, he relentlessly pressured Ao Guang, who, despite being equally powerful, found himself on the verge of collapse amidst the aerial tumult. Following closely was Jin Dasheng, a mid-stage golden immortal, whose strength firmly placed him as the 2nd most powerful among the 7 monsters of Mount Mei. As they battled upon the branches, Nezha calculated the strengths of both sides in his mind, pondering the overwhelming numbers of the 4 seas. Beyond the 4 sea dragon kings, there were dozens of generals, led by a colossal crab, making it feasible to dispatch several warriors against each adversary. Logically, if the battle continued, the forces of the 4 seas could emerge victorious. However, Ao Guang could hardly bear the losses that would ensue. Furthermore, even if the 7 monsters of Mount Mei were to falter against the 4 seas, their ability to retreat with ease was apparent, a truth Ao Guang certainly recognized. Indeed, with a heavy sigh, Ao Guang called for a retreat, commanding his troops to withdraw under the leaden clouds. Yuan Hong, incensed, voiced his displeasure, exclaiming that Mount Mei could not simply come and go as it pleased. He pursued them single-handedly, wielding an iron rod, while the others regarded his actions with indifference, accustomed to his fiery temperament. Gathered together, Zhu Jinjin suddenly seemed to recall something. Joyfully grasping Nezha's hand and declaring, "Brothers, allow me to introduce this individual, Li Nezha, the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi, disciple of the Saint Inhua." The other monsters gasped in astonishment. While other disciples of saints might not evoke much concern, the fact that Inhua, the saint of the demon race, had never taken disciples made them revere him, prompting them to kneel. Yet, these formidable demon kings would never dare force them down, and they waved their hands dismissively. The gestures, while respectful of Inhua, were merely ceremonial, lacking true intent to kneel. Ultimately, following a triumphant battle, the demons rejoiced and instructed the remaining lesser demons to prepare a banquet in celebration. Upon hearing the mention of food, Zhu Jinjin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly headed towards the largest cave on Mount Mei, a gathering place for the demons. Throughout the journey, Nezha felt a tinge of melancholy. Despite outwardly sharing laughter with the others, the grievances between him and Yuan Hong were unknown to them, and with his injuries still unhealed, he wondered what Yuan Hong's attitude would be upon his return. The identity of being a disciple of a saint was a drunken boast from a past life, and he could not ascertain whether Inhua would recognize him should they meet. After all, among the notorious 4 monkeys of the world, who could truly claim to be law-abiding disciples? When provoked, even a saint could find themselves challenged. The little demons busily scurried about, tidying up the battlefield, while several demon kings congregated for a conversation. A large hand patted Zhu Jin's shoulder as he embraced Nezha, expressing that he had sensed something amiss since earlier. "If you are facing any difficulties, fear not. With the 7 wonders of Maishan at your side, we will surely resolve it." Indeed, old Zhu's words, though blunt, held wisdom. If there were troubles, they should be voiced. The assembled demons were all quite enthusiastic. The 7 wonders of Maishan were known for their forthrightness, and Nezha, too, was candid, recounting the unfortunate incident with Yuan Hong upon arriving at Maishan. "My brothers, I have returned." Yuan Hong strode into the cave with his chest held high, only to spot Nezha at the center. He lunged forward, seizing Nezha by the collar, exclaiming, "At last, I have caught you, you rascal." Chapter 18. The struggle for supremacy in Maishan. The other 6 from Maishan quickly intervened, particularly Zhu Jin, who urged, "Do not resort to violence. We are all comrades here." Yuan Hong shot a glare at Zhu Zhan, retorting, "What do you know? This brat is my enemy." Zhu Zhan scoffed, "How could I not know? Your head is harder than iron. Was it not merely a bump? Must you escalate to violence?" Yuan Hong stared at Zhu Zhan in astonishment, then surveyed the others, asking, "You all knew?" Standing as the second strongest among the seven wonders, Jin Dashing stepped forward, declaring, "Brother Nezha is a disciple of a sage, pursued by enemies. His arrival at Meishan was unintentional and not meant to bring enmity. I suggest we let this matter rest." Yuan Hong fixed his fiery gaze upon Nezha, stating, "You brought this calamity upon Meishan, as those from the four seas are here because of you." Although Ao Guang sought revenge for himself, the seven wonders of Meishan were unjustly embroiled in the conflict. While it was not Nezha's intention, he could not evade accountability. Nezha disdainfully acknowledged, "It is true that Ao Guang came to Meishan to capture me. If you believe I have brought disaster upon Meishan, then let us sever ties. I shall leave at once." He shook off Yuan Hong's grip and made to exit Meishan. Zhu Zhan, in a fluster, urged, "Brother Nezha, do not be hasty in departing. We hold no grievances against you." Jin Dashing also sensed the impropriety, cautioning, "There are surely spies from the East Sea lurking outside. If you leave now, you are walking straight into a trap. Think wisely." However, Nezha remained resolute in his departure, nearing the cave's entrance when Yuan Hong suddenly erupted in laughter. "Excellent. You indeed possess some courage. I shall befriend you." Nezha halted in disbelief, turning his head, and Yuan Hong continued, "Are you not going to join the celebration? Is the disciple of a sage too esteemed to associate with us lesser beings of Meishan?" "Not at all," Nezha replied, a smile gracing his face as he rejoined the gathering. The festivities lasted from midday until the sun dipped below the horizon. At the banquet, Yuan Hong began recounting his fierce battle with the Dragon King of the East Sea, detailing how he had sent the aquatic beings fleeing in disarray. The others eagerly shared tales of their own valor, boasting of their encounters with various dragon kings and single-handedly vanquishing numerous generals. Among the attendees, only Jin Dashing, the honest one, quietly drank, while Yuan Hong, Zhu Zhan, and Yang Xian were nearly ready to overturn the table in their fervor. In conclusion, following this day, the bond between Nezha and the seven wonders of Meishan had significantly strengthened, and Yuan Hong returned to Qianquan Circle. In the enchanting realm of Meishan, Nezha enjoyed 3 days of unparalleled freedom. The seven monsters of Meishan, each possessing a robust and spirited personality, were veritable exemplars of manhood. One fateful day, Yang Xian and Dai Li escorted Nezha to the summit of Meishan, where a ceremonial altar adorned with incense awaited them. From a distance, Zhu Zhan eagerly beckoned him forth. Yuan Hong and the others soon joined them. "Nezha, my brother, during your stay in Meishan, we have grown as close as kin. If you do not mind, shall we forge a brotherly bond, deepening our ties?" Zhu Zhan proposed, to which the others readily agreed, exclaiming, "With our brother Nezha joining us, Meishan shall thrive with even greater vigor." Nezha, without hesitation, embraced the proposal, relishing the honor of allying with such illustrious figures. "I accept," Nezha proclaimed. Yuan Hong's smile widened. "Excellent. Since you've agreed, let us establish our hierarchy. First, I shall remain the eldest brother, and then, wait," Nezha interjected. His expression clouded with discontent as he approached Yuan Hong. "You claim to be the eldest brother. What does that make me?" Yuan Hong chuckled. "You are a revered disciple of a sage. How could I slight you? You shall take the place of old Jin and become our second in command." He glanced at Jin Dashing, seeking his approval. Jin Dashing, scratching his head, laughed. "No objections here." Suddenly, Nezha's demeanor shifted. "You can't be second. That will not do." Yuan Hong bristled. "What do you mean? I'm second. I have been the leader of Meishan for millennia. Even if I consent, my brothers would disagree." With a pronounced belly, Zhu Zhan interjected, "Actually, I believe Nezha should be the leader. After all, in terms of seniority, he surpasses us all." Yuan Hong, incensed, retorted, "You ancient fool. After 80,000 years, you've only just ascended to the golden immortal realm. You have no say here. Step aside. I assert that the one with the greatest powers among us should be the leader," he declared confidently. "Naturally, that would be me," Yuan Hong concluded, answering his own query. Nezha, with narrowed eyes, countered, "Even if I decline the position of leader, it certainly cannot fall to you. Were it not for your bullying of the innocent, could you have maintained your leadership for millennia over old Jin, who possesses both power and seniority?" Yang Xian and Dai Li chimed in, "Indeed. After being the leader for thousands of years, it is time for others to take the helm. I believe Nezha and old Jin should lead." Over the past few days, Yang Xian and Zhu Zhan had formed a close-knit group with Nezha, frequently engaging him with their curious tales, fostering a good rapport among them. Jin Dashing hastily clarified, No, I volunteered." Zhu Zhan immediately placed an arm around Jin Dashing's shoulders, saying, "Fear not, second brother, We will advocate for you. Yuan Hong, gritting his teeth in frustration, shot back. You, the weakest among us, should keep your mouth shut. Zhu Zhen, startled, replied, CC, you as the leader would bully honest folk like me and second brother. I staunchly support Nezha as our leader. Chang Hao and Wu Long, loyal to Yuan Hong, stepped forward to voice their support, asserting that leadership should be determined by strength. Zhu Zhen, Yang Xian, Dai Li, and several others stood alongside Nezha, initially engaging in casual banter, which soon escalated into a fierce argument, ultimately culminating in a bitter exchange of insults. As tempers flared, both factions unmasked each other's secrets. Dai Li pointed an accusatory finger at Yuan Hong, spitting forth words of disdain. You, who frequently pilfer from others, possess the audacity to claim leadership? In a fit of rage, Yuan Hong's true form as a white ape manifested, and with a mix of fury and indignation, he retorted. How dare you speak of virtue when you were once no more than a glutton? What of my thievery? You were once reduced to eating filth. Faced with such public humiliation, Dai Li was infuriated, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for a physical confrontation. Jean Dashing, observing the chaotic scene, broke into a sweat as he attempted to intervene, inadvertently receiving several kicks from both sides in the process. The two groups were embroiled in a relentless dispute. Having completely forgotten their earlier vow of brotherhood, their quarrel spiraling further out of control. Nezha, finally reaching his limit, bellowed with authority, enough. He retrieved the legendary Qian Kuan Bao from his back and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud. Yuan Hong, let us compete. This is the divine Bao once wielded by the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan. We shall test our strength. Whoever can draw it shall be declared the leader. What say you? The bickering ceased as the mention of the divine Bao caught everyone's attention. Zhu Zhen, filled with excitement, rushed to the table, reverently caressing the Bao, exclaiming, indeed, a treasure of divine origin. Yuan Hong, positioning himself behind Zhu Zhen, kicked aside a nearby creature and boldly claimed the Bao. I have heard of this Bao. It is the prized possession of Chentang Pass. For centuries, apart from the Yellow Emperor, no one has been able to draw it. Today, I shall prove otherwise. In terms of sheer strength, Yuan Hong had never known fear, especially among the four mischievous monkeys, for the Tongbei ape was renowned for its formidable power. With a disdainful huff, he adopted the stance of drawing the Bao, yet regardless of the effort he exerted, the Bao remained steadfast, unyielding, leaving his face flushed with frustration. Despite his utmost attempts, he was ultimately compelled to concede defeat. It was now Nezha's turn. Calm and collected, he approached the Qian Kuan Bao, exerting just a modicum of strength, effortlessly bending the Bao into a crescent shape. Zhu Zhen and the others erupted in jubilant cheers, proclaiming, victory. Nezha is our leader. Yuan Hong's face showed clear signs of dissatisfaction. This does not count. Your ability to draw the Bao merely signifies its recognition of you as its master. It does not prove your strength exceeds mine. Let us compete again, or better yet, let us battle. Should you win, you shall be the leader. Zhu Zhen and the others immediately protested, vehemently accusing Yuan Hong of being untrustworthy and a sore loser. Yet Yuan Hong, unwavering and resolute, insisted on a contest of strength. Determined that if he triumphed, Nezha would be acknowledged as the leader. Amidst the tumultuous arguments, a small demon rushed up the mountain, breathless, to deliver alarming news. The Eastern Sea's 80,000 troops have arrived at Meishan, demanding that the lords surrender Nezha, promising to let bygones be bygones. Should he not be handed over, blood shall flow freely upon Meishan. What audacity! Yuan Hong exclaimed, gripping his iron staff tightly. Nezha and the 6 monsters of Meishan followed closely behind as a throng of small demons surged down the mountain. As far as the eye could see, Meishan was completely surrounded by water, while the 80,000 aquatic beings below were true demons, a stark contrast to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals led by Ao Bing. With the strength of the East Sea, it was exceedingly difficult to muster such a formidable force of 80,000 demons. It seemed that Ao Guang had exhausted his resources, mobilizing the entire military of the Four Seas Dragon clan, determined to fight to the bitter end. Should a battle ensue, it would not only be Ao Guang and the other dragon kings of the Four Seas that faced annihilation. Merely the 80,000 demons could easily wipe out Meishan. The East Sea Dragon King sat regally in a lavish palanquin, which featured a seat wide enough for one person, drawn by 4 fearsome-looking flood dragons. The other dragon kings, like Ao Guang, were also in palanquins, lined up in succession. Behind them flew great banners representing the 4 factions, east, south, west, and north. Further back were the generals from various seas, including familiar faces like the octopus and the great crab, acquaintances of Nezha. In stark contrast, Nezha's side appeared almost pitiful. The small demons of Meishan numbered less than 2,000. Last time, Ao Guang had wiped them out in one fell swoop, with many dead and others fleeing. The survivors had returned in scattered numbers, totaling no more than 300, all trailing behind Yuan Hong and the others, the warriors of the Four Seas. Upon witnessing Yuan Hong's emergence and glancing at the mere hundreds of small demons from Meishan, erupted in mockery, declaring that with such a paltry force, it would take no effort for any faction to obliterate them entirely. Indeed, the Dragon King had overreacted, making such a grand display wholly unnecessary. Those in the know remarked, "You do not understand. Although Meishan's forces are few, there are 6 or 7 demon kings, including a formidable bull demon who had trampled many to death with a single stomp, and that Yuan Hong is even more terrifying, single-handedly pursuing the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas without anyone daring to intervene." As Meishan's party emerged, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang slowly rose from his palanquin. "Yuan Hong, previously you injured my aquatic kin of the Four Seas, and I could overlook it. Even the incident from a century ago when you stole the divine weapon of the West Sea could be deemed forgotten, provided you surrender Nezha. Then, we would be even. What do you say? Stealing what divine weapon?" Nezha inquired curiously of Zhu Zizhen. Zhu Zizhen explained, "That is an ancient tale. During Nuwa's efforts to mend the heavens, to prevent the universe from tilting, she severed the 4 limbs of the primordial tortoise to serve as pillars supporting the sky. Once stability was restored, these pillars became obsolete and scattered across the 4 seas, transforming into formidable divine weapons within the 3 realms. The East Sea's Rui Jingu Bang, the West Sea's Qingtian Pillar, the South Sea's Suaxian Iron Rod, and the North Sea's Bing Eye Staff. The iron rod wielded by my elder brother Yuan Hong is indeed the divine weapon of the West Sea." Realizing this connection, Nezha contemplated that soon enough, the divine weapon of the East Sea would also find its way into other hands. Meanwhile, the small demons of Meishan trembled in fear. Had it not been for Yuan Hong's presence, they might have fled long ago, aware of the overwhelming might of the Four Seas. Yet Yuan Hong maintained an unperturbed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the power of the Four Seas. "Ao Guang, do not dredge up old grievances. Treasures have always belonged to the worthy." The old man Ao Qin failed to recognize their value, allowing them to rust. Were it not for my intervention, they might never have seen the light of day again. Thus, you should not blame me, but rather express your gratitude. Moreover, the brothers Nezha have now become part of our Meishan clan. If you dare to make a move, you shall first test whether the iron rod in my hand is merely for show. Indeed, young Dragon King, if you possess the courage, come forth and let us engage in a duel. Do not attempt to snatch from me. The head of the Dragon King is rightfully mine." With Yuan Hong making his stance clear, the people of Meishan immediately erupted in a clamor, as if Ao Guang and his companions were mere chickens, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Only Nezha understood that should a confrontation arise, Meishan would undoubtedly face defeat. Although the 7 monsters of Meishan were formidable, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Four Seas. Yuan Hong and the others' determination genuinely moved Nezha. He believed in taking responsibility for one's actions without dragging the 7 monsters into peril. Thus, Nezha did not shy away, stepping forth from the crowd. He inhaled deeply and addressed Ao Guang. "You seek me, do you not? I am Nezha, present here. I merely passed through Meishan and am not acquainted with them. It was I who extracted Ao Bing's dragon tendons. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me." No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Zizhen and the others rushed forward, exclaiming that though they had yet to swear brotherhood, they were still brothers, destined to share life and death together. Nezha disregarded their entreaties, closing his eyes and pretending not to hear. Ao Guang's pupils dilated in fury as he gritted his teeth. "Very well, you are indeed loyal, even when death looms. You think of others. Li Jing has certainly raised a son of courage. Do not mention Li Jing to me. Our bond has long been severed. I am not his son." This declaration struck a nerve, and Nezha responded fiercely. The Dragon King remained unfazed, declaring, "Since you have acknowledged it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Who will capture Nezha for me?" Among the forces of the East Sea, the crab general boldly stepped forward. "Dragon King, allow me to go. With just 1 claw, I can crush that boy's skull." The crab's pincers glistened under the blazing sun, complemented by its indestructible form, exuding an imposing presence. The Dragon King nodded in approval, permitting the crab to advance. The crab general was a late-stage Xianxian, while Nezha had only recently broken through to the early-stage Xianxian. The 7 monsters of Meishan, fearing for Nezha's safety, several stepped out, eager to take his place in battle. Nezha, with a confident smile, reassured them, "Fear not. If I cannot even defeat a general from the East Sea, then I am unworthy to be your brother of Meishan." Seeing Nezha's unwavering confidence, which did not seem feigned, the 7 monsters relented and stepped back. In his time as a celestial immortal, he had faced the crab before. Even with the Qianquan circle and the merging heaven silk in hand, he could not secure victory. Now that he had advanced to Xianxian, his strength had significantly improved. Nezha felt a surge of eagerness, yearning for an opponent of equal prowess to gauge his current combat capabilities. Grasping the trident he had seized from Li Jin, with the Qianquan bow slung over his shoulder and the Qianquan circle atop his head, he strode forth, resembling a celestial warrior. The crab general approached with remarkable simplicity, clacking its massive pincers as it charged forward. Nezha brandished the trident, forcefully pushing off the ground, leaping into the air towards the crab's face, and brought down the trident with fierce intent. The colossal crab's pincers obstructed the entrance, while the trident struck against its formidable claws, producing nothing but an unpleasant clamor with no effect whatsoever. Furthermore, the giant crab retracted one claw and launched a lightning-fast jab, startling Nezha into hurriedly raising his trident in defense. Suspended in midair without any point of leverage, the overwhelming force of the crab's claw descended upon him like a brick, forcefully pinning Nezha to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. The crab emerged victorious, instantly earning the raucous cheers of the East Sea's aquatic denizens, their accolades ringing incessantly. The crab, brimming with pride, appeared to believe that victory was assured. However, unbeknownst to all, Nezha grasped a crab leg tightly in his hand, bellowing fiercely, "Rise!" A terrifying turn of events unfolded as the massive body of the crab collapsed thunderously to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha's expression hardened, resembling a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain as he drove his trident into the crab's body. In an astonishing turn of events, the trident, weighing over 100 pounds, shattered, while the crab remained utterly unscathed. Not only that, but Nezha's actions appeared to have incensed the creature, which retaliated with a series of crushing strikes. Each time its massive pincers struck the ground, they left behind craters, and when they hit stone, they reduced it to powder. With his weapon broken, Nezha dared not confront the onslaught directly, instead maneuvering like a nimble monkey in the vicinity of the colossal crab. Among the forces of Meishan, Zhu Jun was the first to lose patience, exclaiming, "We must act swiftly. If we delay any longer, my elder brother will be turned into a meat patty by that oaf." Yuan Hong chuckled, advising calmness, stating, "Brother Nezha has yet to unleash his full potential. Let us observe further." Across the battlefield, the giant crab wreaked havoc, while Nezha darted about, and soon the area of their conflict was riddled with craters and chaos. Faced with the impervious pincers of the crab, without a suitable weapon, Nezha found it increasingly challenging to defend himself. Realizing that a stalemate could lead to utter destruction of Meishan, he removed the Qianquan ring, deciding to conclude the battle. The crab's tactics were simple, crush, but Nezha's agility rendered it frustrated, feeling as though it possessed strength without a means to apply it effectively. Once more, it raised its claws with intent to strike, but curiously, the figure before it did not evade, igniting a thrill in the crab as it exerted all its might downwards. Nezha, brandishing the Qianquan ring, met the crab's assault head-on. A deafening wail erupted, and the crab's eyes widened in terror as it hastily retracted its pincers. Nezha sneered coldly, raising the Qianquan ring once again to launch his own attack. The crab's pincers were formidable, comparable to certain postnatal weapons. Yet no matter how hard they were, they could not match the resilience of Nezha's Qianquan ring forged from the essence of metal. Moreover, the crab had just expended all its strength, thus, the force that rebounded was merely equal to that which it had unleashed. Nezha, endowed with extraordinary strength, infused every strike with the weight of 10,000 pounds, rendering the crab's pincers ineffective against him. With the Qianquan ring raised, Nezha continued his relentless assault. Each time the crab attempted to block, it was forced to retreat, and under the barrage of Nezha's strikes, its massive pincers ultimately shattered. Chapter 20. The Dragon King's Retreat. The great crab's entire might stemmed from its formidable yet unyielding pincers. With their fracture, defeat was inevitable. This outcome took everyone by surprise, for in their eyes, the great crab had consistently dominated Nezha, leaving them bewildered as he emerged victorious. Ao Guang, consumed by rage, soared from his chariot above the battlefield. The great crab, bowing its head in discontent, pleaded, "Dragon King, I underestimated my opponent. Grant me another chance, and I shall assuredly prevail. Return at once." Ao Guang retorted, his disdain evident as he dismissed the creature without a second glance. Despite its reluctance, the great crab complied with the command. "Nezha, do you truly believe no one can subdue you? Do you dare challenge my wrath?" Yuan Hong, unwilling to yield, confronted Ao Guang defiantly. "What now? Are you resorting to anger out of humiliation? I relish a good fight. If you seek a duel, let us spar." Ao Guang, evidently provoked, spoke with unrestrained contempt. "Yuan Hong, I have granted you ample respect, yet do not mistake my patience for fear. Should you continue this folly, none of your brethren, nor the entirety of Meishan, shall leave here alive." Yuan Hong glared at Ao Guang, fury etched on his face. What do you intend to do? Nezha inquired. One life for another, Ao Guang declared. Though I have extracted Ao Bing's sinews, I have also imbued him with a primordial treasure, ensuring his life is temporarily spared. Why demand a life for a life? With venomous resentment, Ao Guang replied, the dragon sinew is irreplaceable. My son is now a mere shell of his former self. Your actions have rendered his existence a torment worse than death. Nezha responded calmly, the die is cast. I acknowledge my transgressions against the East Sea. But your vengeance will serve no purpose. Ao Bing's sinews will not regenerate without reason. Trust me and grant me time. I will devise a means to restore him. Ao Guang pondered Nezha's words, conceding, I shall grant you time, yet if you flee, I am powerless to act. Here lies a venomous dragon. Should it bite you, I shall withdraw my forces. With that, Ao Guang produced a jade box from within his robes and tossed it to Nezha. Rest assured, within 3 years, I can ensure your safety. Should that time lapse, the venom will course through your veins, leading to your demise in a morbid fate. As the jade box soared towards him, Ao Guang continued, if you agree, place your hand within. If you refuse, you are free to slay the venomous dragon. The choice is yours. Nezha caught the jade box with steady hands, but before he could act, the 7 monsters of Maishan flanked him, each voicing their concerns that this was a cunning ploy of Ao Guang, seeking to subdue him without a single blow. Nezha, unperturbed, inhaled deeply and slowly opened the jade box. Inside coiled a small, jet-black serpent, hissing ominously. It appeared quite unsettling. Gritting his teeth, Nezha resolutely extended his hand into the box. As his fair palm neared the opening, the snake, seemingly animated by instinct, lunged forth, sinking its fangs into his wrist. Nezha abruptly overturned the jade box, causing it to tumble on the ground, his face contorted in agony. The pain was excruciating. Akin to thousands of venomous insects gnawing at his flesh, his mind teetering on the brink of explosion, utterly devoid of coherent thought. A dark aura enveloped Nezha, while the heavens echoed with piercing screams. Not only Nezha, but even those nearby felt their scalps tingle, oblivious to the torment Nezha was enduring. After biting Nezha, the little black snake fled towards the Dragon King, but suddenly, a black iron rod descended, instantly reducing the snake to a mere pulp. Ao Guang, furious, declared, You dare to deceive? Today, in Maishan, you shall pay the price. The Maishan demon kings gathered, brandishing their weapons, clearly intent on an unyielding confrontation with Ao Guang. Unfazed, Ao Guang retrieved another jade box from his robe and tossed it, containing 3 antidote pills, urging Nezha to consume them for his survival. Upon hearing that Nezha still had a chance, Yuan Hong hastily placed one of the pills into Nezha's mouth. The pill proved miraculous. As the dark energy surrounding Nezha dissipated at a visible rate, and his cries gradually diminished, indicating a slow alleviation of his suffering. The toxic dragon was crushed into a pulpy mass by Yuan Hong's strike, causing Ao Guang to ache with regret. Such toxic dragons were rare in the East Sea, each requiring millennia to nurture, and now one had perished so easily. Faced with Yuan Hong's predatory gaze, Ao Guang dared not utter a word of reproach, swallowing his grievances. The Dragon King warned, taking this antidote will ensure your safety for a year. 3 pills grant you 3 years of life. Within those 3 years, you must come to the East Sea to obtain a definitive antidote, or prepare for a fatal poisoning. Once matters concluded, Ao Guang honored his word. With 4 dragon serpents pulling a chariot and 80,000 demon kin following the 4 Seas Dragon King, retreating from Maishan in grand procession. In the aftermath of the battle, Nezha remained silent atop Maishan for several days, reflecting deeply. He cherished the joyful moments spent with Yuan Hong and others, drinking and boasting together. However, he faced an urgent task, the 3-year pact with Ao Guang. Struggling to devise a solution, Nezha summoned all the inhabitants of Maishan to discuss the dilemma. The 7 oddities of Maishan, masters of formidable powers, found themselves equally stymied. Ultimately, they collectively proposed a daring idea, to raid the East Sea and seize the antidote. Nezha swiftly dismissed this notion, recognizing that had he intended to steal, he would not have been bitten by the toxic dragon so easily. He understood that he bore responsibility and did not wish to deepen animosity with the East Sea. Rather, he sought to atone for his mistakes, both for the sake of the little dragon maiden and himself. Just when Nezha was on the verge of despair, Yuan Hong offered a more feasible suggestion, stating, While we may be powerless, there are countless beings of great power across the 3 realms. Perhaps they may possess a solution. This revelation awakened him. He contemplated the formidable beings across the 3 realms, and, at last, a spark ignited in Nezha's eyes. Perhaps he could seek assistance. At Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou resided the great, immortal Zhenyuan. Apart from a select few saints, Zhenyuan's prowess was unparalleled. Known as Zhenyuanzi, He belonged to the lineage of the Three Pure Ones and was hailed as the progenitor of Earth Immortals. Jin Yuan possessed a rare ginseng fruit tree, one of the few spiritual roots in the universe, would symbolize his life if he could extract some ethereal wood essence from it. There was a genuine hope of restoring the vitality diminished in Aobing. Thus, Nezha resolved to depart from Meishan and seek a mentor at Wuzhuang Temple. Upon voicing this intention, the inhabitants of Meishan found no grounds to deter him. Over the following days, Nezha and the 7 monsters of Meishan indulged in celebratory revelry, fully aware that such joyful days were nearing their end. One evening, they drank from the zenith of the sun until dusk enveloped the land. All succumbed to inebriation, slumbering soundly in their cave. Yet Nezha quietly rose from the ground, casting a lingering gaze upon each individual, as if to etch their faces into his memory. Ultimately, he shouldered the Qian Kuan bow and grasped the Qian Kuan circle, silently departing. Separation is often a source of anguish. To avoid this impending sorrow, Nezha chose to vanish unnoticed. As his figure receded from Meishan, a rotund figure emerged from a distance, his elder brother, Zhu Jinjin. I believe you shall return, he mused. If he is your elder brother, then who am I? Zhu Jinjin, astonished, glanced upwards to find Yuan Hong perched on a peach tree, laughing and gazing at Nezha's silhouette. It turned out that not only was Zhu Jinjin feigning drunkenness, but Yuan Hong was doing the same. Uncertain if Nezha would succeed, Zhu Jinjin pondered, regardless. If he fails to obtain the ethereal wood essence, I shall storm the East Sea and demand the antidote from Ao Guang. In disbelief, he turned to Xiyang Xian. Dai Li, Cheng Hao, and Wu Long emerged one after another, revealing that they too were merely pretending to be intoxicated. Yuan Hong was equally astonished, realizing that all his brothers were in on the act, except for Jean Dashing, who seemed to be genuinely asleep. Just as Yuan Hong voiced his complaint about the brawny yet simple-minded Jean, the earth trembled and the peach tree swayed. A plume of dark mist erupted, transforming the former peach tree into Jean Dashing, who scratched his head and exclaimed, I thought I was the only one here. I didn't expect everyone else to be present. On Mount Wanshou, a thick mist enveloped the landscape, where herds of deer frolicked across the verdant meadows. The symphony of exotic beasts and spirited birds filled the air, uplifting the spirits of those who listened. The atmosphere was exceptionally pure, saturated with spiritual energy. Nezha inhaled deeply, sensing that with a year of cultivation in this place, he could ascend to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. As he made his way up Mount Wanshou, Nezha felt a buoyant optimism, hoping that the forthcoming mentorship would proceed smoothly. Outside the grand entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, Nezha politely knocked on the door. Before long, a small gap appeared, and a young acolyte poked his head out, impatiently asking what was the matter. Nezha, striving to maintain a congenial smile, announced, I, Nezha from Chentang Pass, have come to seek guidance from my master. Please notify him. Oh, wait a moment, the acolyte replied, only to close the door again. Nezha stood quietly outside the temple, waiting, but hours passed without any sign of activity. Left with no choice, he knocked again. The same acolyte appeared, asking what he wanted again. Frustration welled within Nezha as he restrained his anger, attempting to keep his tone calm. I, Nezha from Chentang Pass, have come to seek guidance. Please inform my master. The acolyte casually responded before slamming the door shut once more. Seething with anger, Nezha felt his inner turmoil bubbling to the surface. He approached the door for the 3rd time. The acolyte flung the door open, shouting, Are you done? Just wait outside. As he attempted to close the door again, a pale arm shot out, halting his action. Nezha forcefully pushed the door open and strode inside. The acolyte, startled, exclaimed in disbelief, You dare to intrude upon Wuzhuang Temple? In a fit of rage, Nezha seized the young acolyte and, as if discarding refuse, flung him out of the temple. The acolyte scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of fury as he charged at Nezha, ready to fight. Possessing the cultivation of a celestial being, the acolyte moved much faster than an ordinary person, raising his fist to strike. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and the acolyte's head collided with the door panel. A howl of pain echoed outside, reverberating through the entire Wanshou mountain, startling the birds into flight. Chapter 21. I am aggrieved, but I shall not speak. One would expect Nezha to show utmost respect when visiting Wuzhuang Temple to seek a master. Yet, he had not even met the great master Jin Yuan before dealing a blow to the acolyte. Nezha had no intention of resorting to violence, but the acolyte had dismissed his words entirely. If he did not take some action, it seemed unlikely he would even gain entry into the temple. The unique architecture of Wuzhuang Temple was limited, with the only notable structure being the Taoist temple. Nezha soon arrived at its entrance and called out, Great Master Jin Yuan, I, Nezha from Chentang Pass, have come to seek guidance. Without making him wait long, the grand doors of Wuzhuang Temple slowly opened, revealing Jin Yuan, clad in Taoist robes, accompanied by another acolyte. Jin Yuan's expression was inscrutable, yet the acolyte beside him whispered, "Master, this boy is insufferable. He dared to intrude upon Wuzhuang Temple. He must be taught a harsh lesson." Nezha furrowed his brow, ready to explain, when suddenly a figure rushed in from behind, weeping profusely and kneeling before Jin Yuan. "Master, you must take justice for Qi Feng." The tearful Qi Feng recounted Nezha's fierce actions with exaggerated flair, his face a picture of grievance, soaking in his own tears and snot. Embodying a pitiful sight, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head in resignation, seemingly aware of his disciple's character. He chose to disregard Qi Feng and turned his attention to Nezha. The aura of hostility was too intense. It cannot be accepted. Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted slightly, but his gaze quickly dimmed. "Young friend, I shall not pursue the matter of your injuring my disciple. It would be best for you to depart early." With that, Zhen Yuanzi returned to his temple. Seeing that Zhen Yuanzi would not stand up for him, Qi Feng felt aggrieved and cast a fierce look at Nezha. "Did you not hear what my master said? Depart at once, and do not let me see you again." Mingwei chimed in, "Indeed, my senior brother is correct. A person like you will never be accepted by my master. Initially rejected and then treated like a pariah, it is a disheartening experience for anyone." Yet Nezha appeared unfazed, casually surveying the surroundings of Wuzhuang Temple. Eventually, as if struck by a sudden resolve, he confidently strode into a room. "Ah, a bed. How delightful." After a long day of exertion, Nezha sprawled onto the bed, wearing an expression of utter bliss. Suddenly, the door was flung open as Qi Feng and Mingwei stormed in. Seething with anger, Qi Feng yanked the covers off Nezha and shouted, "Have you no shame? How can you sleep in someone else's home in broad daylight?" Irritated, Nezha sat up and snatched the blanket back. "Get out. If you disturb my rest again, I shall throw you both out." Qi Feng trembled at his words. The earlier incident still fresh in his mind as he dragged the bewildered Mingwei outside. From beyond the door, Mingyue's voice echoed, "Do not get too complacent. Just wait." In response to Mingyue's threat, Nezha merely scoffed, pulling the covers over himself and returning to sleep. Qi Feng and Mingwei were merely the disciples of celestial beings, incapable of causing him any real distress. Thus he dismissed them entirely. Since Zhen Yuanzi would not accept him, Nezha resolved to employ a strategy of tears and tantrums, stubbornly remaining at Wuzhuang Temple. "As long as you do not accept me today, I shall stay another day. If you do not accept me for a year, I will remain for a year." Perhaps truly exhausted, Nezha slept soundly until the following morning. With nothing to occupy his time, he aimlessly wandered around Wuzhuang Temple. Unintentionally or not, he strolled to the back courtyard, where he beheld a towering ginseng fruit tree, its branches obscuring the sky. Gazing at the numerous ginseng fruits resembling little dolls, Nezha's mouth watered profusely. It is said that the ginseng fruit tree bears fruit once every 9,000 years. Merely inhaling the scent of a ginseng fruit can grant one 360 years of life, while consuming one can extend life by 47,000 years. It is the most miraculous fruit in existence, rarer than the Queen Mother's peaches. "Who invited you here? Get out." Qi Feng suddenly rushed from a distance, fearing that Nezha might steal the ginseng fruits. He spread his arms wide, protectively guarding the precious fruits. "Pa." Nezha feigned indifference as he turned to leave, but inside he simmered with resentment. It was akin to having a delectable morsel tantalizingly close, yet being unable to savor it, an unbearable anguish indeed. Nezha did not wander far, remaining nearby to occasionally glance at the ginseng fruit tree, while Qi Feng kept a fierce watch over him, standing motionless before the tree. As the day drew to a close, Nezha had traversed the entirety of Wuzhuang Temple, and it seemed that Zhen Yuanzi, engaged in his cultivation, was unconcerned about Nezha's presence or absence. Only Qi Feng remained perpetually vigilant against him. Upon opening the door, Nezha returned to his chamber, only to find two blankets strewn haphazardly across the floor, marred by unsightly footprints and smeared with sticky saliva, which was utterly revolting. With frustration evident on his face, Nezha said nothing, but stormed into Qi Feng's room, flinging the blankets onto the ground. "Did you do this?" he demanded. Qi Feng, feigning innocence, replied with confusion, "How would I know?" Nezha, raising his fist, stepped closer to Qi Feng, grasping him by the collar of his robe, threatening, "If you deny it, I swear you won't leave this door today." Qi Feng, waving his hands in denial, exclaimed, "It truly wasn't me. Don't wrongfully accuse a good person. If it wasn't you, then it must be someone else. In Wuzhuang Temple, the only one I have enmity with is you. Who else could it be? Are you suggesting it was Zhen Yuanzi? Even if someone were to claim that, no one would believe it." As Qi Feng stubbornly refused to admit guilt, Nezha delivered a punch to his eye. However, to Nezha's surprise, Qi Feng gazed at him with a look of innocent grievance, his expression growing increasingly pitiful, almost as if he were on the verge of tears. To Nezha's astonishment, Qi Feng's lips quivered, and tears began to flow, culminating in him burying his face in the blankets, his body shaking with sobs. Nezha, unable to believe his eyes, lifted the blankets to reveal Qing Feng, his eyes brimming with tears, flowing uncontrollably. I barely struck you with any force. Is it really necessary to react this way? Qing Feng's pitiable demeanor seemed genuine, leaving Nezha at a loss. He awkwardly patted Qi Feng, offering, "All right, I won't blame you anymore. Can you please stop crying?" This statement, perhaps inadvertently, acted as a catalyst, prompting Qing Feng to cry even more fervently, his wails echoing dramatically. Nezha was utterly exasperated, thinking to himself, "Isn't the victim supposed to be me? Shouldn't I be the one feeling wronged?" The commotion attracted Mingyue, who arrived swiftly and, surveying the scene, scolded Nezha. "You are being too arrogant. Do not forget, this is Wuzhuang Temple, not your playground." Nezha found himself speechless. Today's events were perplexing, and he had no intention of provoking further conflict, knowing that disturbing Zenyuanzi would lead to dire consequences. Yet Qi Feng suddenly shouted, resembling a scorned spouse, "I will tell master. I will tell master." Nezha was taken aback. Clearly, Qi Feng was in the wrong. If this matter were brought to Zenyuanzi's attention, Qi Feng would surely face punishment. Leaving Nezha bewildered as to why Qing Feng would act in such a manner. Just as Nezha sought to counsel Qing Feng and clarify the repercussions of his actions, Mingyue interjected. "Senior brother, I think we should let this go." A gentle breeze looked at the bright moon with surprise, noticing it whispering softly into its ear. A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on the breeze's face. Unable to comprehend the situation, it turned to glance at Nezha, and then, in a sudden fit of despair, the breeze buried itself in the blankets and wept, louder and more woefully than before. The events of the day had been muddled and confusing, leading to a hasty departure from the place. Since the moment the bright moon entered, Nezha had managed to piece together most of the happenings. The bright moon wished to defend the gentle breeze, for it was indeed the moon that had soiled the quilt, yet Nezha had unjustly taken it out on the breeze, resulting in its tears. As for why the breeze did not report this to Zenyuanzi, it was because the mischief was committed by the moon, leaving the breeze with no choice but to swallow its grievances and accept its misfortune. What a lamentable affair it was, the breeze thought, shaking its head as it returned to its own room. Without the quilt, Nezha resolved to devote himself to diligent cultivation, for the spiritual energy in this place was exceedingly abundant. To neglect it would be a tremendous waste. Time seemed to stand still in the realm of cultivation, and Nezha felt as though a mere blink had caused the night to pass in haste. After a night of rigorous training, Nezha felt invigorated, confident that at this pace he could break through to the mid-stage of Xianxian within a year. Wanshou Mountain, indeed, was a celestial abode of Zenyuanzi's cultivation, a veritable paradise on earth. Yet, Nezha pondered why, in such a splendid place, the cultivation of the gentle breeze and the bright moon remained so woefully inadequate. Perhaps they were simply dim-witted. As if summoned by fate, a loud knocking reverberated from outside. "Nezha, come out at once. Today we shall have a decisive battle. If you win, we will assist you in finding a master, but if you lose, you must leave Wuzhuangguan." The voice of the gentle breeze drifted in, filled with determination. Chapter 22, The Art of the Sleeves Universe. These two dared to challenge him to a duel? Given their cultivation levels, Nezha could easily handle them without effort. Their audacity was baffling. However, the mention of assisting him in finding a master sparked a glimmer of hope in Nezha's eyes. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped out of his room, declaring, "Let it begin. If I win, do not forget your promise." Nezha was prepared to teach the gentle breeze and the bright moon a lesson, but to his surprise, the gentle breeze hastily waved its hands, exclaiming, "No, no, we shall not compete in fighting." The bright moon chimed in, "Indeed, we are not as barbaric as you. We propose a test of courage. Are you daring enough?" "Courage?" Nezha chuckled inwardly, nearly bursting into laughter, recalling the gentle breeze's pouting demeanor from the previous night. He felt a wave of disbelief. "Are you certain?" he inquired. "Of course," the gentle breeze replied. "Each of us will present a challenging task, provided there is no life-threatening danger. Whoever fails shall be deemed the loser." This seemed fair enough. Nezha nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept. What do you wish me to do?" Seeing Nezha acquiesce, the gentle breeze and the bright moon exchanged glances, a sense of scheming satisfaction evident upon their faces. The gentle breeze urged, "Do not ask too many questions, just come with us." It was the height of summer, and the heat was oppressive. Nezha followed behind the two, his mind racing with uncertainty. What mischief were these two concocting? He resolved that if things seemed amiss, he would simply withdraw from the competition, regardless of the stakes. As the trio approached the mountainside, they stumbled upon a natural cave. The gentle breeze halted, and, pointing towards the cave, suggested, "Given the sweltering heat, why not seek refuge inside?" "Refuge?" Nezha scoffed, skepticism evident in his voice. "What lies within, and what do you expect me to do?" With a smile, the breeze replied, It's cool inside, a veritable haven. You merely need to remain there for an hour to pass the test. However, should you find the experience unbearable and flee, you will forfeit. Agreed? And what awaits me inside? Nezha inquired. Nothing much, just a few mosquitoes, the breeze replied nonchalantly. But remember, you cannot use any of your powers. Nor can you strike back. Very well, Nezha acquiesced readily, striding confidently into the cave. Just a few mosquitoes, surely I can withstand them. Upon entering, a horrifying scene unfolded. The breeze and the moonlight had not deceived him. Inside were indeed mosquitoes, but not merely a handful, there were swarms, overwhelming him in an instant. Outside, the moonlight whispered, "Brother, is this not a tad cruel? There are thousands of venomous mosquitoes within. If he were to perish, how would we explain it to our master?" "Fear not," the breeze reassured. "That lad is a celestial being. How could he possibly succumb to mere mosquitoes? Just wait, he will soon be at his wit's end." Inside the cave, Nezha's screams echoed relentlessly, piercing the heavens with their sharpness, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. One anguished cry followed another, and the breeze and moonlight reveled in a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Suddenly, the cacophony diminished, the cries, although still present, lost their previous intensity and agony. Eventually, silence enveloped the cave. The two exchanged glances, and driven by curiosity, the breeze ventured into the cave. Inside, Nezha was scratching himself furiously, his discomfort palpable, as he flailed about in a frenzy. Yet, astonishingly, the mosquitoes had vanished. Upon glancing down, he found the ground littered with their lifeless bodies, a thick layer of corpses accumulating beneath him. Furious, the breeze exclaimed, "Nezha, you have lost. We agreed not to harm them, and now they are all dead. Thus, we have triumphed." Nezha turned, retorting, "Which of your eyes witnessed me inflicting harm upon them? And how do you explain this multitude of corpses?" Rising to his feet, Nezha leaned against the cave wall, a comfortable look on his face. "You cannot blame me for this. I was once bitten by a venomous dragon, which may have rendered my blood toxic. These mosquitoes bit me, and thus met their demise." The breeze stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting in rage. "You must be jesting. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Your excuse is utterly ridiculous. Please, concoct a more credible story. Quite simple, really. Just have a sip of my blood, and you shall see," Nezha said nonchalantly, approaching the breeze, who, pale with fright, let out a scream and fled. In a bid to validate Nezha's claim, the two captured a small white mouse for experimentation. To their astonishment, the mouse, with a roll of its eyes, promptly perished. The breeze and moonlight were left with no choice but to begrudgingly accept the truth. A gentle breeze carried the weight of disappointment as it conceded, "This round is yours. So what do you wish us to do?" With a chuckle, Nezha replied, "I shall not engage in the convoluted machinations you employ to harm others. My request is quite simple. Please, take a seat." Obediently, Qingfeng and Mingwei settled down. "What comes next?" Nezha instructed, "Open your mouths, wider if you please." They complied, their minds racing with disbelief that it could be this straightforward. To their surprise, Nezha continued, "Now, raise your heads. Maintain this posture for half an hour. If you close your mouths at any point, you shall be deemed the losers." Their faces lit up with joy. This task seemed remarkably easy, and they followed his orders diligently. Nezha lowered his gaze, picked up an ant from the ground, and approached Qingfeng, saying, "Allow me to treat you to a grand feast." Fear flickered in Qingfeng's eyes as the ant was placed into his mouth under Nezha's watchful gaze. The nightmare for the two had merely begun. Nezha scoured the surroundings, collecting cockroaches, spiders, and bedbugs, all of which found their way into the mouths of the two, who remained steadfast, their expressions betraying no fear as they endured the onslaught, resolutely refusing to concede. Nezha admired their courage. Moved by their perseverance, he announced, "There is but one final offering. Having indulged in such a delightful feast, you must be parched. Allow me to quench your thirst." Stifling laughter, Nezha approached Qingfeng, loosening his belt while humming a tune. At that moment, Qingfeng discerned Nezha's intentions. True to his expectations, a familiar yet unspeakable object emerged, poised above Qingfeng's gaping mouth. In that instant, Qingfeng felt as though he were enduring the most protracted, agonizing, and unforgettable moment of his life, his pupils dilating in horror as he fixated on the impending dread. "Nezha, you have gone too far." Qingfeng ultimately could not restrain himself. Shameless, scoundrel, despicable, base. Any insult he could muster poured forth from his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, defeat necessitated accountability. The promises made must be fulfilled. Qingfeng, momentarily at a loss for words, feigned ignorance and queried, "Did I ever agree to anything?" Recognizing this tone as a prelude to deceit, Nezha raised his fist menacingly, threatening, "Shall I assist you in recalling?" Both Qingfeng and Mingwei recoiled, terror seeping into their bones, their faces paling as they conceded, "Very well, I shall give it a try. Await my news tonight." With Qingfeng's assurance, Nezha exhaled in relief, inching closer to acquiring the essence of the emu's spirit. In truth, Nezha did not feel it was imperative to become a disciple of Xinyuanzi. However, the essence of the emu's spirit was rooted in the ginseng fruit tree. Even a minor extraction could deplete the tree's vitality, potentially taking millennia to recover. Thus, Nezha first sought to become Xinyuanzi's apprentice, believing that when he voiced his desire later, it would be far more feasible. Naturally, acquiring some spells and powers would be an even greater boon. As night fell, Qingfeng stealthily entered Nezha's chamber. Shaking his head in bitterness, "I attempted to speak with my master and fellow disciple, yet for reasons unknown, my master's stance remains resolute. He refuses to accept you." Fearing that Nezha might become impatient, they urged him to remain calm. "At Wuzhuang Temple, there exists a scripture pavilion that my junior brother and I clean every month. Within it lies an abundance of spells and divine abilities. You may select a few at your leisure, and that will count as the fulfillment of our promise." The mere thought of the collection at Xinyuanzi's pavilion stirred Nezha's interest. Casting a skeptical glance at Qingfeng, whose demeanor seemed genuine, Nezha nodded in agreement. Inquiring about their next cleaning date, "In 3 days," came the reply. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not having been able to apprentice under Xinyuanzi, he considered that learning some exquisite spells would be a delightful surprise. Thus, 3 days later, Nezha accompanied Qifeng and Mingwei to a stone tower. As Qifeng recited an incantation, a circle of white light illuminated 2 meters ahead, guiding Nezha to step inside the tower. Upon entering, Qingfeng warned Nezha, "You have but 1 hour. How much you learn depends on your fortune." Inside, rows of wooden shelves lined the walls, each adorned with square compartments harboring scrolls of scripture. The sight overwhelmed Nezha, leaving him uncertain of where to begin. Approaching the nearest shelf, he casually glanced at a tome titled Tianxin Wulei Ju and gently opened it. The text spoke of the birth of righteous energy, the movement of heaven and earth, the shifting of clouds, the stirring of winds, and the imminent arrival of rain, signifying the awakening of thunder. With the convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 qi returning to their origin, the heart opens to the heavens. And with a palm raised, the sun and moon alter their hues. As he reached out to question the heavens, a myriad of thunders responded in awe. The profundity of the text overwhelmed him, and he promptly closed the thick volume, realizing it would take considerable time to digest its contents. Thus, Nezha sought spells that suited him. He perused one tome after another: Xuanchuan Spell, Taishang 3 Caves Divine Scrolls Volumes 1, 2, and 3. The abundance of knowledge left Nezha in awe, and if possible, he would have wished to carry every book away. In a matter of moments, he had browsed through over 100 volumes, finding particular interest in golden light cultivation method, being soldier's technique, and heavenly and earthly signs. He even stumbled upon Tian Gang Bawa Step, a variant of the 36 celestial techniques. Taking a deep breath, Nezha discarded these options, continuing his search for a fitting divine ability. In truth, the essence of spells lies in their refinement rather than their quantity. Reflecting on the era of the investiture of the gods, those remarkable figures excelled by mastering a single discipline to its utmost potential. Despite the plethora of spells available, each could serve a lifetime. Conversely, the folly of being overly greedy, akin to Jiangxia who dabbled in every art, resulted in him being less capable than even a 3rd-generation disciple of the Chan sect. Hence, Nezha quickly tempered his excitement and continued his quest. Perhaps by the hand of fate, he soon discovered 2 divine abilities that left him in a quandary. Xiuli Qian Kuan, the signature spell of Xinyuanzi, perhaps known only to him in the 3 realms, signifies the encapsulation of heaven and earth within one sleeve. If one were to rank the abilities, it would undoubtedly belong among the top 2 in the realms. As for the other one, it is widely known, the 3 heads and 6 arms technique. Undoubtedly, while this skill may not possess the formidable power of the sleeve universe, it is, without a doubt, the most suitable for him. When cultivated to its utmost potential, it can certainly be compared with the 8-9 profound arts. Thus, Nezha concluded in his heart that he would choose the unparalleled divine art of the sleeve universe. Why? You might ask. After all, everyone harbors a dream of being the best in the world. Although the 3 heads and 6 arms is powerful, there are many extraordinary individuals who can master it. Nezha yearned for something unique, a technique solely his own, which would bring him prestige and flair, not to mention its formidable strength. He reminisced about the journey to the west, when the immortal Jin Yuanzi captured Tang Xing and his disciples with a single move of the sleeve universe. In contrast, even if the 3 heads and 6 arms were cultivated to its peak, it would merely reach a stalemate with the 8-9 profound arts. Weighing the pros and cons, the choice was clear: the sleeve universe was the way to go. With only an hour at his disposal, Nezha diligently perused the cultivation methods of the sleeve universe. page by page. Fortunately, his current body possessed an extraordinary memory, allowing him to retain every detail as time slipped away. Eventually, he emerged from the scripture pavilion alongside Qi Feng and Mingwei. Nezha was brimming with excitement, eager to find a place to practice. But the following period would lead him to profound regret so deep it felt as though it could turn his insides green, for he soon discovered a grave issue. Alas, the sleeve universe was utterly beyond his grasp. Chapter 23. 3 heads and 6 arms. Initially filled with enthusiasm, Nezha believed that with his innate talent, he could master any technique in the world. However, upon delving into the complexities of the sleeve universe, he realized its intricacies were daunting. Mastery depended not solely on talent but, more critically, on time. The term universe signifies the creation of a personal realm, and this first step alone could take thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. With the impending battle of deities approaching, he could not afford to invest his time in such endeavors. What Nezha needed was a technique of great power, one that could be learned swiftly. Thus he regretted not having chosen the 3 heads and 6 arms instead. However, opportunity still lingered, as the stone tower would open once a month. Therefore, Nezha directed his attention towards Qi Feng and Mingwei. While they bore no deep-seated animosity, their relationship was not easily mended. In the ensuing days, Nezha ceased his practice of the sleeve universe and instead sought to ingratiate himself with them. Though their cultivation levels were modest, they were particularly intrigued by extraordinary artifacts, such as Nezha's universe bow and the 2 thunder arrows. Observing their greedy expressions, Nezha recognized an opportunity and eagerly recounted the origins of his treasures. He proposed to lend them for their enjoyment, but in return, they must assist him in entering the secret realm of the stone tower once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Feng and Mingwei agreed, eagerly taking Nezha's universe bow and running amok across the mountains. Consequently, Nezha was granted another chance to enter the stone tower, where he recorded the cultivation methods of the 3 heads and 6 arms. However, he soon realized that mastering this technique was not as simple as he had envisioned. Achieving even a minor success would require at least a year and a half of dedicated effort. On the summit of Wanshou Mountain, Nezha diligently practiced his formidable powers. And unbeknownst to him, a year slipped by. One morning, as Nezha sat in quiet contemplation upon a great boulder, the atmosphere around him brimmed with rich spiritual energy. The heavens fluctuated between light and shadow, clouds shifting from white to ominous dark, creating an ever-changing tableau. The deer in the mountains, sensing a primeval beast, fled in terror, while the birds in the woods exhibited unusual behavior, flitting about chaotically. The ecological balance of Wanshou Mountain had been utterly transformed. Suddenly, Nezha opened his piercing eyes and sprang to his feet, a crack resonating from his back as 4 additional arms sprouted forth. Following this, 2 more heads emerged, marking the completion of his transformation into a figure of 3 heads and 6 arms. After expelling a deep breath laden with impurities, he realized that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Xianxian, and his powers had been successfully mastered. Everything appeared to progress smoothly. As for Qi Feng and Mingwei, their past grievances had dissolved, for they were the only few inhabitants of Wanshou Mountain, and even the greatest enmities had been softened by the passage of time. They would occasionally visit Nezha, expressing keen interest in his possessions, borrowing the Qian Kuan Bao or the Qian Kuan Circle every 10 days or so. Focused on refining his powers, Nezha would sometimes grow weary of their requests and cast all his belongings aside, declaring that they should help themselves. This declaration indeed lightened Nezha's burden, allowing his progress in mastering his powers to surge dramatically, enabling him to reach the minor accomplishment within a brief period. The awe-inspiring abilities of 3 heads and 6 arms undoubtedly had the power to astound the heavens and terrify the spirits. And this minor achievement had already incited significant changes in the world. Should he attain full mastery, one could only speculate the magnitude of the commotion it would unleash. With his cultivation successfully completed, Nezha resolved to reclaim his spiritual treasures from Qi Feng and Mingwei. He swiftly made his way to Wuzhuang Temple, where Qi Feng promptly returned all his items, for even the finest treasures could lose their allure after a year of use. Upon receiving the items, 1 Qian Kuan Bao, 2 Zhentian arrows, and 1 Qian Kuan Circle, Nezha began to inspect them closely, ensuring nothing was missing. However, he suddenly appeared anxious, rummaging through his belongings with great urgency. Qi Feng, puzzled, inquired about what he was searching for, noting that everything seemed to be accounted for. The last time Qi Feng borrowed the spiritual treasures, Nezha had been at a critical juncture in his training and had hastily relinquished all his belongings, including 2 detoxification pills belonging to the Dragon King. It seemed that the detoxification pills held little value for either of them, yet Nezha held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, "I had a jade box containing 2 pills, have you seen it?" Qi Feng, awakening to the realization, quickly retrieved a delicate jade box from his pocket, casually exclaiming, "I almost forgot, here it is." Nezha breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it had not been lost. However, to ensure everything was in order, he opened the jade box only to find it completely empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Where are the pills?" he asked. Qifeng, nonchalant, replied, "I fed them to De Huang." "Who is De Huang?" Nezha inquired. "My new dog," Qifeng responded with a chuckle. "Believe it or not, De Huang quite enjoys them. Do you have any left? I'd appreciate a few more." Qifeng laughed heartily. Nezha's face turned pale as he forced out a smile more grotesque than tears and inquired, "Why?" Qifeng replied that he found the jade box quite beautiful and wished to keep it. At that moment, Da Huang rushed over, barking excitedly, which led Qifeng to toss it to him as a treat. Nezha's lips twitched in frustration, feeling a sense of despair. Suddenly, he seized Qifeng by the throat. Roaring in fury, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Startled, Qifeng instinctively attempted to resist. But Nezha's back sprouted 4 additional arms, one pair restraining Qifeng's hands while the other gripped his neck. Overwhelmed by the 4 arms, Qifeng rolled his eyes in discomfort. Feeling utterly miserable, observing the escalating situation, Mingyue hurried over to intervene. Nezha, not truly intending to strangle Qifeng, withdrew his 6 arms and dashed to a nearby tree. Striking his head against it, lamenting, "To die young or old is still death. I might as well collide with this tree and end it now." Freed from Nezha's grasp, Qifeng gasped for air, while Mingyue, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Are those 2 pills truly significant?" Nezha remained silent, releasing the tree and turning his fierce gaze toward Qifeng, demanding, "Where is that dog?" Startled, Qifeng stammered, It's at Wuzhuangwen." An hour later, atop Wanshou Mountain, Nezha and Mingyue sat upon the ground. A pile of firewood crackling between them, with skewered dog meat sizzling enticingly above the flames, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Nezha and Mingyue stared hungrily at the meat, saliva cascading down. "Let us dig in, Mingyue," Nezha exclaimed eagerly. Mingyue swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the roasted meat, murmuring, "Is that really appropriate?" Nezha retorted, "If you want to eat, I want to wait for you," and promptly tore off a dog leg, biting into it with fervor, only to scald his mouth, emitting a hissing sound. Mingyue, unable to contain herself, mimicked Nezha, tearing off a piece of meat and indulging in it with equal delight. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by either, a figure glared at them with a predatory gaze, cursing, "You heartless wretches, devouring Da Wang like this. You shall reap no good fortune." Nezha shot a glance at Qifeng, saying, "Stop pretending and come join us." Mingyue chimed in, "Come on, brother, it's truly delicious." Qifeng disdainfully replied, "I would never stoop to your level. I would rather die than eat." Yet, despite his words, he occasionally swallowed hard, betraying his true thoughts. Perhaps due to his deep bond with Da Huang, Qifeng resisted the temptation, managing to refrain from taking a single bite. Nezha, resigned to his fate, realized that the detoxifying pills were gone and that he could only await death. However, he resolved that if he were to die, he would at least do so with a full stomach. He clung to the hope that perhaps the detoxifying pill had not been fully digested by Da Huang, and remnants of its potency remained within. Consuming Da Huang might yield similar effects to taking the detoxifying pill. Once the dog meat was devoured, although it was delicious and savory, Nezha felt no reduction in the toxins within his body. It is possible that Da Huang had long since digested the detoxification pill, expelling it from his body as waste. With the dog meat proving ineffective, Nezha's time was now even more limited. Within a month, the toxins would erupt. Nezha had completely surrendered, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. After Nezha and Mingyue had their fill, they lay back on the lawn, their bellies content, enjoying the gentle breeze that brought a sense of comfort and tranquility. If life could be like this every day, Nezha would be utterly satisfied. Qifeng was tidying up the battlefield, gathering the dog bones strewn across the ground and piling them together, before finally directing his gaze at Nezha, as if anticipating something. From his expression, it was evident that Qifeng desired the last bone in Nezha's mouth. Initially intending to pick his teeth, Nezha, upon seeing Qifeng's expression, decided to relinquish the bone to him. Once Qifeng had gathered all the bones, he dug a small pit and buried them, finding a wooden plaque somewhere, inscribed with "In memory of my beloved dog, Da Huang." Nezha was left speechless, thinking to himself, is it really necessary? He then informed Qifeng and Mingyue about the detoxification pill, at which point Qifeng realized the grave mistake he had made. In an effort to atone for his error, Qifeng proposed a plan that might save Nezha's life. 300 miles from Wanshou Mountain, there lay an active volcano, where the temperature of the magma approached several thousand degrees. Deep within the volcano, there existed a volcanic stone, a rare treasure. The poison dragon belonged to the realm of cold and darkness, while the volcanic stone was a symbol of utmost warmth and vitality. If Nezha were to wear the volcanic stone day and night, it might not completely rid him of the toxins, but at the very least, it would prevent any recurrence. Proving far more effective than any detoxification pill. Several thousand degrees of heat? How am I to acquire the volcanic stone? Not even a golden immortal would survive such temperatures. Nezha lamented. Qifeng reassured him. Rest assured, I would never send you to your demise. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a treasure that will double your chances of success. If there existed a primordial spiritual treasure capable of warding off fire, then obtaining the volcanic stone would be effortless. Nezha, relieved, sensed that perhaps there was still hope. Early the next morning, Qifeng and Mingwei arrived to find him, evidently ready to present him with the primordial treasure. With a heart full of anticipation, Nezha stepped into the courtyard, where he saw Qifeng and Mingwei holding a banner that read, "Cheer up. We await your return." Qifeng appeared quite pleased and proudly remarked, "What do you think? Our thoughtful gift will surely empower you to triumph and successfully acquire the volcanic stone." At that moment, Nezha stood in the courtyard, utterly stunned. Like a piece of charred yet tender meat. Chapter 24. The Fire Point Spear. Located 300 miles south of Wanshou Mountain, there stood a volcano that erupted every few years. Deep within the Earth's surface, at the center of the magma, lay a treasure known as the volcanic stone. It took millennia, even eons, for a single piece to form, making it as rare as, if not more so than, a primordial spiritual treasure. After a day and night of travel, Nezha was nearing the volcanic region and instinctively slowed his pace, for he could feel a subtle warmth in the air around him. In truth, volcanic eruptions are quite rare. However, this particular locale possesses an oddity, with formidable eruptions occurring every few years, rendering the vicinity devoid of any human habitation, and scaring away even the most audacious of creatures. The searing temperatures, reaching thousands of degrees, pose a dire threat, without a primordial treasure capable of warding off flames. Only beings of unparalleled power, such as the mighty Jin Yuanzi, or certain fire-formed entities, could withstand such heat. Others would be reduced to mere ashes. Figures like the fire immortal Luo Xian of the Jiejiao sect and the son of the bull demon king, Hong Haier, exhibit no fear of such temperatures. Yet, Nezha is different. Even hovering 100 meters above the volcano, he dares not approach. From such a distance, he is already drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the oppressive heat. Any closer, and even his divine form may falter. As for the banner sent by Qifeng Mingwei, Nezha had long discarded it, for its effectiveness was dubious at best. Faced with an inaccessible volcano, Nezha pondered a solution. Since he could not approach, he would bring the mountain down. With determination, he retrieved the Qiankuan circle from around his neck and hurled it toward the mountainside. A burst of golden light shot forth like a comet, striking the volcanic rock with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble and debris to cascade downward, while a dark wave of heat surged upward. Retrieving the Qiankuan circle, Nezha swiftly ascended 100 meters. Suddenly, the ground beneath him writhed with heat, and the space around him crackled as if torn apart. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and he, too fatigued to wipe them away, discarded his upper garments, letting them fall. As they descended, flames erupted, incinerating the clothing midair. Dazed from the heat, Nezha panted like a weary pup, his tongue lolling out as he gasped for air. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to throw the Qiankuan circle once more, intent on shattering the volcano. The golden light descended like a fierce tiger, akin to a dragon soaring through the sea, striking the mountain with terrifying force. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed, and the atmosphere became oppressive, thick with smoke that threatened to ignite. A horrifying spectacle unfolded. With a thunderous roar, a fire column of several meters in diameter surged skyward, hurtling directly towards Nezha. In a moment of peril, he concentrated his entire magical energy into his feet, and, propelled by unprecedented speed, soared 100 meters upward, narrowly evading the onslaught. Below, whether due to the influence of the Qiankuan circle or not, the volcano erupted violently, with lava flowing forth like water, bathing the sky in crimson light. Waves of heat surged relentlessly, but Nezha paid them no heed, for amidst the churning lava, he glimpsed a weapon emerging, a long spear, measuring 18 feet, imbued with boundless power. Its might rivaling that of a primordial treasure, capturing Nezha's undivided attention. Perhaps it was the oppressive heat surrounding him, or the allure of the primordial treasure. But Nezha found himself parched and panting heavily, his eyes greedily fixed upon the spear. This weapon possesses boundless magic, and a voice within him urges him to possess it, declaring it as his own. The gun's body is on the verge of being engulfed by the rolling magma. Nezha hesitates no longer. He hurls the Qiankuan ring into the air below and shouts, "Drink." Suddenly, the Qiankuan ring splits into 2, then into 4, then into 8, ultimately transforming into myriad forms. creating a golden barrier 100 meters wide. Nezha stands at the center of this barrier, slowly descending. The volcanic eruption continues, waves of heat surging forth. Yet upon contact with the golden light, they dissipate, pushing the heat back. The 100-meter golden barrier approaches the volcano, but the temperature rises correspondingly. Nezha is on the brink of fainting, his vision obscured by darkness, his lips cracked, and his body teetering on the edge of collapse. At this moment, he is still several dozen meters away from the weapon, yet he has reached his limits, feeling powerless even to abandon his pursuit. The Qianquan ring, a lethal innate treasure, proves insufficient against the searing temperatures. The thousands of transformed Qianquan rings vanish, reverting to their original form, plummeting alongside Nezha into the surging magma. Nezha underestimates the terror of the volcanic eruption, acting impulsively and now paying the price with his life. Suddenly, the magma erupts violently, and a melodious hissing sound resonates as two magnificent birds, engulfed in flames, emerge from the lava, catching Nezha and soaring into the sky. The Qingwan and the Woofing. These are the last words Nezha utters before losing consciousness. When Nezha groggily opens his eyes, he finds himself resting on the back of a magnificent bird resembling a peacock. Its feathers resplendent, trailing golden light wherever it flies. Lying upon the Qingwan, Nezha feels an inexplicable familiarity, a comforting sense of recognition. The Qingwan and Huofeng realize Nezha has awakened, emitting melodious calls in the air, seemingly in celebration, their joy evident. Nezha rises from the Qingwan's back, exhaling deeply, feeling as though he has known them for ages, as if they were acquainted in a past life, a feeling that is profoundly intimate. The Qingwan and Huofeng dart through the skies, their calls echoing in response to Nezha, playfully nudging him with their heads. Nezha pauses momentarily, then, with excitement, asks, "Do you intend to follow me?" The Qingwan and Huofeng cease all movement, transforming into two flaming wheels that whirl in the air. These are the wind and fire wheels. Nezha is astonished, filled with disbelief. Could it be that fate has conspired this way? Without the assistance of Tai, Nezha has nonetheless mastered the 3 heads and 6 arms, and acquired the wind and fire wheels, along with the spear atop the volcano, which must be the fire-tip spear. Standing upon the wind and fire wheels, Nezha's speed surges 100-fold, and in the blink of an eye, he returns to the volcano, where the eruption is nearing its end. Yet, he has not yet acquired the volcanic stones or the fire-tip spear, prompting his return. The volcano was originally a sacred ground for the Qingwan and Huofeng to cultivate their powers. Thus, as Nezha ventured towards the volcano, his confidence surged, firmly believing that he would acquire the fire spear and volcanic stones, suspended several dozen meters above ground. Nezha benefited from the inherent fire-resisting abilities bestowed by the Qingwan and Huofeng, ethereal birds of flame, although he could not navigate through the molten lava like them. The searing waves of heat that permeated the atmosphere posed no threat to him. Perched upon his wind-fire wheels, Nezha scoured the expanse above the lava for the fire spear's traces. However, time elapsed, and the relentless flow of lava obscured his quest. The fire spear had long since vanished, perhaps once again submerged in the endless molten depths. Frowning, Nezha found himself in a predicament. He could not enter the seething lava like the Qingwan could. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. While he might be unable to do so, the Qingwan could. With a swift motion, Nezha summoned the Qingwan, instructing it to retrieve the volcanic stones and the fire spear from beneath the surface. The Qingwan complied obediently, plunging headfirst into the lava to seek out the fire spear and collect the volcanic stones. After a considerable duration, the Qingwan emerged, clutching a stone as red as burning coal in its beak, yet the fire spear remained elusive. Given that this was the Qingwan's place of cultivation, acquiring the volcanic stone was relatively simple. However, locating the fire spear proved to be a daunting task, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nezha felt a sense of satisfaction, gently caressing the Qingwan's head in gratitude. With the volcanic stone adorning his neck and standing on a single wheel, Nezha continued his search for 3 days, yet the fire spear remained hidden, possibly swept away to an inconspicuous corner by the lava's currents. As time dragged on, Nezha's spirits began to wane, and he contemplated giving up. Just as he prepared to depart, the Qingwan soared into the air, returning to him with a fire spear measuring 18 feet in length clasped in its beak. Nezha's excitement rendered him speechless, his gaze fixed intently on the weapon, his breath quickening in anticipation. Chapter 25. The 8-armed Nezha. This expedition to the volcano proved to be immensely fruitful. Not only had he obtained volcanic stones to counteract the toxins within, but he had also tamed the Qingwan and, most importantly, acquired his very own divine weapon, the fire spear. Swiftly riding on the wind-fire wheels, he arrived at Wuzhuangwen on Mount Wanshou. Upon seeing Nezha return safely, With unexpected treasures in tow, Qi Feng and Mingwei eagerly requested to borrow the fire spear and wind fire wheels for their amusement. Nezha, not one to be petty, was nonetheless eager to master the newly acquired fire spear and needed to familiarize himself with its handling. Thus, he temporarily summoned the Qingwan and Huofing to entertain his friends while he honed his skills atop the mountain. Having witnessed the volcanic eruption, Nezha felt a profound reverence for nature's might. An idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could devise a unique technique for wielding his spear inspired by the grandeur of that day. With a clear direction in mind, Nezha immediately set out to practice diligently, day and night. However, the quest to master a set of intricate techniques proved to be exceedingly arduous. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had slipped by. During his 3-year stay at the Wuzhuang Temple, following his extraordinary encounter with the volcano and 2 years of relentless training, Nezha experienced a significant enhancement in his capabilities, reaching the late stage of Shenxian. When combined with his innate treasures such as the fire-tipped spear, wind and fire wheels, and the Qian Kuan circle, Nezha felt confident in his ability to challenge those of a higher tier, standing toe-to-toe with mid-stage Jingxian. Akin to the renowned Jin Dashong of the 7 monsters of Meishan, thanks to his constant wearing of volcanic stones, the poison of the venomous dragon had not recurred, gradually diminishing from the unassuming corners of his body over time. Nezha was assured that as long as he persisted in donning the volcanic stones, the dragon's poison would eventually be entirely eradicated. With the 3-year agreement with Ao Guang looming, Nezha prepared to depart from Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, not out of concern for his own life, but for a promise, and above all, for a person, the little dragon maiden. She had saved his life on multiple occasions, even risking her relationship with Ao Bing, allowing Nezha the opportunity to incapacitate Ao Bing. Yet, Nezha felt like a beast for repaying kindness with malice. Each time he reflected on this, his heart ached, and the weight of guilt lingered, compelling him to make amends with Ao Bing by obtaining the emu's spiritual root. Today, Nezha resolved to request the emu essence from Jin Yuanzi, sharing his intentions with Qi Feng and seeking his assistance. Qi Feng, furrowing his brow and pondering for a considerable time, finally replied that he was unable to help with this matter. Fearing Nezha's disappointment, he added, "However, I can arrange for you to meet my master. Whether you succeed depends on your own fortune." Grateful for the opportunity, Nezha's spirits lifted. "All right, please go now. I must see Jin Yuan de Xian at once." Qi Feng and Nezha arrived outside the temple, where Qi Feng patted Nezha on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. "Please wait here. I will inform my master." With that, Qi Feng entered the temple. Time passed slowly, and after what felt like an eternity, Nezha grew restless, pacing anxiously in the courtyard, uncertain whether Jin Yuanzi would grant him an audience. At that moment, the temple doors opened slowly, and Qi Feng emerged, his face beaming with joy as he winked at Nezha. "My master has called for you," he announced. Nezha quickly composed himself, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and stepped into the temple. As he passed by Qi Feng, he whispered gratefully in his ear, "Thank you, brother," before continuing onward. Inside the main hall of the temple, Jin Yuanzi stood as he had during their initial meeting, clad in a Taoist robe, his hair white yet youthful, displaying no hint of emotion. Young Nezha pays his respects to Jin Yuan de Xian. "I apologize for troubling you today with an ungracious request, and I hope for your benevolence." Jin Yuanzi displayed a knowing smile. "You need not elaborate. I shall speak for you. You seek the emu's spiritual essence from the ginseng fruit tree, do you not?" Nezha stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by Jin Yuanzi's insight. However, recalling the master's formidable powers, he quickly acquiesced, "I humbly beseech your assistance." Jin Yuanzi appeared to have disregarded his words, continuing to speak on his own. "You have been sneaking into the Sutra Pavilion of my Wuzhuang Temple intermittently. The first time, you pilfered the cultivation method of the sleeve universe. However, upon realizing the immense energy and time required for this technique, you promptly abandoned it." Nezha was utterly bewildered, listening in silence as Jin Yuanzi recounted his misdeeds. "On your second visit to the Sutra Pavilion, you opted for the technique of the 3 heads and 6 arms, achieving a modest success after 3 years of practice. In the subsequent 2 years, with Qi Feng providing cover, you surreptitiously acquired several remarkable techniques, totaling 5 or 6. Today, you sought the spirit of Emo. Did you truly believe I would grant it to you?" Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Jin Yuanzi, enveloping the surroundings with a chilling intensity as his icy gaze fell upon Nezha, exuding hostility. Nezha found himself in a state of shock. The act of stealing knowledge was indeed a taboo, especially with impure intentions. Given Jin Yuanzi's formidable demeanor, was he truly prepared to take his life? As if struck by a thought, Nezha burst into laughter, maintaining an air of composure, tears of mirth streaming down his face, seemingly dismissing the murderous intent that loomed above. This reaction sparked a flicker of curiosity in Jin Yuanzi, who remarked, To be facing death and still able to laugh. How curious. Nezha, brimming with confidence, disregarded the threat. Oh, great immortal, do not frighten me. I know you would never kill me. Really? What gives you such confidence? Why do you believe I would spare your life? Jin Yuanzi inquired. Firstly, you did not immediately eject me after I rejected your offer to become your disciple, indicating you were granting me an opportunity. You are aware of my clandestine studies and allowed me to cultivate for 3 years, suggesting that you wish for my strength to grow. Hence, I am confident you will not take my life. Once Nezha finished speaking, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Jin Yuanzi revealed a meaningful smile. At least you are not entirely foolish. But do you comprehend my motives? Nezha shook his head, although he sensed Jin Yuanzi bore him no malice. He could not fathom the purpose behind such actions. Thus, he turned his inquiring gaze toward Jin Yuanzi, eager to uncover the truth. Jin Yuanzi retracted his smile. Once again cloaked in mystery. I possess my reasons, but now is not the time for you to know. I can indeed provide you with the spirit of Imu. But you must agree to a condition. What condition? Nezha wondered, contemplating Jin Yuanzi's intentions. When the time is right, I shall reveal it to you. Here is the spirit of Imu. Take it. Jin Yuanzi produced a small vial from his robe and tossed it to Nezha. The spirit of Imu is the essence of the ginseng fruit tree, to be precise, if the spirit is entirely extracted. The ginseng fruit tree will wither and cease to exist. This is all I can offer you, but it should suffice. Nezha glanced at the vial, his brow involuntarily furrowing at the meagerness of the offering. Jin Yuanzi was rather stingy. Casually accepting the vial, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weight in his palm. As if it contained a mountain, it crashed to the ground, prompting a look of astonishment on his face. How heavy, as the bottle was no larger than a palm. He hardly considered its weight, never anticipating that its hidden heft would be beyond his own capacity to lift. This prompted him to reflect on the concept that a flower encompasses a world and a tree embodies decay and rebirth. Even a single drop of water can equate to the weight of a mountain. At this moment, Nezha finally ceased his doubts and embraced the words of Jin Yuanzi, firmly believing that with the aid of the Imu spirit in his possession, he could undoubtedly restore Ao Bing to his original state. The small bottle was indeed heavy. Yet Nezha, albeit unsteadily, managed to lift it with some effort. His earlier tumble was due to a lack of attention and preparation. After securing the Imu spirit, Nezha prepared to take his leave, feeling that his 3-year stay at Wuzhuang Temple had culminated in great merit. He had acquired the Imu spirit and learned formidable divine abilities, reaping abundant rewards. Jin Yuanzi called out for Nezha to wait. Then, like a flash of lightning, he swiftly approached Nezha, placing his palm upon Nezha's shoulder and exclaiming that he would bestow upon him another precious gift. Nezha felt an unusual tingling in his bones as 2 additional arms sprouted from his back, followed by a total of 6, transforming him into a being with 3 heads and 8 arms. The 2 heads on his neck emerged as Jin Yuanzi's arms brushed past Nezha's eyes, causing a sudden discomfort and tingling sensation, as if his eyes were undergoing a remarkable transformation. I grant you 2 extra arms. Now you possess 3 heads and 8 arms. And your 6 eyes have evolved into divine eyes. With 3 heads and 8 arms, he could wield 8 different weapons, facing 8 formidable foes with singular strength. His divine vision would allow him to perceive 6 directions, remaining unperturbed by the intense sunlight or the pitch blackness of night, clearly discerning all things. The left head's eyes could see for miles, with one eye capable of gazing upwards to the 9 heavens and downwards to the 18 layers of hell, thus preventing harm from magical artifacts and safeguarding against sneak attacks from below. You may now depart. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of gifts, Nezha found it difficult to absorb everything. As Jin Yuanzi began to walk away, Nezha knelt down, declaring, "Master, you are like my reborn parents. I cannot bear to part with you." Jin Yuanzi's expression shifted to one of exasperation. "I have not taught you anything. Your powers are the result of your own cultivation. In the presence of others, you must not claim me as your master. Do you understand?" "Yes, master. I cannot adequately express my gratitude for your assistance. You are not merely my master. You are my reborn parents, my true father and mother." Nezha clung tightly to Jin Yuanzi's leg, weeping uncontrollably, while Jin Yuanzi, with a furrowed brow, insisted, "Release me at once." Yet Nezha persisted, tears streaming down his face. "My dear father, before you leave, please grant me a few more innate spiritual treasures for protection." Nezha was unceremoniously kicked out the door, which slammed shut, followed by Jin Yuanzi's furious roar from within. "Get out." Nezha stumbled backward, and Qing Feng and Mingyue, sensing the unusual commotion, rushed over. Master is truly relentless, even if he does not wish to assist. He need not resort to violence. Qing Feng and Mingyue helped Nezha to his feet, but he, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I have obtained the Imu spirit, and now I shall leave Wuzhuang Temple." As the gentle breeze and bright moon heard that Nezha was about to depart, an overwhelming sense of sorrow filled their hearts. The breeze grasped Nezha's hand and expressed that this farewell might linger for an indeterminate duration before they could reunite. Thus, each brother wished to bestow upon him a treasure. "Will you return?" Nezha waved his hand dismissively, expressing his gratitude for their kind intentions, but suggesting that he would prefer to keep the treasures for themselves. The breeze insisted. "This is truly a remarkable gift." He then mysteriously produced a ginseng fruit from his bosom, stating, "After countless years of following my master, I have only this one. Now, I present it to you." Nezha, astonished by the generosity, accepted the ginseng fruit with a look of profound gratitude. However, his expression suddenly changed as he noticed a bite mark on the fruit. How is it that this ginseng fruit has been nibbled? Upon closer inspection, while the fruit appeared whole, the deep tooth imprint was undeniable. Embarrassed, the breeze scratched his head and confessed, 100 years ago, I couldn't resist taking a bite." "You don't mind, do you? 100 years? The spiritual essence of this ginseng fruit must have long since dissipated. Is it still edible?" Nezha rolled his eyes, asserting, "Such a fine item should really remain with you." Bright Moon approached, eager to present her own gift, but Nezha shook his head, insisting that he truly needed to leave. Yet Bright Moon, brimming with confidence, declared, "You will certainly adore my gift, for it is a true treasure, bestowed upon me by my master 3 centuries ago. It is not inferior to the innate spiritual treasures." Chapter 26. Whose power is greater? Having learned from past experiences, Nezha held little hope and sought to depart swiftly. Bright Moon, filled with self-assurance, murmured an incantation, causing a golden brick to levitate in the air. This brick served as a concealed weapon, striking true to its target with precision, akin to the capabilities of the Qianquan circle. Though not an innate spiritual treasure, it was nonetheless a rare gem. To his surprise, at the very moment of departure, Bright Moon indeed gifted him with an unexpected delight. Joyfully, she stowed the golden brick away, and Nezha bid farewell to the two. After leaving the 5, Nezha arrived at May Mountain, where he encountered the 7 monsters of May Mountain. After 3 years, Yuan Hong and the others greeted him with warmth, enthusiastically calling for the little demons to prepare a feast. Nezha, not one to decline, readied himself for a night of revelry. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere was initially harmonious, with mutual toasts exchanged. However, someone unexpectedly broached the topic of their previous oath of brotherhood, and the air was suddenly thick with tension. Yuan Hong reiterated, "I will acknowledge Nezha as the leader if his abilities surpass mine." Others from May Mountain joined in, urging a challenge. Nezha, brimming with fighting spirit after 3 years of cultivation at 5, welcomed the challenge, eager to find a worthy opponent. He slammed the table, causing wine to splash, declaring, "Let us compete. Today we shall determine a victor." The 8 of them excitedly exited the cave, preparing to duel in an open field. Due to Nezha's lower cultivation compared to Yuan Hong, it was agreed that neither party would employ any magical powers during the contest. Yuan Hong, unperturbed, strode into the battlefield with the grandeur of a colossus, pointing aggressively at Nezha. "Today, I shall demonstrate to you who reigns as the strongest of Meishan." Nezha, firmly grasping his fiery spear, scoffed coldly, "It certainly isn't you. After merely 3 years, your bravado is quite audacious. Under my iron staff, we shall see if you can still maintain that smirk." With a roar, Yuan Hong charged forward, wielding his iron staff with overwhelming ferocity. Having previously experienced Yuan Hong's terrifying strength, Nezha refrained from confronting him directly, opting instead to evade the oncoming strike and leap out of the weapon's range. Yuan Hong's monumental blow missed its mark, allowing Nezha to swiftly counter with a thrust of his spear, which darted towards Yuan Hong's chest like a venomous serpent. Though momentarily taken aback, Yuan Hong's reflexes far surpassed Nezha's expectations. He retracted his iron staff with lightning speed, deflecting the fiery spear. In this brief exchange, neither combatant gained the upper hand, yet Yuan Hong's pride was ignited. In matters of combat or close-quarters engagement, he would not tolerate being bested by anyone. Consequently, he unleashed an unrelenting barrage of strikes, his iron staff sweeping through the air with ferocious intensity. Nezha found himself under immense pressure, unable to retaliate against Yuan Hong's relentless onslaught, with defeat looming ominously. The sheer weight and force behind Yuan Hong's strikes could shatter the earth. And while Nezha possessed considerable strength, comparing himself to the famed mighty monkey of the 4 mischievous monkeys was tantamount to courting disaster. Not only was Yuan Hong's might superior, but his weaponry also held an advantage. The fiery spear was a weapon of agility, while the iron staff weighed an astonishing 10,000 pounds, rendering any comparison futile. One might presume that wielding such a heavy weapon would impede speed, yet Yuan Hong exhibited none of that. The iron staff seemed weightless in his grasp, appearing more agile than Nezha himself. With both speed and strength at his disposal, Yuan Hong was an indomitable force, while Nezha found himself solely in a defensive posture, with the inevitability of defeat hanging over him. Yet Nezha harbored a fierce unwillingness to yield. Had 3 years of arduous training culminated in such a fate? Yuan Hong would not permit anyone to surpass him, and neither would Nezha allow himself to be vanquished. He could not be defeated by anyone, including Yuan Hong. Suddenly, Nezha's demeanor shifted. A long-dormant ferocity surged within him, akin to a primordial beast unleashed, radiating an aura of formidable power. Reveling in this newfound sensation, a voice within him proclaimed that none could withstand him. He felt capable of tearing apart anyone who dared to challenge him. With his eyes ablaze in crimson, Nezha transitioned from passive defense to aggressive offense, thrusting his fiery spear directly at Yuan Hong's visage. Yuan Hong, adept in both offense and defense, easily parried the attack, bracing himself to continue his assault. However, Nezha did not relent. He altered his approach, transitioning from thrusting to slicing, delivering a razor-sharp strike from above. Yuan Hong, alarmed, leaped backward to evade Nezha's relentless onslaught, finding himself at a safe distance of 10 meters, his expression one of astonishment. Nezha's heart was filled with a profound clarity, for he had finally discerned how to confront Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong resembled a ferocious tiger, swift, powerful, and possessing a devastating explosive force in close combat, rendering him nearly invulnerable. In contrast, Nezha now embodied the essence of a hunter, wielding a weapon of formidable lethality. Though his speed could not rival that of the tiger, nor could his strength match its ferocity, he bore something that instilled fear in the beast. With a mere misstep, the tiger could face obliteration. Yuan Hong, having shed his contempt, raised his iron rod, poised to strike. Nezha's sudden surge of power exerted a palpable pressure on Yuan Hong, who could no longer afford to act with reckless abandon. Yuan Hong's eyes darted as a cunning idea took form, and he broke into a peculiar grin. He raised his iron rod and bellowed, "Rise." The rod elongated dramatically, thrusting towards Nezha with lightning speed, who deftly sidestepped the attack. Yuan Hong shouted again, "Get up," transforming the iron rod into a massive pillar that swept across, launching Nezha into the air. In mid-flight, Nezha gripped the iron rod tightly as the rushing wind filled his ears. He clamped his legs around a towering tree, summoning an extraordinary strength to uproot it, exclaiming, "You rise too." With no support beneath him, an astonishing scene unfolded. The invincible mighty monkey was lifted by Nezha. Ecstatic at having gained the upper hand for the first time, Nezha would not relent. He hoisted the pillar high and brought it crashing down upon Yuan Hong, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. As Nezha prepared to follow through, he was taken aback as Yuan Hong's tail lashed onto a nearby rock, baring his teeth. His face flushed with anger. "Dare you challenge my strength?" Yuan Hong unleashed a sharp roar, causing the earth to tremble, uprooting the tree as he ascended alongside Nezha into the sky. Nezha, not wishing to be pounded into the ground like a mere pancake, released the pillar, performing several acrobatic flips before landing gracefully on the ground, defiantly gazing at Yuan Hong. The onlookers from Meishan were left speechless. The spectacle of this battle exceeded the wildest imaginations of all present. Zhu Zhan whispered, "Did brother Yuan Hong just exploit the magical properties of the pillar to enlarge it? Isn't that against the rules?" Wu Long stepped forward to defend Yuan Hong, clarifying that the only prohibition was against the use of magical powers, and the pillar's enlargement was simply a characteristic of the weapon, thus not a violation of any rules. If Yuan Hong chose to employ cunning tactics, Nezha would not be outdone. "You wield the pillar. Do you think my fire-tip spear is to be taken lightly?" Nezha brandished the fire-tip spear and charged forward once more. There exists a saying, "A staff sweeps a wide area, while a spear pierces a straight line," signifying that while a staff is effective in group combat, a spear is devastatingly powerful in one-on-one confrontations. Yuan Hong, formidable in both offense and defense, found himself impervious to Nezha's fiery spear. Yet, with each sweep of the weapon, flames erupted in its wake. Although these flames could not breach Yuan Hong's ironclad physique, they posed a significant concern. He was keen to avoid the flames that threatened to singe his hair. For to emerge victorious without his hair would be a loss of dignity. As the tides of battle turned, it was Nezha's turn to attack while Yuan Hong took a defensive stance. After countless exchanges, the sky was ablaze with fire, and Nezha's spear danced ceaselessly, while Yuan Hong leaped and dodged, leading to a stalemate. Nezha discerned that it would be an arduous task for Yuan Hong to defeat him, while his own prospects for victory appeared utterly bleak. Despite Yuan Hong's passive defense over hundreds of exchanges, he had made no significant progress, rendering the continued conflict seemingly futile. Even if a victor were to emerge, it would likely be Yuan Hong. After observing the drawn-out duel, Jin Dasheng expressed his boredom. suggesting that they abandon this stalemate and engage in a contest of fists and feet instead. Both Nezha and Yuan Hong ceased their combat. Recognizing the truth in Jin Dashing's words, Nezha, in his heart, understood that hope for victory was slim, while Yuan Hong, irritated by the flames licking at him from Nezha's spear, felt increasingly vexed. With Jin Dashing's proposal, both warriors sheathed their weapons. Yuan Hong smirked at Nezha, taunting him. Do you not realize that my true prowess lies not in weaponry, but in my fists and feet? To speak candidly, in a contest of martial skill, I am undoubtedly the preeminent among the 4 mischievous monkeys. Nezha believed this assertion, for the strength of the Monkey King was indeed formidable in an unarmed combat. He would undoubtedly excel in the realm of the 3 worlds. The only being who could rival Yuan Hong's might would be the great Bull Demon King from Mount Jilei. In comparison, Nezha, Sun Wukong, and Yang Jian were somewhat inferior. Unfazed, Nezha retorted, is that merely a display of brute strength? You truly believe yourself invincible? If I cannot defeat you with 2 hands, I shall use 3, 4, or even 8. With a mischievous grin, he flexed his arms, revealing 6 additional limbs and 2 heads. I refuse to believe that even with 3 heads and 8 arms, I cannot best you. Yuan Hong was momentarily speechless, standing bewildered, before he shouted at Jin Dashing. Is this considered against the rules? Jin Dashing, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, not at all. Chapter 27. The Southern Heavenly Gate. With an air of triumph, Nezha exclaimed, What's wrong? Are you frightened? His 8 arms performed provocative gestures in the air, displaying utter disdain for Yuan Hong, exuding an attitude of extreme arrogance. Yuan Hong, known for his fiery temper, was easily provoked. Dismissing Nezha's antics, he declared, no matter what tricks you employ, you will certainly lose this round. With that, Yuan Hong retracted his staff, raising his iron fist and charging at Nezha, seemingly unconcerned by the prospect of Nezha's monstrous form. Nezha, equally unyielding, raised his 8 arms to confront Yuan Hong. However, as he closed the distance of 3 meters, a powerful hand suddenly grasped his waist, lifting him off the ground and slamming him heavily to the earth. Before he could even engage in close combat, Nezha had suffered a significant setback. Flushed with embarrassment, he quickly scrambled to his feet, furiously charging toward Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, as effortlessly as before, seized Nezha and casually hurled him away. This time, Nezha was thrown violently. Disoriented and on the verge of collapse, pain etched across his face. Unable to engage Yuan Hong in close combat, Nezha's formidable 3-headed, 8-armed form proved utterly ineffective, rendering him powerless against his opponent's might. What he desperately needed was to bridge the distance to Yuan Hong. Yet the latter's long and powerful arms allowed him to strike preemptively from afar. Rising from the ground, Nezha cast aside his hesitation and charged forward with indomitable spirit. Yuan Hong, unable to suppress a smirk, recognized that Nezha's reckless advance was tantamount to seeking death. Once again, he mimicked his prior actions, lifting Nezha and flinging him anew. However, Nezha unexpectedly latched onto Yuan Hong's lengthy arm like a gecko, climbing swiftly along it. Enraged, Yuan Hong extended his other arm to grasp Nezha. But the nimble figure surged forward with momentum, tightly wrapping around Yuan Hong's torso and twisting to ensnare his back. In a fit of rage, Yuan Hong thrust his long arms backward, yet Nezha's 4 small hands darted out, pairing together to secure Yuan Hong's limbs. Racked with pain, Yuan Hong found himself immobilized. His immense strength rendered futile. As if that were not enough, Nezha extended 2 more arms, one to each side, obscuring Yuan Hong's vision. While his remaining hands struck fiercely at Yuan Hong's abdomen, Yuan Hong cursed vilely, daring Nezha to release him. Such underhanded tactics proved effective, despite Yuan Hong's robust physique. He was unable to retaliate against Nezha's assault, and with his vision compromised, he flailed about in agony. With Yuan Hong's arms bound and his capacity to fight diminished, it seemed Nezha was assured victory. Yet the situation was far from straightforward. Yuan Hong's body was forged from an unknown substance, astonishingly harder than steel. Nezha pummeled away with all his might, and though he appeared to be bouncing around and wailing in distress, his cries grew louder and more vibrant than before. His vitality seemingly enhanced. Nezha's arms grew weary, and his fists, rather than inflicting damage on Yuan Hong, had only inflicted pain upon himself, leaving his palms red and swollen like dumplings. The scene devolved into a stalemate, transforming what was once a contest into a farce. Jin Dashing, unable to bear the sight any longer, intervened, calling for both to cease hostilities, declaring the bout concluded. Upon hearing this, Nezha immediately released his grip and collapsed to the ground, exhausted and aching all over. Freed from his restraints, Yuan Hong's eyes blazed with fury, and he began to curse loudly, ready to retaliate. Jean Dashing and Zhu Zhan hurriedly restrained him, urging him not to jeopardize their camaraderie, reminding him that they were all brothers. Nezha, panting heavily, echoed this sentiment, asserting that the contest was over, even if Yuan Hong had emerged victorious. It held no significance now. He advised Yuan Hong to conserve his strength and contemplate their next challenge. Yuan Hong was seething with anger, harboring a plethora of grievances. Yet, he could not deny the reason in Nezha's words and had to swallow his resentment, concealing a fierce determination within, contemplating how to teach Nezha a lesson in their next encounter. After testing their weapons and engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, the question arose regarding the third contest. What could it possibly be? This left everyone perplexed, including Yuan Hong, who ruminated deeply without arriving at a conclusion. Nezha lay exhausted on the ground, while Zhu Zhan, Yang Xian, and Dai Li clustered around him, chattering incessantly. Over the course of 3 years, Nezha had undergone a remarkable transformation, possessing immense powers that, if he were to engage seriously, no one present could rival him except Yuan Hong and Jean Dashing. Dai Li and Yang Xian took turns massaging Nezha's legs and back, while Zhu Zhan busied himself arranging for some drinks. Zhu Zhan, ever fond of food and drink, remained true to his nature regardless of the circumstances. Thus, when the drinks arrived in abundance, the group resumed their revelry under the bright daylight. Zhu Zhan savored the moment, his enjoyment palpable as he relished the experience, akin to being in paradise, a feeling that was intoxicating. Zhu Zhan's unwavering support for Nezha had long irked Yuan Hong, prompting him to retort sharply, "What a pitiful creature you are. In Maishan, I dwell in a paradise of freedom, while the heavenly palace is filled with rigid rules and lacks any semblance of liberty. How can it compare to Maishan?" Zhu Zhan rolled his eyes and replied, "Brother, it is not that I belittle myself. Rather, you have been in Maishan for too long, thinking your little patch of land is a treasure. In truth, you are but a frog in a well, lacking exposure to the wider world." With a sudden fury, Yuan Hong smashed his drink jar to the ground, his eyes aflame as he stood up. "Dare you say I am inexperienced? Do you believe I won to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace and demolish the Jade Emperor's celestial hall?" Nezha, also tipsy, laughed foolishly. "What's so great about the heavenly palace? One day, I shall create a stir there." Zhu Zhan dismissed their bravado, genuinely disbelieving their claims. "If you truly possess such prowess, then go and fetch the sign from the southern heavenly gate. If you can achieve that, you shall be the elder brother. Then let us see." Nezha replied eagerly, a cunning smile spreading across his face. "I shall take my leave first." With that, Nezha leapt into the air, his wind-fire wheels beneath his feet, soaring towards the heavens at lightning speed. "Yuan Hong, you surely cannot match my swiftness." Unwilling to concede, Yuan Hong summoned his own skills, unleashing a shadow that darted forth at a speed imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Meanwhile, the others on Maishan watched in wide-eyed astonishment, still processing the unfolding scene. Nezha, riding the wind-fire wheels, wore a triumphant grin, confident that Yuan Hong could not keep pace with him. Given that it was the early stage of the Fengshan era, the heavenly court was not yet formidable, and thus he regarded it with indifference. The speed of the wind-fire wheels was indeed astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, Nezha had left Yuan Hong's shadow far behind. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was Yuan Hong truly that slow? Nezha continued to surge forward, yet he felt an inexplicable itch at his neck. As he reached up to investigate, he discovered a tiny insect, which he promptly crushed and discarded, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Yuan Hong, attempting to deceive me with his transformation techniques, stands no chance." With renewed vigor, he soared at an imperceptible speed, the wind-fire wheels propelling him with astonishing swiftness, and in no time, Nezha arrived at the gates of the southern heavenly gate. To his surprise, a shadow suddenly darted from his shoulder towards the southern heavenly gate, and from the air came Yuan Hong's infuriating voice, "Nezha, thank you for the lift. It certainly was swift, and I appreciate it." Yuan Hong was beside himself with excitement. The small insect had been a deliberate ploy to distract Nezha while he stealthily transformed into a speck of dust and clung to his shoulder, thus gaining the upper hand. As the southern heavenly gate, a pivotal entrance to the heavenly palace, was heavily guarded, 8 celestial generals clad in golden armor and crimson robes stood vigil, arranged in 2 rows of 4, dutifully safeguarding the gate. Possessing remarkable transformation abilities, Yuan Hong morphed into a streak of light, racing towards the southern heavenly gate, confident that seizing the plaque would secure his victory. However, just as he approached within 5 meters of the plaque, the celestial generals suddenly redirected their weapons towards Yuan Hong, their expressions turning fierce. "How audacious! You dare trespass upon the southern heavenly gate. Surrender at once and await the judgment of the Jade Emperor. Can you see me?" Yuan Hong was taken aback. How had these celestial generals detected him with his mastery of transformation? Glancing down, he realized that the white ape had appeared. enveloped in a blinding light. Fixing his gaze in the direction of the radiance, he noticed a colossal bronze mirror hovering above the southern heavenly gate, emitting the brilliant glow. The demon-repelling mirror. The 8 celestial generals raised their weapons and charged at Yuan Hong. Realizing he had been discovered, Yuan Hong had no choice but to engage in combat. He summoned his divine weapon, the Pillar of Heaven, and clashed with the 8 celestial generals. Though these guardians were formidable, they proved no match for Yuan Hong. And after a flurry of exchanges, one celestial general was swiftly sent crashing into the pillar. This skirmish stirred a hornet's nest, as celestial soldiers poured in from afar to join the fray. The pressure mounted on Yuan Hong as he found himself ensnared by the relentless onslaught of celestial troops. Despite the Pillar of Heaven's might, he could hardly fend off the overwhelming numbers. In addition to the original 8, over a dozen more celestial generals arrived, each capable of staving off his advances for several exchanges, intensifying his burden. Amidst the chaotic battle at the southern heavenly gate, Nezha seized the opportunity to ascend the pillar, scaling it like a gecko until he reached the southern heavenly gate itself. Taking a deep breath, he exerted all his strength to rip down the massive plaque, hoisting it triumphantly above his head while erupting into manic laughter. Yuan Hong, did you truly believe you had outwitted me? Under my divine gaze. Your paltry skills are utterly transparent. The southern heavenly gate is now mine. You can continue your futile struggle with those fools. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. As celestial soldiers turned their gaze towards the figure atop the heavenly pillar, their attention shifting to Nezha, whose face bore an unfriendly expression. Gulp. Nezha swallowed hard. The situation seemed to exceed expectations, and the atmosphere grew tense and foreboding. Chapter 28. Victory. Nezha had already removed the plaque and only needed to flee. But having indulged in drink earlier, he was in an exuberant state. Seeing Yuan Hong and the celestial soldiers floundering under his trickery, he could not resist letting out a mocking laugh. Alas, intoxication leads to trouble. Kill. Someone among the celestial soldiers shouted. And a large portion of those surrounding Yuan Hong immediately surged forward, shouting as they charged. Nezha leaped from the heavenly pillar, employing his divine power of the 3 heads and 6 arms. In his hands, he wielded a fire-tipped spear, a cosmic bow, and a thunderous arrow. With the remaining 4 arms, he grasped a block of gold, a cosmic circle, and raised the southern heavenly gate high. The southern heavenly gate, of unknown material, weighed tens of thousands of pounds, was several meters long, and was incredibly sturdy. In Nezha's hands, it resembled a fly swatter, striking down fiercely upon the advancing celestial soldiers, sending 4 or 5 flying with incessant cries of agony. With 3 heads and 8 arms, Nezha could see in all directions, thus fearlessly engaging in battle. The fire-tipped spear blazed like a raging inferno, causing any celestial soldier it touched to wail in distress, perhaps due to the glaring presence of the southern heavenly gate. More and more soldiers converged upon him, launching a concerted assault. Nezha found himself in a dire predicament, deeply empathizing with Yuan Hong's frustration. The celestial soldiers swarmed like locusts, an endless tide stretching beyond sight. If this continued, exhaustion would surely claim him. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong felt his burden lift as the crowd of celestial soldiers gravitated towards Nezha, leaving him with only a scant few to contend with, which were hardly a threat. With a sweeping motion from the heavenly pillar, the last remaining celestial soldiers were sent flying, allowing Yuan Hong to leap from the battlefield, leaning against the heavenly pillar with a look of schadenfreude. Go for it. I have high hopes for you, he called out, reveling in his leisurely position while Nezha struggled mightily, unwilling to concede. Nezha had a sudden flash of inspiration and hurled the southern heavenly gate towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong caught the southern heavenly gate, momentarily stunned, before his joy surged. He had not anticipated such unexpected fortune. With it, victory was assured. Giddy with delight, he prepared to depart with the southern heavenly gate in tow. Suddenly, Nezha's sharp cry echoed through the air. Not good. The white monkey is trying to escape with the southern heavenly gate. The celestial soldiers indeed spotted Yuan Hong's figure, and a throng rushed towards him once more. As the crowd dispersed, a wave of relief washed over Nezha. He wiped the sweat from his brow and took a deep breath, finally able to rest for a moment. However, his respite was short-lived. As a colossal object plummeted from above, Nezha hurriedly dodged, and with a resounding crash, the southern heavenly gate was hurled back at him by Yuan Hong. The southern heavenly gate felt like a scalding hot potato, instilling fear in all who beheld it, and yet another group of celestial soldiers surged towards his direction. Oh no! Nezha dared not linger, swiftly tossing it away once more. In a moment of chaos at the southern heavenly gate, the celestial soldiers darted back and forth, racing east and west as if they were playthings of a mischievous monkey. Eventually, the soldiers grew wise, splitting into 2 factions. This dispersal of their forces presented an opportunity for Nezha, who concentrated his magical powers into his arm, thrusting forth his fiery spear to unleash a torrent of flames that sent the celestial soldiers into a panicked retreat. Seizing this moment, Nezha activated the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet and plunged down towards the mortal realm, successfully taking the southern heavenly gate into his possession. Yuan Hong, in a state of alarm, realized that Nezha had vanished from sight. In a fit of urgency, he enlarged himself to enormous proportions and wielded a 100-meter pillar to sweep aside the celestial soldiers, thus forging a path in pursuit. With his divine vision capable of perceiving the 9 heavens above and the 18 hells below, Nezha detected the relentless pursuit of Yuan Hong. As Yuan Hong's speed intensified, Nezha turned with a cunning grin and tossed a golden brick behind him. Consumed by anxiety and fixated on accelerating his speed to catch up with Nezha, Yuan Hong failed to notice the incoming brick. When the brick collided with his iron head, it ignited a shower of sparks. While it did not inflict harm, it significantly hindered Yuan Hong's flight. To avoid further complications, Nezha's wind and fire wheels propelled him towards Meishan at an astonishing rate. However, due to his incredible speed, he could not stop in time and crash-landed onto the mountain, startling the birds in the forest into a frenzy. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of others. Zhu Zizhen, the fastest among them, raced ahead, his excitement palpable as they returned. Jin Dashing and the others soon followed, discovering that the individual in the pit was indeed Nezha, beside whom lay a large sign of the southern heavenly gate. Zhu Zizhen leapt into the pit and hoisted Nezha up, unable to conceal his elation, exclaiming how incredible it was that he had truly brought back the southern heavenly gate. Before long, Yuan Hong also returned, standing in an inconspicuous corner, his head bowed in frustration, exuding an air of unfulfilled ambition. Nezha approached and patted Yuan Hong on the shoulder, suddenly displaying a broad grin, and cheerfully declared that he was annulling their previous wager, reaffirming that Yuan Hong remained the leader of Meishan. Yuan Hong looked up in surprise. After all the effort Nezha had expended to defeat him, was he truly letting him off the hook? He questioned Nezha's reasoning, wondering how words spoken in drunken revelry could be taken seriously. Nezha, however, appeared indifferent, having come to terms with the reality that Yuan Hong, having ruled for millennia, had established a deep-rooted position, while Nezha had only spent a few years with the Meishan crew and could not replace Yuan Hong in their hearts. Although Zhu Zizhen, Yang Xian, and Dai Li shared a good rapport with Nezha, should they be forced to choose between Yuan Hong and Nezha, their allegiance would undoubtedly lie with Yuan Hong. This was not to imply that Nezha and Zhu Zizhen's camaraderie was insincere, their bond was genuine. Yet it could not match the depth of Yuan Hong's connection with him. Therefore, since Yuan Hong was unwilling, Nezha would not impose, recognizing that these were merely titles. Engaging in disputes over such trivialities would only lead to discontent among all, which was not a worthwhile endeavor. Yuan Hong remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Nezha's proposal. It appears that Yuan Hong indeed possesses a strong sense of pride, unwilling to serve as a subordinate to others. Surprisingly, Zhu Zhen and his companions refrained from mocking Yuan Hong this time, choosing instead to avoid any embarrassment for him, resulting in an odd shift in the atmosphere. The usual boisterousness and carefree demeanor of the group dissipated. To alleviate the awkwardness, Nezha laughed heartily, feigning fatigue, and remarked, "Aren't you all going to prepare a feast for us? Don't you wish to hear how we fought our way in and out at the southern heavenly gate?" Remarkably, this statement piqued the interest of the others, and before long, a lavish banquet was prepared. Nezha, having forgotten the earlier discomfort, animatedly recounted the events at the southern heavenly gate. Zhu Zhen and the others were thoroughly entertained, yearning to partake in such adventures themselves. However, Yuan Hong, once the tempestuous figure, now spoke little, merely nodding or smiling in agreement with Nezha. The group was engrossed in Nezha's tale, and eventually, Zhu Zhen, with enthusiasm bubbling over, exclaimed, "Nezha, I have harbored a dream of one day hanging the southern heavenly gate in my abode, which is why I suggested you all retrieve it." With a mischievous grin, Zhu Zhen rubbed his hands together. "Could you possibly— Here you go." Nezha casually tossed a miniature version of the southern heavenly gate to Zhu Zhen. After some exploration, Zhu Zhen discovered that this token was indeed a delightful artifact, transforming the grand southern heavenly gate into a charming keepsake. Elated, Zhu Zhen declared, Henceforth, my pigsty shall be the southern heavenly gate." Although the southern heavenly gate was a remarkable treasure, Zhu Zhen had once saved Nezha's life, establishing a bond of brotherhood. Thus, when Zhu Zhen made his request, Nezha readily acquiesced without hesitation. No treasure could rival the value of camaraderie, much like the bright moon, which, despite its awareness of the worth of gold bricks, remains willing to give freely due to the cherished bond between them. Ultimately, the night unfolded with everyone indulging in copious amounts of drink, leading Nezha to drift into a haze of slumber. Yet, whether it was a mere illusion or not, he felt an insistent tug, as if someone were trying to rouse him. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he found Yuan Hong calling for him. Nezha, come out. I have something to discuss with you. Can it wait until tomorrow? Don't disturb my sleep. Nezha retorted, nestling back into his cozy corner, ignoring Yuan Hong's words. However, before he could close his eyes again, Yuan Hong forcibly dragged him outside, shaking off the remnants of intoxication. Irritated, Nezha questioned, "What on earth do you want?" Yuan Hong clenched his jaw, seemingly arriving at a momentous decision, and abruptly knelt on one leg. "Brother, I beseech you to accept my bow." Nezha stood there, mouth agape, momentarily stunned. How could Yuan Hong suddenly be willing to acknowledge him as an elder brother? Was the alcohol still affecting him? Upon this thought, Nezha slapped his cheeks and rubbed his eyes vigorously, focusing intently, only to confirm that Yuan Hong was indeed kneeling before him. This was no dream. Why? He inquired, bewildered. Previously, Yuan Hong had been resolute in his defiance, refusing to yield even when faced with broken promises. What could account for this sudden change of heart, calling him brother? Nezha found himself utterly perplexed. Yuan Hong let out a faint sigh. It was not that I possessed an arrogant nature, refusing to acknowledge defeat. Rather, having held the position of leader in Meishan for millennia, I would find it utterly mortifying to address you as big brother in front of everyone. I could only imagine the derision I would face, particularly from that foolish Zhu Zhan, who would undoubtedly mock me mercilessly. Thus, it was imperative that those rascals remained oblivious to my predicament. As he spoke, a look of resentment crossed Yuan Hong's face. "Brother, your thoughts are misguided. How could I possibly mock you?" Zhu Zhan's coarse voice resounded. Outside the cave, a group comprising Zhu Zhan, Jin Dashing, Yang Xiandai, and Wu Longchangho approached with a cacophony of laughter, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. "We sincerely apologize. We merely stepped out for a stroll and had no intention of eavesdropping. You wouldn't hold this against us, would you, brother?" Chapter 29. The transformation of Ao Bing. Yuan Hong believed he could discreetly fulfill the contract, yet despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated being discovered. The 7 oddities of Meishan had coexisted for thousands of years, and Yuan Hong's inner thoughts were not so easily concealed from the others. Thus, his unusual behavior during the day had led them to surmise the situation. In any case, Yuan Hong was irate, spending the night in a fervent rage as he relentlessly pursued Zhu Zhan, unleashing a torrent of blows, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, the others watched the spectacle with glee. During their time residing in Meishan, Nezha experienced some of his happiest days as the allure of fame and fortune seemed to fade, losing its significance. Previously, he had been singularly focused on establishing his own faction, intending to gather those with supernatural abilities under his banner during the Battle of the Gods, awaiting the opportune moment to reveal his true potential and lead his forces to dominate the world. However, the experiences of the past 3 years had altered his original aspirations. Nezha felt as though he were living a tragic existence, estranged from his father, with nowhere to return. Deceived by Tai's cunning schemes, he had unwittingly drawn upon Ao Bing's dragon essence, leaving Ao Ling, the one who had rescued him on several occasions, in a grievously wounded state. Meishan, too, had suffered due to his tribulations. Once a bustling hub, it had been laid waste by forces from across the seas, resulting in the demise or flight of many lesser demons. Now, only a few hundred battered remnants remained. Thus, Nezha was weary, emotionally drained to the point of disregarding his once cherished dreams. He now sought only to resolve matters concerning Ao Bing, to repay his debts to Ao Bing, the East Sea, and Ao Ling, and thereafter settle in Meishan, turning a blind eye to the affairs of the 3 realms, longing for a peaceful, carefree existence. With a full vial of Emu's spirit in hand, Nezha journeyed to the East Sea, assuring his companions from Meishan that once this matter was resolved, he would take up permanent residence there, never to depart again. Having visited the East Sea on several occasions, he was well acquainted with the path to the Crystal Palace, skillfully avoiding unnecessary detours as he glided past the swimming fish and shrimp. Before long, the shadow of the Crystal Palace came into view. This visit to the East Sea was intended to resolve lingering grievances, and to avert any unforeseen complications, he chose to disguise himself as an ordinary blackfish spirit, blending seamlessly into the Crystal Palace. Although Nezha lacks the extraordinary ability to transform 72 times, he possesses a rudimentary understanding of the art of transformation. However, his method has a significant flaw. Any adversary with superior magical prowess can easily discern his disguise. The blackfish spirit treaded carefully, forging ahead while encountering numerous aquatic soldiers. Fortunately, none possessed greater power than he, allowing him to navigate the perils unscathed. Before long, he reached the depths of the Crystal Palace, even catching sight of the grand arena where he once fought against Ao Bing. This sight stirred a multitude of memories within Nezha, prompting reflections on various amusing anecdotes. At that moment, someone unexpectedly tugged at him from behind, interrupting his reminiscence. Turning his head, he beheld an ordinary fish monster. Hey, let's hurry. If the third prince sees you here, you won't end up well. What do you mean? Nezha was taken aback by this abrupt and cryptic remark, prompting him to inquire further. The fish monster gazed at him with astonishment, as though he were an alien. You mean you don't know? Ever since the third prince had his tendons severed 3 years ago, this place has become a forbidden zone. No aquatic creature dares approach for fear of calamity. Hey, you too. Get over here. A voice thundered nearby. Concealed in a less visible spot near the arena was Ao Bing, lazily sprawled on the ground with a wine jug in hand, drunkenly berating the two. The fish monster trembled in fear, casting a resentful glance at Nezha, as if blaming him for the predicament. Nezha maintained an indifferent expression while the fish monster sluggishly made its way towards Ao Bing, reminiscent of a condemned prisoner resigned to their fate. Third brother, please stop drinking. Just then, a familiar voice emerged. Ao Ling hurried to Ao Bing's side, snatching the wine jug from him, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Third brother, let me take you home. Ao Bing violently shook off Ao Ling's arm, his voice hoarse as he roared, Get away from me. What? Do you think I'm a useless wretch now that you can control me? Ao Ling refrained from retorting, her face etched with deep remorse and guilt. Silently, she stepped forward to support Ao Bing. Leave me alone. Ao Bing forcefully shoved Ao Ling to the ground, staggering to his feet, despair evident in his eyes. Sister, I beg you, just let me be. You are a noble princess of the dragon clan, while I am merely a pitiful creature, stripped of my tendons. Can a dragon without tendons even be considered a dragon? Ignoring Ao Ling, who lay on the ground, Ao Bing trembled as he walked away, laughter echoing in the air. A dragon without tendons? Ha, ha ha. His retreating figure appeared particularly desolate, stirring a pang of sorrow within Nezha's heart. He could hardly reconcile the drunken figure before him with the proud Ao Bing he once knew. Meanwhile, Ao Ling crouched silently, tears finally breaking free from the corners of her eyes, cascading down her delicate cheeks, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound melancholy. In those days, the third prince was brimming with arrogance, exuding an air of superiority as if he regarded no one in the world with any respect. Such pride, such audacity. Nezha was unaware that his momentary impulse had nearly brought ruin to both himself and his sister. The sound of Ao Ling's tears pierced Nezha's heart like 1,000 needles, causing him great distress. The black fish demon prodded Nezha in the chest, suggesting he should not linger on the scene, for such occurrences were all too common. The third prince, lost in a haze of daily drunkenness, would often lash out at his subordinates in a fit of madness, to the point where even the Dragon King could not dissuade him, ultimately choosing to turn a blind eye. Only the little princess persisted in her daily visits, but she would invariably be met with harsh reprimands, her face often stained with tears, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Yet, this was beyond their control, and it was best to make a swift exit to avoid any repercussions from the third prince later on. Nezha shook his head, allowing the fish demon to depart first, then quietly approached the little dragon girl, gently patting her shoulder, and murmured, I apologize for my tardiness. The little dragon girl ceased her weeping, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Nezha in bewilderment. Realizing that he still bore the form of the black fish demon, he reverted to his true self, casting a remorseful glance at her. I have returned. The little dragon girl was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Nezha's audacity to venture into the East Sea. With a voice as frigid as winter's breath, she questioned him. How dare you return? Have you forgotten my warning? I shall surely kill you upon our next encounter. You wouldn't. Nezha replied with an air of calm, a smile gracing his features. Suddenly, the little dragon girl brandished a sharp blade, plunging it into Nezha's chest, blood cascading down his attire, staining it crimson. Her demeanor was as chilling as a winter gale, devoid of any mercy. Although the blade had pierced Nezha's chest, it was not deeply embedded. However, this act underscored her resolve to sever all ties with him, leaving no room for affection. Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he quickly came to terms with the reality of their enmity. Indeed, their hatred was irreconcilable. Even if the little dragon girl did not act out of self-interest, she could not remain indifferent for Ao Bing's sake. With a sorrowful smile, Nezha addressed Ao Ling. I understand your profound hatred for me, but I have pressing matters that require an audience with Ao Bing. I hope you can make arrangements, granting me one final favor. Words of explanation now seemed futile. He realized that healing Ao Bing was the only way to quell the little dragon girl's intense animosity. Withdrawing the blade from Nezha's chest, the little dragon girl vocally questioned, Has my brother not suffered enough at your hands? What more do you desire? Can you not spare him? Ao Ling, please calm yourself. I come not with malice, but with a solution to heal Ao Bing. I ask you to trust me just this once. I seek to atone for my past transgressions. The little dragon girl's eyes flickered with intrigue as she inquired, How could you possibly heal him with the dragon tendons you removed? Even my father has no means to do so. What gives you the right? This time, I have brought the essence of the wood spirit. Nezha retrieved a small vial from his bosom. As the little dragon maiden gazed at him in astonishment, he swiftly removed the cork. And an overwhelming aura of vitality filled the air. Hastily, Nezha replaced the cork to prevent the ethereal energy from escaping. The little dragon maiden's face illuminated with delight as she quickly sheathed her blade and grasped Nezha's hand, declaring that she would now take him to see her third brother. Following Ao Ling's lead, they soon arrived outside an extraordinarily opulent chamber. Ao Ling gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Nezha followed closely, and upon entering, he was immediately assaulted by a foul odor. The room was in disarray, with items strewn haphazardly across the floor, including Ao Bing's transformation spear, which lay carelessly tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, coated in a thick layer of dust. This scene shattered Nezha's previous perceptions. It was astonishing that such chaos could exist within the Crystal Palace. Ao Bing lay sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber, completely oblivious to Nezha and the little dragon maiden's presence. Third brother, wake up. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Yet, regardless of how fervently Ao Ling called out, Ao Bing remained utterly unresponsive, leaving them uncertain whether he was genuinely asleep or merely feigning it. Observing the little dragon maiden's frustration, Nezha chuckled softly and approached Ao Bing, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "Third prince, Nezha has arrived." Suddenly, Ao Bing's eyes flew open, and he sprang up from the bed, immediately spotting Nezha's teasing expression. "Nezha, how dare you return? Let us see where you think you can escape today." Ao Bing attempted to leap into the air, but he had forgotten that he had lost his magical powers. Coupled with years of excessive drinking, his body was feeble. Halfway through his jump, he plummeted back to the ground. Undeterred, he scrambled to retrieve his transformation spear. But to his surprise, no amount of force could budge it. In a fit of frustration, he let out a roar and ultimately abandoned the spear, charging at Nezha with his bare hands. Even in his prime, Ao Bing had once been a formidable opponent, but now, stripped of his strength, he was no match for Nezha. As Ao Bing charged fiercely toward him, Nezha effortlessly sidestepped and pressed Ao Bing's head onto the bed. "Calm down for a moment. Allow me to explain," he urged. Fuming, Ao Bing glared at Nezha, tilting his head as he bellowed, "Nezha, I will kill you. I will kill you." Nezha quickly clarified, "Third prince, I have come to the Crystal Palace to offer my sincere apologies. Previously, I was deceived by treacherous individuals, which led me to harm you. I have since repented and have discovered a remedy that can heal you." Ao Bing hesitated for a moment, only to erupt in another round of shouts. "Who needs your healing? Let me go. Let us settle this fairly in combat and see who prevails." While his body remained immobilized, his limbs thrashed wildly, and he inadvertently inflicted several kicks upon himself in his frenzy. With Ao Bing in such a heightened state of agitation, it became clear that he was incapable of processing Nezha's words. Nezha, recognizing the need to intervene, unleashed a piercing gaze and struck Ao Bing with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. Ao Ling looked on in astonishment, her expression laced with confusion as she queried, "Why did you knock him out?" "Just moments ago." Ao Bing had delivered several kicks to Nezha, who was now brushing off the imprints left on his body, nonchalantly stating that without employing some firm measures, Ao Bing would never accept his assistance. Ao Ling reluctantly acquiesced to Nezha's reasoning, urging him to act swiftly while she stood guard outside. With a measured pace, Ao Ling exited, leaving Nezha without hesitation to align Ao Bing's body. A pang of bitterness surged within Nezha as he gazed upon Ao Bing's current state, lamenting silently, "It is I who have brought you to this plight." The room fell into a profound silence, with a faint, ethereal white light enveloping Nezha's palm as it gradually extended towards Ao Bing's chest. The luminous glow permeated through the skin, seeping into his very essence, causing a grimace of agony to spread across Ao Bing's face, while the red Hunyuan silk slowly detached from his body. As the silk withdrew, the torment etched on Ao Bing's countenance intensified, and upon its complete extraction, his head slumped, sending him into a deep unconsciousness. "My old friend, you have toiled tirelessly these past years," Nezha murmured affectionately, cradling the Hunyuan silk in his hands, his expression reflecting a sense of recovery. He carefully nestled the silk against his chest. With the departure of the Hunyuan silk, Ao Bing's already frail physique had become even more fragile. It had been the silk sustaining his last breath. Now, bereft of it, Ao Bing's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Nezha, unwilling to delay, swiftly removed the cork from the vial, and the spirit of Imu floated under his command, filling the entire room with an inexhaustible life force. The foul odor that had permeated the air vanished, replaced by a rich fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Nezha felt invigorated, his spirit soaring, and remarkably, the wound on his chest began to heal at a visible pace. In an inconspicuous corner, a neglected aquatic plant that had long since withered began to transform. Its once brown leaves gradually regained their verdant hue, as if it were being bestowed with life anew. To prevent the essence of the emu spirit from leaking, Nezha acted swiftly, channeling it into Ao Bing's body, where it instinctively sought out and repaired the damaged areas. Nezha employed a minor incantation to envelop Ao Bing entirely. Exhaling a sigh of relief, his task was complete. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the emu's spirit to fully restore the extracted dragon tendons, after which Ao Bing would return to his former self. Perhaps it was more than that. Nezha sensed that this ordeal would instigate a profound transformation within Ao Bing's body. What changes would unfold? Only Ao Bing's awakening would reveal. As Ao Bing's body embarked on a gradual recovery, Nezha felt he could do little more. Thus he exited the room, encountering the anxious visage of the little dragon girl. Before Ao Ling could utter a word, Nezha, as if foreseeing her concern, gestured reassuringly. Do not fret, all is proceeding smoothly. Perhaps Ao Bing will even turn misfortune into fortune, gaining unexpected benefits. Ao Ling's furrowed brow relaxed, and the worry on her face dissipated. Well, I believe you. At this point, both Nezha and Ao Ling fell silent, the atmosphere becoming decidedly awkward. They exchanged glances, each turning their heads away in the end. To break this peculiar tension, Nezha contemplated whether he should divert their attention with some matter, but his mind was a blank canvas, devoid of ideas. Finally, he blurted out, Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed the little dragon girl's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a radiant smile directed at Nezha. I heard that you were poisoned by the dragon's venom. This is an antidote. Please take it with you. Nezha did not hesitate and accepted it, consuming it immediately, though he currently possessed volcanic stones that rendered him immune to the toxins within. Having this antidote would ensure a permanent solution, so he naturally did not refuse. Initially hoping to converse more with Ao Ling, the situation inexplicably turned into a farewell. Never mind, Nezha thought, shaking off the melancholy, and mustered a smile towards Ao Ling as he prepared to depart. Will I be able to see you again? The little dragon girl's head hung low, her fingers fidgeting nervously, unable to meet Nezha's gaze, her cheeks flushed like a tempting apple, yearning to be bitten into. I now reside on Maishan, where flowers bloom abundantly, and the gentle breeze caresses the tender green grass. It is a rare and splendid place. If you wish to visit, you may seek me out. Her face reddened further, yet she lifted her head, revealing an expression of longing. Do you truly wish for me to come? Nezha's face beamed with joy, reminiscent of the spring breeze awakening the earth, warmly replying, Are we not good friends? I shall wait for you there, indefinitely. Swiftly arriving and departing, although he did not meet the Dragon King this time, the matter was resolved remarkably well, proving quite smooth. Suddenly, Nezha seemed to recall something and abruptly tossed a red stone into the air. The little dragon girl caught it, puzzled by its significance, but Nezha's figure had already vanished. His voice faintly echoing, This is for you. When the time comes, take it to find me, and no one shall hinder you. With a splash, Nezha soared from the East Sea into the sky, heading towards Chentang. Besides the matter with Ao Bing, Nezha also intended to reconcile with his father and visit the long-misting shore. Along the way, his spirits were high, humming a cheerful tune and skipping towards home. He dashed through the gates of the Li residence, calling out, Father, Mother, I have returned. Li Jing and Insher emerged from their room in disbelief, tears glistening in Insher's eyes as she could no longer contain her emotions, swiftly enveloping Nezha in her embrace. Jar, Mother missed you dearly. In the courtyard, Li Jing suddenly remarked, You dare return? Are you not afraid of the Dragon King of the East Sea seeking retribution against you? Li Jing's discontent with himself was entirely expected, as he had extracted the tendons of Ao Bing, leaving him with lingering resentment. However, now that Ao Bing was safe and sound, Nezha believed that clarifying the situation would alleviate Li Jing's grievances. As Nezha departed from the embrace of the Yin clan, he was about to explain when a sudden cry of a white crane echoed from the sky. At Qianyuan Mountain, the Golden Light Cave, the revered Tai Yizhen Run has arrived. As was customary, Tai Yizhen Ren descended from the white crane with an air of a transcendent being and addressed Li Jing, stating that he had come uninvited and hoped generally would not take offense. Li Jing immediately responded with a warm smile, expressing his delight at the arrival of the esteemed immortal and inquiring about the purpose of his visit. Tai replied, I have heard that your son has caused quite a stir by extracting the tendons of the third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing. This is indeed a grave matter, for Ao Bing is a deity personally appointed by the Jade Emperor, responsible for controlling the rains and nurturing all living things. Should Ao Guang bring this matter to the heavenly court, not only would Nezha's life be in jeopardy, but it could also implicate both of you. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was struck with horror and fell to his knees, pleading with Tai Yi for assistance, assuring him that his family would be eternally grateful. Tai Yi hurriedly helped Li Jing to his feet, repeatedly stating that it was unnecessary to bow. The reason for his visit was indeed to address this issue. As long as you and your wife are willing to entrust Nezha to me for a few years at Qianyuan Mountain, it should ensure his safety. Nezha seethed inwardly at Tai Yi's treachery, recalling how he had previously wounded Tai Yi with the Zhantian arrow. There was no way Tai Yi would genuinely seek to save him. Perhaps upon reaching Qianyuan Mountain, he would meet his demise at Tai Yi's hands. Moreover, with Ao Bing having recovered, he no longer needed Tai Yi's assistance regarding his grievances with the East Sea, unbeknownst to Li Jing. Upon hearing that Tai Yi was willing to help, he became so overwhelmed with excitement that his words became jumbled. He expressed his profound gratitude, stating he would never forget the immortal's kindness. Not wanting Tai Yi to continue speaking, he swiftly defended himself, asserting that there was a reason behind the extraction of Ao Bing's dragon tendons. Nezha pointed an accusing finger at Tai Yi, vehemently declaring that it was he who had disguised himself as a doctor, claiming that the dragon tendons could cure his mother's ailment, which led him to commit the act. If one were to trace the matter back to its origins, it was all part of Tai Yi's sinister plot, aimed at compelling him to become his disciple. Afterward, recognizing Tai Yi's scheme, Nezha had evaded death. But now he believed Tai Yi had not come to save him, but rather to seek his life. Li Jing stood frozen, overwhelmed by the gravity of the revelations. Tai Yi, however, laughed derisively, dismissing Li Jing's concerns as utter nonsense. He insisted that if he truly sought a disciple, he would not resort to such despicable means. Furthermore, even if he had disguised himself as a doctor, it was unlikely that Nezha would have recognized him. Tai Yi feigned contemplation, suggesting that Nezha's deep-seated opinions about him were the reason for his reluctance to ascend Qianyuan Mountain, indicating that the decision now rested with Li Jing, whether he was willing to entrust Nezha to him. Initially, Li Jing was struck by a flicker of doubt. Yet each of Tai Yi's words resonated with undeniable reason. Moreover, who was Tai Yi? Li Jing could scarcely believe that all of this was orchestrated by Tai Yi. Given that Nezha had always been notoriously unruly, it was only natural for Li Jing to lean towards trusting Tai Yi's words over Nezha's. The child shall be entrusted to the true immortal. I appreciate your effort. This declaration encapsulated Li Jing's resolution. Nezha was instantly consumed by fury, the malevolence within him erupting like a volcano, beyond his control, as the ferocity of his primal instincts surged forth. The heavens and earth dimmed in response, an overwhelming aura of malevolence engulfing the courtyard. In a sudden burst, Nezha brandished the Qiankuan bow and the Zhantian arrow, directing it at Tai Yi. His eyes ablaze with rage, he bellowed, Tai Yi, your audacity knows no bounds. Today, I shall take your life. Inshur seized Nezha, urgently imploring, Jar, do not act disrespectfully towards the true immortal. Mother, I speak nothing but the truth. Do you not believe me either? In that moment, Nezha felt an unbearable sense of injustice. Why did everyone doubt him and choose to trust the seemingly virtuous Tai Yi? Did he truly appear so wretched in their eyes? Inshur cradled Nezha's head, pulling him tightly into her embrace, whispering softly in his ear, Jar, your mother believes in you, but please, do not act recklessly. Tai Yi is not one we can afford to offend. This burden is ours to bear alone. Li Jing, witnessing Nezha brandishing the revered treasure, was initially astonished, soon giving way to fury. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you raise your hand against a true immortal? This is sheer lawlessness. With your limited abilities, you dare to flaunt them before a celestial being? Put it away at once. At that moment, another voice resonated in his mind. How tragic. Even your parents stand against you. What do you possess to challenge me? Watch closely, for this time, you shall return with me to Qianyuan Mountain, and I shall ensure that you find no escape, nor solace in death. As for your parents, they may yet express gratitude towards me. Ha ha ha. Scoundrel. Nezha snapped the bowstring of the Qiankuan bow, a fierce light blazing in his eyes. Never before had he harbored such loathing for another. Tai Yi must perish, without fail. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed across his face. Inshur had delivered a resounding slap. Nezha, incredulous, lifted his gaze, his nose tinged with bitterness as tears streamed down his cheeks. Mother, why have you struck me? For the first time, Inshur directed a piercing gaze at Nezha. Jar, if you still recognize me as your mother, then lower the Qiankuan bow. Li Jing berated him vehemently. You ungrateful child. It is utterly deranged. The true immortal has traveled a great distance to save your life. And instead of expressing gratitude, you contemplate acts of betrayal. This is the height of folly. Listen to your mother, and set it down at once. Nezha felt utterly despondent, as though the entire world had forsaken him. He could not fathom where he had gone astray. Why did everyone harbor such hatred for him? He cast a glance at Li Jing. Our bond has long been severed. Your opinion of me is no concern of yours. Li Jing, upon hearing these words, transformed his tears into laughter, declaring that we are indeed bound by blood. Your life was granted by me. From the moment you were born, you have owed me. What do you have to sever our ties? Nezha erupted into a frenzied laughter, asserting that his life was given by Li Jing, thus he owed him. He retracted the Qian Kuan bow and the Zhun Tian arrow, morphing into a fleeting shadow that lunged towards Li Jing, reaching him in the blink of an eye. A look of shock spread across Li Jing's face, and before he could react, Nezha had drawn his sword from Li Jing's waist. You are right, Li Jing. It is I who owe you. Now, may I return all that I owe? Nezha placed the sharp blade against his throat, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he uttered, I, Nezha, repay my father with my bones and my mother with my flesh. From this day forth, I shall owe nothing to anyone. This life shall be returned to you. Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how matters had escalated to such a dire situation. Tai Yi wore a venomous smile, yet all attention was focused on Nezha, leaving Tai Yi's true intentions unnoticed. Meanwhile, Yin rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, desperately attempting to halt Nezha's impending actions. Yet, it was too late. The blade effortlessly severed his throat, and Nezha's body crumpled to the ground. Yin arrived just a moment too late, cradling Nezha's limp form. Her voice filled with anguish as she cried out, Oh, my child, do not scare your mother. I beg you, awaken. Chapter 31. The War of Sealing the Gods commences upon witnessing Nezha's demise. Tai Yi took flight on a white crane, departing for the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan. Yin wept bitterly, holding Nezha's lifeless body, while Li Jing shook his head in sorrow. As Yin clutched his physical form, Nezha's lingering spirit began to ascend into the sky. Now a mere specter, his soul could not linger in the mortal realm, gradually dissipating and on the verge of vanishing from existence. Ah, a fateful bond. A voice filled with age resonated. Nezha's fading spirit autonomously entered a small vial, disappearing alongside this mysterious figure. This enigmatic individual was none other than Zhun Yuan de Xian of Wuzhuang Temple, residing on Mount Wanshou. Qingfeng, hasten to the lotus pond in the backyard and pluck 2 of the most flourishing lotus flowers, and gather 3 golden-hued lotus leaves, discarding the green ones. Qingfeng hurriedly complied. Though he questioned his master, Master, you have nurtured these lotus flowers for thousands of years. If they are plucked, they will perish. Jin Yuanzi shook his head with a sigh. I am well aware, yet this is the only method to save Nezha's life. Once Qifeng returned, Jin Yuanzi meticulously removed the petals of the lotus flowers, arranging them according to the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity, aligning the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in harmonious coexistence and opposition. He then fashioned the lotus stems into 300 joints, placing the 3 lotus leaves in the upper, middle, and lower positions of the celestial arrangement. At last, the venerable Jin Yuanzi produced a crimson gourd, renowned as the innate spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. From within, he poured forth a radiant golden elixir. He then extracted a wispy soul from a small vial, which turned out to be that of Nezha. The soul of Nezha involuntarily dove into the golden elixir. Jin Yuanzi, with a commanding voice, summoned the dragons and tigers to return swiftly. Yet, Nezha's corporeal form remained absent. What further delay could there be? The immense magical power of Jin Yuanzi surged forth, awakening the lotus leaves to life under the weight of his formidable energy. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a figure materialized. This being stood at an impressive height of 16 feet, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, adorned with petals around the waist, resembling a youthful lotus boy of 6 or 7 years of age. The lotus incarnation, though slightly larger than before, remained recognizable as Nezha. Upon his resurrection, Nezha's first gaze fell upon the exalted Jin Yuanzi, flanked by the playful Qifeng and Mingwei, who winked at him. He promptly knelt, expressing his profound gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Jin Yuanzi, shaking his head with resignation, replied, I am not your master. Simply refer to me as Jin Yuanzi. Nezha, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, Great Immortal, you have saved my life, preventing me from becoming a wandering soul. You have granted me divine powers and treasures, a debt greater than the heavens and heavier than the earth. I, Nezha, vow here and now that should you ever require my assistance, I would willingly forsake my life to aid you. Jin Yuanzi, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, suddenly brightened at Nezha's declaration. Nezha, remember well your words today. My ability to assist you is limited. You may now take your leave. Nezha expressed his gratitude once more and acknowledged Qingfeng and Mingyue before preparing to depart from Wuzhuang Temple. Wait, Jin Yuanzi called out. In the days to come, you will encounter a formidable individual possessing a treasure gourd. When you find yourself at a loss, return to me, and I shall lend you the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd is a weapon of terrifying potency. Acquiring it now would result in an earth-shattering transformation for Nezha. Why cannot I have it now? He inquired. Voicing his confusion, Zhen Yuanzi replied, I recall when you first arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, I mentioned the presence of malevolent energy within you. Should I prematurely bestow the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd upon you, it would nurture that malevolence, rendering you ferocious, cold-blooded, and ruthless, potentially leading to even graver consequences. Thus, I shall not grant it to you unless absolutely necessary. Is the malevolence within truly so fearsome? Nezha reflected that each time this energy emerged, it was during moments of intense anger, yet he had always been able to easily control it, transforming it into a formidable weapon with unimaginable effects. He did not perceive this malevolence as a negative force. On the contrary, he reveled in that unparalleled state. However, given Zhen Yuanzi's grave warnings, Nezha resolved to remain vigilant, refraining from unleashing the malevolence within unless absolutely unavoidable. Zhen Yuanzi then remarked that there was no need for excessive concern if external factors did not catalyze the situation. This malevolent energy would not rebound upon him for the time being, as long as he devoted himself to profound cultivation in the depths of the mountains for a century. This affliction would naturally dissipate. The final words eased Nezha's anxieties as he stepped out of the Taoist temple and exchanged greetings with the gentle breeze and bright moon before departing from Wuzhuang Temple. Having undergone a rebirth, Nezha's body transformed into that of a lotus, and his strength had transcended the late stage of Shenxian, reaching the initial stage of Jingxian. With his innate spiritual treasures, he now stood on par with Yuan Hong. Initially, Nezha had intended to retreat to Meishan for complete seclusion. Yet Tai's relentless pursuit and cunning schemes had once again ensnared him, costing him even his life this time. A fiery desire for vengeance burned within him. But since Tai was a member of the Chan sect, direct confrontation would require the power of Meishan. However, the people of Meishan were originally uninvolved in this matter, and he hesitated to drag his brothers into the fray. Riding the wind and fire wheels, Nezha swiftly arrived at Meishan and met with everyone. Upon his arrival, the others were curious about Nezha's appearance. Zhu Jinjin, after much contemplation, remarked with suspicion that he seemed to have matured a bit after a few days of absence. Though he still looked quite handsome, Nezha felt a pang of bitterness, smiling ruefully as he thought to himself that he preferred his original form, which he could never reclaim. This remark piqued Yuan Hong's curiosity, prompting Nezha to recount how he had been deceived by Tai's scheme, mistakenly drawing the dragon veins, and the fact that he had perished once before. Throughout Nezha's narrative, Yuan Hong remained remarkably calm. However, upon hearing that Nezha had been wronged and had taken his own life, Yuan Hong erupted in fury. Grasping the pillar of heaven, he declared his intention to confront Tai at Qianyuan Mountain, denouncing him as despicable and vowing to obliterate his golden light cave. Nezha, alongside Jin Dasheng, restrained him, while Nezha soothed Yuan Hong, advising him not to act impulsively. After all, Tai was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Should he proceed, it would escalate beyond a personal vendetta against Tai and offend the entire sect. As Yuan Hong continued his uproar, Zhu Jinjin coldly interjected, Nezha, I have always regarded you as a formidable man, yet now, I find myself looking down upon you. What of Tai? You fear him, but we brothers do not. If you are unwilling to seek vengeance, we shall do so in your stead. This marked the first time Zhu Jinjin had opposed him, yet Nezha felt no discomfort, rather. Warmth surged within him. Dai Li also emerged in a furious state, exclaiming that Tai was nothing of consequence, and that he would make him pay dearly for provoking Meishan. Old Zhu's assertion was indeed correct. This matter could not simply be overlooked, and he was determined to make Tai suffer. Yang Xian shook his head, deeming him a rude mountain dog spirit whose language was unrefined. After all, Tai was a figure of great prowess in the three realms, and anyone present would be walking to their doom. I propose that we all go together. If one cannot defeat him, we shall overwhelm him collectively. We are certain to vanquish Tai. Chang Hao clapped his hands, a frown etched on his face, declaring that they must not act rashly. They needed to devise a flawless plan to eradicate their foe completely, avenging their brother Nezha. Wu Long moved a table from the cave, clearing away the clutter atop it, transforming the table into a battlefield for their strategic assembly. The 7 monsters of Meishan quickly gathered, engaging in fervent discussion. Nezha stood momentarily stunned, yet his heart brimmed with profound emotion. The formidable power of the Chan sect was not lost on the 7 monsters, yet they appeared utterly unconcerned, each one resolutely brainstorming ways to seek vengeance. Even if the 7 monsters succeeded in their endeavor, would the others from the Chan sect spare them? The answer was undoubtedly no, yet the 7 monsters remained undeterred, solely focused on avenging their fallen comrade, disregarding their own lives. In that moment, tears welled in Nezha's eyes once more, shedding tears of gratitude and warmth. With such a band of brothers by his side, what further reservations could he possibly have? Nezha composed himself, a resolute expression gracing his face. Everyone, please allow me to share a few words. The intense discussions abruptly ceased. For Nezha was the central figure in this affair, and they all listened intently to what he had to say. He inhaled deeply, stating, "Though the powers of Tai are immense, I believe that with the combined strength of us all, it would not be insurmountable to slay him. But what comes after?" His words left everyone momentarily speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. Nezha continued, "Should we kill Tai, the Chan sect will undoubtedly seek our demise. And the only outcome would be that all of us brothers would meet our end alongside him. Is this truly the fate we wish to see?" Jushin, undaunted, retorted, "Isn't it just a life? What of it? We are willing." Nezha shook his head, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. "You may be willing, but I am not. What is Tai? Merely a cowardly wretch. We are loyal and valiant men, full of spirit. To perish alongside such a lowly creature would be a disgrace to our honor. The world is in turmoil, plagued by frequent floods and droughts, with many suffering greatly. 3 of the 4 great lords have already rebelled, the strongest among them being the Western Duke, who is backed by the Chan sect. If the Western Duke were to engage in war with the Shang dynasty, there would inevitably be a fierce collision between the 2 factions. We could journey to Chaoga and assist King Zhou in subduing Shichi. As a member of the Chan sect, Tai will surely be called to battle, and at that moment, we can strike him down, redirecting the Chan sect's wrath towards the GS sect, thus sparing ourselves from the fate of accompanying Tai to the grave. Now is the time for us to depart from Meishan and march to Chaoga together, to serve as generals. Chapter 32. You resemble a dog. Nezha had lingered in Meishan for several days, during which Yuan Hong had dispersed all the little demons and joined Nezha in their journey to the bustling city of Chaoga. The 8 of them strode confidently through the streets of Chaoga, with Jushin appearing as a rural dweller in the city, feeling out of place, glancing around curiously at everything. Upon entering Chaoga, an unusual phenomenon unfolded. The denizens of the streets seemed to fixate their gazes upon them, whispering and gesturing among themselves. Initially, this went unnoticed, yet as it persisted, it became irksome and perplexing. These were mere mortals, transformed into human semblance, so what could they possibly be observing? Jushin, incensed by the seemingly insignificant beings pointing at him, approached a vegetable stall, seizing the vendor's clothing with a fierce expression, demanding to know what they were murmuring about. "If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall overturn your stall today." The vendor, a frail old man, was hoisted like a chick by the burly Zhu Zhan, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror, only able to cry for help. As the situation threatened to escalate, Nezha urgently commanded Lao Zhu to release the man. Zhu Zhan, compelled to comply, begrudgingly dropped the old man to the ground, then menaced the onlookers, threatening to sever their heads if they continued to stare. The crowd shuddered, instinctively retreating a few paces, while the old man scrambled to his feet and fled, abandoning his stall in haste. Jushin, lowering his gaze to pick up an apple from the stall, took a bite and scoffed, "Cowards." With Jushin's intimidation, the onlookers indeed ceased their brazen scrutiny, returning to their own affairs with caution, fearful of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. However, before long, the old man returned, accompanied by a troop of soldiers. From a distance, he pointed at Nezha and his companions, declaring, "These are the mountain spirits and demons. Seize them at once." The contingent of soldiers, numbering over 10, did not hesitate to heed the old man's call, rushing forward with weapons drawn. Since Zhu Zhan had instigated the altercation, he readily stepped up, eager for a challenge. These soldiers, mere ordinary men, stood no chance against Zhu Zhan. He engaged them barehanded, swiftly incapacitating them, leaving a scattering of bodies strewn across the ground. Turning back with a triumphant clap of his hands, Zhu Zhan reveled in his achievements as he made his way back. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the side, moving with such speed that it appeared invisible to the naked eye. "Be careful!" Yuan Hong's urgent shout pierced the air. Zhu Zhan sensed the impending force and instinctively extended his hand to intercept the assailant. The impact was overwhelming, sending him stumbling back several paces before he fell onto a vendor's stall. Nezha's pupils widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the imposing figure before him. Zhu Zhan himself was a golden immortal, yet this adversary, capable of bringing him down with a single strike, despite the element of surprise, proved to be formidable indeed. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Nezha could not discern even a trace of magical power in the person before him, indicating that the newcomer was merely an ordinary individual. However, his martial prowess was formidable enough to rival that of an early golden immortal, a level of skill that Nezha had never encountered nor heard of before. A fierce fire of battle ignited within Nezha's heart upon encountering a master. He felt an irresistible urge to inquire, "Who might you be?" The tall man, exuding an air of arrogant confidence, emanated an overwhelming presence from within. "I am the king of martial arts, Huang Feihu," he declared. "Under the heavens, how dare you act with such audacity here?" It was no wonder that he possessed such a terrifying aura. If the individual before him truly was Huang Feihu, Nezha accepted this reality without hesitation. In the Dashang dynasty, there were two prominent figures of great authority. One was the Grand Master Wenzhong, and the other was the king of martial arts, Huang Feihu. With Wenzhong representing civil prowess and Huang Feihu embodying martial strength, they were capable of ensuring the stability of the nation. With these two figures in the Dashang dynasty, even the foreign tribes would pay homage, and all directions would yield in submission. One should not underestimate Huang Feihu simply because he was immortal. He epitomized the pinnacle of martial generals, rivaling even those who practiced the mystical arts. In essence, cultivation is fundamentally about refining one's qi, colloquially known as qi training, which involves harnessing the cultivated qi into magical power. There exists another form of cultivation known as body refinement, which focuses solely on the physical form, akin to the shamanic tribes. Who would dare claim that the 12 ancestors of sorcery are weak? However, Huang Feihu cannot be compared to the 12 ancestors, for he is merely an ordinary mortal. Thus, even if the king of martial arts has perfected his skills, his strength can only contend with early-stage practitioners of the golden immortal realm at best. This explains why, during the function period, many renowned generals were seen to stand shoulder to shoulder with certain practitioners of the mystical arts. Just like Nezha, who, relying solely on his extraordinary strength and spear techniques, could defeat many individuals at the late stage of the profound immortal level without the use of magical power. As a mere mortal, Huang Feihu, with his true self as a late-stage golden immortal demon, could not possibly overlook this. He pushed aside the vegetable leaves on his face and roared in frustration, "You just ambushed me while I was unprepared. If you have the courage, let us engage in a fair contest." Nezha hurriedly pulled Zhu Jun behind him, laughing heartily. "My brother speaks without a filter. Please do not take offense. King of martial arts. In truth, we are qi cultivators from Maishan, possessing skills, but lacking an opportunity to showcase them. We harbor no ill intentions. We are merely seeking a chance to serve the court." "Oh." Huang Feihu scrutinized the 8 oddly shaped individuals before him, ultimately expressing his confusion. "If you seek to serve the court, I shall lend you my assistance, but I am curious about your capabilities." Nezha smiled knowingly and replied, "Your Excellency, the king of martial arts, need not concern yourself. If you but introduce us to the king, he shall witness our skills firsthand. Should he find us lacking, we shall accept any punishment or consequence without complaint." Upon hearing this, the king of martial arts laughed heartily. "Excellent. What my Dashang most requires is talent. Since you are eager to serve, how could I refuse to aid you? Rest assured, tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me to meet the king." The following day, Nezha and his companions followed Huang Feihu into the court to meet King Zhou. A group of individuals traversed the majestic 9-dragon bridge, with Nezha appearing relatively composed, while Zhu Jun and others gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with wonder at the opulence surrounding them. Following the path of the bridge, they soon arrived at the Golden Terrace. Huang Feihu cautioned Nezha and his companions, urging them not to wander off, but to wait there as he went to report to the king. As soon as Huang Feihu departed, Zhu Jun exclaimed loudly, "Brother, I told you we couldn't remain in Maishan forever. You didn't believe me, did you? Are you not intimidated by this grandeur? How does our humble abode compare to this?" Yuan Hong scoffed, but did not refute Zhu Jun's words. Indeed, this place resembled a celestial paradise. Before long, a court official arrived at the Golden Hall, accompanied by several others, while the civil and military officials knelt in unison, chanting "Long live the king." Only Nezha and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Yuan Hong and the others, filled with pride, could never bow to a mortal king. A sentiment shared by Zhu Jun and Jin Dace. Seated upon the throne, King Zhou inquired, perplexed, "Why do you not bow in reverence?" Nezha replied, "We, simple folk of the wilderness, adhere not to such customs. Please forgive us, your majesty." Yuan Hong added, "I shall kneel only if I am bested in combat." Zhu Jin declared, "We have come to serve as generals, not to prostrate ourselves." Observing their bold declarations, Dai Li cleared his throat, preparing to deliver a similarly assertive statement. Suddenly, King Zhou, with a hint of suspicion, pointed towards Dai Li and remarked, "You, with your peculiar appearance, resemble a dog." The kneeling officials stifled their laughter, though it was evident that many struggled to contain their mirth. The king commanded everyone to rise, at which point the martial king Huang Feihu stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, although these individuals may appear strange, they are truly remarkable talents, not to be underestimated." From the ranks of the civil officials, Fei Zhong emerged, disdainfully commenting, "They are merely grotesque, common folk. What skills could they possibly possess?" Dai Li, incensed, seized Fei Zhong's ceremonial robe and retorted, Who are you calling ugly? Have you looked in a mirror? With your beady eyes and thieving appearance, you resemble a jest. He defended himself, insisting, what of looking like a dog? Do you not find my visage striking? I deem my face to be the most perfect in existence. It is worth noting that Dai Li, being a mountain dog spirit, indeed bore some canine traits in his transformed state. Perhaps due to differing aesthetics, he measured beauty by his own standards. Not only Dai Li, but also Wu Long, whose forehead was lined and whose eyes were as dark as coal, his lips a shade of purple, as if to signal his toxicity. Chong Hao, lean and gaunt, possessed eyes that resembled those of a venomous snake, chilling to behold. Of course, Dai Li's remarks incited uproarious laughter amongst the officials in the Golden Hall. King Zhou, unfazed, pointed at Dai Li and challenged, that dog-like individual, I wonder what abilities you possess. Show them to me. Chapter 33. Nezha's fierce battle against the four generals. As King Zhou spoke, all eyes in the court, both civil and military, focused intently on Dai Li, eager to discern whether he was merely spewing empty words or possessed genuine prowess. Surprisingly, despite their long acquaintance with the seven freaks of Meishan, even Nezha was unaware of Dai Li's most adept skills and watched him with great anticipation. Standing in the Golden Hall, Dai Li reveled in the attention akin to a star surrounded by admirers. He brusquely pushed aside Fei Zhong, adjusted his collar, and confidently proclaimed, I possess a red pearl that can sever a head from 100 paces. King Zhou, now intrigued, inquired if he might witness this demonstration to validate Dai Li's claims. This is no challenge, Dai Li replied, casting a glance at the terrified Fei Zhong. He leaned closer and suggested, Your Majesty may select someone to test whether my words hold truth. With a forceful clap on his dragon throne, King Zhou addressed Fei Zhong, Aiqing. Did you not express skepticism regarding these individuals' abilities? Today, I grant you the opportunity to see if he can indeed take your head from 100 paces. Fei Zhong, alarmed, fell to his knees, stammering, Your Majesty, spare me. I believe you. King Zhou's anger flared as he thundered, Aiqing Fei, do you dare defy my command? Fei Zhong, a notorious schemer in the Shang dynasty, along with his accomplice Yuhan, had long manipulated the court for their gain, inciting widespread resentment among the officials. They were eager for Fei Zhong's downfall, watching with cold indifference, particularly Huang Feihu, who secretly relished the prospect of ridding the court of this malignant influence. Only Yuhan dared to plead for mercy, but King Zhou retorted, Will you take his place? Your words only serve to silence you. Leading the officials from the Golden Hall to the expansive woman, King Zhou expressed satisfaction with the venue, urging, Aiqing, hurry along, and Dai Li, commence your demonstration. Should you fail to fulfill your promise, I shall not show you leniency. In a frenzy, Fei Zhong rushed forward, regretting his earlier interjection. He fervently hoped that Dai Li's assertions were nothing but fabrications. Though a civil official, the threat to his life spurred him to run faster than ever before, even startling King Zhou, who had assumed Fei Zhong incapable of such swiftness. Dai Li watched Fei Zhong's hasty retreat with a mocking smile, as if on the verge of revealing a hidden secret. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, expelling a red pearl that transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling toward Fei Zhong's back with lightning speed. Nezha shook his head, realizing that Fei Zhong was likely doomed. Without external intervention, the red pearl would surely shatter his skull in an instant. Yet, just as the pearl was about to strike, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of an arrow that shattered the red pearl, granting Fei Zhong a reprieve. Turning toward the source of the arrow, King Zhou held his bow drawn, exuding an intimidating presence that instilled fear in all who beheld him. Huang Feihu led the entire court of civil and military officials. Kneeling on the ground, their voices echoing with sincere admiration, Your Majesty, you are truly formidable. Dai Li wore an expression of disbelief, casting a glance at King Zhou, his earlier arrogance dissipating, replaced by a fleeting look of astonishment. He pocketed the red pearl and stood lost in thought. Fei Zhong, trembling with fear, sat on the ground. Visibly shaken, King Zhou's display had indeed astonished Nezha. Could such a valiant King Zhou truly be as inept as history depicts? Nezha's perception of King Zhou began to crystallize in that moment. This man's martial prowess was undoubtedly on par with Huang Feihu's. King Zhou placed his bow and arrows upon the table, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Excellent. I am quite pleased with your abilities. You are indeed a remarkable individual. He turned to the child. What is your name? The child, of course, referred to Nezha. Stepping forth from the crowd, Nezha replied, I am Nezha. Ah? King Zhou's interest peaked instantly, a playful smile crossing his lips. Are you not the son of Li Jing, the commander of Chentang Pass? The one known for returning bones to his father and flesh to his mother? How does your majesty know this? Nezha inquired. King Zhou rose with a hearty laugh. Your exploits are well known to me. Your father is a notable minister of the Shang dynasty. Should you also serve as a general for the nation? It could very well become a legendary tale. Upon hearing Li Jing's name, Nezha's expression turned a shade darker. He cupped his hands and stated, I am I. Li Jing is Li Jing. Our ties have long been severed, and I hope your majesty does not conflate the two. King Zhou discerned the resentment within Nezha's heart and chose not to linger on the matter. Instead, he asked, then what skills do you possess? Nezha brandished his fiery spear. Stepping forward to face King Zhou, he surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials before fixing his gaze upon Huang Feihu, a cold smile gracing his lips. With this fiery spear in my hand, I could defeat all in the world. His words undoubtedly stirred a tempest of fury among the officials as shouts of indignation erupted. You arrogant little brat, do you not know the heights of heaven or the depths of earth? A child so small, barely taller than his weapon, should retreat home for a few more years of nourishment? Wu Qingwang, teach this boy a lesson. From King Zhou to the assembled officials, it was clear that Nezha was openly challenging Huang Feihu. As the foremost martial general, Huang Feihu was already a figure of great renown. Thus, Nezha's claim to defeat all naturally included Huang Feihu. No sooner had Nezha spoken than a figure emerged from the ranks of military officials, Huang Ming, a direct subordinate of Wu Qingwang. With gritted teeth, Huang Ming addressed Nezha, you are quite the arrogant one. No need for General Huang to intervene. I can defeat you myself. King Zhou clapped his hands, proclaiming, very well, since General Huang Ming is unwilling to yield, let the two of you engage in a contest. Huang Ming seized his great sword from a soldier, a cold glint in his eyes as he charged forward, confident in his abilities. Nezha felt assured that he could easily contend without resorting to magic. Huang Ming, fueled by determination, swung his great sword with tremendous force, aiming directly for Nezha's head. The broadsword carried a significant weight, easily exceeding 100 pounds, and with a single stroke, it conjured a formidable wind, sweeping towards him. To the casual observer, the opponent's martial skills appeared robust, yet Nezha remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack, causing the sword to slice through empty air. His hand glided down the spear shaft to the tip, wielding the fiery spear like a staff, and with a sweeping motion, he sent Huang Ming flying. Huang Ming's defeat elicited gasps from the onlookers. Even if some anticipated his loss, few expected it to occur so swiftly after their initial encounter. Zhou Ji, Long Huan, and Wu Yin now recognized your prowess. 3 more warriors stepped forth, reclaiming their weapons from the soldiers and swiftly advancing towards Nezha. These men were the core of Huang Feihu's retinue, forming a cohesive unit. They lined up and charged at Nezha almost in unison. Among all present, only Huang Feihu and King Zhou piqued Nezha's interest. He regarded the others with disdain. Zhou Ji stood to the left, Long Huan in the center, and Wu Yin to the right, all 3 valiant generals exuding an aura of invincibility. Nezha, wary of their combined might, raised his fiery spear and first targeted Long Huan. Long Huan, dismissive of the threat, swung his Fang Tianhua halberd towards Nezha. The halberd, being longer than the spear, gave Long Huan the confidence to strike first, especially with Zhou Ji and Wu Yin flanking him. Nezha, however, would not allow Long Huan's strategy to succeed, as the halberd descended. He deftly hooked the spear's tip around the halberd's head and exerted a forceful thrust. The halberd flew from Long Huan's grasp, sent soaring away. Just then, Zhou Ji and Wu Yin launched their attacks. Nezha hurled the halberd aside and raised his fiery spear to parry their sharp weapons. Although Long Huan was shocked to lose his halberd, he seized the golden opportunity to deliver a merciless kick aimed at Nezha's chest. Nezha, weapon raised, balanced on one foot, extended his right leg to meet Long Huan's assault. An astonishing scene unfolded. Nezha's leg, narrower than Long Huan's arm, yet upon contact, it was Long Huan who was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground, eliciting gasps from the gathered officials. In mere moments, one adversary had been incapacitated, and such martial prowess deeply impressed many, leading them to contemplate whether this individual could genuinely rival the esteemed Huang Feihu, the martial king of the state. Zhou Ji and Wu Yin exchanged a knowing glance. Fully appreciating Nezha's formidable skills, they cast aside their underestimations and showcased their full martial capabilities. Instantly, the courtyard was alive with flashing blades, captivating all who beheld it. The force exerted by Zhou Ji and Wu Yin imposed considerable pressure on Nezha. Despite the evident disparity in strength, they managed to entrap him effectively. Each time Nezha sought to neutralize one opponent, the other would seize the opportunity to attack, compelling him to abandon his efforts. 3 individuals engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for over 60 or 70 rounds. The relentless tactics employed by the 2 adversaries ignited a sense of frustration within Nezha. In truth, had Nezha chosen to wield his magical powers, The defeat of his opponents would have been a matter of mere moments. However, Nezha possessed a sense of pride, facing mere mortals. He found it beneath him to resort to such means. He was determined to secure victory through his own martial prowess. With the current stalemate showing no signs of change even after several hundred exchanges, Nezha devised a clever strategy, igniting the fire spear to scorch Zhou Ji. As the three continued their intense confrontation, Nezha's fire spear unleashed a shower of sparks, igniting flames above Wu Yan's head, causing his composure to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Nezha swiftly redirected his assault towards Zhou Ji, who immediately felt the pressure intensify. Unable to withstand a few more strikes, he too was defeated and sent flying from the battlefield, with only Nezha and Wu Yan remaining. It was evident that neither of the two opponents stood a chance against Nezha. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Wu Yan succumbed to Nezha's might as well. Nezha, single-handedly vanquishing 4 of Huang Feihu's formidable generals, stirred whispers among the onlookers, who were astonished by the sheer ferocity of Nezha's martial skills. The defeat of these 4 warriors, all loyal subordinates of Huang Feihu, could not go unchallenged. Nezha's prowess piqued Huang Feihu's interest, compelling him to seek a contest of strength against this formidable opponent. Without hesitation, Huang Feihu emerged, brandishing a golden spear and commanding the arrival of his legendary 5-colored divine ox. Thus, the stage was set for Nezha to confront Huang Feihu in a climactic duel. Chapter 34. The duel at Wu Gate Wuqing Wang. Huang Feihu stood as a pillar of the Shang dynasty, renowned for his unparalleled martial prowess. Were one to rank warriors solely by their strength, it would be difficult to claim Huang Feihu as the absolute best. Yet he certainly belonged to the elite echelon of martial generals. Huang Feihu possessed a steed, the extraordinary 5-colored divine ox, known not only for its immense strength, but also for its ability to soar through the clouds, earning its place in history. Having just bested several generals, Nezha's spirit ignited with fervent ambition for battle, prompting him to summon the 5-colored divine ox, a testament to the weight he placed on this encounter. Meanwhile, King Zhou's spirit soared. He rose from his seat, excitement radiating from his countenance. It seemed our Wuqing Wang was now fully committed. Today, I shall witness whose martial prowess reigns supreme. With an imposing presence, Wuqing Wang mounted the divine ox, while Nezha, unwilling to be outdone, bent his knees slightly and leapt 5 meters into the air. As he began to descend, 2 fiery wheels materialized beneath his feet. Riding the wind and fire wheels, Nezha, exhilarated and perspiring with anticipation, raised his spear high, exuding a palpable aura of battle. General Huang, I am eager to learn from your esteemed skills. Having observed the previous skirmishes, Huang Feihu did not underestimate his opponent. The 5-colored divine ox, with a powerful thrust of its hooves, soared into the sky, and Huang's spear hurtled toward Nezha's face with astonishing speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The shadow of a person's name is akin to the silhouette of a tree. Huang Feihu's current prestige is undeniably a testament to his prowess. Yet, Nezha remains undaunted. In terms of one-on-one combat, she fears not even Yuan Hong. So why would she be intimidated by a mere general of the Shang dynasty? With a subtle exertion of her arm, the spear's handle trembles in a fine quiver, reminiscent of crackling flames. With a direct confrontation, Nezha engages Huang Feihu head-on. Both wield spears, Nezha with her crimson fire-tipped spear, and Huang Feihu brandishing a golden lance. In an instant, the sound of clashing weapons fills the air, golden light mingling with crimson, and the two find themselves exchanging dozens of blows before they realize it. In this dazzling display of combat, neither side gains the upper hand. Huang Feihu, a mere mortal, faces the challenge of Nezha's extraordinary strength. However, he unexpectedly compensates for his deficiencies with the aid of the divine bull, leaving Nezha unable to overpower him through sheer force. Having endured countless life-and-death battles, Huang Feihu's spear techniques have reached an extraordinary level. Although Nezha's moves are intricate, they appear somewhat crude in comparison. Fortunately, as a cultivator, even without employing magical powers, Huang Feihu possesses sharper senses than an average person. Coupled with his exceptional combat adaptability, the two engage in a tenuous stalemate. When his techniques prove insufficient, Nezha alters her strategy, using the flames of her spear to scorch him. As they continue their skirmish through several more exchanges, each thrust of the fire-tipped spear ignites a blaze, illuminating the sky above the noon gate. However, the divine bull's innate ability to resist fire proves to be an unexpected factor. The flames not only fail to injure Huang Feihu, but also awaken the beast's ferocity. White smoke billows from the bull's nostrils as it lets out a strange roar, its horns aimed menacingly at Nezha's chest. The divine bull and Huang Feihu exhibit a remarkable synergy, while Nezha is limited to her singular fire-tipped spear. Should she aim at Huang Feihu, the bull would be impaled. Conversely, Targeting the bull would surely result in her demise at the hands of Huang Feihu's exceptional spear skills. Adhering to the principle that a wise hero does not suffer immediate losses, Nezha opts for retreat rather than a direct confrontation. The speed of her wind-fire wheels is so swift that it leaves no trace, although the five-colored divine bull can also soar through the clouds. Its immense strength cannot match the rapidity of the wind-fire wheels. Thus, a thrilling chase ensues, with the bull relentlessly pursuing Nezha. Despite the wind-fire wheel speed allowing her to evade the bull's sight effortlessly, it is untenable to continue fleeing indefinitely, for they are engaged in a contest that cannot persist without resolution. Therefore, Nezha chooses not to evade any longer. Instead, she plunges downwards from the wind-fire wheels to the ground. Before the assembly of civil and military officials stand several resplendent pillars, each soaring skyward, towering over 10 meters in height, exuding an extraordinary aura within the expansive noon gate. Upon landing, Nezha swiftly approaches one of the pillars, causing both her wind-fire wheels and fire-tipped spear to vanish. Taking a deep breath, she grasps the uneven surface of the pillar, her eyes wide like those of a fierce tiger, and lets out a powerful roar, causing the pillar to shake with a resounding rumble. When have the esteemed officials ever witnessed such a spectacle? Who could have anticipated that within the diminutive form of Nezha resided such formidable power? Several civil officials felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, while even the martial generals struggled to suppress their astonishment. As the earth trembled and the mountains shook, Nezha raised the column high above him, awaiting the arrival of the divine bull. The divine bull, upon spotting the small figure below, displayed no trace of fear, as Huang Feihu drove it straight towards him. As the divine bull approached, a faint smile crept onto Nezha's lips. He swung the mighty column with ferocity, exclaiming in defiance. The blow landed squarely upon the divine bull and Huang Feihu, igniting a spark of triumph in Nezha's eyes. He believed this strike would render Huang Feihu incapable of further combat. Indeed, the column struck its target in midair, yet inexplicably, Nezha's arm halted midway through the swing, the column freezing in place. Stunned and bewildered, he exerted all his strength, but the column remained unmoved. Suddenly, an astonishing sight unfolded. The colossal column fractured down the middle, irreparably splitting into two segments that plummeted to the ground. Huang Feihu's figure materialized before the onlookers. He had not possessed the strength to shatter the column. The true cause of the breakage was the multicolored divine bull, which maintained its diving posture. The fracture had been wrought by its two formidable horns. The divine bull shook its head in the air, dust cascading from its form, then fixed a hostile gaze upon Nezha, charging forward once more with Huang Feihu atop it. Astounded by the prowess of the multicolored divine bull, Nezha immediately took flight, but the bull was swifter. Huang Feihu soon closed the distance, launching a fierce assault. Sweat of urgency beaded upon Nezha's forehead. He could not allow the divine bull to near him, lest its horns pierce him through. In his frantic escape, he fortuitously spotted two bronze cauldrons, one on each side. Without a second thought, he hurled one, weighing several hundred pounds, in an attempt to impede the divine bull's advance. The bull's head swung with a metallic clang, sending the cauldron hurtling away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nezha quickly seized the other cauldron, preparing to throw it as well, but the divine bull was already upon him, its horns charging forth. Without hesitation, Nezha positioned the cauldron before him. The horns collided with it, causing the cauldron to slide backward under the tremendous force of the divine bull. Nezha pushed against the cauldron, his own body sliding backward, the stone pavement screeching under the friction, leaving a long white mark while stirring up a cloud of dust. The divine bull surged forward, and Nezha was forced back several meters until he found himself against a wall, his back pressed firmly against it. Huang Feihu sat atop the divine ox, raising his golden spear and thrusting it towards himself. Nezha slightly tilted his head to the side, and the spear pierced the wall behind him. The wall was punctured, creating a gaping hole, and as Huang Feihu withdrew his spear, earth and debris cascaded down, landing squarely upon his head. Meanwhile, the five-colored divine ox let out a fierce cry, unleashing tremendous power, causing the wall to collapse under the immense force, burying Nezha beneath the fallen stones and mud. Huang Feihu stood with his spear at rest, quietly observing the swirling dust of the ruins from atop the divine ox, his gaze fixed and unwavering upon the chaos. Did we win? Have we truly triumphed? One of the civil officials voiced a question, echoing the uncertainty that lingered in the hearts of all present. Fei Zheng's face gleamed with arrogant delight, believing that mere talent gave him the audacity to challenge the formidable king of martial valor. Now, look where that has led you. Your very life hangs in the balance. Yu Hun chimed in. Even the gods would find no chance of survival in such a predicament. Had you not boasted so recklessly, you wouldn't have found yourself in such a grave situation. Dai Li, filled with fury, raised his fist, ready to strike the faces of the two, But Yuan Hong seized his arm, advising him not to lower himself to their level and to observe closely. For the true battle was just beginning. The term fools clearly referred to Fei Zhong and Yu Han, both of whom were visibly infuriated, preparing to retort with scathing remarks. But were deterred by a single fierce glance from Dai Li. King Zhou applauded, generously offering praise. It appears the king of martial valor truly lives up to his title, bringing no shame to my side. Yet Nezha has also proven commendable, managing to contend with the king of martial valor to this extent. Would you not agree? The officials erupted into a cacophony of sycophantic applause, affirming, the king speaks wisely. The king of martial valor is indeed the backbone of our great Shang. His martial prowess unmatched except by our sovereign. This statement was not mere flattery, for King Zhou himself possessed remarkable martial skills and strength, having once performed extraordinary feats, such as lifting beams with astonishing might. He had fought Huang Feihu to a standstill in their encounters, just as everyone believed Nezha to be lost forever. A sudden clamor arose from the ruins, debris exploding as two mythical beasts soared into the sky amidst the flames, the Qing Luan and the Fire Phoenix. The two birds circled and called out in the air, their fiery brilliance raining down like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. As fellow mythical creatures, the five-colored divine ox's eyes gleamed fiercely, unwilling to permit the other beasts to roam freely above it. It broke free from Huang Feihu's control, riding the clouds and engaging in fierce combat with the Qing Luan and Fire Phoenix. The sounds of the three beasts intertwined, their fiery displays and ethereal clouds weaving a spectacle of celestial power in the sky, while all eyes were transfixed upon the three mythical creatures. Nezha suddenly sprang to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his body as he emerged from the ruins, a light chuckle escaping his lips. King of martial valor. Let us continue our duel. Chapter 35, The expedition against the canines of Rome. Throughout the encounter, Huang Feihu remained unwavering, fully aware that Nezha would not be easily vanquished. Thus, when Nezha emerged from the ruins, there was no sign of surprise on Huang's part. Given Nezha's formidable magical prowess and divine artifacts, defeating Huang Feihu, who possessed no mystical abilities, would have been a mere trifle. However, Nezha refrained from employing such advantages, believing firmly that his martial prowess alone could secure victory. With the assistance of the divine bull, Huang Feihu found himself in a challenging predicament. To counter this, Nezha summoned the Qingluan Fire Phoenix to ensnare the opponent's five-colored divine bull. Brandishing the fire-tipped spear, Nezha charged towards Huang Feihu with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, the spear crackling with lightning and enveloped in searing flames, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. Huang Feihu, despite his exquisite spear techniques, found himself at a disadvantage without the divine bull by his side. The fire-tipped spear, a weapon of divine origin, unleashed flames that consumed him, rendering him unable to retaliate. Nezha unleashed a flurry of swift attacks, employing every technique he had mastered: thrusts, slashes, and evasive maneuvers, each executed with the vigor of a tempest, accompanied by an unending cascade of flames, akin to a small deity of war amidst the inferno. As the fire-tipped spear was indeed a divine weapon, Huang Feihu could only defend himself, lacking the power to counterattack. After 100 exchanges, beads of sweat the size of mung beans soaked through Huang Feihu's garments, leaving him uncertain whether it was exhaustion or the searing flames that plagued him. Victory seemed imminent. The aerial battle involving the five-colored divine bull was equally grim, as it found itself at a disadvantage. Once proud, the divine bull now appeared battered and weary, on the brink of defeat. Just as Nezha was poised to claim victory, King Zhou bellowed for both combatants to cease, declaring a draw. The contest ends here. Upon hearing the king's declaration, Nezha halted his assault and summoned back the Qingluan Fire Phoenix. King Zhou continued, stating that both warriors were unparalleled in martial prowess, and prolonging the fight would only lead to mutual destruction. To avert such an outcome, he called for the cessation of hostilities, seeking no resentment from either party. Huang Feihu, lowering his long spear, knelt upon the steps of the woman, his face flushed with shame. Your Majesty, there is no need to shield my disgrace, should the conflict continue. I would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Despite the king's proclamation of a draw, Huang Feihu could have easily taken advantage of the situation. Yet, his fiery spirit compelled him to confront the truth before the assembled court, earning Nezha's deep admiration for his integrity. Stepping forward, Nezha addressed the king, Your Majesty. The words of the martial king are misguided. I have merely benefited from the glory of my weapon, in terms of true skill. How could I ever be a match for the martial king? Huang Feihu cast a grateful glance at Nezha, who responded with a warm smile. It was evident that Huang possessed genuine talent, and their eyes met in mutual recognition of a worthy friendship. King Zhou, particularly pleased that day, proclaimed that as long as Nezha and his companions served the nation, they would undoubtedly rise to become pillars of the Shang dynasty, destined for nobility and boundless wealth. The courtiers below echoed their praises, showering flattery upon King Zhou, resulting in an atmosphere of camaraderie among the ministers and generals. At that moment, a court official hurriedly approached King Zhou, announcing that there was a letter from the West Qi to be presented to the sovereign. The civil and military officials immediately fell silent. The four great lords of the realm, Dong Boho Zheng Hengchu and Nan Boho Chongyu, had all been slain by King Zhou, irreparably severing ties and rebelling against Chaoga. As for Shi Boho Jichong, he was imprisoned in Chaoga, confined within the dungeons, enduring the solitude of walls as his only company, lamenting the loss of his kingdom. King Zhou tore open the letter, perused its contents, and his brow gradually furrowed into a deep frown. Ultimately, he shredded the missive in anger, cursing the audacity of the situation, claiming that the Chang people were causing turmoil in the western borders. How could the formidable West Qi not subdue them? He would not release Jichong to quell the Chang. General Inpabai approached the throne and fell to his knees, imploring the king that the world was in chaos, with incessant warfare in the southeast. Releasing Ji Chang would be akin to unleashing a tiger back into the mountains. If Shi Boho turned against them, it would be too late. King Zhou scoffed, declaring that Ji Chang could not be set free. For the Chang were merely a foreign tribe, a trifling band that West Qi could not suppress? What was the purpose of maintaining such men? This was clearly an excuse. One scholar stepped forward, a high-ranking official, Mei Bo Xiang, advocating that the rebellion in the West could not be ignored. The Chang's disruption was suffering the border populace. He earnestly requested the king to release Ji Chang to rescue the people of West Qi. Inpabai's face flushed with urgency, fearing the king would waver. What difficulty is there? Your Majesty can dispatch a capable general to quell the Chang, and I shall see what West Qi has to say then. Wuqing Wang Huang Feihu volunteered to fight. Zhendian's General Fang Xiang volunteered to fight. General Yin Pu Bai volunteered to fight. As soon as the words were spoken, numerous military leaders stepped forward to request battle, yet King Zhou hesitated, pacing back and forth several times before fixing his gaze on Nezha, commanding him to step forward. Upon hearing his name, Nezha hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully, refraining from kneeling like the others. King Zhou paid little heed to such details, promptly appointing Nezha as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Guard to the west, with Inpabai as his deputy, tasked with leading 100,000 troops to eradicate the Chang, to set forth on the morrow without fail, despite the multitude of generals eager to engage in battle. King Zhou singled out Nezha. Though somewhat perplexed, Nezha accepted the order, having just arrived in Chaoga and yearning for accomplishment. This was indeed the moment for him to establish his merit. Once Nezha triumphed over the Chang, his prestige would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights, which would benefit him greatly when it came time to confront West Qi. Nezha was appointed Grand Marshal, with the 7 monsters of Meishan also elevated to generals under his command. Subsequently, King Zhou had a grand residence constructed for himself and his officials on Pingan Street, complete with dozens of maidservants, bringing great joy to Zhu Zhen and his entourage. After the decision to confront the Chang was made, King Zhou dismissed the civil and military officials. Huang Feihu was delighted for Nezha, remarking that it seemed the king held them in high regard, bestowing such a significant responsibility upon their arrival. Nezha responded with a smile, Lord Wuqing Wang, you jest. What is this compared to your esteemed position? We brothers are but mere riders in your shadow. After the recent fierce battle, the two individuals, rather than harboring animosity, found a certain kinship blossoming between them. Even as the court officials departed, they lingered at the Meridian Gate, engaging in heartfelt conversation, seemingly on the verge of becoming close friends. As Nezha and Huang Feihu chatted endlessly, Zhu Zhen gently tugged at Nezha's arm, suggesting that they should first inspect their new residence, remarking that there was little for two gentlemen to discuss. Having previously experienced disappointment at the marketplace, Zhu Zhen spoke without restraint, harboring a lingering frustration. Nezha shot him a reproachful glance, offering Huang Feihu an awkward smile. Unperturbed, Huang Feihu laughed heartily, declaring Zhu Zhen to be genuine, encouraging him to speak freely. Without waiting for consensus, Huang Feihu enthusiastically took Nezha's hand and led the group, including the 7 monsters of Meishan, out of the Meridian Gate. Upon arriving at the grand residence, Zhu Zhen's eyes widened in awe at the opulent estate, exclaiming his surprise at how generously the king had treated them, providing both official titles and a splendid abode. Yuan Hong shot Zhu Zhen a disapproving look, dismissing him as foolish, and, with a turn of his head, strode into the mansion. Zhu Zhen muttered under his breath, questioning Yuan Hong's own eagerness, and followed him inside. As the others, too, could hardly contain their anticipation, they eagerly entered the house. Nezha offered a resigned smile, noting that his brothers had spent too long in the mountains and were always thus, lamenting that Wang Chengwu might find them amusing. Having spent the day with them, Huang Feihu had come to understand the personalities of the 7 monsters of Meishan. Feeling no dissatisfaction, Rather, he was eager to befriend Yuan Hong and Zhu Jun. Noticing Zhu Jun's unfamiliarity with many of the household arrangements, he took it upon himself to explain, and Zhu Jun soon forgot any lingering grievances in the joy of the moment. Huang Feihu then proactively engaged with the others from Meishan, swiftly bonding with them, as if they were already inseparable, leaving Nezha astonished. It was not that Huang Feihu was currying favor with the seven monsters. He simply enjoyed the company of capable and extraordinary individuals, extending his assistance whenever possible. The group animatedly explored the residence for a considerable time, and eventually, Zhu Jun requested Huang Feihu to commission a large flag emblazoned with the character Zhu to display during their campaigns, as a matter of pride. These were minor requests, and Huang Feihu readily agreed. However, the others quickly grew anxious, particularly Yuan Hong, the leader of Meishan, who insisted that he, too, deserved to have a flag made for himself. This sparked a chorus of demands for flags bearing each person's surname. While a single flag was a simple task, accommodating the 7 members of Meishan posed a challenge. Nonetheless, Huang Feihu hesitated only briefly before confidently assuring them that he would have the workers craft them overnight, guaranteeing their completion. Zhu Jun, with a jovial grin, embraced Huang Feihu, his eyes twinkling with delight, exclaiming, "Old Huang, you truly are a good friend." After a night of diligent labor, the flags were finally completed by the following morning. At the grand entrance of the military encampment, King Zhou led the civil and military officials in bidding farewell to Nezha. The 7 monsters of Meishan formed a row on horseback, clad in resplendent red robes and golden armor, each exuding an imposing aura in their splendid attire. Behind them fluttered large banners emblazoned with characters such as Yuan, Jin, Yang, Dai, Cheng, Wu, and Zhu, billowing majestically in the wind. As the commander of the troops, Nezha was determined not to let anyone overshadow him. His standard towered several times larger than those of the others, shimmering under the sun's radiance. To enhance his formidable presence, Nezha employed a minor spell, summoning a gust of wind that caused the flagpole to sway, producing a rustling sound that added an air of solemnity to the scene. Seated upon the back of the Qinghuan, flames blazed fiercely around him, rendering him a fiery spirit and augmenting his mystique. Positioned at the forefront of the army, Nezha was flanked by his deputy Inpo Bi, followed closely by the 7 monsters of Meishan and other generals. As King Zhou and the officials honored Nezha with their farewell, the king personally offered a cup of wine as a sign of respect. After drinking, Nezha casually tossed the bronze cup into the air and raised his right hand, commanding the troops to prepare for departure. Upon his command, the army, filled with vigor and determination, commenced their march. Zhu Zizhen, riding on horseback, looked on enviously, thinking to himself how splendid it would be to have a mythical beast as a mount, one that would surpass Nezha's in magnificence. Yuan Hong, ever eager to argue, retorted that with his limited skills, Zhu could never tame a mythical beast. He was fortunate not to have been devoured, and if anyone were to find a steed, it would be him. As the army sang heartily while traversing through Chaoga City, the citizens instinctively stepped aside. Yet, an ominous aura seemed to surge through the air, and across from Pingan Street, a man clad in black approached, wielding a halberd. To make matters worse, a dark cloud loomed above him, shifting ominously with each of his steps. This sight left everyone, except Nezha, in a state of shock. Who had ever witnessed a person commanding such celestial phenomena? Sensing the threat, Inpo Bi and the 7 monsters of Meishan prepared themselves, their demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. The black-clad man halted 10 meters from the army, and the dark cloud above him rapidly expanded until it enveloped the entire Chaoga City. The once clear sky turned ominously dark, followed by a torrential downpour. Undeterred by the rain, the black-robed figure merely laughed, his chilling laughter sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Nezha, perched upon the Qinghuan, remained unperturbed, tauntingly urging the man to reveal himself. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the man ceased his laughter and lifted his black cloak. "You've made it easy for me to find you. Nezha, I told you I wouldn't spare you. Today, I shall use your blood to consecrate my halberd." Chapter 36. Ao Bing's Vengeance. The man in black was none other than Ao Bing, whose strength had significantly increased, now in the early stages of the golden immortal realm. Advancing towards Nezha with an aura of lethal intent, the third prince, despite my past transgressions, journeyed across great distances to Mount Wanshou to assist you in retrieving the spirit of Emu and to help you reshape your dragon tendons. Our grievances should have long been settled. Settled? How naive of you. The hatred of having one's tendons drawn is a grudge that cannot coexist with the living. Only your blood can extinguish the fury burning within me. You shall perish. Ao Bing, wielding the transforming spear, advanced menacingly across the damp ground towards Nezha. Nezha had underestimated the complexities of their conflict, The agony of having one's tendons drawn is akin to the bitter resentment of a stolen wife. It is as if one had taken another's spouse and, in return, offered a more beautiful and youthful substitute. Ao Bing would never accept such an affront. Although Ao Bing had gained strength through adversity, he was still no match for Nezha. Furthermore, he had no desire to escalate their enmity. Hence he had no intention of striking. Seeing Ao Bing's overwhelming hostility, Zhu Zhan, who shared a close bond with Nezha, could no longer remain idle. My elder brother has declared a truce with you. Why do you persist? Your level of cultivation is insufficient for him to engage directly. If you wish to fight, you must contend with me. Zhu Zhan leapt onto the battlefield from his steed, brandishing an iron rake, and engaged Ao Bing amidst the torrential rain. Both were at the early stages of the Golden Immortal realm, their strengths comparable, yet they were acutely aware of their own capabilities. Despite Ao Bing's current status as a Golden Immortal, his techniques were overly rigid, and he was likely not Zhu Zhan's match. As the battle grew intense, Nezha was astonished to witness Ao Bing not only had his skills improved, but he also seemed to have undergone a transformation. His spear techniques had reached a new level, allowing him to contend evenly with Zhu Zhan, even gaining a slight upper hand. Ao Bing had come seeking vengeance against Nezha, and the unexpected arrival of Zhu Zhan infuriated him further, as if he bore a grudge akin to that of a stolen bride. He wielded his spear with ferocity and speed, leaving Zhu Zhan startled and unable to counter effectively, resorting instead to desperate evasions. Noticing Zhu Zhan in a precarious position, Dali leapt from his mount, proclaiming, "Do not revel in your advantage. Let us settle this between us." Armed with a large iron fork, Dali swiftly joined the fray. Zhu Zhan glanced back at him, retorting, "What business do you have here? This is none of your concern. I shall win shortly. Your presence is entirely superfluous." Dali rolled his eyes, responding, "Enough with the boasting. If I hadn't come to assist, I fear they would strip the skin from your back." Ao Bing's initial advantage was already slight, and now facing two adversaries, he found himself steadily pushed back, reduced to mere defense without the ability to counterattack. Zhu Zhan had only recently ascended to the Golden Immortal realm, whereas Dai Li had been in this realm for a millennium, ranking among the stronger of the 7 monsters of Maishan. With Dai Li's support, victory was assured. Once Dai Li entered the fray, Ao Bing's advantage vanished entirely. He could only defend himself, utterly unable to retaliate, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Ao Bing found himself in a position where the true target had yet to engage, yet he was being relentlessly driven back by 2 individuals resembling Nezha as subordinates. His heart burned with indignation. In such a defensive posture, defeat was inevitable. With a roar of defiance, he relinquished all pretense of defense and resolved to fight with a desperate, life-for-life approach. This mode of combat presented an opportunity for the 2 adversaries. Their garments were swiftly torn asunder by the sharp weaponry, leaving flesh lacerated and bloodied. Soon, Ao Bing was left battered and bruised. His entire form transformed into a crimson figure under the relentless downpour. Although he occasionally gasped in pain, grimacing at the agony, the wounds inflicted upon him failed to diminish his spirit. He wielded his halberd with the ferocity of a descending tiger, displaying a prowess that seemed even more formidable than before. What was most alarming was the visible rate at which Ao Bing's body began to heal. After the torrential rain washed over his bleeding wounds, upon closer inspection, they appeared as if restored to their original state, and his strength seemed to have augmented slightly. Initially, Ao Bing was no match for his 2 opponents. However, with each injury sustained, his power incrementally increased. As time passed, while he still found himself at a disadvantage, he managed to keep pace with their moves, and the frequency of his injuries began to diminish. Yuan Hong stood dumbfounded, his jaw agape as if he could fit an egg within. He directed his gaze towards Nezha, exclaiming incredulously about the formidable creature they were facing, remarking that he had never witnessed someone grow stronger despite taking such a beating. Nezha too was astonished. Ao Bing had never possessed such an abnormal ability before. Could it be due to the spirit of Emu? Regardless, Dai Li grew increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. Judging by Ao Bing's rapid growth, he feared that if the battle continued, it might be he who would face defeat. Thus, he resolved to strike with lethal intent. Dai Li decided to take the initiative, seizing the moment while his opponent was entangled with Zhu Zhan. He swiftly leapt from the battlefield, his eyes fixed on the fray, and abruptly expelled a vast cloud of yellow mist that enveloped the entire arena, rendering all within 10 meters blind to their surroundings. Nezha, endowed with the divine eye granted by Zhang Yuanzi, could see everything clearly. Following this, Dai Li unleashed a torrent of red beads that struck Ao Bing squarely in the back, causing his flesh to rend and leaving him incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Unaware of his fate, as the yellow mist dissipated, onlookers beheld Dai Li triumphantly standing upon Ao Bing's face, surveying his comrades with an air of self-satisfaction. He proclaimed in a deep, resounding voice, "My lord, this young man has been subdued by me. Please decide on his fate." Zhu Zhan, unwilling to allow Dai Li to claim all the glory, hurried to Ao Bing's side, delivering a forceful stomp upon his face, declaring, "My lord, we have jointly brought him down." With two large feet pressing upon him, Ao Bing's eyes blazed with fury. His speech was somewhat slurred. Yet he could faintly articulate a threat towards Nezha, conveying, "You will pay for this, or I shall not let you go." Just as Nezha was about to respond, a figure soared in from the distance, rushing anxiously towards Ao Bing and the others. He was taken aback to realize that it was none other than the little dragon girl, Ao Ling. He hastily descended from Qing Wan and approached Ao Ling, his face betraying his uncontainable joy. "What brings you here?" Ao Ling grasped Nezha's arm, pleading with a pitiful demeanor, "Nezha, please spare my brother." "Very well. I shall release him." Nezha had no intention of making an enemy of Ao Bing, and with Ao Ling's intercession, he promptly commanded Dai Li and Zhu Zhan to release him, inquiring how the siblings had managed to find him. Ao Ling recounted that since your departure, Ao Bing had awakened, and upon regaining consciousness, he was filled with fury, seeking vengeance against Nezha. Ao Ling dared not disclose this, thus regardless of Ao Bing's declarations. She refrained from mentioning Nezha's presence in Meishan. It was not until one day that Ao Bing approached her with a cheerful demeanor, proclaiming that Nezha had aided him significantly, and questioning how he could possibly harm him. He merely wished to ascertain Nezha's whereabouts in order to express his gratitude in person. Ao Ling, believing his words to be genuine, revealed Nezha's location in Meishan. However, as time passed, Ao Ling began to sense something amiss and decided to journey to Meishan herself. Upon her arrival, she discovered the mountain deserted and, after inquiring with nearby minor demons, learned that Nezha had gone to Chaga, prompting her to hasten there without delay. Once Ao Bing regained his freedom, he still bore a fierce countenance, at one point lunging toward Nezha, only to be restrained by Dai Li on either side. After consuming the essence of the emu's spirit, Ao Bing's strength had surged, and the more he was wounded, the more formidable he became. A rare phenomenon indeed. If he could be swayed to join his cause, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Yet, Ao Bing harbored a profound hatred, perpetually yearning to eliminate Nezha. Thus, the prospect of subduing him seemed implausible, compelling Nezha to resort to cunning stratagems. Suddenly, Nezha turned and approached Ao Bing. Ao Bing's eyes widened in fury, and had he not been restrained, he likely would have torn Nezha to shreds. "Step aside." Nezha commanded Zhu Zhan and Dai Li, advancing alone, drawing ever closer. Ao Bing, on high alert, pondered Nezha's intentions. Could it be that he, in a fit of anger, sought to slay him? In an unexpected turn, Nezha leaped into Ao Bing's embrace, weeping profusely. "Brother Ao Bing, I suffer even more than you can imagine. I have no one to confide in. We are kindred spirits." Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback. Yet a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Nezha was courting his own demise. A sinister smile crept across his face as he clenched his fists, intent on crushing Nezha's skull. Ao Bing's arm shot out with lightning speed, but Nezha, anticipating the treachery, was prepared, for additional arms sprouted from his back, pinning Ao Bing down. His original two hands pounded against Ao Bing's chest with great fervor, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, I do not wish to extract your tendons. This is all an elaborate deception orchestrated by Tai. You've merely lost a tendon, while I have sacrificed my very life." Ao Bing was momentarily confused, struggling to comprehend how Tai was involved. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, "Release me and clarify this matter. Explain it to me in detail." Observing that his words had some effect, Nezha loosened his grip, letting out a sorrowful sigh. "This is all part of Tai's scheme, designed for us to annihilate one another in the East Sea. I will recount the events as they transpired. You have lost a dragon tendon, while I have forfeited my life. Do you not perceive that I am somewhat different from before? In truth, I have died once already. All of this is merely a conspiracy devised by Tai. In pursuit of his own ambitions, he treats everyone as mere pawns to be manipulated at will. Even if you were to kill me today, what would it matter? I am but a more pitiable soul than you." This sentiment is not solely directed at subduing Ao Bing. Reflecting on his own plight, Nezha spoke through tears, his voice choked with emotion. Once he finished his tale, he noticed Ao Bing standing there, utterly dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such revelations. Though Ao Bing possessed commendable magical prowess, his intellect was somewhat simplistic. He had never contemplated the reasons behind his torment, fixated solely on seeking revenge, which had led him into a state of obsession. When he suddenly realized that the true mastermind was someone else entirely, his mind seemed to short-circuit, leaving him momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Nezha patiently awaited Ao Bing's next move, understanding that Tai, with his formidable powers and the backing of the Vaschan sect, posed a substantial threat. Would Ao Bing choose to endure in silence or seek vengeance by eliminating himself? After a prolonged pause, Ao Bing abruptly turned his back, uttering not a single word, and strode toward the far end of the street, wielding his weapon. Nezha called out, "Where are you going?" Despite being solitary, Ao Bing exuded an aura of unwavering determination. His cold voice resounding, "To Qianyuan Mountain, to claim the head of that old dog, Tai." Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ao Bing's temperament aligned with his expectations. He had not opted for cowardice, but instead chose to confront Tai alone. Though somewhat lacking in intellect, Nezha admired Ao Bing's audacity. Tai, a being of great power akin to the Daluo Jingxian, was a formidable figure in the three realms, and venturing forth alone was tantamount to courting death. Yet, admiration aside, Nezha could not stand idly by and watch Ao Bing march to his demise, nor could he forget his own objectives. You may be fearless, but I, Ao Bing, am not daunted. I care not who he is or the extent of his influence. Anyone who crosses me shall face my wrath, even if it costs me my life. Well said. Before Nezha could respond, Yuan Hong leaped down from his horse, approaching Ao Bing with a look of camaraderie. I will accompany you. I have long desired to sever that old fool Tai's head. Unaware of the disruption his enthusiasm caused to his own plans, Yuan Hong inadvertently added fuel to the fire. Nezha, with a knowing glance, raised an eyebrow, signaling Yuan Hong to return. You should head back. I need to speak with Ao Bing. What are you winking at me for? I believe Ao Bing is right. Helping him is tantamount to assisting you, is it not? Seeing Yuan Hong misunderstand his intentions, Nezha glared. Do not forget that I am your elder brother. When I say return, you shall return. Although Yuan Hong was reluctant, he maintained a semblance of dignity before the assembled troops, pouting in defiance as he turned back reluctantly. Nezha approached Ao Bing, leading him to a secluded corner. Just as Ao Bing intended to resist, Nezha's words silenced him. Listen to me first. I understand you are unafraid of Tai, but have you considered your family? Do not forget that the entirety of the East Sea stands behind you. With Tai's treacherous and sinister nature, what would happen if your father were implicated? Is this what you wish to witness? A flicker of anger ignited in Ao Bing's eyes. Could he dare? Nezha scoffed. What does he have to fear? Remember, he has the entire Chan sect backing him. Not only the East Sea, but even if the four seas united, they could extinguish you with a mere word. After hearing this, it was as if a nail had been driven into Ao Bing's heart. His gaze revealed a tumult of emotions, his thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Finally, he lifted his head, contemplating the humiliation he had endured. Am I to remain indifferent, harboring grievances without seeking retribution? How could I not retaliate? In truth, I harbor even greater hatred for Tai than you do. That is why I joined the ranks in Chaoga, seeking to leverage external forces to eliminate Tai, thus avoiding the Chan sect's pursuit. As Nezha spoke, Ao Bing listened intently until they reached the other end of Pingan Street. Their conversation remained unheard by others. And to everyone's astonishment, Ao Bing followed Nezha back to the army. Nezha instructed the soldiers to prepare horses for both Ao Bing and Ao Ling, then commanded the army to continue its march. Among the 100,000 troops, the addition of two seemingly inconspicuous figures brought Nezha immense satisfaction for subduing the fierce tiger. Ao Bing had significantly bolstered his own power. The army advanced westward, departing from the city of Chaoga. Nezha rode upon the Qinghuan, engaging in lively conversation with Ao Ling, who perched on the fire phoenix. Their youthful appearance and charm rendered them akin to a pair of celestial beings. Zhu Zhen felt a pang of envy, yearning to ride the fire phoenix himself. After conferring with Nezha, who was not one to prioritize romantic interests over friendship, he acquiesced. However, the fire phoenix allowed only Ao Ling to ride, dismissing others. Undeterred, Zhu Zhen scoffed at the creature's authority and boldly mounted the fire phoenix. This audacious act incited the phoenix's wrath. Its feathers bristled, and the flames nearly scorched Zhu Zhen's hide. He hastily leaped off. Yet the trouble did not end there. The Qinghuan and fire phoenix, a devoted pair, pursued Zhu Zhen for 10 miles, until Nezha intervened as a mediator. And Zhu Zhen's sincere apology finally brought the matter to a close. Following this incident, the others grew wary, refraining from expressing a desire to ride the fire phoenix. For they did not wish to share Zhu Zhen's fate of becoming a roasted pig. Their destination was to exterminate the canine tribes of the Western E. Had Nezha traveled alone, he could have arrived in less than a day. However, with an army of 10,000, their pace inevitably slowed. Setting forth from Chaoga, Nezha traversed Mengjin, crossed the Yellow River, and passed through Tongguan, Lintongguan, Chentang Pass, and Jipaiguan, taking a fortnight to finally arrive at the fabled Sishiguan. Speaking of Sishiguan, there exists a peculiar connection with Nezha. The commanding officer there, Han Rong, possesses moderate martial prowess, Yet he is accompanied by a disciple skilled in the arts of Taoism, known as the seven-headed general, Yuhua. While Yuhua's capabilities may be deemed modest, at best reaching the early stage of the Golden Immortal, he wields a formidable treasure known as the Blood Transformation Divine Blade. This weapon, imbued with a sinister aura, is notorious for its lethal nature. Any individual who suffers even the slightest incision will succumb to a bloody demise. Should one be struck directly by this blade, not only will they perish on the spot, but their very essence will be ensnared within the blade itself. This weapon has previously inflicted harm upon Lei Jinzi, Nezha, and Yang Jian. And though it does not rank among the innate spiritual treasures, its potency surpasses that of many. However, the Blood Transformation Divine Blade is not without its vulnerabilities. It is effective against mortals and demons alike but proves futile against otherworldly beings. In essence, the blade is only effective against flesh and blood entities, rendering it useless against ethereal practitioners like Shurji, who has transformed from stone, and Yun Changzi, who has materialized from clouds. Nonetheless, the fact that the blade can penetrate Yang Jian's formidable copper skin and iron bones is indeed astonishing, instilling within Nezha a sense of eager anticipation for the journey to Sishiguan, as he yearns to witness the seven-headed general firsthand. As the grand army marched forth towards Sishiguan, upon nearing the fortress, they beheld Han Rong leading the martial generals, awaiting them under the blazing sun. Upon sighting the approaching troops, the commanding officer of Sishiguan rushed forth with the enthusiasm of a long-lost father, exclaiming his apologies for the delay and expressing gratitude for the arduous journey undertaken by the great marshal of the Western expedition. Nezha, having traversed through 4 passes, had learned to adopt a tone of official courtesy, casually waving his hand and saying, "General Han, seeing you drenched in sweat, it seems you have been awaiting us for quite some time. If there is to be any apology, it is I who must extend it." Han Rong, bowing respectfully, replied, "Nay, esteemed one, your dedication to the nation warrants my waiting a little longer. I have prepared a feast for the great marshal and the esteemed generals within the gates." Despite Han Rong's beard being long and grizzled, Nezha appeared merely as a 7-year-old child, yet Han Rong addressed him with deference as elder. The little dragon maiden stifled a giggle, prompting a fierce glare from Nezha, while Ao Ling stuck out her tongue and turned her head away. Leading the way, Han Rong guided Nezha and his army, introducing the notable generals from within the fortress. Nezha, maintaining his composure, responded with a smile to each introduction. However, when Yuhua's name was mentioned, the smile on Nezha's face abruptly faltered. Disembarking from his steed, he approached Yuhua directly. "Yuhua, at your service." "Great Marshal." Yuhua greeted, to which Nezha, placing a reassuring hand on Yuhua's shoulder as if conducting an inspection, encouraged him with a few pats and remarked, "You are quite commendable." Yuhua was momentarily taken aback. Among the numerous generals present, Nezha had singled him out for such an action. Observing the envious expressions of his peers, Yuhua proudly puffed out his chest and cast a triumphant glance at the other martial leaders, as if to boast. Nezha, slightly taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, leading the army into the Shui Pass. Chapter 38. The emergence of the Blood God Blade as the supreme commander of the 3 armies. Nezha naturally took the lead, with his deputy, Inpo Bi, to his left and Han Rong to his right. Together, they entered the city with a grand entourage. Han Rong had prepared an opulent feast consisting of 10 lavish tables, with his generals and those of the Shui Pass in attendance. Even Ao Ling and Ao Bing, the siblings, were present. Being a girl, Ao Ling's participation in such an event was initially discouraged by Nezha. However, she retorted, "What's wrong with a girl attending? If a child can go, why can't I?" After hearing this, Nezha was left speechless and chose not to further question Ao Ling. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Nezha, being the focal point of attention, exchanged a few pleasantries. Yet, aside from Yuhua, he regarded none of the other generals from Shui Pass with any interest, leading to a convivial atmosphere solely between him and Yuhua, as they conversed and laughed together. This display inevitably irked some individuals. Zhu Zhun, nursing his drink alone, was approached by Dai Li, who intended to toast him but was rebuffed. "Go away. I'm quite vexed right now," Zhu Zhun snapped. Dai Li, undeterred, plopped down beside him, grinning. "What has got you all worked up?" Zhu Zhun turned, snorting disdainfully. "It's that insufferable commander of ours. I attempted to toast him earlier, and he dismissively pushed me aside, engrossed in conversation with that fellow named Yuhua, as if I were inconsequential." Dai Li chuckled. "You're not feeling a twinge of jealousy, are you? A big man like you, feeling envious of another man?" "Enough," Zhu Zhun retorted. "I'm trying to be serious here. That kid has just entered the realm of the Golden Immortal. His powers are meager. I could best him easily. Why does our commander treat him with such favor? Just wait and see how I teach him a lesson." Dai Li attempted to dissuade him, but Zhu Jun shrugged him off, clutching a cup of wine as he strode over to Yu Hua. Nezha, taken aback, inquired, "Old Zhu, what brings you here?" Zhu Jun, with a broad smile, replied, "I see you two are enjoying a lively chat. I couldn't resist joining in to toast General Yu. I hope you'll grant me a moment of your time." Upon hearing that Zhu Jun had come to toast him, Yu Hua immediately rose from his seat, flabbergasted. "As a general from the Heavenly Dynasty, it should be I who toasts you." The two clinked their glasses, but perhaps it was by design or mere clumsiness. Zhu Jun's hand slipped, spilling wine all over Yu Hua's attire. "I apologize profusely, General Yu. Clearly, I've had too much to drink. Please don't take offense." As Yu Hua dabbed at the wine-soaked fabric, Zhu Jun, holding his cup, suddenly released it, causing it to crash onto Yu Hua's head. "I truly am inebriated. I can't even hold my cup steady." While the earlier antics could be brushed off, striking someone with a cup in public was a blatant humiliation. Yu Hua's expression soured as he struggled to contain his rising ire, remaining silent with a cold demeanor. Zhu Jun was not there to offer a toast, but rather to stir trouble. Nezha, filled with fury, slammed his hands upon the table, sending dishes flying in all directions, causing every eye in the room to turn towards his table. Yu Hua was a capable and skilled individual, and Nezha was keen on winning him over to his side. Thus, throughout the day, he engaged in laughter and banter, hoping to cultivate a favorable impression. Yet, Zhu Jun chose to humiliate Yu Hua in front of everyone, leaving him utterly devoid of dignity. For a man, maintaining face is of utmost importance. In the eyes of some, it may even eclipse the value of life itself. The fact that Yu Hua could overturn the table in public was quite commendable. Nezha could not simply stand by and watch. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhu Jun, declaring, "If you are so intoxicated, then leave this place and do not let me see you again." Nezha shared a profound bond with Zhu Jun, one that rivaled his camaraderie with the 7 monsters of Meishan. Nezha had previously bestowed upon Zhu Jun a treasure of incomparable value, the Southern Heavenly Gate, and had even offered him the Fire Phoenix to ride, a testament to his sincerity. However, Zhu Jun had crossed a line this time. With so many generals present, Nezha understood that failing to take a stand would suggest favoritism, complicating his future dealings with others. Zhu Jun, however, wore a defiant expression, indignantly retorting, "Are you truly sending me away? It was an accident, and I have already apologized to General Yu." Nezha dismissed his words, his countenance darkening as he replied, "Shall I summon someone else to escort you out?" This time, Nezha was genuinely furious. Zhu Jun clenched his teeth and ultimately sighed, "No need. I shall leave on my own." At that moment, Yu Hua stepped forward, smiling at everyone. "It's merely a trivial matter. Do not be angered, great commander. General Zhu simply had too much to drink and slipped up. It's nothing of consequence, I assure you." As Zhu Jun prepared to depart, he abruptly turned back, exclaiming, "Who asked for your false kindness? I did it intentionally. Do you believe you are worthy of a toast from my brother? If you have the guts, let us settle this here and now." Witnessing Zhu Jun escalate the situation, Dai Li and Yang Xian could no longer bear to watch. Each took an arm of Zhu Jun, hastily leading him away while muttering that he was merely drunk and speaking nonsense. After this farce concluded, Zhu Jun was taken aside by the 7 monsters of Meishan for a reprimand. The once joyful banquet now bore an air of discord and soon dispersed, with everyone retreating to their separate corners. Nezha intended to have a thorough discussion with Zhu Jun, but he had vanished without a trace, leaving Nezha searching in vain for half the day. Inquiring with Yuan Hong and Dai Li yielded no answers, prompting Nezha to abandon the search, planning to address it when time permitted. Although he did not encounter Zhu Jun, he fortuitously crossed paths with Ao Ling. Ao Ling paused momentarily before swiftly approaching his side, exclaiming, "What a coincidence to find you here." Since their meeting in Chaoga City, they had exchanged pleasantries daily. Yet many deeper questions remained unasked in the presence of others. Today, however, offered the perfect opportunity for an earnest conversation. Nearby stood a grand tree, providing a shaded lawn beneath, where the two settled down. Ao Ling answered many of Nezha's lingering queries, enriching their dialogue. It seems that Ao Guang has already realized that Ao Bing's physical condition has completely recovered, and through misfortune, he has transformed into the legendary Imu Shenlong. Ao Bing has undergone a profound metamorphosis, his innate talents elevating him to the pinnacle of existence within the 3 realms, rivaling even Ao Guang's own lotus form and the formidable monkey king Yangjian. The potential for future achievements is boundless. Thus, rather than harboring resentment, Ao Guang is inclined to express his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Nezha feels a sense of relief in his heart. Now that he has assumed the role of general of the Western Expedition in Chaoga, this news will undoubtedly reach Chentang Pass soon. Nezha has consistently chosen to evade the complexities surrounding himself, Li Jing, and the Yin clan. He is uncertain of how he will react upon encountering Li Jing again, especially considering that Li Jing will eventually turn against Chaoga and ally with Shiqi, while Nezha himself will not join the ranks of Shiqi, thus ensuring their inevitable confrontation on the battlefield. The thought of a father-son duel fills Nezha with dread. Despite Li Jing's betrayal, could he truly bring himself to fight? Even if he could muster the resolve to slay Li Jing, what would become of the Yin clan? That is, after all, his mother. In such a scenario, the one who would suffer the most would likely be the Yin clan. Lost in his thoughts, Nezha remains oblivious to the fact that Ao Ling has fallen asleep beside him, her neck tilted, resting her head on his shoulder. Suddenly feeling a weight on his shoulder, Nezha snaps out of his reverie and sees Ao Ling sleeping soundly. He dares not move, fearing he might disturb her. Ao Ling is remarkably beautiful, appearing to be in the midst of a lovely dream, a smile gracing her face as she slightly scrunches her nose, which adds to her adorability. At that moment, Nezha gazes at Ao Ling, earnestly admiring her features, discovering that the more he looks, the more enchanting she becomes. He holds no ulterior motives in his heart, simply appreciating her beauty. After all, she is merely 15 years old, embodying the youthful yearning for the wonders of the world, and he feels no trace of impure thoughts. Watching the young dragoness, inhaling her peculiar yet pleasant fragrance, he feels at ease, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of her resting against him, an emotion he cannot quite comprehend. Yet it fills his heart with sweetness. Ao Ling possesses a soft, plump dragon horn atop her head, and Nezha's hand instinctively reaches out to touch it, finding it delightfully smooth and pleasant to the touch. However, sensing his presence, Ao Ling furrows her brow, awakens, and discovers Nezha caressing her dragon horn. In an instant, she emits a piercing scream, startling Nezha. Ao Ling suddenly rises, her face flushed with anger as she glares at him before storming off in a huff. Nezha, bewildered, wonders why she reacted so vehemently. Judging by Ao Ling's earlier demeanor, she must have been quite upset, her face flushed. He cannot fathom why such a simple interaction provoked such a fierce outburst. After patting his legs, Nezha decides not to linger, stretching his sore neck before returning to his room. Upon entering, just as he is about to take a seat, Dai Li rushes in, breathless and anxious. Something has happened. Something has happened. Nezha inquires, what is it? Speak slowly. Dai Li exhaled sharply, his eyes filled with urgency as he grasped his own hands and implored, brother, Zhu Jun is truly in peril. You must devise a way to rescue him. Nezha's heart sank, and he turned to him, saying, please, elucidate the situation in detail. Dai Li sighed, recounting, after drinking today, Zhu Jun vanished. The brothers and I separated to search for him, only to discover he had gone to duel with Yuhua. Despite both Yuan Hong and I urging him to reconsider, he was obstinate, insisting on the contest. They chose a secluded spot to engage in combat. But Yuhua's martial prowess is lacking. Zhu was initially in the advantageous position. However, the opponent suddenly brandished a peculiar knife, swift as lightning, which swiftly inflicted a cut upon Zhu, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. Nezha gasped, the blood transformation divine blade. We must hurry. If we delay, he may indeed perish. Chapter 39. Subduing Yuhua. Despite Nezha berating Zhu Jun in front of everyone, upon learning of his misfortune, he was more anxious than anyone else. Promptly following Dai Li, Zhu Jun lay surrounded by a throng of people, unconscious and oblivious to his fate, while Yuhua stood nearby, observing coldly. Showing no inclination to assist, Nezha rushed to Zhu Jun's side and confirmed the presence of a shallow, delicate wound. Yet, Zhu remained in a deep stupor. The blood transformation divine blade was indeed fearsome. Yuan Hong and others confronted Yuhua, insisting he provide the antidote, but Yuhua stubbornly refused to comply. Impervious to threats or bribes, Nezha approached Yuhua and stated, General Yu, we all serve the great Shan. We are one family. If Zhu Jun has erred in any way, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. After bowing slightly, Yuhua promptly supported his shoulders, exclaiming, No, that is unnecessary. Yuhua's expression fluctuated as he replied, Commander, it is not that I refuse to show you respect. However, your subordinate has repeatedly troubled me, even attempting to take my life during the contest. How can I forgive him? I acknowledge Zhu Jun's faults. If you can procure the antidote, I will agree to any demand you may have. A glint sparked in Yuhua's eyes as he declared, I will grant the antidote, but he must kneel before me, bow his head 3 times, and apologize. Can you convince him to comply? Nezha fell silent, but Yuan Hong could no longer contain himself, erupting in a furious tirade. You are delusional. Mark my words, you will hand it over today, whether you wish to or not. Should you dare utter a single refusal, I will ensure your demise here and now. Yuan Hong was the first to speak, igniting a fervor among the 7 monsters of Meishan, who rallied together. declaring that they would rather die than endure such humiliation. While Yu Hua's demand appeared excessive, it was, in truth, a measure of retribution. Reflecting the previous public humiliation he had suffered at the banquet, he sought to repay that insult, wishing Zhu Jun to endure even greater degradation. This demand was unacceptable. Zhu Jun would rather choose death than kneel in apology. Yet, Yu Hua adopted a resolute stance, insisting he would not render assistance unless his terms were met. Zhu Jun is indeed his own brother, who assisted him when Ao Guang pursued him to the heavens with no escape and to the depths of the earth with no refuge. Although Yu Hua had only known him for a day and held a certain fondness, he could never be compared to Zhu Jun. Nezha could kill Yu Hua for Zhu Jun, yet even if he were to do so, the antidote might remain elusive. Historically, if you have escaped the malevolent influence of the blood transformation divine blade, it was only through Yang Jian impersonating Yu Hua and deceiving the master of the celestial immortal, Yu Yuan, on Palai Island that they could procure the antidote and avert disaster. The existence of an antidote for Yu Hua remained uncertain. Thus Nezha found himself in a quandary, torn between two difficult choices, yet he was resolute in saving Zhu Jun's life. In a moment of contemplation, Nezha gritted his teeth and approached Yu Hua, declaring, "I cannot acquiesce to your demands. My brother values his honor above his very life. However, I must obtain the antidote." Sensing the veiled implication in Nezha's words, Yu Hua immediately grew wary and retorted, "What? Do you intend to strike me?" The 7 monsters of Meishan also appeared alert, seemingly awaiting Nezha's command. A mere nod or a word from him would unleash them upon Yu Hua, ensuring his dismemberment. Nezha shook his head, acknowledging that the fault lay with him. "He is my sworn brother. His transgressions are mine to bear. As a commander, he is under my leadership. But I have failed to guide him properly. This is a lapse in military discipline, and thus, it is also my fault." With that, Nezha clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground, proclaiming, "Therefore, his mistakes are my own. It is I who should apologize, so I beseech you, General Yu, to save my inept brother." He bowed deeply, imploring, "I beg you." Yu Hua was taken aback, as were Yuan Hong, Dai Li, and Yang Xian. They were astonished. For in this world, a man's dignity surpassed all else, and they would rather die than submit. Yet today, Nezha knelt before another for Zhu Jun. Such an act was inconceivable to the 7 monsters of Meishan, inciting their fury, and they charged at Yu Hua with gritted teeth. Nezha bellowed, "Everyone halt." The Meishan crew, eyes ablaze with resentment towards Yu Hua, begrudgingly obeyed Nezha's command, their fury smoldering as if they could devour Yu Hua whole. Yu Hua had never anticipated such a turn of events. He hurried to assist Nezha, saying, "My lord, you humble me. I am merely your subordinate. How could I allow you to kneel before me? Please rise." Nezha remained on the ground, awaiting Yu Hua's response. "I will provide it, I will provide it." Yu Hua stammered, initially intending to retaliate against Zhu Jun, but finding himself compelled to kneel instead. He swiftly retrieved a pill from his robe and tossed it to Yuan Hong, prompting Nezha to finally accept assistance to stand. Once upright, Nezha sighed. "Today's events were of my own volition. No one should blame General Yu. Should I learn of anyone seeking vengeance in the future, I shall administer severe punishment." With that, Nezha departed, and when others attempted to stop him, he waved his hand, instructing, "Do not disclose this matter to Zhu Jun upon his awakening." In truth, kneeling held little significance for Nezha. After all, he was a man of modern times. During festive occasions, who among us does not bow to our elders? Thus, it was not as difficult for him to accept as it was for Yuan Hong and others. Once the matter was settled, he returned to his chamber, harboring no hopes of subduing Yu Hua. Given the recent events, even if Yu Hua were willing to ally with him, a rift had formed between him and Zhu Jun, which would hinder his leadership. After resting for a night, he planned to depart from Sui Shui Pass and head towards the Western Yi. The Sui Shui Pass was the final barrier. Beyond it lay the Western Qi. Nezha intended to take a shortcut, bypassing Western Qi to swiftly invade the Western Yi, quelling it with unparalleled speed. As he pondered the impending battles, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Zhu Jun stormed in, seething with rage. He berated Nezha, exclaiming that he had misjudged him, foolishly taking him for a brother. For the sake of an outsider, had he dared to publicly insult him? Did he not have a shred of decency? Did he not realize that he had nearly lost his life moments ago while Nezha sat there nonchalantly? Zhu Jun lamented, declaring that if he was no longer regarded as a brother, he would return to Mei Mountain to reign as its king, leaving Nezha to pursue his own path with General Yu. After venting his frustrations, Zhu Jun turned to leave, but before he could reach the door, Yuan Hong kicked him aside. Unsatisfied, Yuan Hong approached Zhu Jun and struck him several times across the face. Blood trickled from Zhu Jun's mouth as he stared in shock at Yuan Hong, his fury igniting. "Why are you hitting me?" he demanded. Yuan Hong replied with a cold laugh, "Not only will I strike you today, but I shall sever our ties. Go wherever you please. Just do not return to Mei Mountain." You are no longer my brother. Zhuzhen was utterly bewildered, shouting in protest, "Why do you treat me this way? What have I done wrong?" Yuan Hong retorted, "How dare you ask? Do you even comprehend how you managed to escape with your life? It was Nezha, our elder brother, who knelt before you, Hua, pleading for your release. You claim he favors outsiders and neglects you, yet he has invested his very heart in your welfare." Yuan Hong continued, "Have you no conscience, you ungrateful wretch?" Zhuzhen was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom the unfolding events. At that moment, Dai Li, Yang Xian, Jin Dashing, Wu Long, and Chang Hao entered one after another. Dai Li rushed forward, seizing Zhuzhen by the collar. "When has someone so proud as you ever humbled himself? Did you truly believe you were regarded as a true brother? Where is your conscience?" As he scolded, tears streamed down Dai Li's face. Yang Xian also lunged at Zhuzhen, delivering a punch, exclaiming, "Your conscience must have been devoured by dogs." The others joined in, berating him for his lack of decency. Upon learning the truth, Zhuzhen was overwhelmed with shame, howling towards Yu Hua, "I will kill you." Rising to seek vengeance, he was halted by Nezha's voice, "Come back. The face I sacrificed to save you is not meant for you to seek bloodshed. If you truly regard me as your elder brother, do not trouble General Yu any further. The matter has finally passed, and I must not allow Zhuzhen to complicate it further. Thus, I issued him a warning in advance. Fortunately, Zhuzhen now recognizes his mistake and is willing to heed my counsel." With a sigh, Nezha said, "You all may leave. I wish to be alone." He then issued an order for them to depart, and Yuan Hong took Zhuzhen's hand and carefully closed the door behind them. Once everyone had vacated, Nezha muttered, "What a fool, truly a brainless creature." The following day, Nezha donned his armor and assembled the troops. For their destination was the Western E, necessitating a solution to the logistics of provisions. He retained his deputy, Yin Pobai, to oversee the supply issues on the battlefield. While Jin Dasheng remained at the Sisui Pass, Yuan Hong was appointed as the vanguard commander, tasked with leading 20,000 soldiers into the fray. Accompanied by Deputy Generals Chang Hao and Wu Long, Nezha himself commanded the Central Army, leading 50,000 troops, including Zhuzhen, Dai Li, the siblings Ao Ling and Ao Bing, along with the formidable General Yu Hua. Since the events of the previous day, Yu Hua had developed a deep admiration for Nezha. Yet he was plagued by guilt. In the dead of night, he sought out Nezha for a heartfelt conversation, expressing his desire to follow him. With the cunning strategist Yu Hua joining his ranks, Nezha was elated and readily accepted. Yuan Hong had already advanced with the 20,000 soldiers for some time, and as Nezha observed the sun climbing high in the sky, he ordered his troops to march forth. Zhuzhen, perched on his steed, cast a disgruntled glance at Yu Hua. Nezha, choosing to ignore this, engaged in light-hearted banter with Ao Ling, while Zhuzhen and Yu Hua exchanged glances filled with tension. Ao Bing, on the other hand, maintained a demeanor of indifference, exuding an air of cold detachment. Thus, Nezha led this motley crew onward to the Western E, their swords drawn against the Qiangrong. Chapter 40. The Qiangrong giants as the vanguard. Yuan Hong's speed surpassed that of the main army by a full day. By the time Nezha arrived in the Western E, Yuan Hong had already established camp nearby, meticulously addressing all matters at hand. Gifted with innate leadership abilities, Yuan Hong commanded his troops with confidence. As night fell and the soldiers settled into their encampment, Nezha summoned all the generals to his tent to deliberate on the strategy for the impending battle against the Qiangrong. Seated at the forefront as the commander, Nezha positioned himself at the head of the assembly, with the other generals arranged in 2 rows. The left row was led by Yuan Hong, followed by the 5 oddities of Meishan, Ao Bing, Ao Ling, and others, while the right row was led by General Yu Hua, comprising the valiant commanders of the Shang, totaling several dozen in number. Nezha spoke first, addressing Yuan Hong, having arrived earlier than the rest. "Do you have any insights regarding tomorrow's battle?" Yuan Hong stepped forward from the ranks, stating, "Although I arrived a day ahead, this vast expanse reveals no trace of the Qiangrong. Thus, I possess no counsel to offer. However, it is peculiar that this place is enveloped in an unusual heat." Yu Hua also stepped forward, affirming, "General Yuan's observation is indeed accurate. The temperature here is markedly higher than in other regions. Should we lack supplies for half a month, we would face defeat without engaging in battle." Succumbing to the enemy's attrition, Yin Pobai's nephew, Yin Tianjiao, emerged to expound on the challenges of subduing the Qiangrong, citing 3 primary reasons. First, the hot climate and scarcity of water. Second, the vastness of the terrain, rendering it difficult to corner the Qiangrongs, who are known for their prowess in horseback archery and their nomadic lifestyle. The third formidable figure is the chieftain of the Shirong tribe, a giant of a man whose size rivals mountains. Wielding a wolf-toothed club, he possesses immense strength and unparalleled martial prowess, to the extent that even the esteemed minister Wen Zhong spent 8 years merely to drive the Shirong back. yet failed to obliterate them completely. The three challenges posed by Yin Tianjiao are hardly daunting. The lack of water can be mitigated by the siblings Ao Ling and Ao Bing, and with his keen eyesight. Locating the Shirongs, there would not pose a significant challenge. As for the giant of the Shirong, Nezha remains unconcerned, firmly believing he can decisively alter the course of battle by claiming the chieftain's head. Having grasped the enemy's situation, Nezha ordered his troops to withdraw, recognizing their fatigue from the night march. He instructed everyone to rest, confident that with his divine vision, he would not be vulnerable to a surprise attack on their camp. The following morning, Nezha assembled his soldiers, readying them for departure while leaving Yuan Hong to guard the camp. He then led a contingent of 10,000 troops into the heart of the Western Yi territories, accompanied by Yang Xian and Dai Li. The oppressive heat was nearly unbearable, with temperatures approaching 40 degrees Celsius, while Nezha, Yang Xian, and Dai Li, being cultivators, were unfazed. The soldiers struggled, panting and drenched in sweat. Approaching Nezha, Yin Tianjiao wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and cautioned, "Commander, we can no longer wander aimlessly. The soldiers are laboring under great difficulty, with several severely dehydrated. Without water, they may succumb to thirst." Yin Tianjiao's words rang true. Nezha was on the verge of ordering a retreat when suddenly he furrowed his brow, spotting a group advancing swiftly from the front, while another approached from the rear. Should they be encircled, he would be trapped like a turtle in a jar, and the entire contingent could face annihilation. The Shirong tribe had arrived, and the soldiers prepared for battle. Yang Xian, you take 3,000 men to confront the enemy to the east. Dai Li, you command 3,000 to the west. The rest shall await my command. Nezha's keen sight proved accurate, as within moments, the enemies from both sides converged upon them with a thunderous roar, clad in animal skins and bearing iron bows. The barbaric horde unleashed a volley of arrows when they were still 100 meters away, resulting in casualties before a single clash of swords. Witnessing his soldiers fall before his eyes ignited a fierce resolve in Yang Xian and Dai Li, who unsheathed their weapons and engaged the Shirong in fierce combat. Nezha observed the two skirmishes unfolding, noting the Shirong warriors' exceptional ferocity, each one fighting with the tenacity of wolves and tigers. However, Nezha remained untroubled. With Yang Xian and Dai Li demonstrating their prowess, each strike claimed multiple lives of the Shirong, inspiring the soldiers to shed their fears and fight with renewed vigor. Nezha refrained from joining the fray, waiting for the right moment. The Shirong forces attempting to ambush them numbered only in the thousands, while the main body of their troops was advancing slowly. Soon, the giant of the Shirong indeed led the main force into the fray. The Shirong warriors, still engaged in battle, chose to retreat hastily to join their main forces, trailing closely behind their giant chieftain. From a distance, the giant pointed at Nezha, questioning, "Are you the commander sent from Chaoga to challenge me? How is it that you are but a child?" His words elicited raucous laughter from his kin. Yin Tianjiao, filled with fury, galloped out from the camp on horseback, challenging the barbarian tribesmen under the command of the Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition, Tianbao. Who dares to seek death? Ever since witnessing Nezha's battle against Huang Feihu at the Woman Gate, Nezha had become his idol, and he would not tolerate any insults towards him. Thus, Yin Tianjiao was the first to charge into battle. A commander of the Changrong tribe also emerged, riding a spotted tiger, and the two engaged in fierce combat at the forefront. The adversary's ability to tame wild beasts spoke volumes of his ferocity. Yet Yin Tianjiao remained undaunted. His blade moved with the swiftness of lightning, and after a flurry of exchanges, the barbarian warrior was drenched in sweat. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the chest by Yin Tianjiao's sword and fell from his mount. Nezha felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Yin Tianji was formidable, worthy of being the nephew of Yin Pobai. His martial prowess was not only on par with that of his uncle but perhaps even surpassed it. After his victory, 3 more commanders from the Changrong tribe charged forth, surrounding Yin Tianjiao. Fresh from his previous triumph, he brimmed with confidence and engaged the 3 formidable generals. Dai Li approached Nezha and remarked on Yin Tianjiao's impressive skills, astonished that he could fight against 3. However, Nezha sighed and shook his head, noting that he was still young and overly ambitious. While Yin Tianjiao was indeed a valiant young general, taking on 3 opponents was hubris. The 3 adversaries were no fools, and their coordinated efforts put him in peril, nearly costing him his life on several occasions. Just as Yin Tianjiao focused intently on the battle, one of the generals seized the opportunity to strike at his back. Should that blow land, it would cleave him in 2. How could Nezha, recognizing the potential of this young general, stand idly by? He conjured a golden brick in his right hand and, with lightning speed, struck the ambushing general on the head, causing his brains to splatter. Nezha soared from the camp, wielding the Qiankuan circle in his left hand and the golden brick in his right, unleashing a flurry of strikes that illuminated the battlefield. vanquishing the remaining 2 generals with ease. In the blink of an eye, all 3 adversaries lay dead. Tianjiao momentarily froze, realizing that Nezha had saved him, and he cast a grateful glance before returning to the camp. Nezha, riding on his wind firewheel, brandished his fire-point spear at the center of the battlefield, loudly challenging the Qiangrong giant. You are the leader of your tribe, while I am the Grand Marshal of the Shang dynasty. Do you have the courage to face me? Following the deaths of 3 generals, the Qiangrong giant was seething with rage. Wielding his wolf fang club, he closed the distance of over 10 meters in just 2 strides, declaring, Today, I shall ensure you never return. The Qiangrong giant possessed formidable power at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage, and Nezha did not dare underestimate him. He approached the giant on his wind firewheel, launching a rapid thrust with his fire-point spear. Though the giant was massive, his reflexes were as swift as lightning, and his wolf fang club came crashing down. In an instant, darkness enveloped Nezha as the 2 weapons collided, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. Fortunately, being the incarnation of a lotus, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he remained largely unharmed. However, a determination regarding the prowess of the canine giant was reached. It was indeed a creature of immense strength, although I currently stood at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Capable of transforming into a lotus incarnation and bolstered by divine artifacts, I was by no means inferior to those in the later stages of Golden Immortal. Yet, I was still vanquished in a single blow, which underscored the terror of the canine giant, whose strength was not lesser than that of Yuan Hong. Recognizing my adversary as a being of pure might, Nezha ceased to engage in direct confrontation, soaring into the air upon his wind and fire wheels, and employed his 3 heads and 8 arms technique. One of his arms launched the Qian Kuan circle, while Nezha himself swiftly ascended. The canine giant's spiked club intercepted the Qian Kuan circle, but he suddenly gasped. A gold brick struck his back. Although the canine giant was not impervious to harm, the impact merely reddened his skin, akin to that of bronze skin and iron bones. The blow to his back seemed to ignite the canine giant's fury, as his spiked club rained down upon Nezha like a tempest. Due to his smaller stature, Nezha expertly maneuvered through the air with the speed of his wind and fire wheels, evading the onslaught while occasionally firing at the giant's face, rendering the canine giant exceedingly frustrated. The canine giant resembled a furious gorilla, desperately pursuing an annoying mosquito. Despite the mosquito's frailty, he was unable to land a hit. Nezha found no means to confront the canine giant head-on and could only harass him from the skies. If he possessed the ability to transform the heavens and earth, growing as colossal as the canine giant, he would not feel this constraint. Although Nezha was aware of the cultivation methods for this divine ability, he scarcely had time to practice it. The physique of the canine giant, akin to bronze skin and iron bones, and his strength rivaling that of Yuan Hong, created a dynamic where neither could truly overpower the other. Nezha leaped out of the combat zone and called out, Big fellow, we employ 2 distinct styles of combat. Even if we fought for 3 days and nights, we would not determine a victor. Let us consider this a draw. The canine giant exhaled, You pesky fly. Your incessant fluttering makes this battle utterly dull. Next time, I wish to face a different opponent. The words of the canine giant triggered a realization within Nezha. While he may not be capable, Yuan Hong, with his profound skills, robust physique, and mastery over the heavens and the earth, would indeed make for a riveting match. Excitement sparkled in Nezha's eyes as he declared, Just you wait. Tomorrow I shall summon someone even more formidable to combat you. Following their fierce confrontation, Nezha and the canine giant reached a stalemate and returned to their respective camps. Chapter 41. The divine ability to transform the heavens and earth upon returning to the camp. Nezha recounted the combat style of the canine giant to Yuan Hong, who, upon hearing this, was filled with exhilaration and clamored to engage the foe immediately. Nezha restrained him, saying, What is your haste? We are in the midst of a military campaign, and there will be ample opportunities for combat in the future. I now pose a serious question. Do you possess the confidence to defeat him? Yuan Hong straightened with fervor, thumping his chest, in terms of strength. Do you think there is anyone in the 3 realms I fear? A mere canine giant does not intimidate me in the slightest. With Yuan Hong's assurance, the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. As long as Yuan Hong could subdue the canine giant, the canine tribe would be left leaderless. Coupled with his keen vision, he was confident that he could ensnare the canine warriors of the West and achieve unparalleled glory. The following day, Nezha led the army to the designated battlefield for the confrontation with the canine giant, and naturally, Yuan Hong, as the principal warrior, did not miss the occasion. A throng of warriors descended upon the battlefield. Initially, Nezha intended to exchange pleasantries, but Yuan Hong, being impetuous by nature, leaped into the center of the arena, boldly challenging the canine giant to a battle of 300 rounds. The canine giant, wielding a colossal spiked club, dismissed Yuan Hong's words with disdain, regarding him as an insignificant opponent unworthy of his time. As the foremost of the mischievous four monkeys, Yuan Hong had never before faced ridicule. Drawing forth the pillar of heaven, he grasped one end firmly, while the other swiftly elongated to dozens of meters, striking towards the canine giant. The canine giant remained unimpressed, effortlessly lifting his spiked club with one hand while seizing the other end of the pillar of heaven with the other. With a thunderous roar, he flexed his bulging muscles, sending Yuan Hong and the pillar soaring into the air like a shooting star, vanishing from sight in an instant. Seeing Yuan Hong so easily overwhelmed, the canine giant erupted in boisterous laughter, declaring, "You can't even withstand a fraction of my strength." Pathetic. The leader's triumphant display further invigorated the canine tribe, who raised their weapons and roared with fervor, while the soldiers on Yuan Hong's side lowered their heads, disheartened. Nezha, possessing the ability to perceive the heavens and the depths of the underworld, recognized that Yuan Hong had not truly been defeated as it appeared. Instead, he had employed a clever ruse to deceive many, and in reality, Yuan Hong was positioned behind the canine giant, transforming heaven and earth. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed across the battlefield as Yuan Hong diminished to the size of an ant. Except for Nezha, everyone else looked around in confusion, searching for the source of the sound. After calling out, Yuan Hong's form underwent a dramatic transformation, rapidly growing at an astonishing rate until he matched the height of the canine giant. But that was not the end. Yuan Hong continued to expand until he was twice the size of the canine giant, finally ceasing his growth. The canine tribe stood in shock. The cacophony of cheers abruptly silenced, and the battlefield fell so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. Although the canine giant sensed something was amiss, he could not discern the cause as he turned to spot Yuan Hong behind him. Suddenly, something struck his head, prompting him to look up in confusion, only to see Yuan Hong holding the pillar of heaven with a knowing smile, tapping it on his own head. "How did you shrink so small?" The canine giant swallowed hard, quickly retreating 2 steps, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Yuan Hong. "Do not get too proud. Witness my magic, transforming heaven and earth." With that, the canine giant began to grow in size, surpassing even Yuan Hong in stature. How could Yuan Hong allow others to overshadow him in terms of divine prowess? With a mighty roar, he invoked the celestial transformations of the heavens. Canine Rome, colossal titan. Manifest the might of the earth. I, Yuan Hong, summon forth the might of the earth. Neither party was willing to concede defeat. And amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they grew increasingly larger, ultimately halting their transformation at a staggering height of 40 to 50 meters, their expressions remarkably peculiar. The canine Rome titan coughed thunderously, akin to a clap of thunder, and inquired why Yuan Hong had ceased to grow larger. Yuan Hong merely smirked, replying, "I await your change. I shall transform as you do." The spectators found this exchange rather strange. Initially, both were resolute in their defiance, yet now they displayed such humility. Nezha understood the underlying reason. Although he had not cultivated the celestial transformation technique, he had observed it. With the advanced cultivation of Yuan Hong and the canine Rome titan at the Golden Immortal stage, their growth to over 40 meters had reached its limit. Further enlargement would require a breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon reaching the 40-meter mark, both combatants tacitly abandoned their contest of divine prowess, engaging in a fierce melee amidst the throngs of soldiers, resembling 2 colossal gorillas embroiled in a chaotic battle, their clash evoking awe and terror. Unbeknownst to them, they had been fighting for half an hour, with neither side gaining the upper hand, yet their tempers flared, escalating the conflict. The canine Rome titan hefted a massive mountain and hurled it towards Yuan Hong, who, with fierce determination in his eyes, roared as he wielded the pillar of heaven, cleaving the mountain into countless fragments. As the debris threatened to rain down upon the soldiers, Nezha swiftly cast the Muntian silk into the air to intercept the falling stones and commanded the entire army to retreat. The surroundings were desolate, as the 2 titans battled with relentless fury, rocks flying in all directions. Yet, they were equals, neither able to gain the upper hand. Even Yuan Hong, known for his formidable strength among the 4 mischievous monkeys, found himself unable to prevail. They fought from dawn until noon, still at a stalemate, leaving the area in utter disarray. Uncertain of when this conflict would conclude, Nezha grasped his fire-tipped spear and soared into the fray to assist Yuan Hong. Ascending to a height of several dozen meters, Nezha provided support from above. The canine Rome titan, initially immersed in the battle, found his focus disrupted by Nezha's occasional ambushes, preventing him from fully engaging in the fight. As his concentration waned, the canine Rome titan suffered several blows from Yuan Hong, howling in pain as he lashed out with his wolf fang mace, his techniques becoming increasingly erratic. With Yuan Hong attacking head-on and Nezha assisting from the air, Their collaboration was seamless, and the canine roan titan began to show signs of defeat. Having endured numerous strikes and sustained damage from Nezha's cosmic circle and golden bricks, just when Nezha believed victory was within reach, the canine roan titan suddenly struck his chest, murmuring an incantation. To Nezha's astonishment, two colossal mountains soared toward them from the distance, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Unexpectedly, the mountains began to tremble and transform into two gigantic stone beings, charging toward Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, momentarily taken aback, reacted swiftly, unleashing a powerful kick that sent one stone being flying. However, it felt no pain and, as if unaffected, rose once more to charge forward. Two stone giants relentlessly besieged Yuan Hong, yet he remained unfazed. With the might of a towering pillar, he effortlessly sent the stone beings flying with each strike. But they were impervious to defeat. No matter how many times they were hurled away, their bodies bore no marks of injury. One stone giant ensnared Yuan Hong while the dog roan giant focused its wrath upon him, wielding a spiked club with ferocity and speed. Had it not been for the wind fire wheel, Nezha would have been reduced to a mere pulp by a single blow. The dog roan giant, in a display of overwhelming power, found itself scurrying like a rat, deeply frustrated. From within his robes, he produced the heavenly silk to ensnare his opponent. The silken ribbons fulfilled their purpose, wrapping around the dog roan, binding it tightly like a zongzi, rendering it immobile. Nezha's eyes sparkled with fierce determination as his fire-tipped spear lunged towards the giant's chest like a venomous serpent, just as the spear was within 3 meters of its target. The red ribbons enveloping the dog roan tore apart, sending fragments of fabric swirling through the air. Infuriated, the dog roan giant, concealing a tempest of fury within, raised its spiked club with murderous intent. Nezha, drenched in cold sweat, questioned whether his strike could vanquish the giant, yet knew that being struck by the club would undoubtedly result in his obliteration. Such a mutual destruction was not an option he would entertain. He retracted the spear and directed the wind-fire wheel to burrow into the ground. The club rained down, but Nezha's swift evasion spared him, though the ferocious wind left his cheeks stinging. Nezha dove downward as the dog roan giant, blinded by rage, continued to swing its weapon, gritting his teeth. Nezha drew forth a golden brick and struck the giant's head. The impact left the dog roan dazed and howling with a thunderous roar. The giant's strength surpassed all expectations, prompting Nezha to order a retreat for his troops. The dog roan leader attempted to pursue, but Yuan Hong emerged from the side, intercepting him. And the two foes locked in a fierce struggle. The army returned safely to their encampment, and within half an hour, a disheveled Yuan Hong arrived. Noticing that all were gathered, Nezha convened a meeting with the key generals. Today, we faced a grueling battle against the dog roan. Although the combat was arduous, Yuan Hong and I nearly triumphed over the dog roan giant. However, just as victory was within our grasp, two stone giants descended from the heavens, invulnerable to our attacks. I wonder what could be the cause? Having fought the dog roan all day, Yuan Hong, most qualified to speak, furrowed his brow. It should not be a divine ability, as I have never heard of such a power. In Tianji recounted a legend that the dog roan possessed a clan treasure, a statue passed down from the ancient demon god Qi Yu, which endowed the stone figures with a third of their master's strength. The dog roan giant was formidable enough, and with the addition of the two stone statues, Nezha found himself at a complete loss. He then inquired if anyone had a solution. Everyone was racking their brains for solutions, yet none proved feasible. Nezha contemplated a collective assault, but the canine giants of the Xiongnu, with their immense size and mastery over celestial powers, rendered such an endeavor futile. Apart from Yuan Hong, the participation of others would not only be ineffectual, but would likely become a burden. Even Nezha himself had narrowly escaped with his life. Thanks to the wind and fire wheels, what chance did the others stand? Observing the confusion among his comrades, Nezha waved his hand, signaling them to disperse, and retreated alone to ponder strategies within his tent. Days passed, and Yuan Hong frequently engaged in fierce battles with the Xiongnu giants. Both warriors held a mutual respect for each other's prowess, leading to exhilarating clashes in which Nezha took little interest. Now, after a fortnight, the situation had grown increasingly peculiar. Ao Bing's water-based magic had inexplicably faltered in this locale, failing to summon even a single drop of rain. Food and water supplies were dwindling, and reinforcements had yet to arrive, leaving the conflict in a stalemate while Nezha found himself overwhelmed by mundane concerns. As Nezha sat alone in his tent, contemplating solutions, a soldier rushed in, breathless. "General, dire news. General Zhuzhen has been captured by the Xiongnu. He is hanging outside the camp, and the giants demand your surrender, otherwise they will execute him." Chapter 42. Breaking the lines. Nezha's initial thought was disbelief, despite the strength of the Xiongnu giants. It seemed implausible that they could abduct someone right under his nose. Yet, the soldier could not be misleading, so with a heavy heart, Nezha left the camp. Before him stood the Xiongnu giants, accompanied by thousands of their kin. A soldier pushed a wooden cart, and there lay General Zhuzhen, bloodied and battered, unconscious with his neck at an unnatural angle. Zhuzhen was a close comrade, and although there had been recent discord between them, Nezha had never held it against him. Witnessing Zhuzhen in such a tortured state ignited a fierce fire within Nezha, compelling him to wish for nothing less than the dismemberment of the Xiongnu giants. Yet, a voice within urged him to remain calm. In the heat of battle, any sign of disorder on his part would only serve to embolden the enemy. Yuan Hong had arrived early, and Nezha approached him, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding Zhuzhen's capture. Yuan Hong glared fiercely at the Xiongnu giants, then turned to Nezha, explaining how Zhuzhen, seeking redemption for a past grievance with Yuhua, had recklessly attempted to steal a stone statue from the Xiongnu, only to find himself ensnared instead. The Xiongnu giants, formidable in strength and wielding their ancestral treasures, left Nezha and his allies at a loss, prolonging the conflict. Yuan Hong revealed that Zhuzhen had believed he could prove himself worthy of forgiveness through this reckless act. Upon noticing Nezha's arrival at the front lines, the Xiongnu giants displayed a glimmer of excitement. Have you made your decision? Surrender your weapons, and I shall release this rotund fellow, otherwise. The giant licked its lips, feigning a bloodthirsty demeanor. Panic swept through Yuan Hong and the others from Meishan, their anxious expressions betraying their fear of Zhuzhen's imminent demise. Nezha remained unperturbed, though a tempest of urgency brewed within him, more intense than anyone else's. As the commander of the three armies, chaos and panic could reign among others, but not within himself. Stepping forth from the crowd, Nezha was not intimidated by the words of the dog-roan giant. Instead, a profound smile graced his lips. Oh, dog-roan giant, what audacity you possess. You hold but a single individual in your grasp, and yet you presume to coerce us all into submission. Do you truly believe that is feasible? The dog-roan giant erupted into a boisterous laugh. Do not attempt to engage in psychological warfare with me. Spare me your pretenses. Do you think I am unaware that this man is your sworn brother? I refuse to believe you can stand idly by and watch him perish. With a mere glance from the giant, a soldier unsheathed a curved blade and viciously slashed across Zhuzhen's chest, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Zhuzhen's face twitched, his head lolling as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. A tightness gripped Nezha's heart as his fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh. Yet, he admonished himself to remain calm. He must not succumb to panic. How could the dog-roan giant fathom the bond between him and Zhuzhen? Though questions lingered in his mind, Nezha prioritized his response. And what of it? I do not represent merely one individual but the entirety of the Shang dynasty. Even if my own brother were in your clutches, I would not capitulate. The dog-roan giant was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he conceded the merit in Nezha's words. Very well, I shall temper my demands. You must retreat 10 miles from the western E, and I shall release him. Nezha furrowed his brow, as if weighing the gravity of the situation. This is a significant matter. Grant me a moment to deliberate. The dog-roan giant, unfazed, declared. You have half an hour to consider. Should you fail to acquiesce to my terms, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Nezha returned to the camp, approaching Yuan Hong and whispering a few words into his ear. Yuan Hong nodded fervently and then departed with a serious countenance. Nezha proceeded to other generals, quietly confiding in each one in turn. Observing Nezha's peculiar behavior, the dog-roan giant felt a sense of unease creeping in. Impatiently, he inquired, have you reached a decision? If you do not respond soon, I shall cleave him in two. Nezha turned and retorted, did you not claim I had half an hour? Why do you abandon your promise so swiftly? The dog-roan giant shot back, what concern is it of yours? I shall say as I please. You need only reply. Yes or no, no more superfluous words. Certainly not. Just as the two armies stood at a stalemate, Yuan Hong had arrived at the cart where the prisoners were held. The dog-roan soldiers were taken aback, unaware of Yuan Hong's approach, and quickly regrouped to attack him. However, these soldiers were no match for Yuan Hong. He dispatched them with ease, using both hands and feet, and in mere moments, he reached Zhuzhen's side. With a powerful punch, he shattered the wooden restraints and hoisted Zhuzhen onto his back, fleeing with haste. The dog-roan giant, unwilling to permit Yuan Hong's escape, brandished his wolf-toothed club to block his path. Seeing that Zhuzhen had been rescued, the others sprang into action according to their strategies. Nezha, Yangxian, Daili, Ao Bing, and Yuhua all charged forth from the encampment to assist Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, burdened by the weight of Zhuzhen, found himself unable to unleash his true potential, relentlessly pursued and battered by the monstrous dog-roan. In desperation, he darted about, narrowly avoiding the lethal strikes of a spiked mace. The wind-fire wheels propelled Nezha with astonishing swiftness. Arriving first, he observed Yuan Hong's dire predicament and called out, hand Zhuzhen over to me. Upon hearing Nezha's voice, Yuan Hong, without a moment's hesitation, cast Zhu Xinjin into his arms. Freed from the encumbrance, Yuan Hong felt invigorated, brandishing the pillar of heaven as he charged at the dog-roan giant, engaging in fierce combat once more. Nezha caught Zhu Xinjin's form. A heavy burden lifted from his heart. Just as he prepared to depart on the wind fire wheels, the ground trembled violently as two stone figures emerged, blocking his path. The strength of these stone beings was formidable. Each possessed a third of the dog-roan giant's power, equating one stone figure to a mid-stage golden immortal. Facing two simultaneously demanded utmost seriousness and commitment to battle. Fortunately, reinforcements were arriving, and Nezha entrusted Zhu Xinjin to Dai Li beside him, calling out to everyone. Do not linger in battle. Take Zhu Xinjin and retreat swiftly. Yuan Hong and I will hold the rear. Armed with the fire-tip spear, Nezha clashed with the two stone figures. Though powerful, they paled in comparison to the dog-roan giant. Nezha's spear struck with incredible ferocity, repeatedly piercing the stone beings. Though he did not inflict damage, he effectively ensnared them. The few warriors charging forth were all golden immortals, even faced with tens of thousands of foes. They found it arduous to be halted. Each location was a maelstrom of bloodshed, with countless soldiers succumbing to the fray. Once Nezha confirmed the safe departure of his companions, he shouted to Yuan Hong, "Let us cease this fight and depart." With that, Nezha, propelled by the wind fire wheels, evaded the stone figures. Under his 3 heads and 8 arms, the fire-tip spear became an unstoppable force, leaving a trail of severed limbs and lifeless bodies in its wake. Unaware of how many lives he had claimed, Nezha pressed onward, his garments soaked in the enemy's blood, indifferent to the carnage around him. After breaking through the encirclement, he counted his allies and realized with dismay that Dai Li was missing. Inquiring among the commanders who had charged with him, they were equally bewildered, explaining that during the retreat, the enemy had scattered them, leaving them unaware of each other's whereabouts. They speculated that Dai Li might still be amidst the enemy ranks. As the group deliberated, a thunderous cry erupted from the enemy lines. "Help me! I am surrounded!" Everyone turned to discover Dai Li, still battling valiantly while carrying Zhu Xinjin. With their escape, the enemy had turned their full attention on him, and he was now in dire straits. "Did I not instruct you to retreat? Why are you still here?" Dai Li gritted his teeth, thrusting his iron fork through an enemy's chest, hot blood splattering across his face. He hastily wiped it off with his robe, exclaiming, "My apologies. I seem to have taken a wrong turn and ended up deep within the enemy's territory. After much struggle, I finally fought my way back. Please save me. My magical powers are nearly exhausted." Chapter 43. A life hanging by a thread. As Dai Li found himself ensnared within the enemy's ranks, Nezha could not remain idle. "Everyone, do not rest. Quickly follow me to rescue him." Yang Xian, Ao Bing, and Yu Huaxing had just fought their way out from the enemy lines, only to be compelled to retrace their steps and charge back into the fray. Nezha, leading the charge, confronted the 2 most formidable stone golems. While the others rushed to assist Dai Li, Nezha refrained from ordering the soldiers to attack, for the devastating range of the canine roan giants and the stone golems was too vast. Even the bravest of men would merely succumb to death if they pressed forward recklessly, even in the absence of soldiers. The canine roan tribe could not impede the advance of the trio. Ao Bing's transforming spear was drenched in the blood of foes, leaving desolation in its wake, while Yuhua's blood-soaked divine blade unleashed its wrath, ensuring that even the slightest wound would spell doom for the adversary. Yang Xian possessed a spell that emitted a beam of white light, rendering the enemies cloaked within it immobile. With Ao Bing and Yuhua wielding their weapons together, slaughter became as effortless as dining, and within mere breaths, a multitude of foes fell, with Yang Xian's white light spell assisting them. The 3 swiftly reunited with Dai Li and retraced their steps. The overwhelming size of the stone golems rendered Nezha helpless, and he silently lamented not having learned the celestial art of manipulating the heavens and earth. Resolute, he vowed to master that art upon his return. After a second charge through the ranks, and once assured that all had retreated, Nezha drew forth the golden ingot from his bosom and struck the back of a canine roan giant, eliciting a pained roar. He urged Yuan Hong to hasten their departure. Upon turning to see Nezha in action, Yuan Hong wasted no time in channeling his profound energy, transforming into a streak of light and soaring away. With the wind and fire wheels at his command, Nezha was unimpeded in his escape, darting away like a flash of lightning. After enduring a fierce battle, Nezha felt the fatigue settle into his limbs, his magical energy nearly depleted. Yet, seeing everyone safe, including Zhu Xijin, whom they had rescued from the enemy, brought him a sense of relief, prompting him to command the army to return to the camp post-haste. The canine roan suffered successive ambushes, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Nezha. Witnessing him leading the army in retreat, a giant leapt from the ranks, soaring dozens of meters into the air, brandishing a wolf-toothed club, and unleashed a ferocious blow aimed at Nezha. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Nezha recognized that retreating would only place the soldiers in jeopardy, while he could escape. Countless lives would be lost. In that critical moment, a tremendous wave surged forth, akin to an overwhelming tide. The canine roan giant, seemingly encircled by an inexorable flood, was met with wave after wave of surging water. Approaching from a distance were Xiao Longnu, Chong Hao, and Wu Long, who had been stationed at the camp but, out of concern, rushed to the battlefield. Xiao Longnu, witnessing the perilous scene, summoned her innate spiritual treasure. If the canine roan giant was unafraid of its own celestial silk, how could it hope to be ensnared by the tidal wave? In the air, it bellowed the incantation to manipulate the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, his body expanded, breaking free from the constraints of the tumultuous seaweed. With powerful arms, he seized the spiritual treasure, and the tumultuous seaweed reverted to its original form, falling into the hands of the giant of the dog-roan tribe. The little dragon maiden not only failed to ensnare the enemy, but also lost the treasure of the East Sea, the tumultuous seaweed. Her face reflected a flicker of anxiety as a beam of white light emanated from her palm, revealing a sharp sword, which she hurled towards the giant, demanding the return of the crimson rainbow. The little dragon maiden charged forward alone, yet the giant of the dog-roans, a descendant of Chiyu and a progeny of the demon gods, was an adversary far beyond her capabilities. The spiked club stirred a wave of ominous energy, as if the very heavens trembled in response. Wrapped in dark energy, the club swung violently towards her. Nezha's heart raced, every organ, vein, and pore in his body tensed, making even breathing a challenge. Owling, being merely at the initial stage of the profound immortal, seemed unable to evade such a cataclysmic blow. Thus, he rushed in without hesitation. Yet, someone else felt even more urgency than Nezha. Albing's face was filled with a fierce determination as he brandished his halberd, launching himself into the fray. Fully aware he was no match for the giant, yet undeterred, willing to risk his life. Nezha and Albing arrived at the little dragon maiden's side almost simultaneously. At that moment, she was rendered speechless, her face pale as paper, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the weapon above. The spiked club loomed perilously close, and Nezha could feel its chilling aura against his skin. Escape was impossible, even with his wind and fire wheels, let alone for Albing and Owling. With no option to flee, Nezha resorted to his 3 heads and 8 arms technique, using 2 hands to grasp the stunned little dragon maiden and hurling her away with all his might, while the remaining 6 arms reached high to grasp the dark spikes of the club. In an instant, Nezha felt the piercing pain as his palms were torn, an unstoppable force transmitting through his limbs. He roared in anguish, blood trickling from his lips, concentrating every ounce of strength into his 6 arms to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the menacing club encountered no resistance and, alongside Albing, plummeted downward. With a thunderous crash akin to an earthquake, the club struck the ground, sending stones flying within a 100-meter radius and creating a 10-meter deep crater. Soldiers nearby were reduced to mere fragments. Nezha's vision faded to darkness, and he felt as though his body no longer belonged to him, devoid of sensation. Only a hollow thought remained, but as time passed, even that flickered out, plunging him into a deep unconsciousness. Nezha was unaware of how long he lay in a stupor until he finally opened his eyes. He found himself on a large bed, wrapped in layers of white cloth, and the first sight that greeted him was Owling. Upon seeing Nezha awaken, Owling burst into tears of joy, unbidden tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "At last, you have awakened. You were unconscious for half a month." Surrounding them in the tent were countless others, including General Yu Hua, Deputy Commander Yin Pabai, Young General Yin Tianjiao, Yuan Hong, Yang Xian, Dai Li, Chong Hao, Wulong, and even Zhuzhen and Jin dashing from the Sisui Pass. Everyone was exceptionally excited upon waking, gathering around, chattering animatedly. From their lively exchanges, Nezha discerned the events that transpired after he was struck by the giant of the dog-roan. That day, he had suffered a terrifying blow, a fatal hit that should have sealed his fate. However, being a lotus-born, and with the protective capabilities of the Hunyuan silk, he managed to withstand nearly 70% of the damage, thus escaping with his life. Yet, even under such fortunate circumstances, Nezha had remained unconscious for half a month. With his bones and tendons shattered, now rendered immobile in bed, Nezha did not dwell on whether he had become a cripple, but rather suddenly thought of Ao Bing, who, like him, had received a lethal strike. With his Hunyuan silk and lotus body shielding him, Nezha had sustained such severe injuries. Surely, Ao Bing must be doomed. If you were still alive, how could I perish? I still seek vengeance. Just as Nezha was inquiring among the crowd, a languid voice emerged, Ao Bing's. Nezha was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy as he turned towards the source of the voice. The others instinctively made way, And there, on another bed, lay Ao Bing, similarly swathed in white cloth, revealing only his proud visage. Yuan Hong stepped forward, explaining that they had both been struck by the giant of the dog realm. You fared better, though severely injured. At least you still resemble a person. When the others had unearthed Ao Bing from the rubble, aside from the telltale signs of humanity emerging from his eyes and nose, his entire form was a grotesque mash of flesh and blood, leading everyone to believe he had perished. Unexpectedly, however, his body emitted a strange white light in waves. And even more astonishingly, Ao Bing's body was undergoing self-repair. Over the course of half a month, his bodily functions were gradually reviving. The Emu Divine Dragon was indeed extraordinary. As long as the body was not fatally harmed and life remained, recovery was possible. Knowing Ao Bing was safe, Nezha felt a great weight lift from his heart. His own body was enveloped in various miraculous celestial herbs and elixirs. Yuan Hong patted his chest confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured, with your unique physique combined with my elixirs, you shall be restored to your former self within a month." Nezha exhaled in relief. Although a month felt lengthy, it was still bearable. For he was the commander of the 3 armies, his presence was indispensable. Due to his unconsciousness, no significant battles had occurred in the past half-month. The dog-roan giants had made a few appearances but were thwarted by Yuan Hong. As for provisions, they had been transported from the Sishui Pass. Yet the issue of water remained unresolved, not to mention enduring for another half-month. Even now, there was a severe water shortage, leading to daily grievances among the soldiers, some of whom, unable to withstand the conditions, attempted to flee. Fortunately, Po Bai discovered this early and dealt harshly with the deserters. The lack of water had become the paramount issue within the ranks. Yuan Hong proposed, "Since spells prove ineffective here, I could utilize my divine powers to transport water from the West Sea. It is one potential solution." However, the matter of how to contain the water posed another challenge. Nezha suddenly recalled a certain item. The small vial that once held the essence of Emu was indeed a treasure. While it could not hold the vast waters of the 4 seas like the jade bottle of the compassionate master, it was certainly capable of containing the volume of a river. Once the issue of water was resolved, Nezha was able to rest comfortably in bed to recuperate. During this time, Zhuzhen came to visit him, offering an apology for his previous transgressions. However, Nezha was not quick to forgive, stating that once he was healed, he would address the matter through military law. Zhuzhen left with his head bowed, filled with melancholy. On the first day, Nezha lay motionless in bed, exchanging glances with Ao Bing. Feeling bored, he attempted to engage Ao Bing in conversation, only to find that Ao Bing turned his head away, ignoring him entirely. Determined, Nezha refused to believe that Ao Bing could maintain his silence indefinitely. On the second day, Nezha remained confined to his bed, while Ao Bing was surprisingly able to move his limbs freely and even sit up on his own. By the third day, Nezha had regained a modicum of sensation in his limbs, yet Ao Bing had already risen from his bed, wandering about and even performing some vigorous exercises, which left Nezha fuming, nearly toppling from his bed in frustration. On the fourth day, Ao Bing had fully recovered, and as a result of the recent events, had made significant strides in his cultivation, hinting at a breakthrough into the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Nezha felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, lamenting the favoritism of the great master Jin Yuan. Both his lotus body and Ao Bing's Emu Divine Dragon were creations of Jin Yuan. Yet the disparity between the two was stark, akin to the difference between a withered lotus and the illustrious 10 great spiritual roots of the ginseng fruit tree. Chapter 44. The Annihilation of the Canine Rome Clan. Half a month later, having fully regained his strength, Nezha summoned all his soldiers and generals. Clad in full battle regalia, he ascended the command platform, accompanied by his 2 aides, Vice Commander Po Bai and Vanguard Officer Yuan Hong. Below the platform stood Jin Dasheng, Changhao Wulong, Yangxian, Daili, and Zhuzhen from the 7 oddities of Meishan, along with General Yu Hua and the junior officer Tianjiao, as well as the siblings Ao Bing and Ao Ling. The atmosphere was solemn, with all eyes fixed on the youthful commander who appeared no older than 7. Upon reaching the center of the platform, Nezha was met with a thunderous chant of "Commander! Commander!" from the soldiers, their voices resonating with fervor, as if to rend the heavens themselves. Nezha surveyed the sea of faces and raised his arm, prompting an immediate cessation of the uproar. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "Since the day I was appointed as the commander by the king, I have dared not indulge in any negligence. My thoughts have been solely focused on obliterating the foreign tribes so that I may return home swiftly. Yet, I feel I have betrayed the king's trust. It has been nearly 3 months, and not only have I failed to achieve any accomplishments, but I have also suffered considerable losses among my soldiers. This is my burden." A murmur of dissent arose from the ranks, with soldiers exclaiming, "Commander, this is not your fault. The The canine roam tribe is too powerful. Commander, you have done enough. We do not blame you. Amidst the chaos, Nezha raised his hand once more to restore order. To atone for my mistakes, I have resolved to confront the canine roam tribe today, to shed their blood in honor of my fallen comrades. Vice Commander In Pabai, heed my command. In Pabai stepped forward from behind Nezha, kneeling solemnly on the platform. This time, I will join forces with Vanguard Officer Yuan Hong and General Yu Hua to slay the leader of the canine roam giant. I now entrust you with command of the troops. All soldiers shall heed your orders. Should anyone disobey, they shall face immediate execution. Nezha paused momentarily and addressed Vice Commander In, instructing him to eliminate every stronghold of the Qiangrong tribe without sparing a single one. Can you accomplish this task? He inquired. In, resolute, assured him that not a single enemy would escape. Satisfied, Nezha nodded and descended from the command platform, with Yuan Hong and Yu Hua trailing behind him as they departed the scene. The decision to launch a large-scale assault on the Qiangrong was not a mere whim. It had been meticulously planned by Nezha over the course of half a month, possessing the ability of 100-mile vision. He was acutely aware of the precise location of the Qiangrong stronghold. Last night, he had summoned In to his tent and marked the stronghold's locations on a map. With these confirmed coordinates, In would undoubtedly be able to strike decisively. Nezha's strategy to lure out the Qiangrong giant was a cunning ruse, ensuring that In, leading the charge, could catch the enemy off guard and achieve total annihilation. Meanwhile, he and Yuan Hong would confront the Qiangrong giant and the stone golems, while Yu Hua would seize the opportunity to unleash the fearsome blood transformation divine blade, aiming to decisively alter the course of battle by slaying the Qiangrong giant. Even in the unlikely event that the giant survived, by that point, In would have already laid siege to the enemy's home base, rendering the campaign a triumph for Nezha. As the sun blazed high at noon, Nezha spotted the Qiangrong giant commanding thousands of troops from a distance, while his own forces comprised merely 3 individuals, which understandably surprised the Qiangrong. However, Nezha remained unfazed, dismissing the notion of alarm. In their duel, ordinary soldiers would be of no assistance. The Qiangrong giant shook his head, expressing his astonishment not at the numbers, but at the fact that Nezha had survived. It is truly remarkable, he remarked. Nezha brandished his fiery spear, disdainfully retorting that the giant's weapon felt like a mere tickle against him. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and reveal our true abilities. The Qiangrong giant, a fervent warrior, charged forward wielding his spiked club. Yuan Hong, an old adversary, quickly drew his staff, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. Nezha, riding the winds on his fiery wheels, danced around the 2 stone golems, who, despite being indestructible, lacked intelligence and posed little threat to him. The battle between Yuan Hong and the Qiangrong was nothing short of spectacular, with the sounds of their weapons colliding echoing through the air, leaving devastation in their wake. The Qiangrong warriors, eager to avoid becoming collateral damage, kept their distance. Although the stone golems possessed a fraction of the Qiangrong giant's strength, they were rather dull-witted, making Nezha's skirmish particularly mundane. He led the stone golems in circles, intentionally veering toward the Qiangrong's ranks. In their pursuit, the golems unwittingly trampled many soldiers, causing a chaotic retreat among the Qiangrong troops, who were taken aback by the turn of events. Yet, how could they possibly match the swiftness of Nezha? The Qiangrong tribe scurried across the ground while Nezha soared through the skies, with the stone golems trailing behind, leaving them unburdened by the need for personal combat. In no time, the earth was strewn with lifeless bodies. Aside from a few fortunate souls who managed to escape, the rest were trampled into a mere pulp. Yu Hua stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that the fearsome stone golems could be harnessed for such purpose. He could not help but secretly commend Nezha. Filled with profound admiration, the Qiangrong giant, hearing the soldiers' anguished cries, turned to witness the chaos wrought by the stone golems. His nostrils flared in indignation, for he perceived the insidiousness of Nezha's tactics. If you possess true valor, engage in open battle, he bellowed. Nezha merely scoffed, dismissing the notion of honor in warfare. In the chaos of battle, there are no rules. He felt no shame. Instead, he relished his cunning. Distracted, the Qiangrong giant was struck on the shoulder, pain radiating through him as he clutched his neck, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged at Yuan Hong. In that moment, Nezha discreetly winked at Yu Hua, who understood the unspoken message. This was the opportune moment. He summoned the blood transformation blade, a weapon swift as lightning, which struck the giant's thigh before returning to him in a graceful arc. The Qiangrong giant furrowed his brow, feeling the impact akin to a mere mosquito bite, and continued his fierce engagement with Yuan Hong. Nezha felt a surge of delight, knowing that the giant, struck by the blood transformation blade, would surely meet his demise within moments. Yet, as he continued to battle the stone golems, he frequently glanced over, pondering why the giant had not yet fallen. He awaited the moment of the giant's collapse, However, as the sun dipped low in the sky, no such moment arrived. Instead, a throng of Qiangrong tribesmen appeared in the distance, rushing as if fleeing from death itself. They cried out for their leader, "Save us!" This group comprised only a few hundred battered warriors, while a massive army led by Yin Pabian loomed ominously in the background. The Qiangrong giant, upon surveying the scene, realized he had been deceived, ensnared in a stratagem of distraction. He withdrew his weapon and leapt from the battlefield, eagerly inquiring what had transpired. A tribesman, wailing in despair, recounted, "Our territory has been discovered. Countless forces have surged forth, and aside from us, the rest of our kin have perished." As the Qiangrong tribesmen conversed, Yin Pabian and his formidable troops approached with an air of triumph. The 7 monsters of Meishan, along with the siblings Ao Bing and Ao Ling, were among them, their faces adorned with the remnants of victory. The soldiers encircled the battlefield, and as they surveyed their surroundings, they saw only their own kind. Without needing to hear Yin Pabian's account, it was clear what had transpired. The strategy had been executed flawlessly, first, by employing the 100 Li to locate the enemy's stronghold, and then by using the tactic of luring the tiger from its mountain lair to draw out the Qiangrong giant. Finally, the main forces had descended upon the adversary with blinding speed, resulting in a resounding victory. The battle had been nothing short of perfect. The canine giant of the Xiongnu, upon hearing the unfolding events, began to pound its chest furiously, turning its fierce gaze upon itself. An overwhelming aura enveloped it, exuding a sense of unparalleled supremacy, as if it reigned supreme from the heavens to the earth. "You vile creatures have slaughtered my kin, and I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. Prepare to meet your demise. I will annihilate you all." Nezha, sensing the impending doom, realized the giant intended to unleash its wrath upon the ordinary soldiers. He urgently cried out to everyone to flee, urging them to distance themselves as far as possible. Yuan Hong, resolute in his determination, could not stand idly by while the Xiongnu massacred the soldiers. He raised his towering weapon and struck fiercely at the giant's back. With the giant's formidable strength, one would expect it to evade such an attack, yet it brazenly absorbed the blow, leaving a crimson mark upon its back. With gritted teeth, the Xiongnu giant clutched its spiked club tightly, pursuing the fleeing soldiers as it unleashed the fury that surged within. Each swing of the club resulted in the tragic demise of countless soldiers, the ground beneath transforming into a quagmire of gore and shattered flesh. A sinister smile crept across the giant's face, resembling a vengeful spirit from the netherworld, leaving the soldiers in a state of sheer terror as they fled for their lives. Yuan Hong rushed from a distance, delivering several blows to the giant's form. Yet, it appeared impervious to pain, dodging only when the towering weapon aimed for its head, while remaining utterly unfazed by the rest of the assaults. "Run! Run faster!" The giant cackled with a haunting laughter, swinging its club towards the throng of soldiers, resulting in further carnage. If this continued, the toll of lives lost would be unimaginable, and with no means to confront the giant directly. Nezha racked his brain for a solution. Finally, an idea sparked within him, and he summoned a radiant light from his palm, conjuring the Qinkuan bow and the Zhentian arrow into his hands. He aimed at the Xiongnu giant, preparing to draw the bowstring. The giant suddenly felt a chill run down its spine, sensing a threat to its life locking onto it. Confused, it turned to see Nezha with the bow and arrow, fear flickering in its eyes. The once overwhelming intent to kill dissipated instantly, as it stuttered, the Qinkuan bow of the Yellow Emperor, the Zhentian arrow. A look of disbelief washed over the giant's face, and in a fit of madness, it bellowed, "Impossible! Impossible!" Chapter 45. Nezha is appointed as the supreme commander of the world's armies. The Xiongnu tribe is, in fact, descended from the ancient demon god Qiyu, who, after suffering defeat at the hands of the Yellow Emperor, fled with his kin to this desolate land, enduring great hardships. All of this had been wrought by the Yellow Emperor, and upon witnessing the divine weapon of the Emperor, the giant was consumed by a frenzied rage. The Xiongnu giant, now delirious, approached Nezha with outstretched claws, as if to seize the divine weapon from him. With each step it took, its gaze sharpened, yet its mind was in disarray. Oblivious to the danger as it drew closer, Nezha scoffed, uttering a fierce command, "Perish." The thunder arrow surged forth like a bolt of lightning, crackling through the air with a series of sharp sounds. It effortlessly pierced the cranium of the dog-grown giant, whose previously animated form abruptly halted, as though his very soul had been extracted, rendering him motionless, with eyes now devoid of life. This state of suspension lasted a full quarter of an hour, until, under the gaze of countless onlookers, he finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. As the dog-grown giant fell to the ground, the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of triumphant shouts. The dog-grown giant was slain, and we emerged victorious. Was it truly possible that the terrifying dog-grown giant had perished in such a manner? Nezha felt a lingering disbelief. Although the Qian Kuan Bao was indeed a divine artifact, could its lethality truly reach the level of a single fatal shot? This was only the second time he had wielded this artifact. Recalling the first instance when Tai Zhenren had been grievously injured yet still possessed the strength to contend with him, it seemed unfathomable that the dog-roan giant, while not a Taoist immortal, could be so easily dispatched. His original intent had not been to slay the giant, but merely to compel him to retreat. Had it truly been so simple, Nezha could have dispatched the dog-roan long ago with a single arrow, sparing himself the arduous battle. Was it possible that this divine artifact held a restraining power over the descendants of Qiyu, resulting in such astonishing efficacy? He had initially intended to use the blood transformation divine blade to end the giantess' life, but perhaps due to the giant's heritage as a demon, the malevolent aura of the blade had proven ineffective, leading to the giant's demise at his own hands. Regardless of the reason, the dog-roan had fallen in battle, and only a few hundred of his kin remained present. This expedition against the dog-roan could be deemed a resounding success. Originally, there were 3 thunder arrows, but one had been expended in the confrontation with Tai, leaving the last embedded in the giant's skull. Thus, Nezha approached the fallen giant and withdrew the thunder arrow. However, to his astonishment, despite the arrow having struck a vital point, the giant's heart still exhibited faint tremors, indicating that he yet clung to life. Nezha, wary of this revelation, narrowed his eyes, poised to deliver a finishing blow when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. "Do not kill me. I do not wish to die." His vigilance heightened. Nezha cast a sidelong glance at the fallen giant as the voice persisted. "I can recognize you as my master. I beseech you to spare me." The notion of the dog-roan acknowledging him as master momentarily stunned Nezha. This proposal was indeed compelling. After enduring numerous battles, he had come to appreciate the giant's formidable prowess, comparable to that of Yuan Hong. Furthermore, should the dog-roan join forces with him and the stone golems left behind by Qiyu, even Yuan Hong would be forced to retreat in disgrace. The prospect of the dog-roan giant aligning with him promised to create an unprecedentedly powerful faction, with himself, Yuan Hong, and the dog-roan in alliance. Such a combination seemed almost dreamlike, leaving Nezha pondering who in the 3 realms could possibly withstand them. Even the Taoist immortals would find themselves overwhelmed. Yet, Nezha remained cautious. The dog-roan giant was undeniably formidable. If he chose not to eliminate him now, what would prevent the giant from retaliating once he recovered? Thus, Nezha questioned, "Why should I trust you?" In response, the dog-roan conveyed through thought, "I can establish a master-servant contract with you. Place your hand upon my forehead, and I shall invoke the forbidden arts of my clan to forge a lifelong bond. What say you?" The language of the canine giant was sincere. Yet he found himself in a state of extreme physical weakness, unafraid of being deceived by his adversary. Thus, he placed his hand upon the forehead of the canine giant. And immediately, a mysterious aura penetrated his being, granting him dominion over the soul of the canine giant. It seemed that with a mere thought, he could effortlessly obliterate the canine giant's essence. This contract was truly formidable. No wonder it was a forbidden art left behind by Qiyu, exhibiting such overwhelming power. It was clear why, during the great battle against Emperor Xianyuan, he could gather such a formidable array of warriors. Evidently, this master-servant contract had played a significant role. Since the canine giant had acknowledged him as his lord, he felt obliged to protect the life of the canine giant and thus declared that the canine giant had perished, instructing everyone to cleanse the battlefield and return to the camp. The commander's orders were met with unquestioning compliance, and the remaining kin of the canine giant were escorted back to the encampment. In the dead of night, Nezha seized the opportunity to quietly release the remaining members of the canine clan, doing a service to the canine giant. Although he was now the master of the canine giant, it was indeed due to him that their clan faced annihilation. While the canine giant did not voice his grievances, it was evident that resentment lingered within. Thus, he could only conceive of this approach to alleviate the canine giant's animosity. Upon learning of this act, the canine giant expressed profound gratitude to Nezha. Having gained control over the canine giant, Nezha came to understand his origins. The canine giant was once an ordinary member of his tribe, who, by a stroke of fate, had acquired 2 drops of divine blood from the demonic god Qiyu, rendering him impervious to weapons. Without any prior cultivation, he suddenly possessed the strength of a late-stage golden immortal, enhanced further by the innate powers left within the divine blood. This explained the canine giant's remarkable prowess. Having sustained grievous injuries from the sky-shattering arrow, it would take him at least a century to recuperate. Therefore, Nezha instructed the canine giant to remain in the Western E to recover and develop his influence, thus becoming a hidden strength for himself. After a night of preparation, the army, at Nezha's command, departed from the Western E, making their way back to Chaoga City. As a messenger had already conveyed the battle report to Chaoga, King Zhou was elated upon hearing the news. He led his civil and military officials 10 miles out of the city to welcome them, bestowing great honor upon Nezha with such a grand reception. From a distance, King Zhou approached with a retinue of officials, and Nezha hastily descended from his steed. King Zhou seized Nezha's hand, his voice trembling with excitement as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Well done! Well done!" As Nezha dismounted, the others dared not remain mounted, except for a few such as the 7 monsters of Meishan and Ao Bing and Ao Ling. The rest, including Yin Pofei and Yu Hua, all knelt before the king, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the great king." King Zhou patted Nezha's hand, unable to contain his words, urging everyone to rise quickly, stating that they were all esteemed contributors to the great Shang. In quelling the Western canine giant, each had rendered unparalleled service, and upon their return to court, he would duly reward their merits. "Thank you, great king." Whether they were generals or soldiers, they had fought valiantly on the battlefield, and this day was the culmination of their efforts. King Zhou's words struck a chord within their hearts, prompting each to rise from the ground, unable to contain their joy. To demonstrate his esteem for Nezha, King Zhou grasped Nezha's arm, leading the way, followed closely by the civil and military officials, along with a formidable army. As they traversed the streets, the common folk knelt in reverence, exclaiming their praises. It was not until they reached the gate of the camp that King Zhou reluctantly released his hold. An official then proclaimed the prepared imperial decree, bestowing upon Nezha the title of Grand Marshal of the realm, elevating his power to its zenith, placing him on equal footing with the esteemed General Huang Feihu and the illustrious Wen Zhong. Nezha instantly ascended to one of the most powerful figures in the Shang dynasty, while others received their respective honors. The valiant General Yin Pofei, recognized for his contributions, was promoted to the rank of Grand General, second only to Nezha, while Yuan Hong remained his loyal subordinate, adhering solely to his command, and other generals received varying degrees of commendation. With the awards concluded, the scene shifted to a grand celebration. King Zhou hosted a lavish banquet at the Star-Picking Tower, gathering civil and military officials in a jubilant assembly. Nezha's brothers, fond of drink, embraced their close comrades, reveling in merriment, while only General Huang Feihu appeared despondent. Nezha, puzzled, approached and patted his shoulder, inquiring why he wore a frown on such a triumphant day. Huang Feihu managed a faint smile, expressing that he was indeed happy for Nezha, yet lamented that he had been away from court for too long and was unaware of certain developments. Recently, Ji Chang's son, Bo Yikao, had presented 3 treasures, one of which was a mystical monkey. For reasons unknown, this monkey had incited the wrath of the queen, Daji, leading to the king's decree of execution, with Bo Yikao being gruesomely turned into paste for Ji Chang to consume. Surprisingly, Ji Chang had partaken of it, leading the king to regard him as insignificant, and thus he spared him. As Huang Feihu recounted this, his expression darkened further. Ji Chang, known for his benevolence, would undoubtedly seek revenge upon his return to Western Qi, launching a significant offensive against the king, thereby presenting another formidable adversary to the Shang dynasty. How could he not be troubled? Upon hearing this, Nezha, perhaps influenced by the wine, felt a surge of heat within every vein and pore. If Western Qi were to mobilize, it would signify an imminent clash between the teachings of the Yin, and as a member of the Tai would undoubtedly aid Western Qi. The thought of Tai made Nezha clench his fists tightly, his teeth grinding in anticipation. It was time to settle their long-standing grievances. Chapter 46. The Unconventional King Zhou. Naturally, Nezha could not disclose his matters with Tai to Huang Feihu, but he attempted to reassure him, stating that he need not worry excessively. The Shang dynasty was brimming with talent, and the esteemed master was a disciple of, with countless allies among the mountains and rivers. A mere Western duke could not stir significant upheaval. Huang Feihu remained skeptical, his spirits dampened, shrouded in melancholy. Today was meant to be a day of celebration. The Shiyu and Chang had long been a thorn in the side of the Shang, and with Nezha's recent victory, the Shiyu had been utterly vanquished. How could King Zhou not revel in joy? As the foremost contributor to this battle, Nezha naturally found himself the recipient of numerous toasts from various generals, to which he responded with a smile. The banquet continued until all were thoroughly intoxicated, save for one, Nezha himself. The clash against the Shang dynasty was inevitable, and an unprecedented arduous battle loomed on the horizon, with adversaries stronger than ever before, as they would contend against the entire Chan sect. The Chan sect boasted 12 great Luo golden immortals, and among the third-generation disciples were many exceptional figures, including the undefeated legend, Erlang Shenyang Jian. This illustrious disciple of the Chan sect possessed profound skills and wielded the Fantian Huaji, alongside a mystical companion known as the Howling Celestial Dog, making him a formidable opponent. The mere thought of facing such an outstanding individual weighed heavily on Nezha, leaving him devoid of confidence. Lost in turbulent thoughts atop the Star-Picking Tower, Nezha gazed at the myriad of stars when a gentle hand clasped his shoulder. It was none other than King Zhou. Historically, King Zhou had garnered infamy for his indulgences in wine and women, and for constructing the opulent star-picking tower, while favoring the treacherous Daji, who brought ruin to the innocent. Upon recognizing King Zhou, Nezha hastily turned, cupping his hands in respect. King Zhou, with a smile, gestured towards the inebriated officials, suggesting that since it was only the two of them, there was no need for formalities. He invited Nezha to stroll through the imperial garden. With a royal decree issued, Nezha dared not refuse, following King Zhou down from the star-picking tower. Soldiers wishing to accompany them were dismissed with a wave of King Zhou's hand. As they made their way to the imperial garden, the fragrant breeze stirred the air, invigorating their senses. Nezha remained uncertain of King Zhou's intentions, silently trailing behind, when a single remark from the king nearly shattered his composure, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. With a smile that hinted at deeper meanings, King Zhou remarked, "Though the 7 monsters of Meishan are indeed demons, their powers are formidable, would you not agree?" The revelation that King Zhou was aware of the true nature of his companions left Nezha astounded. He had never anticipated such insight. Yet, King Zhou's demeanor did not seem accusatory, leaving Nezha perplexed. He recalled the saying that when a nation is on the verge of collapse, demons are sure to arise. What emperor could tolerate the rampant presence of such beings? Nezha's face turned as pale as parchment, sweat droplets cascading down without restraint, and he remained silent. King Zhou, still smiling, reassured him, "I do not hold you accountable. After all, it is not solely you who are demons. Even my beloved concubine is a transformed fox spirit. And I bear no ill will." The fact that King Zhou knew of Daji sent Nezha's mind into a whirlwind, obliterating his previous understanding of the king. He had always perceived King Zhou as a mere pawn, manipulated by unscrupulous ministers like Fei Zhong and Yuhan. While his court was plagued by the chaos instigated by the demonic Daji, portraying him as a puppet, foolishly at the mercy of others. However, it appeared that the reality was far more complex. King Zhou seemed poised to clarify Nezha's confusion, stating, "You need not be astonished. While I may appear to be the sovereign of humanity, basking in endless glory, in the eyes of a few sages, what am I truly worth?" Upon this reflection, King Zhou let out a self-deprecating laugh and recounted an extensive tale, revealing that he initially aspired to be a benevolent ruler, dedicated and diligent in his governance. Indeed, during the early years of his reign, he succeeded in fostering a harmonious realm, where the elements favored the land, and the populace thrived in peace and prosperity, with the surrounding tribes yielding their homage. However, it was not long before Daji entered the palace. How could such a grand dynasty fail to recognize a demon? Just as King Zhou contemplated vanquishing this fiend, Daji candidly divulged the truth to him. She was sent by Enwa to ensnare his heart, yet King Zhou, in his prime, radiated an irresistible charm that captivated her completely, leading her to fall deeply in love. She revealed to him that in the coming years, an unprecedented calamity would befall the realm, with the forces of the West Qi, bolstered by the teachings of the Chanjiao, poised to launch a formidable assault on the Shang dynasty, sealing its fate. Upon hearing this revelation, King Zhou felt as if struck by lightning. No matter his capabilities or wisdom, how could he contend against the will of heaven? After a tumultuous inner struggle, he resigned himself to this fate and sent away his 2 young sons, Yin Zhiao and Yin Hong. Thus, King Zhou sank into despair, indulging in revelry with Daji. Despite his descent into folly, he managed the affairs of state with remarkable order, ensuring that the citizens of Shang were not wanting for sustenance or clothing. Yet, the people would not remember his benevolence. Instead, they would recall his misdeeds, spreading tales of his tyranny. The citizens of West Qi, suffering from hunger and deprivation, found their leader Ji Chang sharing in their plight, subsisting on meager rations and wearing patched garments, his reputation for virtue naturally spreading. At this juncture, King Zhou gazed skyward and laughed heartily, a bittersweet sensation enveloping him. Though he was indeed reckless, he bore no guilt towards his subjects. The plight of the people in West Qi was a result of his misgovernance, yet these ignorant souls regarded him as a sage, while in his eyes, Ji Chang was merely a hypocritical scoundrel. King Zhou and Ji Chang were akin to a capable corrupt official and an inept honest one. The corrupt official, possessing both ability and resolve, could benefit the people and bring tangible advantages to the populace. However, a single blemish could tarnish all his achievements. Undoubtedly, the people despised corrupt officials. Nezha understood this, yet the citizens of Shang remained oblivious, welcoming the advancing forces of West Qi, unaware that their future would be fraught with greater hardships. This conversation with King Zhou profoundly altered Nezha's perception of him. A deep admiration blossomed within him. Would the king truly continue on this path of degradation, watching his century-old legacy slip away into the hands of others? King Zhou sighed, acknowledging, "How could I not know? But what can be done? It seems heaven has decreed my downfall." Nezha, with unwavering dignity, replied, "Allow me to share a tale." He recounted the exploits of Zhuge Liang's 7 expeditions to Qishan, altering the names of people and places, imparting to King Zhou the significance of pursuing the impossible, of battling against overwhelming odds, even when death is certain, rather than succumbing to indulgence and despair as he was now. Upon hearing Nezha's novel idea, King Zhou felt as if he had been enlightened, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. He exclaimed, "Very well, I shall contend with the heavens. Will you lend your assistance?" For the first time, Nezha felt a deep respect for King Zhou, expressing his willingness to sacrifice everything for the king, while the others remained in a deep slumber. Within the imperial garden, no one was aware of the profound conversation that transpired between Nezha and King Zhou throughout the night. Following that day, King Zhou seemed transformed. He no longer indulged in debauchery, but instead dedicated himself to governance, diligently reviewing the mountains of petitions and attending to state affairs. The Great Shang flourished vibrantly. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at Nezha's estate, a court official sent by Fei Zhong, bearing a letter that proclaimed Nezha as the Grand Marshal of all armies. Though the letter did not explicitly state it, the underlying implication was a request for favors in return for the assistance he and Yuhan had provided. After reading the letter, Nezha smiled and instructed the official to inform his master that he would soon be sending 3 boxes of golden treasures to his residence. He patted the official on the shoulder, revealing a knowing expression that left the meaning unspoken. The official, perceiving the camaraderie, readily acknowledged, "Understood. Understood." Nezha spoke truthfully. The following day, he indeed dispatched someone to deliver the boxes to Fei Zhong's abode, with Yuhan present. Fei Zhong's expression was one of smug satisfaction. Despite being the Grand Marshal, he still sought to curry favor with them. Yuhan chimed in, "Indeed, who among the court would dare disregard our standing? This Grand Marshal knows how to navigate the court's intricacies. I noticed the bearers of the boxes were laboring heavily, suggesting they contained something of considerable weight. With this gold, we shall prosper." Fei Zhong's eyes gleamed with avarice as he could not resist the temptation to open the box. As he lifted the lid, an overwhelming cascade of foul-smelling waste erupted forth instead of the anticipated gold. Fortunately, he managed to evade the worst of it, sustaining only a minor splatter on his hand. Yet he seethed with rage, realizing the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Just as he finished speaking, the 3 boxes suddenly burst open, showering the entire room with a deluge of foulness, enveloping both Fei Zhong and Yuhan, leaving only their eyes visible amidst the chaos, locked in mutual disbelief. In the aftermath, Fei Zhong and Yuhan recounted their humiliation to King Zhou, yet to their astonishment, King Zhou did not hold Nezha accountable. Instead, he ordered the execution of Fei Zhong and Yuhan at the noon gate. Following the execution, King Zhou addressed the assembled courtiers, declaring, "These treacherous scoundrels flaunted their power and caused great harm to many. Today, I have executed them as a warning to others." Upon hearing this, several esteemed officials immediately knelt, proclaiming, "Long live the Great Shang! Long live the Great Shang!" Chapter 47, the first of 3 generations, Erlang Yangjian 3 months later. News of Nezha's appointment as the Grand Marshal of all armies spread like wildfire. No one anticipated that such a young child would rise to such an eminent position, becoming the most powerful figure in the Great Shang, which inevitably became a topic of gossip and idle chatter among those with nothing else to occupy their minds, turning into fodder for conversation during meals. As the world became curious about the affairs of Nezha, the Duke of Shibo, Jichang, was conferred the title of king and appointed Jiangxia, the recluse from Kunlun Mountain, as the prime minister of the Zhou dynasty. The first decree issued by Jiangxia upon his ascension was to launch a campaign against Chongqing, collaborating with his brother, the Black Tiger of Chongqing, to bring about its downfall. The city was besieged, and the northern duke, Cheng Hohu, met his demise there, resulting in the entirety of the northern territories falling under the dominion of the Black Tiger. Upon hearing this news, King Zhou was furious and immediately summoned his ministers of civil and military affairs to deliberate. He commanded the valiant Wang Huang Feihu to lead an army against the Black Tiger. Following the order, Huang Feihu mobilized 100,000 troops towards Chongqing. Not one to remain idle, Nezha noted Ji Chang's defiance of royal command in his unauthorized assault on the northern duke, an audacious declaration of war against the Shang dynasty. King Zhou, unwilling to let this transgression go unpunished, instructed Nezha to lead 200,000 troops against Shiqi, with Yuan Hong as the deputy commander, and all the principal generals accompanying them. Upon receiving the command, Nezha exhibited no signs of lethargy. He swiftly assembled his forces and crossed the Yellow River at the Flycatcher Crossing. After traversing 5 passes, he ultimately encamped 5 miles from Shiqi. The following day, Nezha meticulously organized his army, positioning the 200,000 troops before the city, completely encircling Shiqi. The defenders of Shiqi stood resolute, tightly securing the city gates, awaiting the arrival of Prime Minister Jiang Ziya. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 70-year-old Jiang Ziya hastily arrived atop the city walls. Gazing down at the seemingly endless ranks of soldiers, he instinctively swallowed hard, finally directing his gaze towards Nezha. "You must be the newly appointed Grand Marshal of the realm, bestowed by His Majesty. Pray tell, what brings you to besiege Shiqi today?" Nezha scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Jiang Ziya, do not feign ignorance. Have you so quickly forgotten your previous unauthorized campaign against the Northern Duke, leading to his death?" Nezha continued, "I have heard that you once served in the court of Chaogu, yet now you seek favor by betraying your sovereign, aligning yourself with Ji Chang. Is it not in accordance with heavenly will that I come to vanquish a traitor such as you?" Jiang Ziya, unfazed, smiled and replied, "A wise bird chooses its perch, and a faithful minister selects his lord. King Zhou is a tyrant, oppressing the people and slaughtering loyal ministers. Is it wrong for me to rebel against such a ruler? My lord, Ji Chang, is renowned for his wisdom, and I have done no wrong in supporting him." After uttering these words, Jiang Ziya pointed at Nezha and hurled insults, accusing him of being the son of Li Jing, the general of Chentang Pass, yet acting with reckless abandon, turning against his own family, and committing the heinous acts of returning flesh to his parents. "You, a vile and wretched creature, do not deserve to inhabit this world." As Nezha ascended to the position of Grand Marshal, his identity became known throughout the realm, and certain aspects of his past could no longer remain concealed. The greatest taboo in his heart was Li Jing, and today, in the presence of both armies, Jiang Ziya unabashedly exposed this truth, igniting Nezha's fury. The long-dormant resentment within him surged forth, each cell, every vein, and every pore of his being simmering with rage. As Nezha yearned to charge forth and rend Jiang Ziya to pieces, the young General Yin Tianji regards Nezha as the individual he admires most in his life. There is a saying that when the lord is insulted, the vassal must perish. Enraged, Yin Tianji gallops onto the battlefield, brandishing his blade, confronting the aged adversary. "Once merely a basket seller, who dares claim authority over our great commander, dare you descend and engage me in 300 rounds?" At that moment, the gates of Shiqi city swing wide open, and a figure rides forth on a magnificent steed, proclaiming, "Let me, Zhou Gongdan, meet you." A fierce battle ensues between Yin Tianjiao and Zhou Gongdan. Although Zhou Gongdan possesses commendable martial skills since Yin Tianjiao's campaigns against the Western Yi, his prowess has significantly increased, rendering ordinary warriors no match for him. Despite his youth, Yin Tianji wields his great blade with tremendous force, unmatched in the realm, leaving Zhou Gongdan drenched in sweat, on the verge of being struck down from his horse. Just then, two more generals burst forth from the city, Zhao Gongyi and El Gongwang, rushing to Zhou Gongdan's aid. Though Yin Tianjiao's might is formidable, he has not yet reached the pinnacle of invincibility. Fearing for Yin Tianjiao's safety, Nezha subtly signals to Yang Xian, who comprehends the cue and advances to assist. At this juncture, the four are embroiled in a fierce struggle, and as dangers mount for Yin Tianjiao, Yang Xian arrives just in time. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he emits a strange white light that envelopes Zhou Gongdan, rendering him immobile. Yin Tianjiao feels a surge of excitement. Recognizing the opportunity, his blade, imbued with the might of creation, descends with a whistling sound. Despite Zhou Gongdan's desperate struggles, his body remains unyielding, helplessly watching as the blade approaches. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoes, and Zhou Gongdan's severed head rolls upon the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, limbs convulsing before he collapses lifelessly. El Gongwang, unaccustomed to such a gruesome spectacle, is paralyzed with fear, retreating on horseback. Yet, with a fierce killing intent, Yin Tianjiao cannot allow his enemy to escape. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, his blade strikes El Gongwang's back, extinguishing yet another life. Zhao Goqi, attempting to intervene, finds himself thwarted by Yang Xian, who swiftly drives his weapon into Zhao Goqi's chest, resulting in his immediate demise. Nezha's side achieves a resounding victory, and the troops erupt in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring skyward. On the city walls, Jiang Ziya's face pales in shock, clearly unprepared for the turn of events. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he venomously accuses Nezha, "You despicable one. Had you not ensnared our Zhou Gongdan with your sorcery, how could you possibly triumph?" Nezha casts a scornful glance at Jiang Ziya, retorting, "For one who has studied the way on Kunlun Mountain, such a ridiculous statement is unbecoming. Who decreed that magic cannot be employed on the battlefield?" Jiang Ziya, trembling as he points at Nezha, ultimately exhales deeply, declaring, "Do not revel in your triumph. Let us contest again in 3 days." Recognizing Jiangxia's prowess, Nezha opts to raise a banner of truce, retreating alone back to the city. The confrontation resulted in the demise of 3 prominent generals from Shichi, a minor victory, yet a victory nonetheless. As the battle appeared to reach an impasse, Nezha signaled for a retreat and returned to the encampment. Jiangxia refrained from engaging him due to the presence of formidable talents within his ranks, possessing remarkable mystical abilities. Although the generals of Shichi may have surpassed Huang Feihu in martial prowess, they were no match for Yang Xian's luminous magical techniques. Nezha surmised that Jiangxia was seeking reinforcements, thus granting him this interval to await the arrival of disciples from the Chan school. As the 3 days elapsed, Nezha led his army to the outskirts of Shichi city, where the previous peace treaty had been rescinded. At this moment, a young warrior descended from the city walls, wielding 2 hammers and mounted upon a jade qilin. With an air of arrogance, he demanded the opposing commander to come forth and face his demise. This young warrior exuded an extraordinary aura, displaying a dismissive attitude towards all, reminiscent of the once proud Ao Bing. However, since Ao Bing had been subdued, he had undergone a profound transformation, becoming taciturn and aloof, rarely engaging in conversation, his demeanor icy and formidable. The audacity of the young warrior provoked one of Nezha's commanders, who, unable to tolerate such insolence, charged at him with sword drawn. Nezha attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The young warrior, without even glancing, raised his hammers, which suddenly expanded to an enormous size. Before the commander could even close the distance, both horse and rider were reduced to mere pulp. The young warrior atop the jade qilin smirked, retracting his hammers, and disdainfully remarked, "Trash." He then pointed his massive hammer at Nezha, declaring, "Come here, I shall slay you." His arrogance surpassed that of the former third prince Ao Bing, despite being merely an early golden immortal. He emanated an aura that felt more imposing than that of a great Luo golden immortal. The source of his confidence was unfathomable. As Zhu was about to engage, Nezha grasped his arm, recognizing that their powers were closely matched and victory was not assured. Thus, Nezha turned his gaze towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong hesitated, reluctantly shaking his head at the thought of battling an early golden immortal. "This boy irks me. Teach him a severe lesson," Nezha insisted. Though unwilling, Yuan Hong ascended to the battlefield, lazily shouldering a hefty iron rod, approaching his opponent with a casual demeanor that seemed even more brazen. The young warrior on the jade qilin sensed the gravity of the situation and, despite Yuan Hong's apparent nonchalance, felt an inscrutable essence emanating from him, prompting him to temper his arrogance. "Who are you?" he inquired. Yuan Hong appeared to disregard the question, continuing his leisurely pace as if strolling through his own garden. The young warrior felt a flicker of unease. The more indifferent Yuan Hong seemed, the more inscrutable he appeared. Struggling to maintain his composure, he pressed on. "Who exactly are you?" At a distance of 10 meters from him, Yuan Hong abruptly raised his head. "Do you think you are worthy of speaking to me?" Yuan Hong dismissed him entirely, causing the other man's face to flush with alternating shades of blue and red. Regardless of Yuan Hong's identity, he gritted his teeth and spat. "Die." The 2 hammers in the opponent's hands were innate spiritual treasures, capable of transforming at will. The hammers expanded to an enormous size and struck Yuan Hong with tremendous force, shaking the ground as he was completely enveloped by the hammer's mass, leaving no trace of him visible. The opposing young general erupted into laughter. "What a farce. I thought you were formidable, but you're merely trash." Yuan Hong had seemingly been reduced to dust by the opponent's astounding strike, prompting the young general to retract his hammer. However, as the hammer lifted from the ground, Yuan Hong remained unscathed, sporting the same expression, the same defiance, and the same nonchalant demeanor as before. The young general, mounted on a jade qilin, stared at Yuan Hong with wide eyes, akin to a bronze statue, as if witnessing a monstrosity. He shrieked, "Impossible! This cannot be." The hammer descended once more. But this time Yuan Hong suddenly soared into the sky. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the ground, and Yuan Hong bent his legs slightly before launching himself from a height of 100 meters, delivering a powerful kick towards his opponent's face. The adversary retracted the hammer, crossing it to defend against Yuan Hong's onslaught. Yuan Hong's legs struck the twin hammers with the force of iron, impenetrably hard. The opponent was unable to withstand the impact, and he was hurled from the jade qilin, crashing against the city wall, the tremendous force causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of congealed blood. When he regained his composure, he saw Yuan Hong seated upon the jade qilin, which seemed to resist him, thrashing its hooves in an attempt to throw him off. Yuan Hong cursed, "Beast, obey me, or I shall take your life." The jade qilin, an extraordinary creature, naturally understood his words, its eyes betraying a hint of panic as it lowered its head and ceased its resistance. The young general, witnessing Yuan Hong atop the jade qilin, rushed toward him in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Return my Jade Qilin." He raised his arms, wielding the twin hammers with all his might. Layers of rippling spiritual energy emanating from them, indicating the force behind his strike. Yuan Hong similarly raised the pillar of heaven, and the twin hammers collided with it, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave across the battlefield. Dust and debris swirled around them, yet Yuan Hong remained unharmed on the Jade Qilin. The opposing force was once more thrown back by the tremendous power, both hammers flying off to an inconspicuous corner, just as everyone believed Yuan Hong to have triumphed. A beam of light shot from the walls of Shichi, moving with such speed that an ordinary person could not perceive it. In the blink of an eye, it reached above Yuan Hong's head, the fanged Yanua halberd aimed at him. This attack appeared mundane, lacking any distinctive features, yet for the first time, Yuan Hong displayed a hint of panic. Then, before the astonished gazes of all, he retreated several dozen meters to counter the force of the halberd, remnants of its momentum swirling around him. With an expression of unexpected delight, he inquired, "Who are you?" The man donned in white armor and a crimson robe. His visage akin to polished jade, exuded an unparalleled aura. A vertical eye adorned his forehead, adding an extra layer of mystique. This was Yang Jian, the vanguard of the Western Qi, a disciple of the Jade Emperor from the Golden Cloud Cave of Yushuan Mountain. Upon hearing the name of the legendary figure, Yang Jian, Nezha felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Yang Jian was a paragon of martial prowess, having never tasted defeat since his emergence. Mastering the esoteric arts, he was well versed in the path of transformation. Both Yuan Hong and Sun Wukong had once fallen beneath his might. Although he currently possessed only the cultivation of a late golden immortal, Nezha sensed that this man was more formidable than a great Luo golden immortal. After repelling Yuan Hong, Yang Jian sheathed his spear and transformed into a streak of light, launching himself towards Yuan Hong. A look of exhilaration flashed across Yuan Hong's face as he tightened his grip on his celestial pillar to confront Yang Jian. Both warriors practiced the same esoteric arts and shared equal cultivation levels, engaging in a battle that was evenly matched and intensely competitive. Meanwhile, an opposing young general rose from the ground and flew to the center of the battlefield, intending to mount the Jade Qilin. However, Zhu Jin observed the Qilin's rapt gaze and, seizing the opportunity, sprang onto its back, exclaiming to the approaching young general, "This steed is mine from now on." As Yuan Hong and Yang Jian battled fiercely, Yuan Hong took advantage of a momentary lapse to leap from the fray, turning to declare, "That mount belongs to me." Yang Jian charged once more, forcing Yuan Hong to redirect his focus. The young general, though injured, sustained only superficial wounds. He coldly retorted, "If you wish for my mount, let's see if you possess the capability." Huang Tianhua then performed a peculiar gesture with his hands and silently recited an incantation. The Jade Qilin suddenly erupted with ferocity, kicking up a cloud of dust before soaring into the sky, flinging Zhu Jun to the ground. With a mocking smile, Huang Tianhua extended his arms, palms open as if drawing in energy. Two unscattered hammers, imbued with spirit, flew into his grasp. Rising from the earth, his robes rustled in the wind. He confidently resumed his place atop the Jade Qilin. Realization struck Nezha as he recognized Huang Tianhua. His brow furrowed. The king of martial valor, Huang Feihu, was a close friend, akin to a brother. Huang Tianhua was his son, and despite Nezha's disdain for his arrogance, he could not take his life on the battlefield without repercussions for his relationship with Huang Feihu. Zhu Jun, having clumsily fallen, shook his head and rose, brandishing a rake to challenge Huang Tianhua. Suddenly, Nezha's voice rang out, "Do not slay him. He is the son of the king of martial valor." Zhu Jun paused. Then enlightenment dawned. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "So, we are all kin. I am a brother to your father, which makes me your uncle by virtue of our lineage." Huang Tianhua glared, his eyes burning with animosity. "You insolent fool, dare to utter such nonsense again, and I shall take your life. One must not harm one's own kin, and neither can Nezha merely stand by." With a melodious call, Qingwan flapped her wings and approached Huang Tianhua, stating, "You are not mistaken. Your father is indeed the illustrious Huang Feihu, the martial king of the Shang dynasty. We are of the same blood. Depart from Shichi and accompany me, so that you may reunite with your father." Huang Tianhua exhibited no reaction to Nezha's words. Instead, his gaze burned with hostility. "Regardless of whether your claims hold any truth, I care not. I shall never acknowledge such a wretched father. I have descended the mountain solely to aid my master, Jiang, in vanquishing the Shang. Huang Feihu is the martial king of the Shang, and should I encounter him, I will not hesitate to slay him." A knowing smile graced Huang Tianhua's face, "But that is of little consequence. You are the commander of the Shang, and slaying you would also be a grand achievement. Prepare to meet your demise." His eyes gleamed with malice as he unsheathed a sword that moved of its own accord, pointing it towards Nezha. A starry radiance, the size of a lantern S opening, shot forth towards Nezha's forehead. The sword was neither bronze, nor iron, nor gold, but rather a refined essence of the Qian Yuan. Possessing limitless transformative capabilities, it could both kill and revive. This sword, named Moi, was the treasured weapon of the supreme virtue of the pure void. Radiating brilliance as it severed a head from its body. In a flash, a beam of azure light appeared, and astonishingly, Nezha's head was truly severed. Rolling onto the ground. The onlookers were rendered dumbfounded, including Zhu Zhen, as the commander of their own forces had met an inexplicable demise. Huang Tianhua laughed triumphantly. Fool, this is a divine treasure of slaughter, and you didn't even attempt to evade it. You deserve this fate. However, as Huang Tianhua laughed, he sensed something amiss. Although Nezha's head had fallen, not a drop of blood flowed from his neck. Remarkably, a cloud of white mist began to emanate from the severed neck, enveloping the area. Upon closer inspection, Nezha astonishingly grew a new head. The Moi sword had indeed struck true, but as it descended, the murderous aura sent a chill through Nezha's body. Huang Tianhua's speed had been so swift that Nezha could not evade the blade. Thus he invoked his trinity of heads and 6 arms, conjuring an illusion to create a false head, which was what the Moi had struck. Despite this, Nezha felt a chill sweep over him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have truly lost his head. This infuriated him, and his gaze towards Huang Tianhua turned hostile. Zhu Zhen, equally incensed, exclaimed, "You would seek to kill your own father? You are nothing short of a beast. Is there anyone in this world who would deny their own father?" At this, Nezha shot a fierce glare at Zhu Zhen, causing him to shudder and retreat. "I was not referring to you, but to this brat," he stammered. "Leave me be." Recognizing his error, Zhu Zhen retreated, dejectedly returning to the camp. "Huang Tianhua," Nezha declared, "if you apologize and renounce your association with the Chan sect, I shall overlook our previous grievances for the sake of your father." After Huang Tianhua sheathed the legendary sword Mo Yi, he brandished 2 hammers, mistakenly believing that mere tricks could render him invincible. "Today, as long as I, Huang Tianhua, stand here, I shall take your life without mercy." He has shown no remorse. I have already granted him an opportunity. Since he fails to appreciate it, I shall show him no compassion. In the heat of battle, showing leniency to the enemy is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Qing Wan and he share a profound connection, instantly transforming into a whirlwind of fire. Nezha, riding upon this fiery wheel, conjured a sphere of white light in his palm, and the fire-tipped spear appeared in his grasp. As Nezha propelled the fiery wheel, the spear lunged fiercely towards Huang Tianhua's face. Huang Tianhua raised both hammers to protect his head, the spear's tip caught between them. Nezha deftly flicked the spear, sending it soaring, and leaped from above Huang Tianhua to land behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his back. "Although my strength may not rival that of Yuan Hong, it is sufficient to deal with Huang Tianhua," causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably, his face meeting the ground as he skidded several meters. "This serves as a lesson from me on behalf of your father." Initially, Huang Tianhua entered with great confidence, but now he was reduced to a disheveled state. His robes tattered and stained with crimson. Rising from the ground, he charged at Nezha in a frenzy, shouting, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Despite his formidable artifacts, his cultivation was ordinary, and in his rage, he did not consider using them. Instead, he chose to engage in close combat, a battle he could not hope to win against me. With my innate strength in the form of a lotus, my close combat abilities could rival those of Yuan Hong and Yang Jian, who practice profound techniques. Huang Tianhua stood no chance against me. In a wild frenzy, Huang Tianhua swung his hammers with reckless abandon, fighting like a madman. Nezha seized an opening and struck back, sending him flying with the shaft of the fire-tip spear. "This is to teach you the importance of respecting your elders. Huang Feihu and I are brothers, and Huang Tianhua is his son. Thus, in terms of seniority, not only I but also the 7 monsters of Meishan could be considered as elders, hence my statement holds true." Fuming with indignation, Huang Tianhua roared once more and charged at Nezha. Nezha shook his head. Huang Tianhua was blinded by hatred. A single thrust of my spear could end his life. Yet thoughts of Huang Feihu came to mind, prompting Nezha to sigh, reluctant to deliver a fatal blow. Oblivious to my thoughts, Huang Tianhua, regardless of how many times he was felled, rapidly rose again, threatening me with death. In a moment of desperation, he called out to the city of Shiqi, "Aren't you coming to help me?" No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures descended from the city walls. One bore a fearsome visage, with rabbit-like ears and enormous wings that produced thunderous sounds with each flap, wielding a golden staff. This was undoubtedly Lei Jinzi. The other appeared ordinary, garbed as a Taoist priest, brandishing a demon-subduing pestle, and flew towards Nezha. With Lei Jinzi's wind and thunder wings, he was sure to arrive first. As the golden staff swept through the air like an unstoppable tide, Nezha immediately abandoned Huang Tianhua, retrieving the Qian Kuan circle and casting it aside to momentarily obstruct Lei Jinzi. Another Taoist soon arrived, wielding the demon-subduing pestle and striking towards Nezha's face. Nezha raised his spear to defend, yet the pestle felt as formidable as Mount Tai, imposing an overwhelming weight upon him. Nezha plummeted from the sky, and upon landing, the ground unexpectedly cracked open, his legs sinking deep into the earth, leaving him in a state of profound astonishment. As the Taoist swung the pestle, it loomed before Nezha like an insurmountable mountain. He recognized this individual as Wei Hu, a disciple of the Heavenly Lord. At that moment, in the air, Lei Jinzi, Huang Tianhua, and Wei Hu formed a formidable triangle. Lei Jinzi brandished his golden rod, Wei Hu wielded the pestle, while Huang Tianhua held two hammers, all converging towards Nezha. Chapter 49. The chaos of battle among these three. Huang Tianhua was at the early stage of the golden immortal realm, whereas both Lei Jinzi and Wei Hu were in the mid-stage, each a distinguished disciple of the Sandao sect, with the crucial advantage of possessing innate spiritual treasures passed down through their lineage, far surpassing the abilities of ordinary golden immortals. The combined strength of the three exerted substantial pressure on Nezha, who furiously channeled his magical energy, sending shattered stones flying. With a fierce stomp, he ascended once more upon the windfire wheels. From his neck sprouted two heads, while 6 arms emerged successively. Nezha grasped a fire-tipped spear in one pair of hands and a Qian Kuan bow with the heavenly shocking arrow in the other. He held a golden brick in one hand, the Qian Kuan circle in another, and the mixed heaven silk in yet another, leaving one hand free. Wei Hu's demon-subduing pestle was exceedingly powerful, feeling weightless in Nezha's grasp yet striking with the force of a mountain upon others. Unable to contend with this formidable treasure, Nezha summoned the 7 monsters of Meishan for assistance. Outnumbered 3-1, the Meishan 7 could no longer stand idly by and swiftly flew out from their formation. As Wei Hu prepared to strike, Nezha, having previously suffered in close combat, opted not to engage directly. He threw the mixed heaven silk to ensnare Wei Hu at the waist, exerting a slight force in an attempt to hurl him away. However, Huang Tianhua did not afford him the opportunity. The Mo-Xie sword flew from his back, performing a dazzling flourish in mid-air, its white brilliance flashing as it cleaved the mixed heaven silk in two. At this juncture, the Meishan 7 arrived in succession. After the mixed heaven silk was severed, Wei Hu disdainfully regarded the approaching 7, and the demon-subduing pestle struck Zhu Zizhen, who, unaware of the treasure's might, was the first to spit blood and be thrown from the battlefield. Each strike of the pestle bore the weight of a mountain, causing Dai Li and Yang Xian's weapons to clash against it, resulting in them both spitting blood and feeling their insides tremble. Exchanging glances, they recognized the shock reflected in each other's eyes, having been grievously wounded and forced to withdraw from the fray. Following a brief exchange, Jin Dashing, Chang Hao, and Wu Long discerned the peculiarity of their adversaries' weaponry and refrained from engaging Wei Hu in close quarters, retreating beyond the range of the pestle's assault. With 3 enemies repelled, Wei Hu's confidence surged. The pestle descended upon Wu Long like a mountain, transforming into a whirlwind of force. Wu Long tightly shut his eyes, silently reciting incantations, and suddenly a surge of black energy emerged. The demon-subduing pestle shattered the black mist, yet Wu Long vanished without a trace. Wei Hu suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching from behind. Instantly, he wielded his demon-subduing staff. Yet Wu Long transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished once more. At that moment, 2 Taoists descended from the city wall, joining the fray. "Do not take advantage of our numbers," declared Han Julong, disciple of the Taoist Celestial. Shui Ehu, also a disciple of the Taoist Celestial, stands here. Once again, the forces of West Qi were bolstered by 2 early-stage golden immortals, who engaged in a fierce struggle with Jin Dasheng, Chang Hao, and Wu Long. The battlefield was now divided into 3 factions. Yang Jian faced Yuan Hong, while Wei Hu, Han Julong, and Shui Ehu contended with Jin Dasheng, Chang Hao, and Wu Long amidst chaotic skirmishes. Wei Hu found himself in a 1-on-2 confrontation against Huang Tianhua and Lei Jinzi. The sky was aglow with golden and crimson light. The fierce aura of the golden staff sent tingles through his arm, while the fire-point spear blazed with intense flames, causing Lei Jinzi to sweat profusely. Huang Tianhua's martial prowess seemed slightly lacking, unable to keep pace with the 2 combatants. One of Huang Tianhua's hammers was blocked by Nezha's arm wielding the Qinquan circle, while the other arm hurled a golden brick, shattering one of Huang Tianhua's hands. With a muffled groan, Huang Tianhua clutched his bleeding arm and retreated in panic. Nezha grew increasingly exhilarated, his warrior spirit surging as he unleashed his utmost strength in this clash against Lei Jinzi. Lei Jinzi, taken aback, clearly did not anticipate that the early-stage golden immortal Nezha could match him blow for blow. Truly formidable, Legency thought. His opponent not only matched him in technique, but equally in speed. With the flapping of his wind and thunder wings, he swiftly closed the gap with Nezha's wind-fire wheel. Finally encountering a rival of equal caliber, Nezha had no intention of holding back. He concentrated his magical energy into his arm, channeling it into the spear. The fire-point spear seemed to awaken, glowing with a fierce red light, its tip igniting into a fiery dragon that surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Nezha's eyes blazed with fierce determination. This was the most powerful strike he could muster. Legency, unwilling to confront the full force, summoned golden light from his golden staff, which wildly danced as energy formed a towering barrier, enveloping his form in a protective glow. Nezha and the fire-point spear merged with the fire dragon, charging toward the golden barrier. The collision of the thunderous fire dragon and the golden light erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing the area within 10 meters in flames, with waves of heat cascading forth. Legency's protective shield shattered instantaneously, the flames dissipating. His figure re-emerged, his face charred and grotesque, previously fearsome looks now enhanced with a more sinister edge. His body was battered, rising and falling unevenly, a trickle of crimson oozing from the corner of his mouth. Gripping the golden staff tightly, blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto the staff, revealing his grievous injuries. Nezha was not unscathed either, having expended all his magical energy to conjure the fire dragon. He found himself drained. Were it not for the wind fire wheel supporting him, he would lack even the strength to fly. Observing the still hovering Legency, Nezha dared not linger and urged the wind fire wheel to retreat. Little did they know, as Legency departed, he plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Yang Jian and Yuan Hong, engaged in fierce combat, instinctively sensed the catastrophic blow that had just transpired. As Legency was about to hit the ground, Yang Jian summoned the power of the 8-9 mysteries to catch him. Yuan Hong, witnessing Yang Jian's flight, chose not to pursue. On another battlefield, Han Julong, Shui Ehu, and Chang Hao faced off against Wu Long in a stalemate. To his surprise, Wei Hu found himself powerless against the demon-subduing pestle, while Jin Dashing was left spitting blood from the ferocity of his attacks. His injuries no less grievous than those of Legency. Although Jin Dashing's strength could not shake Mount Tai, the might of the pestle was equally ineffective against him. More crucially, Jin Dashing had refined a piece of Niu Huang within himself, a treasure that rendered Wei Hu bloodied. The might of his Qian Kuan circle, the golden bricks, and the red pearl and Dai Li's possession paled in comparison to Jin Dashing's prowess, which was the most formidable among the throwing artifacts he had encountered. No wonder Jin Dashing consistently held the second position in Meishan. Seeing his side's defeat, Jiang Zia immediately sounded the retreat, and although Yang Jian, Wei Hu, and the others felt reluctant, they withdrew back to Shichi. After this battle, Nezha, having suffered considerable depletion of his powers, commanded everyone to return to their encampment, vowing to fight again another day. The losses on their side were also significant, with Zhuzhen, Yangxian, and Dai Li suffering from the unrelenting might of the demon-subduing pestle, and their injuries would take no less than 10 to 15 days to heal. Their forces had diminished by a third in an instant, causing Nezha to feel a pang of regret. If this group of third-generation disciples proved so challenging, the arrival of the second-generation disciples from Chan sect could spell trouble. Chapter 50. Jiang Zia's raid today's skirmish with Shichi was neither a victory nor a defeat. Despite the loss of Zhu Zhan, Yang Xian, and Dai Li, Shichi gained no advantage either, as Lei Jinzi and Wei Hu were also gravely injured. Regarding Huang Tianhua, Nezha realized he could have easily dispatched him today, but the thought of Huang Feihu stayed his hand. If he were to strike fatally, he would find it difficult to explain to Huang Feihu later. Nezha held no grudge against Huang Tianhua. Huang Feihu was currently engaged in the campaign against Chong Heihu. Once he returned from Chong City, Nezha would leave the matter in Huang Feihu's capable hands, as he was merely an outsider and felt it inappropriate to intervene. Upon returning to the encampment, Nezha focused on replenishing his diminished powers, while Yang Xian, Dai Li, and Zhuzhen retreated to Sisui Pass to recuperate. The proximity to Shichi, coupled with the lack of defensible terrain, made them vulnerable should Jiang Zia launch an offensive. Thus, Sisui Pass was deemed the safest refuge for them. With his forces including Yuan Hong, Jin Dashing, Chang Hao, Wu Long, and the siblings Ao Ling and Ao Bing, Nezha felt considerably stronger than Jiang Zia. Therefore, he instructed everyone to rest, assuring them that with his divine sight, he would detect any stealthy incursions by Jiang Zia at the first sign. As night fell, Nezha remained alone in the command tent. His expended powers had nearly been restored, and with a night of recuperation, he would soon reach the pinnacle of his capabilities. Thus, Nezha ceased his cultivation, exhaling softly after spending an entire day within the tent. He yearned for fresh air outside, but suddenly, An individual entered the camp, Yuan Hong. Striding confidently to Nezha's side, Yuan Hong cheerfully proclaimed, "Brother, today we have achieved a resounding victory. Why not seize the opportunity to invade West Qi and secure a definitive triumph in this war?" Nezha paused, taken aback. For Yuan Hong typically paid little heed to such matters. He was solely concerned with the prowess of West Qi's sorcerers and the might of their divine abilities. Wholly a warrior at heart, it was unusual for him to inquire about this. Nevertheless, Nezha responded, "A resounding victory is an exaggeration. It can only be deemed a minor success. Moreover, Jiang Ziya commands many formidable allies, particularly the likes of Yang Jian, who possesses profound skills and has opened the heavenly eye, accompanied by the spiritual beast, the howling celestial dog. Thus, it is far from the simplicity you envision." A flicker of doubt crossed Yuan Hong's eyes, but it vanished in an instant as he nonchalantly retorted, "Brother, I believe you are making a mountain out of a molehill. Yang Jian is not as formidable as you suggest. Today, we fought to a draw. Given a little more time, I would undoubtedly prevail." Nezha rose from his bed, casting a discerning glance at Yuan Hong, scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through his very essence. Yuan Hong, feeling uncomfortable under Nezha's gaze, stammered, "Brother, is there something wrong with what I said?" Ignoring Yuan Hong's question, Nezha posed an unrelated query. "Yuan Hong, do you still remember the location where we swore brotherhood?" As soon as Nezha spoke, Yuan Hong appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, responding naturally, "You are my elder brother. How could I forget? It was at my mission." Nezha circled Yuan Hong and, with a hearty laugh, clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I never imagined you would remember so clearly. It truly brings me joy. It seems my act of swearing brotherhood with you was not in vain." Their conversation was lighthearted and enjoyable, yet an unexplainable gravity hung in the air. Nezha's gaze suddenly hardened, and with a swift motion, he struck Yuan Hong's shoulder with a forceful blow, a golden ingot appearing in his hand, which crashed against Yuan Hong's skull, igniting a spark. Nezha quickly leaped away, a brilliant light flashing as he wielded the fire-tipped spear, gazing coldly at Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, too, displayed an unusual demeanor, though a hint of confusion remained on his face as he lifted his head and inquired, "With my transformation technique, even a Deluo Jingxian would be unable to discern. How did you uncover me?" Nezha smiled, "Yang Jian, your skills are indeed impressive. By mere observation, I cannot discern your true form. However, you underestimate Yuan Hong's character. Though proud and self-assured, he never looks down upon those with talent. When I praised Yang Jian's capabilities, your disdainful reaction piqued my suspicion." Yuan Hong's expression underwent subtle changes, his attire transforming into golden armor and a white robe, revealing his true identity as Yang Jian. "Is this how you concluded I was not Yuan Hong?" "No, certainly not. As I mentioned earlier, you do not comprehend Yuan Hong's character. Although I am nominally his elder brother, we have never sworn an oath of brotherhood. Furthermore, Yuan Hong would never address me as big brother. Your incessant references to me as such render your intentions transparent." After a moment of self-reflection, Yang Jian appeared to have an epiphany. His right arm casually outstretched, tightly grasping the Feng Tian Huaji. "My initial plan was to seize you unawares and deliver you to Master Jiang for resolution. But since you are already aware, I must resort to more forceful measures." Nezha scoffed repeatedly, his fiery spear aimed at Yang Jian, disdainfully retorting, "While I concede your abilities, your arrogance is excessive. This is my territory. With a mere call, thousands will come to my aid. On what grounds do you presume to capture me alive?" Yang Jian advanced slowly, wielding the Feng Tian Huaji, asserting, "Master Jiang orchestrates from afar. I need only to obstruct you." "What does that mean?" Nezha struggled to grasp Yang Jian's words when suddenly an uproar erupted outside the encampment, accompanied by the cacophony of battle. Nezha hastily employed his far-seeing eyes, discovering that Jiang Ziya was personally leading an assault on the camp. With his absence, the three armies were left without direction, descending into chaos. Nezha, unwilling to delay, prepared to exit the tent, only to find Yang Jian blocking his path. "Do you still have time to concern yourself with other matters? Preserve your own life first." Anxiety coursed through Nezha. As the commander of the three armies, Yang Jian's intent was clear: capture the leader to ensnare the followers. Should he succeed in detaining Nezha, the 200,000 troops outside would become like headless flies, easily ensnared by Jiang Ziya. Nezha knew he must act to direct the battle. Yet Yang Jian stood as his greatest obstacle. Yang Jian seemed deceptively ordinary, possessing only late-stage golden immortal strength, yet an inscrutable aura surrounded him, akin to that of a Tai golden immortal. Nezha sensed that Yang Jian's power might rival or even surpass that of Tai, a notion that unsettled him. Yet, the unfolding battle outside weighed heavier on his mind. He had no time to engage with Yang Jian, summoning his powers to traverse through Yang Jian's form. Hastening towards the tent's exit, with just one step remaining to cross the threshold, an eerie chill crept down his spine. Nezha harbored no doubt that advancing a single step would mean his demise. With no alternative, he gritted his teeth, manifesting 6 additional arms to shield against the impending strike of the Fangtian Huaji. In confronting Yang Jian, Nezha held nothing back, unleashing his full might in an instant. The 3 heads and 6 arms technique materialized in the blink of an eye as he unleashed the Qian Kuan Bao. The Jin Tian arrow, the Hun Tian Ling, the Qian Kuan circle, the golden brick, and the fiery spear in a frenzied assault. Yang Jian, possessing profound mastery, merely transformed into a streak of light, evading the assault. His robust physique rendered the golden brick and Qian Kuan circle ineffective, producing only a shower of sparks upon impact. At present, only the fiery spear in my hand poses a threat to the adversary. However, Yang Jian's Fangtian Huaji is not to be underestimated. In daylight, he managed to repel Yuan Hong with a single strike. Although there may be suspicions of an ambush, it nonetheless demonstrates Yang Jian's formidable prowess. His magical power far surpasses my own, and each move of the Fangtian Huaji strikes like a sharp blade. Every glimmer of light carries the breath of death. Nezha, fully alert and without a hint of complacency, knows he must exert himself to the utmost. Fortunately, possessing the 3 heads and 6 arms, along with the lotus body. While the golden brick and the Qian Kuan circle may not inflict harm upon his ironclad form, they can nonetheless impede him, thus saving time for my counterattacks. In the cramped confines of the room, the clash of light and fire reaches the heavens. After merely exchanging a few dozen blows, Nezha finds himself drenched in sweat. Faced with Yang Jian, he realizes that with his current cultivation, victory is unattainable unless he can break through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, which might afford him a chance. His concern for the situation outside weighs heavily on his mind, leaving him disinclined to engage in a protracted battle with Yang Jian. Thus, Nezha refrains from holding back and unleashes his lethal move to make his escape. The fiery spear bursts forth in a blaze of flames, merging entirely with the fire dragon, unleashing an overwhelming wave of heat towards Yang Jian. Having witnessed the power of this move in daylight, Yang Jian, wary of a direct confrontation, channels his 8-9 profound art, transforming into a streak of light that darts out from the tent. The wave of heat erupts with a thunderous explosion, instantly engulfing the entire tent in flames. In the pitch-black night, the sudden flare of fire captures the attention of many, including the fearsome Yuan Hong. Nezha immediately calls out for assistance, urging, "Come quickly to entangle Yang Jian." After evading the lethal strike, Yang Jian again surges towards him. The previous move has drained a significant portion of Nezha's magical energy, leaving him somewhat breathless and even less capable of confronting Yang Jian. Therefore, Nezha summons the wind fire wheel to make his escape. The Fangtian Huaji cleaves through an iron rod, and Yang Jian turns his neck to glance at the other end of the rod, where he sees Yuan Hong retracting the pillar of heaven. Yuan Hong declares, "Yang Jian, we were evenly matched by day. Today we shall settle this once and for all." With Yuan Hong preoccupying Yang Jian, Nezha swiftly moves to the center of the battlefield to direct the fight. The sound of combat surrounds him. His own forces are scattered, making it imperative to consolidate everyone in one place. As the commander of the 3 armies, upon seeing him, his troops quickly rally towards him. The gathering force grows stronger, and soon a robust army is formed, proceeding to retaliate in an orderly fashion rather than in chaos. The lines of friend and foe gradually become clearer, and the figure of Jiangxia comes into Nezha's view, riding a white horse at the forefront of the troops. He wields a treasured sword in pursuit of the scattered soldiers. Although most of the men have gathered, a few still race towards him. Seeing that he might not catch up, Jiangxia feels a surge of urgency. He mutters incantations under his breath, and finally, with a decisive flourish of his palm, he exclaims, "5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique." What? Jiangxia possesses such a divine ability? Nezha recalls having witnessed this technique in the scripture pavilion of Wuzhuang Temple. It is so profound that he had resolutely abandoned it. This technique requires millennia of cultivation to master, which is why Nezha is astounded upon Jiangxia's invocation of it. The sky indeed swirled with tumultuous winds, as a dark cloud billowed ominously. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck towards a group of fleeing soldiers, hitting one of them squarely. The soldier trembled involuntarily, glanced around cautiously, and then resumed his flight as if nothing had occurred. Witnessing the spectacle, Nezha's mouth fell agape. The ancient divine art of the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra had failed to obliterate an ordinary man. Nezha himself was left charred yet tender from the lightning. Jiangxia, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced around. Beneath the night sky, only his divine eyes could perceive the truth of the situation, while the others remained oblivious, merely observing the sudden lightning strike without understanding its origin. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and raised his sword, shouting at the fleeing soldiers to kill. Chapter 51. Please call me Wu Wenhua in this raid. Jiang Ziya had nearly mobilized the entirety of West Qi's strength. He had been at risk of being ensnared by Yang Jian, with the potential for his entire army to be annihilated. Under his command were formidable generals, including Yang Jian of the Chan sect, Huang Tianhua, Han Dulong, and Shui Hu, not to mention the renowned generals of West Qi, Nangang Shi and Xian Jia, whose martial prowess was unparalleled, ranking alongside Huang Feihu. Having studied the Tao on Kunlun Mountain for decades, Jiang Ziya's magical abilities were rather ordinary. Even after surpassing 70 years of age, he had yet to attain the status of a celestial immortal, merely considered a somewhat accomplished mortal, unable to escape the cycles of life and death. Nevertheless, his military strategies were commendable, as this battle could be deemed nearly flawless. Except for a critical misstep that afforded Nezha the opportunity to counterattack, the army had largely assembled. And aside from Yuan Hong and Yang Jian engaged in combat not far away, all others were divided into two factions. Nezha coldly surveyed the figure on the white horse. Jiang Ziya, you possess great audacity. Today, I shall ensure you find no return. Jiang Ziya, upon raising his gaze, encountered the wrathful Nezha, taken aback by his unexpected presence. However, he quickly regained composure, ordering his men to cease their pursuit, shouting for a retreat. Although he had swiftly discerned Jiang Ziya's strategy, the assault had cost him thousands of men, particularly due to Huang Tianhua, who, wielding his divine powers and treasures, engaged in a bloodbath. The gleaming MOCS sword claimed numerous lives, as if avenging the injuries inflicted upon him during the day. The toll of soldiers slain by Huang Tianhua alone approached 1,000. A distinguished disciple of the Chan sect's third generation, he mercilessly slaughtered ordinary soldiers, igniting Nezha's fury. Kill them, Nezha commanded, soaring on his wind fire wheels, brandishing his fiery spear as he led the charge into the enemy ranks. Followed closely by generals such as Jin Dashing and Yin Tianjiao, whose blades fell swiftly, reaping lives as if harvesting wheat. Nezha, in a fit of rage, summoned his powers and charged towards Huang Tianhua. The fiery wheels glowed vividly against the night, attracting numerous attempts to block his passage. With eyes ablaze, Nezha wielded his fiery spear, and in a brief span, claimed the lives of hundreds beneath its deadly arc. Huang Tianhua, upon witnessing Nezha's relentless advance, was gripped by fear, his heart racing as he desperately urged his steed, the Jade Qilin, to flee. Jiang Ziya, commanding with remarkable agility, orchestrated a swift retreat akin to a gust of wind. Evidently, he had previously laid plans for such an eventuality, for despite the furious assault led by Nezha and his companions, the losses were minimal. Recognizing his pivotal role in the army, Jiang Ziya chose not to pursue Huang Tianhua, instead opting to guide the battle. Yang Jian, observing the retreat of the Shiqi forces, ceased his engagement with Yuan Hong. With a single movement, he repelled Yuan Hong before vanishing like a fleeting comet. As Nezha and his troops noticed Jiang Ziya and Yang Jian disappearing from view, the soldiers were eager to continue the pursuit. However, Nezha swiftly commanded them to halt. Blood dripped from Yin Tianjiao's great sword as he galloped towards his commander, questioning why they had ceased their chase when they could easily turn the tide against Jiang Ziya, ensuring he would not return. This sentiment was echoed amongst several other generals present, as they recognized the rare opportunity to annihilate their foes completely if they pressed on with the pursuit. Yet, Nezha offered no extensive explanation, declaring to all his troops that a desperate enemy should not be pursued, for the current location had become perilous. He ordered an immediate return to the Zishui Pass under the cover of night. Though Nezha harbored a desire to chase after them, stung by the recent defeat, he understood the wisdom of caution. With his keen sight, he had discerned Jiang Ziya's cunning strategy, having laid a trap some 500 meters away. To charge blindly into such a snare would only result in further losses. After leading his forces a considerable distance, Jiang Ziya halted, noticing the absence of pursuing forces. He mused quietly to himself, realizing that Nezha was indeed a formidable adversary, possessing considerable prowess. Upon returning to Zishui Pass after a night of travel, General Han Rong observed the glum expressions of the soldiers and refrained from probing further. He graciously offered his command quarters to Nezha without hesitation, recognizing the shift in status. Aside from King Shou, only 3 individuals wielded significant power within the Shang dynasty: the valiant King Wucheng, Huang Feihu, who was currently on a campaign against the rebellious Chong city, and the Grand Tutor Wen Zhong, who was engaged in suppressing the insurrection in the North Sea. Having been absent from Chaoga for over a decade, as the supreme commander of the Shang armies, Han Rong was effectively a subordinate to Nezha, making it reasonable for him to offer superior accommodations. Weeks passed as Nezha dedicated himself to reorganizing the troops at Zishui Pass. One day, a messenger from King Zhou arrived from Chaoga, delivering news of a formidable general purported to possess unparalleled courage. Nezha paid little heed to the proclamation, For he understood that no matter how great one's strength, it did not transcend the limits of humanity. He continued to focus on training his forces. After approximately 3 hours, a monstrous figure burst into the training grounds, bellowing fierce curses from afar, demanding to know who was in charge and ordering them to come forth. The crowd turned their heads in unison, and Nezha was momentarily taken aback. The reason for labeling the individual as a monster was evident. He stood several feet tall, wielding a weapon crafted from wooden planks, and his visage was exceedingly grotesque, clearly not resembling that of a typical human. Given Nezha's youthful appearance, indeed, he was but a child. The towering brute did not initially target him, but instead stormed towards Jade Emperor, eyes bulging with fury, demanding to know how. Having traveled such a distance to assist, he could be so disdainful. Without further ado, the monster raised his fist and aimed to strike at Jade Emperor. Naturally, Jade Emperor would not passively endure such an assault. He retaliated with his own iron fist, resulting in a thunderous clash that left onlookers astonished to see him stagger back several paces. Jade Emperor, a mid-stage golden immortal and a refined creature of the Yellow Bull, possessed considerable strength, rivaling that of Yuan Hong, the legendary monkey, yet in this instant, he appeared to be at a disadvantage, despite his typically placid demeanor. The unprovoked attack ignited a flicker of indignation within him. Just as he prepared to counter, Nezha interceded, grasping Jade Emperor's arm and, with keen interest, inquired, "What is your name?" The monster cast a dubious glance at Nezha, seemingly puzzled by how he managed to intervene, and noted the absence of any discontent from Jade Emperor. "I am Wu Wenhua," he declared, sent by the king to serve as an aide to someone named Nezha. Uncultured, Nezha observed, scrutinizing the simpleton before him. He nodded slowly, affirming the man's apparent lack of sophistication, and asked, "I am the Nezha you speak of. What are your abilities?" Wu Wenhua, taken aback to discover that the child before him was indeed Nezha, felt no ire towards this endearing youth, merely sporting a foolish grin as he scratched his head. "I was just an ordinary peasant, laboring under a wealthy master. However, due to my prodigious appetite, I drained my master's resources, leading to my dismissal. The master suggested I harness my strength and enlist as a general in Chaoga, which is how I came to answer the call for talent." Nezha, his forehead lined with exasperation, replied, "I did not inquire about your arrival. I asked about your capabilities. You truly possess no education." The soldiers erupted into laughter, entertained by Wu Wenhua's naive demeanor. He, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "I merely have great strength. I lack other skills, but I am here at the king's command, ready to follow orders." Nezha, elated by this obedient nature, queried, "You claim to have a large appetite. Just how large is it?" Upon hearing the topic of food, Wu Wenhua perked up, exclaiming, "I can consume enough to fill a whole cow in one sitting. I wonder if the general can provide enough sustenance?" Suddenly, Jade Emperor's countenance darkened with rage as he glared fiercely at Wu Wenhua. "What did you say?" Nezha, at a loss for words, could only lament Wu Wenhua's choice of analogy. Could he not have opted for a more suitable comparison? Perhaps mentioning eating dogs or pigs instead of provoking Jade Emperor with the image of devouring a cow. This was simply intolerable. Nezha could only soothe Jade Emperor, suggesting that Wu Wenhua's actions were unintentional and advising him not to hold a grudge. In truth, Jade Emperor, apart from his fondness for cattle, consumed other animals as well. Yet he would never speak of it in front of the other members of the Maishan Seven Monsters, and neither would they. Jade Emperor understood this principle, and he could only tell Nezha that he felt unwell and needed to leave, although aware this was merely a pretext. Nezha did not refuse him and watched as Jade Emperor departed. Just as Nezha was contemplating how to instruct Wu Wenhua on what should and should not be said, a soldier rushed in, reporting to the commander that a calamity had befallen them. A monstrous creature had appeared outside the city, having already slain 8 of their generals. And General Yin Tianjiao was engaged in battle with the beast, but was on the verge of collapse. "What?" Nezha exclaimed in shock. What was happening today that so many monsters had emerged? Chapter 52, Divine Dog and Demon Dog. Yin Tianjiao was a talent Nezha held in high regard. Although his martial prowess had not yet reached its zenith, he was nonetheless one of the few formidable warriors in the realm. Nezha believed that one day, Yin Tianjiao would undoubtedly grow to the caliber of Huang Feihu. Concerned for Yin Tianjiao's safety, Nezha hurriedly made his way to the city wall, with Wu Wenhua following closely behind, and together they ascended to the ramparts. Upon closer inspection, the creature locked in combat with Yin Tianjiao was indeed a fearsome monster, possessing the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger. While others may not have recognized it, Nezha was well aware of its identity. It was the dragon whisker tiger, born during the time of Xiaohao. This spirit beast, resembling both a dragon and a tiger, was colossal and had the power to hurl stones. Although the dragon whisker tiger was merely at the early stage of the golden immortal realm, There were many on Nezha's side capable of overcoming it. However, Yin Tianjiao was just a mortal, and he was not quite ready to contend with such a beast. If he could reach the level of Huang Feihu, perhaps he would stand a chance, but for now, he was desperately dodging the stones hurled by the dragon whisker tiger. And a dead horse lay on the battlefield, evidently struck down by the giant rocks. With Yin Tianjiao in peril, Nezha could not bear to witness the demise of such a promising young general. Thus, he launched the Qiankuan circle, which disintegrated the incoming stones into powder upon contact. Observing Nezha's intervention, Yin Tianjiao recognized that he was no match for the creature before him. Grasping his large blade, he swiftly retreated from the battlefield. The appearance of the dragon whisker tiger signified that Jiangxia had received a list of deities, the Xinghuang banner, the god-subduing whip, and the four not quite equal. The list of deities is a celestial scripture among the three texts of heaven, earth, and humanity. Those who perish during this calamity will be inscribed upon the list, becoming part of the heavenly court. While some may believe that becoming a deity in the heavenly court after death is a favorable outcome, they could not be more mistaken. Those who perish in the battle for the list of deities will have their souls sent to the deity ascension platform, entering the list of deities, and will be eternally subjugated by the one who possesses it, their powers forever suppressed. It is akin to a dog bound by iron chains, obeying its master's commands to attack whomever they desire. Consider the high-minded figures of the who would willingly serve as a dog to Haoyan. Thus, during the era of deification, no one aspired to be inscribed upon the list of deities. The enhancement of magical prowess remained stagnant. During the journey to the west, figures such as Yang Jian, a disciple of the third generation of the Chan sect, nearly surpassed all the prominent characters listed on the Investiture of the Gods, thereby becoming the foremost general of the heavenly court. Individuals like Wu Wenhua by his side and Long Suhu across from him are both members of the divine ranking. In recollection, Wu Wenhua was seemingly conferred the title of the Star of Strength, while Long Suhu was designated as the Star of the Nine Ugly Ones. It is indeed a fortuitous occurrence for an ordinary person like Wu Wenhua to ascend to the Investiture of the Gods. Although enslaved by Haotian, upon death, he would transcend his mortal form, acquiring a new divine body, liberating himself from the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, while also receiving offerings from the mortal realm. However, for those who have already attained an immortal body, this scenario is a veritable nightmare. Upon death, their immortal essence would cease to exist. And in a desperate bid for survival, they would be compelled to merge their souls with the divine body manifested from the Investiture of the Gods. A fate far more dreadful than death itself. Individuals such as Yang Jian, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Wei Hu, and Lei Zhenzi have achieved sanctity in their physical forms. Though they too have been consecrated, they differ markedly from those who perished during the War of the Gods. They remain unrestrained, entirely beyond Haotinen's control. The three books of heaven, earth, and humanity comprise the heavenly book of the Investiture of the Gods, and the God-dispelling whip is one set, while the earthly book, the earthly membrane, the invincible defensive artifact of Zhenyuan Daxian, and the human book, the register of life and death, along with the spring and autumn reincarnation brush, the judge's brush, form another. If the innate spiritual treasures were to be categorized into tiers, the heavenly book of the Investiture of the Gods and the apricot yellow flag would belong to the finest innate treasures across the three realms. Their origins being extraordinary, the misting heaven silk and the universe ring do not compare. The 5 flags of heaven and earth are transformed from the 5 leaves of the primordial blue lotus, possessing boundless power, used for protection, repelling evildoers, and rendering all methods ineffective. The central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, originally acquired by the primordial heavenly venerable at the treasure distribution rock, is now passed to Jiangxia, with the efficacy of summoning myriad golden lotuses, impervious to all destruction. The eastern blue lotus treasure flag, a treasure obtained by the Taoist of guidance at the treasure distribution rock, serves to calm and stabilize the mind. The southern Li Di flame flag, a treasure obtained by the 3 pure ones at the treasure distribution rock, disrupts yin and yang, appending the 5 elements. The western plain color cloud boundary flag, a treasure bestowed by Hongjun to the Yaopool, also known as the gathering immortal flag. When raised, all immortals are filled with trepidation, signaling their participation in the peach banquet, produces wondrous phenomena, illuminating heaven and earth. The northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, a treasure of the dragon king Ao Shun from the North Sea, is said to have been stolen by a powerful being 30,000 years ago. Its current whereabouts remain unknown, shrouding the universe in ambiguity, obscuring both sky and sun. Jiangxia studied the Tao on Kunlun Mountain for decades, yet his limited aptitude hindered his progress. Despite his noble status as a disciple of the Saint Primordial Heavenly Venerable, his cultivation was lamentably low. Fearing that Jiangxia might perish during the calamity, the primordial heavenly venerable reluctantly bestowed upon him this exquisite innate treasure. Without further ado, Long Su Hu, witnessing the stone he hurled reduced to dust, gazed up at the city wall and shouted vehemently for the little thief who had spoiled his good fortune to come forth and face his wrath. Nezha chuckled lightly. His interest piqued not by the brutish Long Su Hu, but rather by Wu Wenhua, who, unwilling to remain idle, approached Nezha and declared, I have just arrived without any merit. Allow me to take the lead in this battle. Watch as I present his dog head to you. At this moment, Dai Li stood atop the city wall, his nose wrinkled in indignation. What did you say? Nezha hastily intervened, urging him not to speak carelessly and expressing his eagerness for good news. With Nezha's assurance, Wu Wenhua descended, clutching a siege beam. The outbreak of battle drew not only Nezha but also others to the city walls, all keenly observing the fierce clash between Wu Wenhua and the Dragon Whisker Tiger. Though the Dragon Whisker Tiger was large, Wu Wenhua towered even higher, resembling a giant as he approached with the siege beam. You ugly fiend. Today I shall claim your head as a trophy. The Dragon Whisker Tiger, offended by the insult, retorted, You wretched creature, I shall show you my might. His offensive tactics were rudimentary, merely hurling stones, while Wu Wenhua responded with equal simplicity, swinging the siege beam to deflect the incoming projectiles, sending them flying in every direction, ensuring they could not close in on him. Although Wu Wenhua was an ordinary man, his physical prowess allowed him to contend with early-stage golden immortals, and Huang Feihu was one such opponent. Both fighters relied on straightforward yet powerful techniques. At first glance, their combat was thrilling, but the repetitive exchange of stones and the deflection grew monotonous. Huang Tianhua, seated beside Jiangxia, could no longer remain idle. To him, Wu Wenhua appeared to be a simpleton eager for glory. In a bid to prove himself, he summoned his jade qilin to the battlefield, causing two hammers to expand dramatically, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Wu Wenhua sensed the imminent danger and raised the siege beam to block the two hammers. At that moment, a stone flew toward him, and he was unable to evade it, resulting in a direct hit. He let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Despite being a newcomer, Wu Wenhua was favored by Nezha, and it was unacceptable for him to perish. Just as Nezha prepared to intervene, Dai Li acted first. To save Wu Wenhua from such a distance, Dai Li resorted to a magical artifact, spitting forth a red pearl aimed at Huang Tianhua's face. The red pearl shot forth like lightning, and had it struck directly, it would have surely splattered Huang Tianhua's brains. However, Huang Tianhua stood his ground, summoning a radiant light that manifested a flower basket spinning in the air. As the red pearl approached within 10 meters, it abruptly lost its potency, plummeting straight into the basket. Huang Tianhua's flower basket possessed the ability to capture all postnatal magical artifacts. Although Dai Li had refined the red pearl to an almost innate divine artifact's power, it was still not of the innate variety, and thus fell victim to the basket's grasp. Dai Li suddenly lost his connection to the red pearl, panic coursing through him as he summoned his magical energy to descend from the city tower, shouting for the return of his precious treasure. Seeing Dai Li charge towards him, Huang Tianhua's eyes glinted with malice, and from behind him came the sound of a sword unsheathing. The MOCS sword shimmered menacingly as it swung towards Dai Li. Having witnessed the devastation wrought by this innate divine artifact, Dai Li transformed into a gust of black wind, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike of the MOCS sword. The MOE sword, a treasured artifact of the true monarch of Taoist virtue from the Xiang cave on Qifeng Mountain, possesses the remarkable ability to vanquish evil and ward off malevolent beings. Dai Li, a mountain dog that has cultivated itself into a spirit, finds itself unable to evade its true form as a black dog inadvertently manifests. Observing the sudden appearance of a black dog in the sky, the people of West Qi are taken aback, and a cold light emanates from Yang Jian's countenance as he produces a spiritual artifact from his bosom, the celestial dog. The celestial dog, a divine creature, inherently restrains Dai Li. With bared fangs, it swiftly lunges towards Dai Li, opening its gaping maw to deliver a fatal bite. Dai Li's 3 souls and 7 spirits are nearly frightened out of him, his eyes fixed on the celestial dog as he howls to the heavens in despair. At this critical juncture, the celestial dog's jaws clamp down on a sturdy iron rod, the other end of which is held by Yuan Hong. The 7 monsters of Meishan, akin to brothers, rush to Dai Li's aid upon sensing his peril, employing their profound skills to save him. The celestial dog releases the iron rod, baring its teeth and shifting its focus to Yuan Hong, pouncing ferociously. Yuan Hong, with a cold smirk, raises his pillar to strike the oncoming celestial dog. Yet the creature's agility allows it to deftly leap off the iron rod and dart back towards him. As Yuan Hong concentrates on the celestial dog, a flash of white light appears. He is quick to raise his pillar to defend against Yang Jian, who wields the Fangtian Huaji. Although Yuan Hong narrowly avoids the ambush. The celestial dog has seized his right arm, crimson blood oozing where its fangs meet flesh. With a fierce glare at the ferocious celestial dog, Yuan Hong takes a deep breath, attempting to wrench the creature from his grasp, but it clings on like a stubborn adhesive. A glint of cold resolve flashes in Yuan Hong's eyes as he bulks up his left arm, preparing to strike the celestial dog, which senses imminent danger and releases its grip, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. Yuan Hong, unwilling to let the celestial dog escape easily, disregards the blood trickling from his right arm and fiercely swings his pillar at the fleeing creature. The celestial dog, reacting swiftly, leaps to evade. Yet its leg is caught by the pillar, shattering under the divine weapon's force. Yang Jian catches the injured celestial dog midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yuan Hong, how dare you harm my celestial dog? I shall slay you. The bond between Yang Jian and the celestial dog is akin to that of family. And the injury inflames Yang Jian's wrath, leading him to engage Yuan Hong in a fierce battle. The celestial dog's formidable teeth pierce through Yuan Hong's copper skin and iron bone, an impressive feat, considering that even his golden bricks or the innate spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan circle, would fail to inflict any damage. Yang Jian and Yuan Hong are evenly matched, though Yuan Hong has sustained a bite. He is still capable of fending off Yang Jian's onslaught. Thus, Dai Li's life is preserved, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Due to the fact that Huang Tianhua is the son of Huang Feihu, Nezha is reluctant to take action against him. However, Huang Tianhua's repeated provocations have already crossed Nezha's bottom line. Regardless of his lineage, nothing can quell Nezha's murderous intent. With a swift leap atop his wind and fire wheels, Nezha brandishes his fiery spear and darts towards Huang Tianhua. A howling sound fills the air as an object approaches from behind. With his divine sight, Nezha perceives the 9 heavens above and the 18 layers of hell below, thus he easily detects a large stone hurled by Long Shuhu from his rear. Skillfully, he sidesteps the projectile without losing any momentum. Meanwhile, Wu Wenhua engages in direct combat with Long Shuhu, who attempts a sneak attack. Wu Wenhua, sensing the danger, seizes the opportunity while Long Shuhu's focus is diverted towards Nezha. Ignoring his injuries, he leaps from the ground and delivers a powerful strike to Long Shuhu's chest with a wooden plank. Long Shuhu cries out in agony, glancing down to see bloody gashes marking his chest, which has been reduced to a mangled mass, exposing white bone beneath. Had he not been struck by a stone earlier, Wu Wenhua's strength would have undoubtedly claimed Long Shuhu's life. Fearing for his own safety, Long Shuhu clutches his chest and retreats hastily to the rear camp, threatening Wu Wenhua as he departs, calling him an ugly monster and vowing that next time he will not let him go. Nezha grips the fiery spear tightly, channeling all his strength as he thrusts it towards Huang Tianhua's heart. Should the spear find its mark, Huang Tianhua would certainly meet his demise. Naturally, Huang Tianhua is not willing to die without a fight. He crosses 2 hammers, magnified tenfold, before him, creating an impenetrable shield around his body. Nezha, fueled by genuine fury, resembles an iron nail as he drives his spear towards the hammers. The fiery spear, enveloped in unparalleled mystical energy, collides with the hammers, erupting in a cataclysmic blaze. The shockwave tosses both Huang Tianhua and his hammers from the back of the Jade Qilin, crashing violently to the ground. Although Nezha's strength may not rival Yuan Hong's, it is more than sufficient to deal with an ordinary early golden immortal. Huang Tianhua, in a state of disarray, scrambles to his feet and frantically flees, while Dai Li has already reverted to human form, anxiously calling for his beloved. Nezha, deep in thought, tightens his grip on the fiery spear and continues the pursuit. As Huang Tianhua runs, he cries out for Uncle Jiang, pleading for rescue. Even the Heavenly King cannot save you. Upon hearing the cries, Jiang Zia hastens his to Huang Tianhua's side, nodding at him, and then calmly addresses Nezha, do not assist in tyranny any longer. Your 2 brothers, Jinjia and Muzha, are disciples of my teaching. By the decree of fate, you too should be a disciple of my elder brother Tai. If you are willing to abandon darkness for light and submit to me in Shiqi, I am willing to act as a mediator. Simply kneel 3 times and bow 9 times in sincere homage to my brother, and we shall transform enmity into kinship. In this world, Nezha harbors a deep-seated hatred for Tai above all others. Jiang Zia audaciously demands that he pay homage to Tai, which nearly incites Nezha to laughter in his fury. He responds, very well, summon your Tai dog brother. If he is willing to kneel 3 times and bow 9 times as an apology to me, I shall consider taking him as my disciple. Nezha's words naturally incensed Jiang Zia, whose demeanor instantly turned cold. Unbeknownst to him, today this humble Taoist intends to subdue you, this aberration. Jiang Zia. Merely an ordinary man with some Taoist knowledge dared to confront him directly, which seemed rather irrational. Could it be that Jiang Ziya possessed some secret weapon that emboldened him to utter such bold claims? Huang Tianhua had hastily returned to the ranks of Shiqi, while Dai Li and Wu Wenhua gradually approached him, their faces betraying a hint of anxiety upon realizing Huang Tianhua had vanished. Wu Wenhua, however, was wide-eyed with excitement. Jiang Ziya, the Chancellor of Shiqi, if slain now, would be a monumental achievement. He watched Jiang Ziya, unable to suppress his saliva. Jiang Ziya produced a small flag, no larger than a hand, and planted it firmly in the ground 3 meters ahead. Without watering or any catalyst, the flag grew at a visible pace, towering to several zhang in height in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ziya, astride his peculiar steed, stood before the towering flag, his eyes darting as if contemplating something. Nezha, if you have the courage, come and shatter my treasure. This was the Xinghuang flag, and Nezha, observing the self-assured Jiang Ziya, hesitated to advance. The Xinghuang flag was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure from the time of creation, and with this artifact, Jiang Ziya had evaded danger on numerous occasions. At that moment, Wu Wenhua approached Nezha, noticing the latter's furrowed brow and reluctance to advance. He volunteered, "My lord, let me go. Watch as I bring this old man to you." Wu Wenhua was willing to take the risk, and after a moment's reflection, Nezha acquiesced, knowing well that this item was a defensive innate treasure, but ignorant of its other potential uses. Wu Wenhua, seeing the large flag obstructing his path, boldly wielded a wooden plank and charged forward. Just then, the Xinghuang flag suddenly exhibited sentience, resembling a blossoming tree, with 6 or 7 golden lotuses sprouting from its surface, automatically blocking Wu Wenhua's assault. Wu Wenhua, taken aback yet undeterred, continued to strike at the flag. However, as his force intensified, more golden flowers emerged, soon covering the entire flag. Attempting to bypass the flag and seize Jiang Ziya's life directly, Wu Wenhua was thwarted by 5 or 6 golden flowers that flew down and hovered in midair, obstructing his path. Infuriated, he discarded the wooden plank, spat into his palm as if to rally himself, and bent down, attempting to uproot the Xinghuang flag. Yet, despite his efforts, the flag remained immovable, and after a while, Wu Wenhua realized his hand seemed to be glued to the flag, rendering him unable to pull away, which filled him with dread. Nezha silently praised the narrow escape. Fortunately, Wu Wenhua had tested the waters first. Had he charged blindly, it would have been he ensnared by the Xinghuang flag. The flag's adhesive quality felt somewhat trivial, while initially useful, once one understood the danger of touching the Xinghuang flag. That attribute became utterly useless. The apricot yellow banner is fundamentally a defensive innate treasure, primarily designed to repel external divine abilities and magical artifacts, with the ability to adhere to one's palm being merely an ancillary feature. Jiang Ziya harbored a hidden resentment. He had initially intended to use the apricot yellow banner to ensnare the formidable Nezha, only to find himself with the insignificant Wu Wenhua instead. Nonetheless, it was still a form of gain. He brandished the god-subduing whip from his waist and struck fiercely at Wu Wenhua's crown. Chapter 54. The long-awaited resentment. Wu Wenhua's palm was ensnared by the apricot yellow banner, which he had to take partial responsibility for. Thus, when Jiang Ziya brandished the god-subduing whip with the intent to end Wu Wenhua's life, Nezha could not permit such an outcome. Though the battlefield contained only Jiang Ziya, Nezha, and Wu Wenhua, concern for Jiang Ziya's safety prompted Han Julong and Xue Ehu, stationed 10 meters away in the West Qi camp, to remain on high alert for any unforeseen developments. Nezha swiftly unleashed the heavenly silk, its crimson light resembling a shooting star, and in the blink of an eye, it ensnared Wu Wenhua's form. With a slight exertion of his fingers, Han Julong soared into the air beneath him, exclaiming, "Jiang Ziya, cease your actions." Han Julong and Xue Ehu were merely ordinary third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, possessing limited magical prowess and lacking any noteworthy artifacts. Thus, they were left vulnerable to the onslaught of the innate treasure, the heavenly silk, which allowed Nezha to control the situation at will. Nezha refrained from immediately rescuing Wu Wenhua because the apricot yellow banner was impervious to harm, with its golden flowers obstructing his own treasures, including the heavenly silk. Consequently, he opted for a strategy akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, seizing Han Julong instead. Capturing Han Julong took but a breath, and suddenly, the absence of one person spurred Xue Ehu to rush from afar, shouting angrily, "Let go of my senior brother at once. Otherwise, my master, the Taoist ancestor, will not spare you." Having already harbored grievances with Tai Yi, and thus with the entire Chan sect, he felt little concern for a Taoist ancestor and scoffed. Even if the Taoist ancestor were here, what could he accomplish today? Do you think I fear him? Xue Ehu approached Jiang Ziya, seething with anger. Yet seeing that his threats bore no weight, he turned to Jiang Ziya and pleaded, "Uncle Master Jiang, I implore you to save my senior brother." Jiang Zia furrowed his brow in silent contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Nezha stood with his arms crossed, exhibiting no sign of anxiety. A smile gracing his lips as he awaited Jiang Zia's response. Wu Wenhua remained ensnared by Jiang Zia, while Han Dulong was bound tightly by the heavenly silk. Akin to a fish out of water beneath Jiang Zia's feet, both sides held leverage over each other, engaging in a psychological battle. Despite his deep concern for Wu Wenhua, Jiang Zia could not allow any trace of it to surface, lest it be exploited by Jiang Zia. Thus, he feigned a relaxed and indifferent demeanor. Although Jiang Zia was astute and cunning, he remained unaware of the intricacies at play, his anxiety betraying him. Nezha, we both hold hostages. Why not release them and negotiate an exchange? Jiang Zia was the first to speak, and Nezha immediately realized that the other party had fallen into a trap. How could he easily acquiesce? Thus, he replied, Jiang Zia, your thoughts are rather simplistic. The person you have captured is merely an ordinary individual, while the one I possess is a prized disciple of your senior brother, the Taoist Celestial. To seek a one-on-one exchange is but a foolish dream. Jiang Zia's face darkened, utterly unprepared for Nezha's brazen audacity to raise the stakes. Naturally, he could not allow Nezha's cunning scheme to succeed. I have no time to haggle with you, Nezha. If you do not release my comrade, we shall resort to a fight to the finish, and neither shall benefit from this. It was clear that Jiang Zia had made his resolution. The divine whip was raised high, poised to strike should Nezha utter a single word of dissent. In that moment, Nezha's breath quickened, his palm clenched tightly, so forcefully that his nails pierced into his flesh. Yet, his expression remained cold. Go ahead and make your move, Wu Wenhua. If I act this way, will you come to resent me? This statement signified his determination. Wu Wenhua turned his head away, lamenting, I was indeed foolish, having fallen into this old Taoist scheme. This is my just reward. Therefore, I do not blame you. As long as you seek vengeance for me after I perish, I shall find joy in that. Well said, you possess a fierce spirit. Nezha secretly admired him. Although Wu Wenhua's intellect may be somewhat simplistic, he was no coward. He was a person of substance. Nezha would not allow Wu Wenhua to perish in vain. He awaited Jiang Zia's response, his gaze fixed intently on the divine whip. Should Jiang Zia harbor murderous intent, he would immediately relent and agree to the terms of exchange. In stark contrast to his own side, Han Dulong was pale with fear, struggling desperately on the ground, attempting to break free from the heavenly silk. As a primordial spiritual treasure, how could the heavenly silk be so easily escaped? Han Dulong shouted while wrestling, Uncle Master Jiang, save me. We descended the mountain under Master S orders to assist you. Yet we have fallen into the hands of the enemy. You cannot abandon us. Shui Hu, too, knelt at Jiang Zia's feet, tears streaming down his face as he clutched Jiang Zia's trousers, pleading for help. The situation clearly illustrated the bond between the two brothers. Jiang Zia gritted his teeth, tightening and loosening his grip in turn. He was acutely aware that this was a trap set by Nezha, yet he still stepped into it. With a sigh, he ultimately lowered the divine whip. State any further demands you may have. However, I warn you, should you make exorbitant requests, I shall never acquiesce. With Jiang Zia relenting, Nezha too felt a weight lift from his heart. He waved his hand, smiling with ease. My request is quite simple. I agree to an exchange. But you must ensure that Huang Tianhua hands over the red pearl. This request should not be difficult, correct? Jiang Zia, having prepared for a more demanding price, was taken aback by the simplicity of the request and promptly agreed. He instructed Shui Hu to summon Huang Tianhua. Upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, Shui Hu understood that Jiang Zia had consented. His eyes filled with excitement as he swiftly rose from the ground and hurried back to the camp. Before long, Huang Tianhua arrived astride his jade Qilin, casting a fierce glare at Nezha. Reluctantly, he retrieved the red orb from his bosom. The orb was his hard-won prize, and parting with it was a bitter pill to swallow. Master Jiang, this is Nezha's cunning ploy. If we acquiesce to his demands, we shall surely be deceived. Jiang Zia found merit in Huang Tianhua's words and continued to listen. This grotesque figure must surely be a formidable general of the enemy. I refuse to believe he is indifferent to the fate of this individual. His apparent nonchalance is likely a fade. Huang Tianhua made a gesture across his throat, his intent unmistakable. He meant to slay Wu Wenhua. Nezha's heart, which had briefly settled, now raced with unprecedented anxiety, fearing that Jiang Zia might heed Huang Tianhua's counsel and bring harm to Wu Wenhua. Fortunately, two others were even more agitated, Han Dulong and Shui Hu. Han Dulong glared fiercely at Huang Tianhua, hurling curses. You scoundrel! I've always sensed you were no good, but today you dare to seek my life. Just wait. Even if I perish, I will haunt you as a ghost. Shui Hu chimed in, adding fuel to the fire as they both berated Huang Tianhua, whose face alternated between red and pale, resembling a despicable coward. In a desperate attempt at self-defense, he protested, "Isn't it natural to worry about Nezha's trickery? Please be patient. I am certain Nezha will not dare to act." "You speak as if it were easy for you," Han Julong retorted. "You are not the one bound. If we were to trade places, I would consent to your proposal." Just as Han Julong finished speaking, Jiang Ziya turned his gaze to Huang Tianhua, causing him to tremble in fear of being swamped with Han Julong. Hastily, he handed the red orb to Jiang Ziya. The orb soared through the air like a parabolic arc, and Dai Li's heart leaped with joy as he caught it. Jiang Ziya declared, "We shall release them together. But should you dare to employ any treachery, my sect will pursue you to the ends of the earth to reclaim your life." Nezha turned to Dai Li, seeking confirmation of the orb's authenticity to prevent any deceit from Huang Tianhua and Jiang Ziya. Dai Li nodded affirmatively, indicating the orb was genuine. With this confirmation, Nezha tightened his grip on the mixed celestial ribbon, gently tossing it, and it swiftly returned to him, freeing Han Julong from his bonds. Jiang Ziya also recited an incantation, liberating Wu Wenhua from the auspicious yellow banner. Han Julong, a practitioner at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, immediately soared to Jiang Ziya's side upon his release. In contrast, Wu Wenhua, an ordinary mortal, took a moment to retrieve a weapon from the nearby pile, his pace considerably slower. As Wu Wenhua bent to pick up the weapon, the sky darkened ominously, and a massive black hammer descended from above, striking him squarely on the back. He coughed up a spray of blood, collapsing into a pool of crimson, a mere 2 meters from Nezha. Nezha was utterly taken aback, never anticipating such a turn of events. Meanwhile, Huang Tianhua, bearing 2 hammers upon his shoulders, gleefully proclaimed, "If you act first on the first day of the month, do not blame me for retaliating on the 15th. He laughed heartily, reveling in his own audacious actions. Nezha fixed his icy gaze upon Huang Tianhua, an overwhelming aura cascading forth like a tempest. With a flash of white light, the fire-tipped spear materialized in his grasp. "Huang Tianhua, today I shall take your life. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet the same fate." The primal beast within him surged forth, its malevolence more formidable than ever, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet, instilling an involuntary shiver in those present. Chapter 55. The second-generation disciples of the Chan sect. Taoist Heavenly Sovereign Nezha was on the brink of fury, observing the oblivious Wu Wenhua. He cautiously approached, feeling for warmth in Wu Wenhua's hand, and, relieved to find it still there, he let out a quiet sigh. "Dai Li, take him away." Dai Li nodded, shouldering Wu Wenhua as they made their way back to the Sui water pass. At that moment, Nezha abruptly raised his head, his voice piercingly cold. "Jiang Ziya, your subordinate has violated our agreement. Now I intend to kill him. If you wish to preserve your dignity, do not interfere. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Jiang Ziya's expression was one of astonishment. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. It seemed that Huang Tianhua's ambush had been executed without his prior knowledge. However, he would not allow Nezha to slay Huang Tianhua so easily. Steeling himself, he proclaimed, "King Zhou is tyrannical and cruel, oppressing the loyal and good-hearted. Our purpose here is to restore clarity and justice for the people, and Huang Tianhua's actions are, in essence, a means to eradicate the minions of the tyrant. Although his methods may be flawed, he has not erred in intent." Jiang Ziya's attempt to absolve Huang Tianhua, despite the latter's despicable conduct, only intensified Nezha's murderous intent. "You, a disciple of Kunlun, have the audacity to behave so shamelessly." It seems there is nothing more to discuss. Although Jiang Ziya had allies such as Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, and Wei Hu, their combined strength paled in comparison to Nezha's might. Nezha chose not to engage in moral discourse with Jiang Ziya. Instead, he called for a collective onslaught, eager to witness how Jiang Ziya would safeguard Huang Tianhua's life. With a decisive plan in mind, Nezha began to act. Jin Dashing, Zhu Zhen, Chang Hao Wulong, Yang Xian, Dai Li, Yu Hua, Ao Bing, come forth. Nezha amplified his voice through the air, making it resonate with a weighty clarity that could be heard for miles. After half a month of recuperation, Yang Xian and Dai Li had fully recovered, undoubtedly. Lei Zhenzi and Wei Hu from the West Qi camp had also regained their strength, as they were elite disciples of the Chan sect and had access to potent elixirs. The individuals Nezha summoned were all figures of golden immortal status, each possessing formidable powers. The energy they gathered together was terrifyingly immense, causing Jiang Ziya to wear an anxious expression as he watched them descend behind Nezha. Yang Jian and Yuan Hong were locked in a fierce struggle, and the only one among the enemy capable of impacting the situation was Wei Hu, a disciple of the Taoist Heavenly Sovereign. The demon-subduing pestle was an indomitable weapon, each strike possessing the weight of Mount Tai. Indeed, it was Mount Tai itself. Yet, Jiang Ziya felt no fear. Although this weapon is formidable, Nezha is not without means to contend with it. The magic silk and the demon-subduing staff represent two extremes, akin to a soft blade that renders the demon-subduing staff ineffective. In a one-on-one confrontation, Nezha could easily seize victory over Wei Hu. Although Wu Wenhua has only known Nezha for a day, the misfortunes he has suffered stem from Nezha's actions, placing a measure of responsibility upon him. Therefore, this battle must ensue, should it be dismissed so hastily. How could he face his followers in the future? When Wu Wenhua was ambushed, it was evident to all. They glared with fierce eyes, eager for action. Especially Dai Li, who was present during the incident, now burning with a desire for vengeance against Huang Tianhua. He urged Nezha, "Commander, issue the order to eradicate these treacherous scoundrels and avenge General Wu." Nezha surveyed the crowd, each individual radiating a predatory aura, reflecting Dai Li's sentiments. Without hesitation, he prepared to command them to charge forth. However, the unfolding situation exceeded Jiang Ziya's expectations. He could not permit Nezha to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. With a sharp voice, he cried, "Nezha, do you dare? If you harm any of my fellow disciples from the Chan sect, my brothers will not let you go unpunished." Jiang Ziya's faction consisted of third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, who, seeing their inferiority in strength, resorted to threats. Yet, Jiang Ziya's words carried some weight. Even if he were to eliminate these third-generation disciples, what would happen if the second-generation disciples of the Chan sect sought retribution later? He himself harbored no fear. But the likes of the seven monsters of Meishan, Ao Ling, Ao Bing, and Yu Hua had no stake in this matter. Nezha hesitated, seemingly subdued by Jiang Ziya's warnings, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from the latter. "I reiterate, Nezha, your fate is tied to my senior brother, Tai Zhenren. Should you choose to forsake darkness for light and cease your complicity in tyranny, the doors of the Chan sect remain open to you." As Jiang Ziya finished speaking, Zhu Jun erupted with anger, exclaiming, "You think you can intimidate others with the Chan sect? It won't work on us seven monsters of Meishan. Bring on those 12 golden immortals. Watch me, Zhu, dispatch them one by one. Indeed, especially that old rascal Tai, summon him forth. For I have long wished to claim his life." Dai Li echoed Zhu Jun's sentiments. Ao Bing's expression remained icy, but a glint of ferocity emerged at the mention of Tai. "Tai, I shall ensure his demise." General Yu Hua of the Seven Heads retorted, "Jiang Ziya, as the Prime Minister of Shiqi, is this how you respond to our superior strength? With mere threats? What of the Chan sect? Are disciples of the GS sect to be trifled with?" Yu Hua, a member of the GS sect, was not alone. Many within the GA sect held positions of power in Chaoge, including the Grand Master Wenzhong, a disciple of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Hence, the Chan sect could not intimidate GS sect disciples. Jiang Ziya's threats not only failed to deter the crowd but instead ignited their ferocity, producing an entirely counterproductive effect. Regret coursed through Jiang Ziya, wishing he could take back his words. The fervent declarations of the crowd surged into their hearts like a torrent of warmth, igniting a spirit of battle that influenced even themselves. As the saying goes, the general embodies the soul of the soldiers, and the soldiers represent the courage of their leader. With the collective fearlessness towards the teachings, he too cast aside his lingering doubts. Nezha, with eyes aflame, issued a thunderous command, "Attack," as the linchpin for all. His orders unleashed a torrent akin to a river bursting its banks, a wildfire spreading uncontrollably. Nezha surged forward, brandishing his fiery spear against Huang Tianhua, with the throng of warriors following closely behind, revealing their weapons in unison. Just as the battle was on the brink of erupting, the sky oscillated between light and darkness. Swirling white clouds resembling a tornado, casting an ominous pall over the battlefield. A chilling aura of imminent death enveloped the scene, sending shivers down spines. As Nezha approached Huang Tianhua, a colossal bolt of lightning struck with a crack, aimed directly at him. Often, one likened speed to lightning, highlighting its swiftness that renders it insurmountable. Had it been anyone else, they would have been obliterated in an instant. However, endowed with divine vision, Nezha sensed the anomaly in the skies and deftly harnessed his magical powers, utilizing the speed of the wind-fire wheels to evade the strike. Fortuitously, with both divine sight and the wind-fire wheels at his disposal, had either been absent, he would have surely faced the wrath of the thunderous blow, which exploded with a cataclysmic sound, leaving a scorched earth in its wake and plumes of black smoke rising from the impact zone. The Five Thunder Heart Method. Indeed, this formidable spell was the ancient supreme sorcery known as the Five Thunder Heart Method. Nezha had previously witnessed its power during Jiang Ziya's raid. Yet the magnitude of this spell now was incomparably more potent than before. Only Jiang Ziya in the enemy camp possessed knowledge of the Five Thunder Heart Method. But when had its might ever reached such heights? This revelation drew Nezha's gaze towards Jiang Ziya, eager to uncover the truth. Jiang Ziya, astride his unique steed beneath the apricot yellow banner, bore an expression of astonishment. It was evident that this manifestation of the 5 Thunder Heart method was not conjured by his hand. Yet, aside from him, who else could wield such ancient sorcery? This sudden turn of events astonished all present on the battlefield. At that moment, a figure appeared from the west, riding on clouds, an immortal whose ethereal presence concealed immeasurable power. This individual was not to be trifled with, for Nezha had only encountered such unfathomable essence in one other person, Tai. Thus, this newcomer was at the very least a great Luo Golden Immortal, or perhaps one of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan teaching. Though his true identity remained shrouded in mystery, Jiangxia, who had been riddled with anxiety, found his composure restored upon the arrival of this immortal. Regaining the imposing presence of his former self, the panic dissipating entirely, Jiangxia, mounted on his peculiar steed, was the first to approach the immortal, clasping his hands in greeting and saying, "Senior brother, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, we would surely have faced total annihilation." The visitor was the Taoist master of Yuwu Cave in Jintingshan, a disciple of the primordial supreme being of Kunlun Mountain, with students such as Wei Hu, Han Dulong, and Shui Hu. The prowess of this individual, Dao Xing Tianzun, remains somewhat obscure to Nezha. However, the formidable combat strength displayed by Wei Hu on the battlefield suggests that he is far from ordinary. Dao Xing Tianzun possesses superior cultivation, insight, and magical prowess. Historical records mention only one notable event involving Dao Xing Tianzun. Yuan Shi Tianzun once dispatched him to retrieve the immortal sword from the exquisite immortal sword array, indicating the deep affection Yuan Shi Tianzun held for his disciple. The arrival of Dao Xing Tianzun filled Jiangxia's faction with elation, while Han Dulong and Shui Hu eagerly prostrated themselves to pay their respects. Dao Xing Tianzun nodded slightly. Yet a hint of perplexity crossed his visage as he inquired about the absence of their senior brother. Upon mentioning Wei Hu, Han Dulong immediately cast a fierce glare at Nezha, declaring, "Master, my senior brother is currently defending Shichi City and is not participating in this battle." Dao Xing Tianzun appeared puzzled, turning to Jiangxia and remarking that although Wei Hu's magical abilities had not reached their zenith, he was nonetheless a formidable force. Why then had such a task been assigned to him? Jiangxia sighed, explaining, "Senior brother, you may not be aware, but during the previous campaign, Wei Hu sustained grave injuries. Though he has recovered significantly after half a month of recuperation, he still bears some lingering wounds. This battle was merely to serve as a vanguard, hence he was not summoned. How could he be gravely injured?" Dao Xing Tianzun mused, scanning Nezha and the others before shaking his head. His gaze then shifted to Yuan Hong, who was engaged in a fierce battle in the distance. "Is that person responsible for injuring my disciple?" Dao Xing Tianzun referred to Yuan Hong, to which Han Dulong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Master, that is not the case. The individual is Yuan Hong, the leader of the 7 monsters of Meishan. While he possesses considerable powers, it was actually the second of the 7, named Jin Daxing, who inflicted the injury." Dao Xing Tianzun stood in stunned silence for a moment, before erupting into a raucous laugh, mercilessly mocking. How could it be? A mere golden immortal in the later stages? These inept fools could never match Wei Hu. Dao Xing Tianzun, inherently akin to Tai Yizhen Run, possessed a natural sense of superiority, as if standing atop the pinnacle of existence while others were mere ants. Even his speech emanating as though it were a divine bestowal. This brazen demeanor involuntarily reminded Nezha of Tai Yi, whose arrogance mirrored that of Dao Xing Tianzun. Stepping forward, he too laughed heartily, clutching his abdomen. Dao Xing Tianzun, taken aback, regarded Nezha with an expression akin to that of a corpse, asking, "What is it that you find so amusing? Do you not realize that in a mere hour and 15 minutes, all of you shall meet the King of Hell? I laugh at your ignorance of your own limitations, truly believing yourself to be significant. I assure you, had it been only you who arrived, I would be remiss. Whether you believe it or not only will your disciple meet the King of Hell before you, but I shall ensure that you both do so even sooner." Dao Xing Tianzun fixed Nezha with an incredulous stare, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes, and coldly retorted, "I shall see who truly lacks awareness of their own limitations." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged towards Nezha, who, undaunted, matched it with the ferocity emanating from within him. Chapter 56. The Power of Mount Tai and the Demon-Subduing Pestle Under Ordinary Circumstances. Nezha would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the murderous aura unleashed by a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, at this moment, Nezha was engulfed in a surge of wrath, and although his malevolence did not rival that of the Taoist master, he was nevertheless impervious to his adversary's pressure. The Taoist master, observing Nezha's resistance to his imposing presence, could not help but temper his disdain, yet he still proclaimed in an elevated tone that they were but lowly practitioners. Since they chose to assist tyranny, he would unleash a massacre and consign them to the Fengshen Bang. No sooner had the Taoist master spoken than he made the first move, his figure hurtling towards Nezha with the swiftness of lightning. Nezha promptly summoned his magical powers, thrusting his fiery spear towards the approaching figure. In a fleeting encounter, Nezha was sent flying, landing 10 meters away. Is this the might of a great Luo golden immortal? Nezha supported himself with the fiery spear, slowly rising from the ground. His gaze fixed apprehensively on the Taoist master. The Taoist master was intent on further action when the 6 monsters of Meishan hastily obstructed his path. The Taoist master dismissed them as mere trifles, declaring that a multitude of inept beings remains inept. His words incited the fury of the 6 monsters, who brandished their weapons and charged at the Taoist master. The Taoist master unleashed his formidable power, quickly engaging in a fierce battle with the 6 monsters. Though the Taoist master was indeed more powerful than the 6 monsters, there is a saying, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Furthermore, the 6 monsters were not to be underestimated. Each possessed their own divine abilities and treasures. Having spent thousands of years together, their teamwork was remarkably harmonious, rendering them no less formidable than the Taoist master. As the Taoist master was besieged by the group, Han Duolong and Shuehu sought to assist him. General Yuhua of the 7 Heads, wielding the blood transformation divine blade, approached, declaring that today he would make them souls beneath his blade. At this moment, only Huang Tianhua remained by Jiang Ziya's side. Nezha, brandishing his fiery spear, menacingly advanced towards Huang Tianhua, declaring, "Let us see who can save you this time." Huang Tianhua was now gripped by a profound fear of Nezha, his legs trembling as he hurriedly fled towards Jiang Ziya, exclaiming, "Uncle Master Jiang, save me." Jiang Ziya, equally anxious, knew that the apricot yellow flag belonged to him and could shield him from external attacks, yet it could not protect Huang Tianhua beside him, leaving him in a state of helplessness. In that moment, 2 figures soared from the distance to Jiang Ziya's side, none other than the long-absent Lei Junzi and Wei Hu. Both bowed respectfully to Jiang Ziya, who nodded and pointed towards Nezha, instructing, "You must first intercept him." Lei Junzi clasped his fists in acknowledgement and brandished his golden rod, launching the first assault. Just as the golden rod was about to strike Nezha's face, a crisp clash echoed as the Huagon spear intercepted Lei Junzi's path. "You shall first pass through me," the wielder declared. Though Lei Junzi was in the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm and possessed superior cultivation compared to Ao Bing, Ao Bing, as a Imu divine dragon, was virtually immortal as long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, and indeed, the more grievously he was injured, the stronger he became. Since the last campaign against the Canines, Ao Bing has been on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Although his current strength may slightly lag behind Lei Junzi, his opponent lacks the ability to deliver a fatal blow to him. Ao Bing has dispatched a warrior to his side, and now, accompanied by Wei Hu and Huang Tianhua, Nezha no longer hesitates. The fire-tipped spear sweeps through the air, unleashing a torrent of flames, as the blazing red light engulfs Huang Tianhua and Wei Hu. Surrounded by the crimson glow, Nezha witnesses the fierce flames scorching the earth beneath. Huang Tianhua retrieves a flower basket, a magical artifact used to collect offerings, and as it emerges, the flames seem to be doused by an immense torrent of water, vanishing in an instant. The flower basket, known as the Spring Breeze White Jade Basket, is a rather ordinary innate spiritual treasure, though its efficacy is commendable, allowing for the collection of any postnatal magical artifact. The fire emitted by the fire-tip spear is merely mundane flame, easily subdued by the Spring Breeze White Jade Basket. Had it been true Samadhi fire, daring to collect it would have reduced the basket to ashes. As the flames dissipate, Wei Hu ascends into the air, wielding the demon-subduing pestle with terrifying force. Nezha, having previously suffered from this weapon, refrains from engaging directly and leaps aside on his wind-fire wheels to evade the onslaught. The ground quakes violently where the pestle strikes, causing a 10-meter radius to tremble and collapse. Nezha propels himself into the air, retrieving the mysterious sky silk. The silk dances with the wind, transforming into a wide ribbon that ensnares Wei Hu, rendering him immobile. Just as Nezha prepares for his next offensive, the Mo Xie sword manifests as a beam of azure light, slicing through the mysterious sky silk and freeing Wei Hu. Nezha grits his teeth, nearly succeeding in capturing Wei Hu, yet ultimately falling short. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily subdue them both, however. Their combination of close and ranged combat presents a significant challenge. Once freed, Wei Hu raises the demon-subduing pestle to bombard Nezha. He lifts the fire-tipped spear to defend himself, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sends him flying. Although he successfully blocks the attack, his arm goes numb, leaving him disoriented. Shaking his head to regain focus, Nezha notices the pestle swirling above him, and, whether it is an illusion or not, it suddenly appears as a towering mountain descending upon him. By the time Nezha reacts, the mountain looms ominously close, and he hastily raises his arms to withstand the colossal weight of the pestle, which rivals that of Mount Tai. Despite his innate strength, he struggles to resist. His veins bulge, and invoking his divine powers, he calls upon the 3 heads and 6 arms, roaring towards the heavens as 6 additional arms sprout from his back, bracing against the immense pressure. Lacking mastery over the elusive 9 mysteries technique, he finds himself immobilized beneath the weight of the mountain. Wei Hu stands triumphantly atop the transformed pestle, bowing to Jiang Zia. Master Jiang, Nezha has been captured by me. I beseech you to decide his fate. Jiang Zia's eyes sparkled with joy as he retracted the apricot yellow flag and rode his peculiar steed to Nezha's side. Nezha, you possess great potential. Should you choose to submit to our cause in Shichi, I reiterate, I would gladly facilitate your apprenticeship under my esteemed senior, Tai. Nezha, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he raised his 8 arms, holding up a towering mountain. At that moment, he dared not move an inch. Any distraction could lead to his complete obliteration beneath the weight of the mountain. Despite this, Nezha bit down hard on his teeth. Even the simple act of turning his head seemed to drain him of all energy. Beads of sweat dripped down as he revealed a broad grin. I too have my conditions. If your Tai brother wishes for me to be his disciple, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Jiang Zia shook his head and sighed. Why must you be so obstinate? Even now, you remain defiant. The downfall of the Shang dynasty is destined. No one can alter it. Should you perish, you will ascend the Fengshen Bang, becoming nothing more than a lifeless shell, reduced to being treated like a mere dog. Is this the life you envision for yourself? Jiang Zia smacked his lips, reflecting on the futility of gaining any enhancement in cultivation from being listed on the Fengshen Bang. Consider this. You are still so young, with limitless prospects ahead. Achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal is all but guaranteed. With sufficient fortune, you may even attain eternal existence, becoming a formidable figure within the 3 realms. By taking my senior as your master, you will gain access to countless resources for cultivation and an array of divine techniques to choose from. With the support of our teachings, you could navigate the 3 realms with ease. Think it over. I will grant you a moment to ponder, but should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for sending you to the Fengshen Bang. Jiang Zia's words indeed struck a chord with Nezha, who truly desires death, who wishes to be treated like a dog. Just by speaking, one could evade death. Nezha was on the verge of acquiescing, yet, for reasons unknown, as the words hovered on the edge of his lips, a sense of unease, panic, and fear gripped him. It felt as if something profoundly significant was slipping away from him, although he could not discern what that something was. Nezha wrestled with his thoughts in turmoil when Huang Tianhua arrived, riding the Jade Qilin. Impatiently, he declared, Master, since this young one is so obstinate, let us simply eliminate him. Do not. Nezha blurted out, a statement he wished to retract. Yet, those who have not faced such peril cannot comprehend the depth of this sentiment. He yearned to boldly declare that he would accept any fate, but when confronted with death, fear enveloped him. Why was he afraid? Even in the face of sacrificing his bones for his father and flesh for his mother, he had not felt such terror. Was he still Nezha? Was he still the fearless Nezha? No. Nezha suddenly roared with a voice that shook the heavens, penetrating the sky. I am Nezha. How can I bow my head? Jiang Zia, if you wish for my surrender, you are merely lost in a daydream. If you seek to kill me, then come forth. At the last moment, Nezha finally comprehended the reason behind his reluctance to acquiesce. Tai Zhenren had deceived his parents, leading him to a point of enmity even with himself, to the extent of contemplating self-destruction. If he could disregard such a betrayal, what right did he have to continue living in this world? This was akin to recognizing a thief as one's father or collaborating with the enemy. The thought of death terrified him, for he desired to live well. Yet Nezha's very purpose for existence was vengeance, particularly the need to slay Tai. Was ascending the god list merely a descent into a lifeless existence? To Nezha, truly accepting Jiang Zia's proposal would render his future a genuine state of being a walking corpse. What of death? What of the god list? Countless individuals have perished under the teachings of the Chan sect, yet the phrase life and death are but the transmission of the Jie sect has been immortalized, earning universal admiration. Did they not understand that death would lead them to the god list? The heavenly path sought the annihilation of the Shang dynasty. From the highest echelons of the Jie sect to the ordinary followers, none could be unaware of this celestial mandate. Yet, they willingly chose to oppose the heavens. What of death? Even in death, one must die with dignity. Even in failure, At least one had fought valiantly, regardless of how they might fall. To conform to the heavenly path? To accept fate? Nezha felt nothing but contempt. Destiny was within one's own grasp. In his eyes, Jiang Ziya and his ilk lived pitiable lives, too fearful to contend with the heavens, merely surviving as soulless beings under the heavenly path. Once Nezha reached this epiphany, it was as if a divine clarity enveloped his mind. Unconsciously, he began to sing. It is he, it is he, it is indeed he. The young hero, little Nezha. Higher than the heavens, greater than the seas, wise in battling demons and spirits, the young hero, little Nezha. At the moment Nezha declared his refusal, Jiang Ziya felt a surge of joy, believing Nezha had changed his mind and decided to join their Chan sect. However, Nezha's sudden shift in demeanor caused Jiang Ziya's expression to darken. After hearing Nezha's song, though the meaning eluded him, he sensed Nezha's resolve and turned to Huang Tianhua, instructing him to send Nezha to the god list. Huang Tianhua, filled with animosity towards Nezha and eager for his demise, feared that Nezha might reconsider. Thus, upon Jiang Ziya's command, he swiftly summoned the Emocies sword, which gleamed with radiant light as it sped toward Nezha's head. Chapter 57. No matter how formidable the treasure, a single strike can fell. As the Emocies sword spiraled menacingly, Nezha sighed, realizing he had underestimated his foes, resulting in grave miscalculations. Huang Tianhua and Wei Hu, both elite disciples of the Chan sect's third generation, wielded powerful artifacts and should not have been dismissed lightly. Now, with the weight of Taishan pressing down upon him and unable to extricate himself from the onslaught of the lethal Emocies sword, it appeared that Jiang Ziya's words were prophetic. He was indeed on the verge of ascending that cursed god list, and he would be the first. Nezha surrendered completely, awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, a cloud of black mist emerged around him, swirling towards Huang Tianhua, from which a small banner floated above. As a wave of malevolent energy surged towards Huang Tianhua, the Jade Qilin, as a creature of heaven and earth, possesses an instinctive perception of impending dangers. As ominous energy surged forth, the Jade Qilin sensed a formidable threat. It raised its front hooves with great vigor, exhaling clouds of white smoke from its nostrils, baring its teeth and emitting a thunderous roar. Huang Tianhua, acutely aware of the unusual atmosphere around him, was consumed by a deep-seated hatred for Nezha. Ignoring the menacing aura behind him, he clung tightly to the neck of the Jade Qilin, commanding it to be still. The Moi sword, without a hint of hesitation, transformed into a streak of azure light, aimed directly at Nezha's head. In Nezha's eyes, the Moi sword loomed larger and closer. Just as it was about to make contact with his skin, a piercing gust of wind rushed past his ears, and an evil blade flashed through the air, clashing with the Moi sword. The blood transformation divine blade. Nezha's breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The Moi sword, a treasured artifact of the true monarch of celestial purity, possesses the power to ward off evil and vanquish demons. And it was precisely this trait that countered the blood transformation divine blade. However, after a brief encounter, the blood transformation divine blade was unable to withstand the might of the Moi sword and was swiftly deflected aside, its brilliance dimming along with a significant portion of the surrounding malevolence. Yet, it was sufficient, thanks to the aid of the blood transformation divine blade. The Moi sword failed to sever Nezha's head. The azure luminescence faded, swirling back to Huang Tianhua's grasp. At that moment, Yuhua was closest to Nezha. Witnessing Nezha in peril, he summoned the blood transformation divine blade, saving his life in the nick of time. Huang Tianhua seethed with frustration, nearly on the brink of eliminating Nezha. His eyes ignited with fierce anger as he glared at Yuhua in the distance. The small banner that had recently attacked Huang Tianhua, known as the Soul-Devouring Banner, was a precious artifact forged by Yuhua's master, Yu Yuan of Palai Island, capable of unleashing endless malevolence. In the urgency of the moment, Yuhua had been ensnared by Han Dulong and Shui Hu, compelled to summon the Soul-Devouring Banner. Little did he expect that Huang Tianhua's hatred for Nezha ran so deep that he would risk being consumed by the malevolence in a desperate attempt to slay him. Thus, in the crucial moment, Yuhua invoked his weapon, the blood transformation divine blade, preserving Nezha's life. Just then, as the malevolence surged forth, Huang Tianhua remained unhurried, retrieving the spring breeze white jade blue from his possession and casting it into the sky. Being merely a postnatal artifact, the soul-devouring banner could not withstand its might. And wherever the spring breeze white jade blue passed, the malevolence dissipated. As the flower basket swept past the soul-devouring banner, the small banner lost its spirit entirely, severing the connection between Yuhua and the banner, which then plummeted directly into the flower basket. Huang Tianhua waved towards the basket, and it returned along its original path. He caught the flower basket, extracted the soul-devouring banner, and nonchalantly secured it at his waist, as if declaring to Yu Hua that from this day forth, this artifact belongs to him. At this moment, Yu Hua was filled with anxiety. The soul-devouring banner had been seized by Huang Tianhua, and with the blood transformation divine blade absent after rescuing Nezha, he was thrown into utter disarray. Han Dulong and Shui Hu exchanged glances, recognizing the fleeting opportunity, and their weapons fell upon Yu Hua in succession. 2 wounds were inflicted, one on the arm and the other on the abdomen. Yu Hua grimaced in pain, quickly escaping the encirclement of his adversaries. He took a deep breath of cold air, his fierce gaze directed coldly at Han Dulong and Shui Hu. Do you truly believe I cannot prevail against you? The teachings of the second sect are fundamentally united. Given that you are disciples of the Yushu Palace, I have been lenient. Otherwise, do you think 2 of you could ever harm me? Han Dulong scoffed at Yu Hua. Are you not afraid that the wind may twist your tongue? By your own words, were we merely sparring before? Spare me your delusions. It's evident you have exerted all your strength. If you truly possess any capability, why not demonstrate it? Yu Hua clutched his abdomen where crimson flowed forth, repeatedly asserting, Fine, fine. Since you disciples of Yushu Palace show no mercy, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. Enraged, Yu Hua raised his finger to the sky, silently chanting an incantation. The blood transformation divine blade, imbued with a spirit, soared into his hand. With a cold huff, Yu Hua summoned the blade. Until now, Yu Hua had wielded the blood transformation divine blade as a weapon, yet it was so much more. It appeared to be a mere armament, but in truth, it was a magical artifact. A streak of red light sliced through the air, and Han Dulong was struck, collapsing to the ground with his eyes rolling back. Shui Hu, horrified, rushed to check on him, yet despite his frantic shaking and shouting, Han Dulong lay motionless, as if lifeless. Yu Hua let out a chilling laugh, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Now it is your turn. As the words fell from his lips, the blood transformation divine blade transformed into a streak of light once more, striking Shui Hu, who emitted a muffled groan and fell unconscious, just like Han Dulong. Nezha, feeling the weight of the world upon him, could scarcely comprehend the horror of the situation. Han Dulong and Shui Hu were both practitioners at the Golden Immortal stage. Yet Yu Hua effortlessly defeated them, 1 strike for each. It was crucial to note that the blood transformation divine blade was not an innate spiritual treasure, but merely a postnatal artifact imbued with malevolent energy. Its power was astonishing, explaining how, during the War of the Gods, Yu Hua had previously managed to harm the likes of himself, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian. It became evident that among this group, the most formidable was not himself or Yuan Hong, but Yu Hua, wielding the blood transformation divine blade, despite being merely at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Huang Tianhua was equally astonished, pondering the peculiar nature of the blade. How could a mere touch of blood lead to the downfall of Han Dulong and Shui Hu? Regardless, he discerned that the blood transformation divine blade was indeed a postnatal artifact, and as such, it could not evade his spring breeze white jade blue. Thus, Huang Tianhua prepared to seize the opportunity. Having dealt with Han Dulong and Shui Hu, Yu Hua turned his gaze toward Huang Tianhua. It is often said that the first strike prevails in a confrontation. Yu Hua was determined not to let Huang Tianhua succeed and summoned the blood transformation divine blade once more. The blade's characteristic was its speed, exceedingly fast, to the point where one had no time to evade. Huang Tianhua, too, was swift, already retrieving a basket from within his robes. Yet, ultimately, it was a mere moment too late. Before he could summon his spiritual treasure, he was struck by the crimson light of the blood transformation divine blade. Huang Tianhua's hands slackened, and the basket fell to the ground, his body crashing down. The adage, "He who strikes first has the advantage," resonates profoundly here. Huang Tianhua's treasures, whether the Moi sword or the spring breeze white jade blue, possess a remarkable counter to Yu Hua's blood transformation divine blade. However, no matter how formidable one's treasures or vast one's divine powers may be, they are rendered useless if one cannot wield them. Those who grasp this truth in the battle of the gods often achieve the improbable, turning weakness into strength. At this moment, Nezha's mind was in disarray. Utterly in awe of Yu Hua, who could be described in 2 words, utterly formidable, exuding an aura of invincibility. Han Dulong, Shui Hu, and Yu Hua are all golden immortals, with Huang Tianhua particularly notable for his countless innate spiritual treasures. The Moi sword is renowned throughout the 3 realms as a powerful innate treasure, yet it pales in comparison to Yu Hua. No matter how elevated one's divine abilities or how exceptional one's treasures, they fall before Yu Hua's blade, as he dispatches foes with ease. Nezha's admiration for Yu Hua was palpable, while Wei Hu and Jiang Zia remained nearby. Jiang Zia shuddered involuntarily, feeling a chill run down his spine, prompting him to hastily summon the 4-element beast and flee. As the commander of the Western Chief Forces, capturing or killing Jiang Zia would mean total victory in this battle. Yu Hua understood this well, prompting him to once again wield the blood transformation divine blade and direct it towards Jiang Ziya, the four-element beast, a legendary creature. Outpaced even Huang Feihu's five-colored divine ox and Huang Tianhua's jade qilin, rivaling Nezha's wind fire wheels in speed. This swiftness afforded Jiang Ziya precious moments. And as the blood transformation divine blade approached, he promptly summoned the apricot yellow flag, which blossomed with golden lotuses, rendering Yuhua's strike futile. Wei Hu had never encountered such a fearsome weapon. Witnessing Jiang Ziya's palpable terror, he too dared not linger and swiftly vanished. With Nezha now beyond Yuhua's lethal reach, Wei Hu retracted the demon-subduing staff that had weighed him down. Nezha, feeling a sudden lightness, plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. As the blood transformation divine blade demonstrated its fearsome might, Jiang Ziya returned to the camp and immediately sounded the retreat. As the commander of the Western Qi, he commanded obedience, and even the likes of Dao Xing Tianzun, Yang Jian, and Lei Jinzi, though reluctant, took to the skies and departed the battlefield. As the conflict drew to a close, Nezha hastily rose and issued commands to his subordinates: capture Huang Tianhua, Han Dulong, and Shui Hu, and bring them back to the Shui Pass. Leading the charge, Nezha was followed by the 7 monsters of Meishan, the 7-headed general Yuhua, and the 3rd prince Ao Bing, all returning triumphantly to the city. Chapter 58. Huang Tianhua's poisonous oath. Following the day's battle, their side achieved a resounding victory. Primarily thanks to Yuhua, who demonstrated extraordinary prowess on the battlefield, fiercely contending against Han Dulong and Shui Hu. The emergence of the blood transformation divine blade struck terror into the hearts of all, forcing Wei Hu and Jiang Ziya to retreat and ultimately capturing the despised Huang Tianhua, igniting Nezha's ire. Upon returning to the general's office, the assembled generals lined up, engaged in fervent discussions on how to handle these 3 captives. These individuals are all disciples of the Tranquil Teaching's 3rd generation. Nezha's intention is to eliminate them all. Leaving these few would undoubtedly lead to complications, as there are formidable figures within Jiang Ziya's camp who could rescue them, posing a significant threat in the future. The 7 monsters of Meishan share a common purpose with Nezha, and his thoughts align with theirs. As for Ao Bing, he seems indifferent, seemingly disinterested in anything other than Tai. Although Nezha has made a resolution in his heart, these individuals were captured by Yuhua, so he naturally seeks the latter's opinion. Nezha inquires about Yuhua's thoughts. Yuhua steps forward from the ranks, clasping his hands in a salute to Nezha. Great commander. Since Jiang Ziya assists Zhou in its campaign against the tyrant, these treacherous individuals deserve death. However, they are ultimately disciples of the Tranquil Teaching, and I believe this matter warrants careful consideration should we truly kill them. Now that the calamity of the Fengshan has arrived, although the Zhou and Shang have begun their conflict, Nezha's presence has led to no one being listed. The confrontation between the 2 teachings has yet to reach a point of irreconcilable enmity. Thus Yuhua's stance is one of mercy, no killings, sentimental weakness. Zhu, stepping out from behind Yuan Hong, also boasts to Nezha. Great commander. These individuals must be executed. The 2 factions are already in a state of mutual hostility. It has come to a point where if you do not kill them, they will kill you. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. If we do not act decisively now, we shall inevitably be bitten back in the future. Zhu Zhan's words resonate. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. It is precisely because the disciples of the Tranquil Teaching share Yuhua's perspective that, despite repeatedly capturing members of the Tranquil Teaching, their compassion ultimately leads to their own demise. As the leader of this group, the final decision rests with Nezha. Although Yuhua advocates for sparing them, Nezha can easily disregard his counsel. These individuals cannot be spared. They must die. Yet, there is no room for buts. Nezha interrupts Yuhua before he can finish his thought, leaving Yuhua to sigh and returns silently to his place in the ranks. Once the intent to kill arises, there is little more to discuss. Those afflicted by the blood transformation divine blade, ordinary individuals will perish within a mere moment. Han Dulong and Shui Hu, as golden immortals, possess greater resilience but will not last beyond a day. As for Yang Jian and Yuan Hong, with their robust physiques, they may endure a few days longer, maintaining their immortality for 3 days. The duration that Ao Bing, the Emu Dragon, can withstand remains uncertain, but it is undoubtedly superior to the others. For the ginseng fruit tree is a rare spiritual root, more precious than the peach of immortality. Currently, both Han Dulong and Shui Hu are afflicted by the malevolent aura of the blood transformation divine blade, and Nezha chooses not to concern himself with them. For without an antidote, they will succumb to the corruption and die within a day. However, Huang Tianhua must be saved, after all. He is the son of the national protector, the martial king Huang Feihu. Nezha's intention is to persuade Huang Tianhua to surrender, even if he does not yield. It is not Nezha who would take his life, but rather Huang Feihu himself. Nezha summoned individuals to carry Huang Tianhua into the general's manor. Rising from his seat, he retrieved a pill from his bosom and cast it into Huang Tianhua's mouth. Shortly thereafter, Huang Tianhua stirred, his brow twitching before he opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he scanned his surroundings. His notorious reputation for being ruthless had left the assembled generals with no kindness in their expressions. Startled by the realization of his capture, he erupted with curses directed at Nezha. Do not think that because you have apprehended me, you can act with impunity. My master is the pure and virtuous true monarch among the 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void. If you dare to harm even a single hair on my body, it will not only be your demise, but the end for everyone here. None shall escape. Huang Tianhua, oblivious to his status as a captive, raged at each individual, pointing fingers with an air of arrogance, as if they were the prisoners. Zhu Zhan, known for his fiery temper and having suffered at Huang Tianhua's hands before, could no longer contain his anger. As Huang Tianhua pointed at him, Zhu Zhan leapt forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent Huang Tianhua sprawling. Struggling to rise, Huang Tianhua reached for his spiritual treasures, only to find his hands empty, momentarily stunned. During his capture, Nezha had confiscated all of Huang Tianhua's magical artifacts, allowing him to safely remove the poison from the blood transformation divine blade. Undeterred by the absence of his treasures, Huang Tianhua charged at Zhu Zhan in a futile display of bravado. However, Yangxian intervened, enveloping Huang Tianhua in a radiant light that rendered him immobile as if under a binding spell. Zhu Zhan approached Huang Tianhua with a fierce determination, delivering a resounding slap across his face. I am of equal standing with your father, he declared, and all present here are your uncles and elders. I am teaching you the importance of respecting your superiors. Still unsatisfied, Zhu Zhan unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Huang Tianhua's face, leaving it flushed with alternating shades of red and white. Whether from rage or humiliation, it was unclear. Seeking further reprisal, Zhu Zhan produced the Southern Heavenly Gate, which had now shrunk to the size of a common plaque. When it struck Huang Tianhua, the entire manor trembled. The Southern Heavenly Gate, on par with innate spiritual treasures, inflicted a devastating blow upon Huang Tianhua, rendering him convulsing and foaming at the mouth, collapsing like a heap of clay. Nezha slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Are you intent on demolishing the general's manor? Do not delay in putting it away." Recognizing that he had overstepped, Zhu Zhan averted his gaze from Nezha and retreated silently. While Nezha did not overtly endorse Zhu Zhan's actions, he tacitly accepted them, understanding that Huang Tianhua had caused significant harm to his side. Yet, he could not allow Huang Tianhua to be beaten to death before his eyes, prompting him to intervene. Nezha slowly approached Huang Tianhua, who lay prostrate on the ground. Crouching down, he addressed him. "That you have slain many of my people, your father is Huang Feihu. I am willing to offer you a chance. Surrender to me, and I shall spare your life." Huang Tianhua lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, yet he wore a sinister smile as if to say, "Go ahead, kill me. In the future, my master will not spare you. He will eliminate you all." Nezha felt that such words were unnecessary, for not only would they bear no fruit, but they would also incite his own anger. He had no intention of taking Huang Tianhua's life, yet the latter's repeated threats ignited Nezha's fury. Growing weary of Huang Tianhua's incessant chatter, Nezha rose from the ground and silently returned to his seat. With a gesture of his hand, he commanded, "Take him away. Execute him. Dare you? My master is the true monarch of clear void and virtue. Nezha, do you wish to court death? Are you truly going to kill me?" Huang Tianhua curled up on the ground, like a shrimp, still attempting to use his master as leverage. Nezha, impatiently wishing to hear no more from Huang Tianhua, curtly ordered, "Hurry up and drag him away." Yangxian and Dai Li stepped forward, each taking hold of Huang Tianhua's arms, dragging him toward the door. Huang Tianhua cried out in despair, incessantly proclaiming the might of the true monarch of clear void and virtue and warning of future retribution. Yet, Nezha remained seated, seemingly oblivious, idly toying with his fingers. In a fit of desperation, just as he was about to be dragged outside, Huang Tianhua suddenly shouted, "I yield. I surrender. I wish to join you." "Wait." Nezha sprang from his seat and swiftly approached Huang Tianhua. To ensure he had not misheard, he demanded, "Repeat what you just said." Huang Tianhua lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a yearning for life. "I truly wish to surrender. You are correct. Huang Feihu is my father. I have always belonged to your side. It was merely a mistake in choosing my master that forced me into Uncle Zhang's camp. No, it was Jiang Ziya's faction. In truth, my desire has always been to ally with you." Zhu Zhan, skeptical of Huang Tianhua's words, quickly urged the general, "Do not trust him. This boy is duplicitous, cruel, and will say anything to save his life. Just look at his treacherous tactics on the battlefield. He is no virtuous figure." If Zhu Zhen could see through Huang Tianhua's ruse, how could Nezha not? Thus, he turned his gaze back to Huang Tianhua, awaiting further words. Huang Tianhua clutched Nezha's leg, as if grasping a lifeline. In battle, it is either you or I who must perish. Given our opposing factions, I must wholeheartedly assist Jiang Zia. After all, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Would you not agree? Had it not been for Huang Tianhua's prior unconsciousness, Nezha might have suspected him of eavesdropping on their conversation, for his words echoed Zhu Zhen's sentiments exactly. Zhu Zhen found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute the claim. Nezha hesitated, pacing back and forth in the hall, for the decision of Huang Tianhua's fate rested solely in his hands. After about the duration of a tea ceremony, Nezha turned, fixing his gaze intently on Huang Tianhua's eyes. For now, I shall believe what you say, however. To ensure your loyalty, you must swear a binding oath. After Nezha spoke, Huang Tianhua was momentarily stunned, his eyes wildly darting about, and his expression continually shifting. Lost in thought. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Nezha inquired. Huang Tianhua lifted his head and proclaimed loudly, a gentleman is open and forthright. What do I have to fear? I am merely contemplating what kind of oath to take. After Jiang Zia finished speaking, he knelt on the ground, raised his right hand, and intoned, I, Huang Tianhua, hereby vow that from this day forth, I shall join the Shang dynasty. Should I harbor any treacherous intentions or act rebelliously, may I be torn apart by 10,000 horses and my soul cast into the abyss to suffer an eternal death. Chapter 59. The death of the celestial hound. The entire military governor's office fell silent upon hearing Huang Tianhua's oath. Some nodded in silent acknowledgement, while others shook their heads, still harboring a degree of animosity towards him. In any case, since Huang Tianhua had chosen to submit, Nezha found no reason to make things difficult for him. He retrieved Huang Tianhua's 3 innate spiritual treasures and declared, for the sake of King Wu Cheng, I shall tentatively trust you today. But remember, should you ever play both sides, do not forget the oath you took today. With that, Nezha turned to leave, intending to visit Wu Wenhua, who had suffered severe injuries from Huang Tianhua's ambush during their previous battle. This was not an act of winning hearts. After all, Wu Wenhua's capture was partly Nezha's responsibility. Had Nezha not consented to Wu Wenhua's exploration of the mysteries of the Xing Huang banner, they would not have fallen into Jiang Zia's trap. At that moment, Huang Tianhua suddenly grasped his thigh, his expression fraught with hesitation, as if he had something urgent to say. Nezha frowned, urging, speak your mind. Though Nezha had prompted him, Huang Tianhua remained noncommittal, appearing as if he had swallowed a fly, causing discomfort. Nezha cast a glance at him, stating, I have no time to waste. If you do not speak, I shall take my leave. Seeing Nezha genuinely about to depart, Huang Tianhua became frantic, words spilling forth before he was prepared. Can you release Han Dulong and Shuaihu? What? This question was not posed by Nezha, but by Zhu Zizhen, who had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Huang Tianhua. Zhu Zizhen strode forward, seizing Huang Tianhua by the collar, and bellowed, I knew you could never change your ways. You never intended to surrender, did you? Huh. Your true colors are finally revealed. Zhu Zizhen turned to Nezha, the commander, insisting, to eliminate future threats. Let me kill him now. Not only Zhu Zizhen, but the entire military governor's office was in an uproar. Voices of anger and condemnation rising in a chaotic chorus. Their intentions mirrored Zhu Zizhen's, to execute Huang Tianhua. The possibility of sparing Huang Tianhua was only considered out of respect for the late King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu. Nezha could not fathom any justification for letting go of 2 formidable adversaries, both gold immortals. His gaze fixed on Huang Tianhua, demanding an explanation. If Huang Tianhua could not persuade him, not only Han Dulong and Shuaihu, but even Huang Tianhua's allegiance would need to be reconsidered, questioning its authenticity. Huang Tianhua never anticipated that his words would provoke such a profound response. He hastily clarified, Han Dulong and Shuaihu are, after all, of the same lineage as I. I cannot bear to see them perish. My loyalty to the great merchant and the great commander is unwavering. I have sworn an oath to that effect. And I harbor no treacherous thoughts whatsoever. Since you have chosen to ally yourself with me, we are indeed akin to family. As family, Han Dulong and Shuaihu must now be regarded as your foes. Did you not once proclaim that mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself? Therefore, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Though Han Dulong and Shuaihu do not belong to the elite disciples of the Yushu Palace's 3rd generation, they are nonetheless formidable golden immortals, and such adversaries must not be spared. Nezha resolutely declined and turned to leave. Wait, just as Nezha had taken a couple of steps, Huang Tianhua called out to him again, gritting his teeth. Now that you have made your decision, I shall not press further. However, I have one final wish. May I have the bodies of Han Dalan and Shuehu? After all, we share the same school, and I wish to lay them to rest with my own hands. With the blood transformation blade embedded in their bodies, Han Dalan and Shuehu would surely not survive the day without an antidote. Nezha stood quietly at the doorway while Huang Tianhua gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Finally, Nezha gave a slight nod and silently exited the room. Wu Wenhua, a mere mortal, had been in a deep slumber for 3 days. Nezha felt a pang of guilt and had kept him company during his unconsciousness. Following the previous intense battle, both sides were now in a state of recuperation. Nezha was not concerned about a large-scale assault from Jiangxia. Besides, he possessed the 100-li eye, which allowed him to foresee Jiangxia's movements. Moreover, their strength surpassed that of their adversaries. The terrifying nature of Yu Hua's blood transformation blade left Jiangxia without a guarantee of victory, and he dared not act recklessly. Additionally, his side was bolstered by numerous strong generals, with the third Prince Ao Bing having recently broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm in their last battle. Currently, Yuan Hong was at the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, and there were 2 mid-stage Golden Immortal experts, Jin Dashin and Ao Bing. Speaking of Yuan Hong, Nezha had not seen him for several days, nor had he glimpsed Zhu Zixin. The two were mysteriously engaged in some unknown endeavor. When Nezha inquired of others, they too were unaware, only noting that Yuan Hong and Zhu Zixin left early and returned late into the night. Nezha remained preoccupied with Wu Wenhua, having no time to concern himself with the two. Once Wu Wenhua awakened, he would certainly inquire about their clandestine activities. Just as Nezha was lost in thought, Wu Wenhua blinked his eyes. After 3 days of slumber, he finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, the first sight Wu Wenhua beheld was Nezha, whose expression radiated excitement. Nezha quickly urged, "Do not rush. Your wounds have only just begun to heal. Moving around may cause them to reopen. Just lie still." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Wu Wenhua looked down at his body, which was indeed swathed in bandages. Though he could not move, he was able to speak. Just as he was about to utter a word, a servant entered, carrying various bottles and jars along with a stack of clean white cloth. "Great Commander, General Wu must change his dressing." Upon observing the servant placing various jars of ointment upon the table, Nezha instructed the attendant to step outside, requesting that General Wu's medication be handed over to him for a change. The servant, seemingly accustomed to the routine, bowed respectfully to Nezha before silently exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. Nezha began to mix the salves from the jars, pouring them into a small bowl, then rose to remove the old bandages from Wu Wenhua's body. Wu Wenhua gazed at his commander in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you, my lord, undertake such a task? Allow me to handle it myself." As he attempted to unfasten the bandages, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Nezha firmly restrained Wu Wenhua, saying, "Lie still. During your days of unconsciousness, I was the one tending to your wounds. What is there that I cannot change?" As he spoke, Nezha deftly removed the old cloth, applied the specially formulated ointment, and gently rebandaged Wu Wenhua's injury. Once Nezha had completed the task, he turned to glance at Wu Wenhua, only to be startled to find the rugged man shedding tears. Nezha smirked and remarked, "I must say, as a robust man, cannot endure a mere pinch of pain, and yet you weep?" Wu Wenhua shook his head, responding, "My lord, it is not the pain that moves me, it is your kindness. Aside from my mother, you have shown me the greatest care. I feel I have brought shame upon myself for not defeating that vile creature, Long Xiuhu. Next time, I shall surely prevail." Nezha chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Wu Wenhua, witnessing Nezha's demeanor, felt compelled to assure him, "I am not boasting, my lord. Rest assured, once I recover, I shall bring you the head of Long Xiuhu." Long Xiuhu was a monster that had cultivated for millennia, possessing the strength of a golden immortal, while Wu Wenhua, despite his remarkable talents and innate power, remained merely a mortal. Had Long Xiuhu not been distracted previously, Wu Wenhua would not have been able to injure him. However, Nezha did not wish to dampen Wu Wenhua's spirit, replying, "Very well, I shall await your return to the battlefield." After ensuring everything was in order, Nezha prepared to leave. Yet he sensed the underlying frustration in Wu Wenhua's voice as he declared, "My lord, you may count on me. I shall fulfill my promise." Upon exiting Wu Wenhua's chamber, Nezha fortuitously encountered Yuan Hong and Zhu Zixin. Yuan Hong strolled confidently ahead, while Zhu Zixin trailed behind, carrying a burlap sack with an eager demeanor. Nezha, perplexed by their furtive behavior, approached and inquired, "What mischief are you two up to? What lies within that sack?" Zhu Zixin, spotting Nezha, hurried over with a knowing glance, setting down the sack to reveal a small opening. Inside was a dog. No, a celestial hound. "How did you capture the celestial hound?" Nezha questioned, his curiosity piqued. Yuan Hong and Zhu Zixin spoke in succession. Since mastering the 8-9 mystic arts, Yuan Hong had not encountered a worthy adversary. His body, as resilient as iron, was impervious to injury. Yet, he had previously suffered a significant setback at the jaws of the howling celestial dog, which had bitten deeply into his right arm, leaving him furious. The howling celestial dog, being a mystical creature, could not be kept close by Yang Jian at all times. Thus, Yuan Hong transformed both himself and Zhu Jin into inconspicuous insects using his skills, and they concealed themselves within the grand camp of the West Qi. Fortunately, perseverance proved fruitful. As 3 days later, they chanced upon the wandering howling celestial dog. With a swift strike, Yuan Hong rendered the creature unconscious and brought it back. Capturing the howling celestial dog felt akin to severing an arm from Yang Jian. The vengeful glances exchanged between the two men hinted at their intentions to torment the creature. However, as the captor, Yuan Hong refrained from interfering, merely suggesting they spare its life, for it might prove useful in the future. After this, Nezha returned to his command post, spending 3 days in the company of Wu Wenhua. Despite being an immortal, he felt a tinge of fatigue and resolved to retire for the night. As Nezha lay in bed, on the verge of slumber, the incessant barking of the howling celestial dog broke the stillness. He attempted to muffle the sound with his blanket, but to no avail. The barking continued to penetrate his ears, causing considerable irritation. The howling celestial dog barked for a solid half hour before Nezha finally adjusted to the noise. However, in the later hours of the night, the creature's barks transformed into a peculiar and shrill tone, unlike any he had heard before, reminiscent of a lovesick night owl, sending shivers down Nezha's spine. Unable to endure it any longer, he rose to seek out Yuan Hong. Yet, upon arriving at Yuan Hong's chamber, he found it empty. Just as Nezha stepped out, the barking abruptly ceased, leaving him puzzled. Following the direction of the previous sounds, he wandered through a thicket until he discovered Yuan Hong and Zhu Jin. However, their expressions were peculiar, leaving Nezha at a loss for words. He glanced back at the howling celestial dog, which now lay lifeless, surrounded by a pool of viscous white fluid. What has transpired? Nezha inquired. Yuan Hong and Zhu Jin exchanged glances, and Yuan Hong shot a glare at Zhu Jin, who reluctantly stepped forward to explain. It turned out that the howling celestial dog had been barking incessantly upon regaining consciousness, driving both men to distraction. In an attempt to silence it, Zhu Jin had stuffed a piece of cloth into the creature's mouth. However, being a divine beast, the howling celestial dog continued to vocalize despite its mouth being obstructed. Zhu Jin speculated that the creature was yearning for a female dog, a notion Yuan Hong dismissed. Thus, they made a wager, leading Zhu Jin to engage in an act of stimulation. Zhu Jin persisted in this endeavor from dusk until the early hours of the morning, resulting in the howling celestial dog climaxing more than 20 times, ultimately leading to its untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Nezha remained speechless, his mouth agape. Before casting a glance at the lifeless howling celestial dog, whether it had succumbed to pleasure or exhaustion, he could only sigh in silence.